for any credible information leading to her discovery. Despite the exhaustive efforts, however, only a golf ball and a flip-flop were found. 12 days after Sierra's disappearance, investigators made a breakthrough in the case. A DNA sample found on her pants was matched to a local man, Antolin Garcia Torres, who lived in the Morgan Hill area. This discovery came after authorities compared the DNA to that of all 57 registered sex offenders living in the same zip code. It's worth noting that Sierra's father, a registered offender himself, voluntarily came forward and shared his prior criminal history with the police shortly after his daughter went missing. He was quickly cleared as a suspect, allowing investigators to focus on other leads. Antolin Garcia Torres, a 21-year-old man, became a person of interest due to the DNA match. At the time, he lived with his mother, pregnant wife, and young daughter at the Maple Leaf RV Park, approximately 7 miles from Sierra's home. Antolin's past is concerning, marked by a difficult upbringing with abuse and neglect. His father was abusive and even threatened to kill Antolin and his mother before being imprisoned for molesting a family member. Unfortunately, Antolin seemed to have inherited his father's harmful behavior. In 2009, he was accused of having sex with a minor, but the charges were dropped. However, his DNA was collected during the investigation. The following year, he was detained for interfering with police operations. The suspicious relationship between Sierra and Antolin raised concerns, leading detectives to keep a close eye on him. Since Antolin was the most likely person to know Sierra's whereabouts, the police took steps to monitor his movements and communication. They tapped his phone, placed a GPS tracker in his car, and even stationed 2 undercover investigators in an RV next to his house to keep him under surveillance. Investigating Antolin's alibi, detectives reviewed security footage from the RV park and neighboring areas on the day of Sierra's disappearance. The footage revealed that Antolin had left the campground in his red Volkswagen Jetta at 7 a.m., which corresponded with the time frame of Sierra's kidnapping, given the short 7-mile distance between his home and Sierra's. Although Antolin claimed to have gone to work, Safeway's records showed he never arrived on March 16th. Further inquiry by his management uncovered disturbing information. 3 attempted kidnappings had occurred in the same Safeway parking lot just 3 years prior, although the perpetrators were never caught. The only evidence from these incidents was a dropped taser with a partial fingerprint on one of its batteries. However, a complete match would require a direct one-to-one comparison. The thought of Antolin being the suspect seemed appealing, but when his fingerprints were matched with those on the taser, the investigators were shocked to discover that he was their man. The evidence was mounting against him. His DNA was found on Sierra's pants, and he had a history of involvement in kidnappings. This was enough to detain him and seize his car for further DNA testing. During the interview, Antolin came across as arrogant, but the test results were damaging. He claimed to have gone fishing on the day Sierra vanished and had no idea who she was. However, the investigators were skeptical of his explanation. What's more, Antolin made a strange admission. He had a disturbing habit of strangling snakes while driving and throwing them out the window. He also admitted to throwing a used tissue out the window in the same spot where Sierra's bag was found on the morning she disappeared. This, combined with the 1 in a million chance of rain on Sierra's phone, made his explanation seem even more implausible. As a result, Antolin Garcia Torres was formally arrested on May 21, 2012, in connection with Sierra Lamar's disappearance, outside his workplace in a Safeway parking lot. Distinct evidence linkages were found between Sierra and Antolin's vehicle. A DNA examination confirmed that Sierra's DNA was present on the rear door's interior door handle. Furthermore, fibers on Sierra's clothing matched those on Antolin's car seats, and a piece of rope in his car contained a hair strand from Sierra. This evidence conclusively proves that Sierra was in Antolin's car at some point. Despite Antolin's arrest, a significant issue remained. Sierra's body had not been found and her death had not been verified. This raised the question of whether Antolin could be accused of first-degree murder without a body or confirmed death. Santa Clara County District Attorney Jeff Rosson announced on May 19, 2014, that he would seek the death penalty against Antolin. Although Antolin had pleaded not guilty to Sierra's murder, the overwhelming evidence against him left little room for error. After delays, Antolin's trial finally began on January 30, 2017. The case of Nicholas Billingham. Fiona Beale and Nicholas Billingham were together for 17 years, with their fair share of ups and downs like any other couple. Although their case was closed 2 weeks ago, many details are likely to emerge later. Here's what I've learned about their relationship so far. Leslie Oldham, who knew the couple well, described them as follows. "I found Fiona to be really nice," Leslie recalled. "Although they didn't exhibit overt displays of affection, they seemed happy enough. Nicholas brought her over for a cup of tea, and she was polite and chatty." Nicholas had a reputation as a ladies' man, which made it difficult to predict how long his relationships would last. Fiona and Nicholas's relationship ended in November 2021. After splitting up with Fiona Beale, Nicholas Billingham remained in contact with his friends and family. He sent a text to his mother, informing her that he had run off with a woman named Faye, and claimed to be thrilled with his new life. Fiona took 10 days to recover from the breakup, and when she finally felt better, she returned to work. Her colleagues, who had heard about the split, offered her many words of encouragement upon her return. However, the breakup with Nicholas had a lasting impact on her, and it was noticeable to many. By the end of February 2022, nearly 4 months after the breakup, Fiona's mental health began to decline. She found it difficult to continue living in a house that held so many memories of Nicholas, so she made the decision to move to Cumbria, a location roughly 200 miles from Northampton. Fiona started planning her next moves after her husband went to bed. She couldn't sleep in the same bed as him due to her loud breathing, restlessness, or snoring. In another notebook entry, she mentioned that Nicholas had been mean and cruel to her for 17 years, but it was his vile behavior at Halloween that made her decide she couldn't let him get away with it anymore. Nicholas Billingham disappeared on November 1st, 2021, and from that moment, he kept in touch with his family and friends, only through text messages. The day after the police officers read Fiona Beale's notebook, they visited the house on Moore Street, where she lived with Nicholas. Upon examination, they found nothing suspicious. However, when they returned the following day, they discovered some telling signs, including a blood-stained mattress in the cellar. On March 19th, the police went back to Moore Street and uncovered more evidence. With the help of forensic officers, specialist search teams, and a cadaver dog, they found a buried body in the rear garden. The remains of Billingham were discovered wrapped in carpet, buried beneath a layer of bark chippings, soil, wooden sheeting, concrete building blocks, bricks, and planks. Additionally, plastic bags, rubble, mortar, polystyrene, laminate flooring, and sections of fabric and vinyl were found in a constructed hideaway covering the body. A sleep mask covered the victim's eyes, with the phrase, "This is my morning after face," printed on the inside. The police spokesman described the body as being wrapped in cables, hose pipes, and plastic bags, surrounded by building debris, saying it showed a complete lack of dignity in death and utter contempt. A post-mortem examination took place the day after the body was found. The results revealed that the victim died from a single stab wound to the right side of the neck, which severed the right jugular vein and cut through the esophagus and trachea. This would have required moderate force, although it is possible that more severe force was used. On March 22, 2022, police arrested Fiona Beale and charged her with the murder of Nicholas Billingham. Nicholas's family was devastated by his death and shocked to discover that Fiona had used his phone to send texts to them and his friends. Nicholas's mother, Yvonne Valentine, shared a message with journalists. In a statement, Nicholas's family expressed their grief, saying they lost Nicholas too soon and that he will always be in their hearts. They have been overwhelmed with kind support and comforting words from many people and are aware that Nicholas will be deeply missed by his friends, family, and loved ones. Nicholas's family is heartbroken, remembering him as a lovely boy who grew into a proud young man, leaving them with cherished memories. Fiona Beale's colleagues and the parents of her students were stunned to discover that the respected teacher had a hidden, darker side. The school administration, where Fiona worked, released a statement expressing shock and sadness upon learning that one of their teaching staff members was charged with a serious offense and is now in custody. They are particularly concerned about the impact this news will have on the students and are committed to supporting both pupils and staff during this difficult time. This tragedy will have a profound effect on the school community, and it's during such times that they must come together, support each other, and show kindness to one another. When the police investigated, they discovered that Nicholas had died on November 1st, 2021. In the days that followed, Fiona attempted to cover her tracks. She had meticulously planned her actions. Fiona was aware that if she claimed to have contracted the virus, she would have a 10-day window during which she would be left alone. It is suspected that she falsified test results to complete an online form. There is no evidence to suggest that Fiona ever took the test. Her activities during those 10 days were inconsistent with the debilitating symptoms she claimed to be experiencing. Following the murder, Fiona began cleaning up as early as 10:07 a.m. on November 2nd. Using her dead partner's Amazon account, and then her own, she purchased multiple cleaning products, including items for Venetian blinds, a new mop and bucket, heavy-duty bin bags, a new mattress, bedding, clothing, wall art, and mirrors. On the same day, she modified a Tesco order containing cleaning products to add 3 rolls of duct tape. At 2:19 p.m., she bought heavy-duty long gardening gloves, a stainless steel digging spade, and a galvanized incinerator bin. Additionally, she made multiple purchases to dispose of the body and acquired items for her own comfort and indulgence, such as chocolates, scented candles, toiletries, soft furnishings, and clothing. Nearly 2 weeks after killing Nicholas, Fiona went on a shopping trip. On November 13th, supermarket security cameras recorded her buying various items, including building materials, which she later used to construct a grave. The police later released this CCTV footage. As previously mentioned, Fiona pretended to be Nicholas by sending texts to his family and friends for several months. She even invited Nicholas's mother to visit her. Miss Valentine recounted how Fiona invited her to her home for a Christmas drink on December 23rd, 2021, while Nicholas's body lay buried in the backyard. Fiona went about her daily routine, showing no signs of depression or trauma. In fact, the evidence suggested the opposite. After murdering her unwanted partner, who she suspected was having an affair, she was embracing what she referred to in a deleted file as a new life. During the trial, Fiona Beale initially pleaded not guilty, but later confessed to taking Nicholas's life, claiming it was an involuntary act. However, the prosecutor disagreed. He presented evidence that Nicholas Billingham had been unfaithful to Fiona with multiple women during their 17-year relationship. Although Nicholas had left Fiona on several occasions, he always returned to her, and she took him back. One of his infidelities resulted in a child being born. Instead of leaving him, Fiona meticulously planned his murder, deciding when and how to kill him, where to hide his body, and how to cover her tracks. She even prepared an alibi for her absence from work on the day of the murder. Defense attorney Andrew Wheeler presented a statement to the jury following the prosecution's opening argument, stating that Fiona had struggled with mental health issues for years prior to the killing due to Mr. Billingham's controlling behavior. Wheeler emphasized that the case was not as straightforward as the prosecution claimed, highlighting Fiona's good character and reputation as a 49-year-old school teacher. Wheeler acknowledged that Fiona unlawfully killed Nicholas Billingham, but emphasized that the case revolves around her mental state at the time. He argued that Billingham's psychologically dominant behavior had worn Fiona down over the years, breaking her spirit. The court was informed that Fiona Beale has no clear recollection of the actual event. After visiting London, Fiona continued to send messages to the head teacher, claiming she was ill. In March, the concerned head teacher reached out to Fiona's mother, who revealed that Fiona had told her she was going on a school residential trip. The head teacher then notified the police, reporting Fiona as missing. The Cumbrian police traced Fiona to a rented address near Kendal, but she insisted she just wanted some peace and quiet, and did not want her family to know her exact location. The officer relayed this message to Fiona's mother, but 3 days later, the authorities returned to the lodge after Fiona sent her family a message apologizing and expressing her love for them. Eventually, Fiona Beale altered her initial statement and fully acknowledged her guilt. At Northampton Crown Court, she shared details about her personal life and career with the jury, claiming that Billingham had twice thrown a dinner plate against a wall due to their disagreements over cleanliness. Fiona recalled her university days, during which she was prescribed antidepressants. She described her partner Billingham as caring and attentive initially, but changing gradually over time. At the start of their relationship, Fiona had accidentally left a cloth with cleaner on it, which stained a worktop. Although it didn't seem serious at first, cleaning became a major issue throughout the years. Instead of laughing it off, Fiona would get scolded. When having meals together, Fiona explained that everything had to be exactly as Billingham wanted it. She couldn't pinpoint when this behavior started, but it worsened over time and continued until the end. Even the way items were placed in cupboards was strictly regulated, with everything facing outwards. Fiona claimed that Billingham threw plates of dinner at the wall on a couple of occasions, which made her lose confidence. She mentioned that his behavior started as joking about her not doing something, but eventually turned nasty. Before taking his life, Fiona told Billingham that she would kill him to prevent him from hurting another woman the way he had hurt her. She later accused him of lying to his own family to protect himself, prioritizing his own self-preservation and attempting to show her in a bad light. Nicholas left behind 2 beautiful children who will never have the opportunity to see or talk to their father again. They'll never be able to invite him to special events, have him attend their weddings, teach them to drive, or simply spend time with him. You've taken all of that away from them. Fiona received a prison sentence of 20 years. Speaking after the guilty plea, Nicholas's mother, Yvonne, expressed her outrage and pain, saying it was unbearable to know that her son's killer had offered her a drink while his body lay buried just a few feet away. She struggled to comprehend how someone could harbor such hatred to commit such a heinous act. The case of Savannah Greywind. Savannah Greywind was born on August 9, 1995, in Burke County, North Dakota. Savannah had 2 brothers, Joe and Casey, and a younger sister, Kayla. Her parents, Norberta and Joe, took great pride in their children. The family resided in Fargo, North Dakota, until Savannah was 9 years old, then relocated to the Spirit Lake Reservation in 2005. Growing up on the Spirit Lake Reservation, a Native American community in eastern North Dakota, Savannah developed a deep appreciation for nature and animals, particularly horses. It was there that she met Ashton Matheny when she was 15 years old, and they have remained together ever since. When it was time for Savannah and Ashton to pursue higher education, the family moved back to Fargo. Savannah secured a job at a nursing home caring for the elderly, began studying to become a nurse, and was preparing to take her certification exam in September. At this point in her life, Savannah was a happy young woman expecting her first child. She and Ashton had found an apartment, paid a deposit, and planned to move into their own home in early September. Meanwhile, Savannah was living with her parents in a basement apartment of a 7-unit, 3-story building. Unbeknownst to her, Brooke Cruz, 38, and William Hone, 33, rented an apartment on the 3rd floor of the same building. Brooke Lynn Crew grew up in a neighborhood in Bradenton, Sarasota, Florida. Her parents divorced when she was young, leaving Brooke and her 6 siblings to live with their mother. According to her sister, the family had a relatively comfortable life. Brooke underwent significant changes during her teenage years, transforming from a caring girl to a troubled teen. She was shuffled between foster homes, losing contact with her siblings. Brooke was imprisoned in Missouri in 2002 for falsifying documents, then arrested again for parole violation in Texas. She married Carl Crew, a carpenter from Minnesota, at 27, had 2 more children, and worked as an administrative assistant. The marriage ended in divorce in 2009, with the father granted custody of the children. Brooke kept diaries throughout her life, recording tumultuous relationships and self-doubt. Brooke believed Carl had emotionally traumatized her through bullying and belittling. Despite this, she took steps to move forward, studying psychology and joining a dating site, where she met Andrew Murray, a chef from Australia. She relocated to Australia in late 2011. In January 2012, Brooke had an argument with her ex-husband over child custody. The situation escalated, and Brooke allegedly attacked him with a knife, leading to her arrest. She fled to Australia using false documents and married Andrew, but their 6-month marriage ended when he discovered her past. After returning to the U.S., Brooke was involved in a custody battle for her children. She then met William Hone, a 28-year-old convicted of child abuse, and fell in love with him despite his concerning past. Brooke began taking steps towards a fresh start, including finding a job in 2013. Brooke turned her hobby into a profession by studying psychology at Minnesota State University. She developed a particular interest in the psychology of serial killers and wrote a well-received paper. However, her personal life struggled due to a codependent relationship with William, marked by excessive drinking and substance abuse. Despite her outward success, Brooke's mental health deteriorated, leading to withdrawal, strained relationships at work, and a job change. Her obsession with dark human psychology exacerbated her emotional turmoil. The situation culminated on December 23, 2014, when Brooke lost custody of her children and was hospitalized for a panic attack, receiving a PTSD diagnosis. In 2015, Brooke wrote about feeling drained in her relationship with William Hahn. She felt he no longer made an effort to be intimate, and their moments together were brief and unsatisfying. As time passed, Brooke became withdrawn and isolated, exacerbated by a gallbladder disease diagnosis. The situation escalated in 2016 when William brutally beat her, pleaded guilty to assault, and was ordered to stay away. The relationship had deteriorated to the point where there were no longer any healthy moments. A major issue was that Brooke had become unable to have children following an abortion in 2011. Despite this, her partner William continually pressured her to have a child. In an attempt to keep him from leaving, Brooke lied about being pregnant in early 2017, even going so far as to email him a fake ultrasound picture and a photo of a positive pregnancy test. To further convince William, Brooke found a recording of a random baby's heartbeat online and presented it as the heartbeat of their unborn child. However, by August 2017, it became clear that Brooke was not pregnant. William, having already announced the pregnancy to those around him, was unwilling to admit the truth and instead demanded that Brooke produce a child. With her medical knowledge, Brooke began compiling a list of items needed to induce labor, driven by her desire to appease William's demands. On a Saturday afternoon in August, Brooke visited Savannah at her downstairs apartment and offered her $20 to model a dress Brooke was supposedly making. Savannah agreed and, before heading upstairs to Brooke's apartment, ordered a pizza, expecting to eat it when she returned home an hour later. She had to drive her younger brother to work later that day. However, Savannah failed to return on time. Her brother went to Brooke's apartment around 2:30 p.m. and heard the sound of a sewing machine, but no one answered the door. A few minutes later, Savannah's father, Joe, also visited Brooke's apartment and knocked on the door. Brooke shouted that they were still working on the dress and that Savannah was trying it on, which was why she couldn't answer the door. As Savannah's mother, Norberta, returned home, she drove her son to work herself. She found the pizza untouched and tried to contact Savannah by text, but received no response. Norberta then visited Brooke's apartment, looking for her daughter. She noticed that Savannah's shoes, purse, car keys, and belongings were still in the apartment. Given Savannah's pregnancy and related discomfort, it was unlikely she would go for a walk. Norberta called Ashton, hoping he might have picked up Savannah, but he said he hadn't heard from her either. Later that day, the police searched Brooke and William's apartment, as it was Savannah's last known location. The landlord allowed them in and did not obstruct their search. However, since they didn't have a warrant, the police did not search closets or behind closed doors. The police department explained to the family that Savannah was an adult and capable of making her own decisions without informing her family. With no evidence of a crime having occurred in or near the home, investigators concluded that Savannah had left voluntarily. The family was upset by the police department's indifferent attitude towards the case. The police conducted 2 more searches of the apartment but found nothing. However, William would later admit that during one of the searches, he hid the baby in a suitcase and Savannah's body in a dresser with the shelves removed. 2 days after the murder, they disposed of the dresser containing Savannah's body by dumping it into the river from a bridge. On August 23, 2017, William's co-workers informed the police that he had mentioned having a baby at home. That same day, neighbors of the apartment building reported hearing a baby crying from apartment number 5 and immediately contacted the police. With this new information, the officers obtained a warrant and returned to the apartment for a more thorough search, during which they found a live newborn baby girl. Brooke revealed that Savannah herself had secretly given her the baby just 2 days after Savannah's disappearance. According to Brooke, Savannah had previously expressed that she did not want the baby. In fact, Savannah had visited Brooke earlier to ask how she could induce labor on her own. Then, in the early hours of the morning 2 days later, Savannah showed up at Brooke's doorstep with the baby and handed him over. Savannah was reported missing, and the baby was taken into temporary custody by Cass County Social Services. A DNA test later confirmed the baby's parentage, and he was reunited with his father for a short period. 8 days after her disappearance, a fisherman discovered a body wrapped in plastic on the Red River near Harwood. The body was identified as Savannah's through a tattoo on her leg that read, "Too beautiful for Earth." Subsequently, Brooke, Crew, and William were charged with conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to kidnap, and providing false information to the police. They eventually began to confess to their crimes. Brooke initiated a physical altercation with Savannah, who was pregnant, by accusing her of stealing and mistreating her cat. The confrontation escalated into a physical scuffle, during which Brooke pushed Savannah, causing her to hit her head on the bathroom sink and lose consciousness. Brooke then used a knife to make a cut from hip to hip, intentionally harming Savannah and her unborn baby. Savannah repeatedly lost and regained consciousness while Brooke did this. When questioned, Brooke admitted that William was not aware of the impending plan. According to Brooke, William came home, entered the bathroom, and saw Savannah's injured body. He asked if Savannah was alive, and Brooke replied that she didn't know. William then left the bathroom briefly and returned with a rope, which he used to strangle Savannah, ensuring her death. After the murder, Brooke and William cleaned the bathroom, scrubbing the floor and walls, and hid Savannah's body in a bathroom closet. When police officers arrived at the door, Brooke attempted to remain calm and composed. The officers searched the apartment but, lacking a search warrant, were unable to thoroughly inspect the premises, including closets and dressers. As a result, they did not find Savannah's body. The perpetrator stated that the child was lying under a blanket on their bed, next to William, during the searches that day. The child was calm and didn't cry, which is why they weren't discovered. However, by the third inspection on August 20th, the body had been moved and hidden in a dresser. Meanwhile, the infant was concealed in a suitcase. On the early morning of August 21st, the dresser was carried down the stairs, loaded into a Jeep Cherokee, and driven to a river, where it was disposed of. William denied participating in the crime but admitted to hiding the newborn baby girl and providing false information to law enforcement to cover up the crime. Brooke and William were set a $2 million bail, which William found unreasonable and unrealistic. Brooke Crew received a life sentence without parole. During the trial, William's involvement in the crime was not proven. However, Brooke's cellmate, Jennifer Robinson, testified against Brooke. According to Jennifer, Brooke claimed to have strangled Savannah with a rope after learning about Savannah's affair with William and suspecting that Savannah's child might be William's. On September 28, 2018, a jury acquitted William of conspiracy to commit murder. Nevertheless, on October 30, 2018, William was sentenced to life in prison for kidnapping, having pleaded guilty to the charge. The following spring, in May 2019, William appealed to the Supreme Court. After a sentencing review trial on October 7, 2019, Judge Olin stated that despite the Supreme Court's dissent, he would still impose the harshest possible sentence, which was 20 years in prison. Considering that William had already spent 775 days behind bars, he will have to serve more than 7 additional years of his 20-year sentence. Norberta believes her daughter Savannah's disappearance wasn't taken seriously because she's Native American. This sparked Democratic Senator Heidi Heitkamp to introduce Savannah's Law, signed in October 2020, to address violence against Native American women by improving collaboration between authorities. The case of Banaz Mahmoud. Banaz Mahmoud was born in Iraq in 1985. She grew up in a traditional family with strong religious beliefs. When she was 10, her family moved to the UK, but their cultural values remained unchanged. At 17, Banaz was forced into a marriage with a man 10 years her senior, who spoke no English and was illiterate. The marriage was marked by physical and emotional abuse, which Banaz endured for 2 years before finally finding the courage to leave. Despite her family's disapproval, Banaz started a new life and met a man named Rahmat Suleimani, with whom she fell deeply in love. However, their relationship was kept secret due to the cultural taboos surrounding romance outside of marriage. Tragically, Banaz's family was not willing to let her move on from her past. On January 26, 2006, Rahmat reported Banaz missing to the police, but they didn't take the report seriously, convinced that she was just staying with friends. However, Rahmat persisted, and eventually the police were forced to investigate. Banaz's family had a sinister motive for their behavior, which would ultimately lead to devastating consequences. However, Banaz had found love and happiness with her boyfriend, Rahmat. They had dreams of getting married, having children, and building a happy family life. These fantasies brought Banaz joy and kept her going despite her family's hatred and aggression towards her. Her family had never accepted her husband, and in early October 2005, Banaz noticed that she was being followed by people sent by her father. On October 10, 2005, Banaz went to the police and told them about her life with her husband, the injuries she had suffered, and the surveillance she was under. She shared her fears for her safety and even her life, but the police did not take her statement seriously. For about 2 months, Banaz and Rahmat met secretly, but in early December 2005, they were spotted by people from her clan. This led to a council of male relatives gathering at her family home, where it was decided that Banaz should be killed to restore the family's honor. Banaz overheard this conversation and reported it to the police, but they again did not take her words seriously. 2 weeks later, Banaz's father tricked her into going to a relative's house, where she was attacked. She managed to escape and went to the police, who took her to the hospital. After being discharged, Banaz went to live with Rahmat. However, by mid-January 2006, Banaz's family began urging her to return home to mend their relationship and discuss her marriage to Rahmat. Despite her fears, Banaz agreed to go back to her father's house, believing that her mother would protect her. Before Banaz Mahmud returned to her family's home, she visited the police station to report her concerns and name individuals who might harm her. However, she disappeared on January 22, 2006, and her friend Rahmat was unable to contact her. Rahmat then filed a missing persons report with the police. The police eventually became involved in the case, and Chief Inspector Caroline Good was appointed to lead the investigation. She organized a large-scale search of properties associated with the Mahmud family, suspecting that Banaz might be being held captive. The police questioned Banaz's father, uncle, and ex-husband, as well as 3 of her cousins, Omar Hussein, Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Hamid, who were also suspects. Despite the efforts of the police, Banaz's family was uncooperative and refused to help with the investigation. The police found no pictures of Banaz at her family's home, and her family members gave contradictory and false statements about her whereabouts. The police arrested 30 people, including Banaz's family members and cousins, but they all tried to slow down the investigation by giving false information. The police obtained permission to install listening devices in the cells of the arrested men, including Banaz's father, uncle, and Muhammad Hamid. The wiretap recordings revealed that the 3 men had no remorse for their actions and were actually proud of what they had done to Banaz. The recordings revealed that on the morning of January 23rd, the Mahmud family deliberately left their home, allowing Ali Hussein and Hamid to enter and attack Banaz. The attack lasted for 2 hours, during which Banaz was subjected to beatings and violence. Finally, Hamid strangled her to death with a cord. The wiretap recordings also revealed that Banaz's cousin, Muhammad Hamid, had been involved in the attack and had threatened Rahmat, which became a turning point in the investigation. The police were horrified as they listened to recordings that detailed the brutal murder of Banaz and the perpetrators' proud descriptions of their actions. The investigation revealed that Banaz's body had been stuffed into a suitcase and taken out of London to a derelict house with a garden in Birmingham. Caroline Good, a detective, matched the information she received with the movement data of the arrested phones and determined the search area. Despite the vastness of the area, the work could take a long time, but the criminals themselves helped the investigation by being talkative and reveling in their actions. During the conversation, one of them mentioned putting a freezer back in its place, which gave Caroline a key lead to follow. A police helicopter was dispatched to search the area, and while circling, it spotted a house with a pile of trash in the backyard, including a white, oblong object that looked like a freezer. When the police inspected the area, they started digging in shifts. As they dug, they eventually reached a depth of about shoulder height. At this point, they were about to give up. But then Caroline Good recalled the words of Muhammad Hamama, who had bragged about burying Banaz so deeply that she would only be discovered if someone tipped them off. Caroline convinced the team to extend the search for 1 more day, and late in the evening of April 28, 2006, the suitcase was found. Banaz's remains were in extremely poor condition, and only dental records and DNA samples could be used to identify her. Her body was folded into a fetal position and hidden in a suitcase, buried under a freezer in the garden of a house in Birmingham. On May 1, 2006, the suspects were charged, but they showed no remorse and were convinced they had done the right thing. After the discovery of Banaz's remains, the police received a flood of people providing alibis for the suspects, claiming they were in public on the day of the alleged murder. In total, 50 people were involved in Banaz's death, and Caroline Good felt anger, disgust, and contempt for the men who participated in the murder. The case eventually went to trial in March 2007, and the prosecutor described the crime as a cold-blooded and heartless execution ordered by Banaz's father and uncle. In June 2007, a jury found all three guilty and sentenced them to life imprisonment with minimum terms ranging from 17 to 23 years. The judge condemned the crime as barbaric and heartless, saying that the father had put his status in society above the life of his own flesh and blood. Muhammad Ali was arrested in Iraq in April 2006 for a crime against a young woman named Banaz Mahmoud. The London police worked to extradite him to the UK. In June 2009, Ali was extradited and eventually sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years. The last of the 5 perpetrators, Omar Hussein, was hiding in the Iraqi countryside. In December 2009, he got into an argument with his brother and was shot in the leg. He was taken to the hospital, where the police arrested him. Initially, Hussein denied being in London in 2005 and therefore couldn't be involved in Banaz's death. However, UK social security records proved that he was receiving refugee benefits at the time, contradicting his claim. In March 2010, Hussein was extradited and later sentenced to life imprisonment. Donna Ammon, who was in the house at the time of Banaz's murder, was sentenced to 8 years in prison for helping to dispose of the victim's body and obstructing justice. A recorded interview at the police station revealed her family's guilt. Banaz had tried to leave her abusive husband several times, but returned to try again at the insistence of her family. The police's indifference to her plight led to her death, which sparked significant changes in how honor killings are handled. An inquiry into police misconduct was launched, and 9 police officers were prosecuted for their inadequate response. 7 received reprimands, and 2 were dismissed. Caroline Good, a determined detective, not only found Banaz's body, but also secured the conviction of her father and uncle, and brought back the escaped criminals from Iraq. Unfortunately, this wouldn't bring Banaz back to life, or change the fact that her own relatives, who should have protected her, were responsible for her death. Banaz was buried in the Merton and Sutton Joint Cemetery in Morden. A memorial service was held on June 26, 2007, at the MN Auditorium, followed by a granite memorial headstone at her grave. Her family did not attend either service. The memorial was paid for by law enforcement officials working on the Banaz case and the women's rights organization. Ramat Suleimani, Banaz's boyfriend, remained in the UK under the Witness Protection Program, but never recovered from her death. In May 2016, 10 years after the crime, he hanged himself, marking his 3rd attempt to end his life. The extent of the problem with police handling of honor crimes is unknown due to the lack of recording requirements. However, estimates suggest that in 2000, there were 5,000 honor killings worldwide, and in 2010, over 2,800 cases of honor-based violence were reported in Iran and Kurdistan. These crimes typically involve women who are perceived to have brought shame to their families or communities. Most cases occur in South Asia or the Middle East, predominantly in Muslim communities. However, cases like that of 19-year-old Banaz Mahmoud, a Kurdish woman living in Britain, highlight the tensions faced by immigrant communities as they struggle to adapt to changing lifestyles. Some groups estimate that thousands of honor crimes go unreported in minority communities in Britain, where women are often taken abroad and forced into marriage or harmed when their modern outlook on life conflicts with their traditional male communities. Banaz Mahmoud, who was murdered in 2006, is a tragic example of this. Her older sister, Beal, urges other women in similar situations not to be afraid to seek help before it's too late. Even today, Beal lives in fear for her life, hiding her identity behind a long black veil that covers her entire body and face, except for her eyes. The story of Banaz Mahmoud is a stark reminder that women who try to escape or live a secret life are constantly in fear of being found and punished. The Metropolitan Police team that investigated Banaz's murder and brought those responsible to justice was awarded for their work in detective investigation. A crucial piece of evidence was a videotape that captured Banaz's nervous testimony, in which she described the violence and oppression she faced at the hands of her abusive husband and the intimidation she suffered from men on the street. She warned of her impending death due to the shame she had brought upon her family. Unfortunately, her warnings were ignored and she was ultimately killed. The case of Rachel Anderson. Rachel Anderson was born on January 28, 1994, in Warren, Ohio, to parents William, Bill, Rachel, and Patricia, Trish, Rachel. She grew up with a younger brother, John, with whom she shared a close family bond. Rachel graduated from Warren Harding High School in 2012, where she excelled academically as a member of the National Honor Society. She was also an active athlete, participating in soccer and volleyball. Despite the unconventional nature of her career aspirations, Rachel had always dreamed of becoming a funeral director since childhood. This passion led her to pursue a degree in mortuary science at Youngstown State University. Her hard work and dedication earned her recognition as one of the top students in her field and secured a scholarship. Following her undergraduate studies, Rachel enrolled in the Cincinnati College of Mortuary Science, graduating in 2016 with a Bachelor of Science in Mortuary Science. She became a member of the Ohio Funeral Directors Association and moved to Columbus, where she completed an internship at Shaw Davis Funeral Home. Rachel approached her work with great respect and saw it as her duty to support and care for families during difficult times. Rachel's internship was nearing its end, and she had high hopes of becoming a permanent employee at the Bureau. On January 26th, Rachel Anderson celebrated her 24th birthday. The next day, her brother John visited her from Warren. Before he left to return home on January 28th, Rachel gave him the key to her apartment. However, John accidentally took the key with him when he left. Later that day, Rachel realized she had misplaced her key and contacted John Kennedy, who had a spare, to arrange a pickup. After speaking with her mother around 6:30 p.m., Rachel retrieved her key from Kennedy. Since her apartment door could only be locked from the outside with a key, she had to leave it unlocked. Rachel stopped for dinner at her favorite restaurant and arrived home around 7:30 p.m. As she entered her apartment, she was confronted by a man who was waiting for her. He abducted her, taking her to the top floor of the building, where he restrained her using various objects. The man bound Rachel's feet and ankles with a hair dryer cord, tied her hands with a belt and blinds cords, and used a curling iron cord to restrain her wrists. He also gagged her to silence her. A man then forced Rachel to reveal her PIN numbers and subjected her to torture, abuse, and physical harm. Ultimately, he strangled her with a cord from an electric blanket, causing blunt force trauma and a stab wound to her head. After the attack, the man hid Rachel's body in a closet, leaving her partially naked with the electric blanket cord still tied around her neck. He then stole her car and used her bank cards to make purchases at several stores in Columbus. Forensic evidence revealed that bruising and red marks on Rachel's ankles and wrists suggested she was alive when the perpetrator restrained her. A DNA sample was discovered on the rope used to tie her up and on Rachel's body. The coroner's autopsy report concluded that Rachel's death was caused by a stab wound to the head and neck, contradicting the initial theory of strangulation. After interviewing Rachel's co-workers and her ex-boyfriend, who had an alibi, detectives explored alternative explanations for the attack. They returned to Rachel's apartment to search for clues, hoping to identify the perpetrator. During this search, they found Rachel's purse, which was missing her wallet, on the living room floor. 2 weeks later, Rachel's mother discovered the 9-inch steak knife used in the stabbing in a box in the apartment. Detectives initially thought the crime was a robbery, but the brutality and torture inflicted on Rachel suggested that the perpetrator was not just a thief, but a skilled and sadistic individual who took pleasure in exerting power over his victim. The investigators considered various motives, but had no suspects and kept the investigation details secret to avoid compromising the case. Later, DNA samples were found on Rachel's body and at the crime scene, but unfortunately, they did not match anyone in the Special Services database. Fortunately, a surveillance video showed 2 people using Rachel's car to drive around the city after her death, and cash was withdrawn from her debit and credit cards. An investigation revealed a crucial lead when a phone number linked to the night of January 28, 2018, at Rachel's apartment was identified. Location data analysis led authorities to the suspect. Anthony Perrin, a 54-year-old convicted offender, was arrested. He had spent 33 years in prison for violent crimes, including rape, robbery, kidnapping, and attempted murder. Anthony Perrin had a turbulent past, beginning with his upbringing by grandparents, then living with his mother. Mental health diagnoses, including conduct disorder and antisocial personality disorder, indicated serious social problems. He entered a youth commission facility at age 14, then transitioned into foster care. At 15, Anthony faced his first charge in 1980 for abusing a young foster brother he babysat. A year later, he threatened his girlfriend's mother with a knife and attempted to drown her before fleeing. In 1982, Anthony Perrin was convicted of crimes in Franklin at 17 and served 24 years. After release in 2006, he moved to Georgia, was charged with forgery in 2007, and spent 9 more years in prison. Released in 2017, he returned to Ohio, required to check in with the sheriff's department every 90 days. On August 21, 2017, Anthony was caught with a woman in his car. 6 days later, he was stopped for driving without a license and found with a knife and shotgun, but wasn't arrested. Later, CCTV footage showed Rachel's car outside a store, with a man getting out of the passenger side. The driver wasn't visible, but police identified the man as Anthony Slits. He was questioned and revealed he was approached by a man who offered him money to cash in his ex-girlfriend's cards. Slits confirmed Anthony's identity and outlined their route on January 28, 2018, when they tried to cash out Rachel's stolen cards. Anthony Perrin remained at large until his capture on February 9, 2018, when he was taken into custody following a multi-day stakeout of his sister's home. Anthony was charged with multiple counts of serious crimes, including burglary, robbery, kidnapping, rape, and murder. Nearly 2 years later, his trial began on February 4, 2020, and 4 witnesses testified on the first day, including Rachel's co-worker Jonathan Kennedy, who was the person who found Rachel. The trial continued with testimony from Jonathan and the manager of the apartment complex where the crime occurred. Officer Frank Ghani, who was parked outside the apartment when the body was discovered, also testified and shared the surveillance footage with the jury. On the same day, Anthony expressed dissatisfaction with his attorneys to the judge and requested new representation. However, it became apparent that Anthony was intentionally delaying the proceedings. The prosecution presented expert witnesses on February 10th, including a latent print expert, who explained how technology was used to track the use of Rachel Anderson's debit card and its connection to the crime scene. The defendant's sister also testified, revealing that her brother had given her the debit card, claiming it belonged to his girlfriend. However, after watching news reports, she discovered that the card actually belonged to Rachel. The final day of testimony was February 11th. The medical examiner testified that the defendant's DNA was found at the crime scene. Additionally, a forensic pathologist and a deputy coroner from the Franklin County office provided details about the extent of Rachel Anderson's injuries. During the final hearing on February 12, Assistant Prosecutor Amy Van Killen presented the state's closing argument, outlining the events of the crime and asserting that Anthony had murdered Rachel Anderson in cold blood. In contrast, defense attorney Larry Thomas acknowledged that Anthony had used Rachel's cards, but argued that he was not responsible for the crime. The defense attorney argued that the prosecution's case lacked concrete evidence, as the DNA and cell phone data did not definitively link Anthony Perrin to the crime. However, after deliberating for approximately 6 hours over 2 days, the jury of 4 men and 8 women found him guilty on all counts. The prosecution pursued the death penalty due to the severity of the crime, which involved the murder of Rachel Anderson during an aggravated burglary. Additionally, Anthony's prior conviction for a similar attempted murder of a woman weighed against him. Prosecutor Bryan stated that some individuals consistently disregard the law, and Anthony Perrin is a prime example. The sentencing phase of the trial began on February 18th. In an attempt to mitigate the sentence, the defense presented evidence of Anthony's troubled childhood, but the prosecution counter-argued that the aggravating circumstances of the case outweighed any mitigating factors. During the trial, it was established that Anthony Perrin was fully aware of his actions when he attacked Rachel. Despite this, several people testified on his behalf, including his mother, sister, a psychologist, and a former teacher. Anthony also addressed the jury, sharing a 13-minute unscripted statement about his troubled past, including an abusive childhood and difficulties after being released from prison. In his statement, Anthony described feeling helpless and claimed that the system had failed him. He blamed the justice system for his current situation but did not directly address the crime or apologize for it. After deliberating for 3.5 hours, the jury was unable to agree on the death penalty and instead recommended life in prison without parole. The sentencing took place on March 16, 2020. Rachel's mother was visibly emotional in court as the verdict was announced. Rachel's father also spoke, expressing his surprise at how Anthony, a repeat offender with a history of violence, was able to make demands and become hysterical during the investigation. The case of Rachel Anderson's murder drew to a close as Anthony Perrin's sentence was handed down. However, what stood out was not the severity of the sentence, but rather the disturbing behavior of one individual, Anthony Perrin himself. As an adult, he shifted the blame away from himself and onto the system, denying any personal responsibility for his heinous actions. Despite his efforts to deflect blame, Anthony received 2 consecutive life sentences without parole, one for aggravated murder and another for violent crimes. In addition, he was given 63 more years for other crimes including burglary, kidnapping, robbery, and various violent offenses. This marked a total sentence of multiple consecutive life terms plus 63 years. The case of Mary Catherine Higdon. Mary Catherine Higdon was born in 1994. Mary was a lively and cheerful child who loved making people laugh with her humor, impressions, and playful antics. She had a special bond with her pet frog, which she'd often take on walks around town. Mary was an outdoorsy person who enjoyed exploring nature and appreciating its beauty. She was also passionate about performing, often putting on shows for her family that showcased her creativity and imagination. Her family saw great potential in her and thought she had a bright future ahead. As she grew older, Mary developed a strong interest in firearms. She learned to handle guns responsibly and appreciated their power. She became a skilled marksman and continued to develop her skills. During her high school years, Mary met her partner, Stephen Freeman, who would become the love of her life. Stephen was born on January 1, 1995, in Griffin, Georgia, where he grew up with his parents and brother. He had a happy childhood, surrounded by a loving family and many friends who described him as laid-back, kind, and helpful. Stephen enjoyed spending time outdoors and exploring nature. Stephen was particularly close to his parents, but he shared a special bond with his mother. When she graduated from college after returning to school, Stephen wrote her a heartfelt letter expressing his admiration for her achievement. In the letter, he praised her hard work and determination, saying he looked up to her every day and loved her more than words could say. Stephen had immense respect and appreciation for his mother, which was clear in the way he spoke about her. After meeting in high school, Stephen and Mary Catherine formed a strong bond, united by their passion for outdoor activities like hiking, camping, fishing, and hunting. Their shared love of nature became the foundation of their robust relationship. After graduating from high school, the couple decided to take the next step by moving in together in Griffin, Georgia. Living together in their own space thrilled Mary Catherine and Stephen. What's more, Stephen's mother welcomed Mary Catherine into their family, treating her like a daughter. Every Sunday, the couple would visit Stephen's parents for a big family dinner, a tradition that brought them all closer together and solidified Mary Catherine's place within the family. Stephen's friends were initially hesitant about his relationship with Mary Catherine, but as they got to know her better, they began to appreciate her positive influence on Stephen's life. They saw how happy and joyful she made him, and they admired her enthusiasm for the outdoors. Stephen and Mary Catherine had different occupations. Stephen worked as a metal worker, specializing in roof repairs. Mary Catherine, on the other hand, had two part-time jobs. She worked as a teacher's assistant at St. George's Episcopal School, a preschool in Milner, Georgia. Additionally, she was employed at a sporting goods store where she sold guns. Interestingly, one of Stephen's close friends, Thomas Skinner, was also a colleague of Mary Catherine's at the sporting goods shop. Mary Catherine learned about basic gun safety while working at a sporting goods store, which taught her how to properly hold, load, and shoot a gun. Similarly, Stephen was enthusiastic about firearms and owned several shotguns and rifles that he used for hunting and target practice. He also kept a Glock 42 handgun at home for self-protection. After 5 years together, Mary Catherine and Stephen were still living in their apartment in Griffin, Georgia, by the summer of 2018. However, their relationship took a tragic turn on August 1st when Mary Catherine made a distressing 911 call, marking the end of their high school romance. Mary Catherine frantically called the dispatcher, screaming that she had accidentally just shot her boyfriend. The police quickly responded to the emergency call and arrived at the apartment shared by Mary Catherine and Stephen. They found Mary Catherine in a state of panic, crying and hyperventilating as she knelt beside Stephen's motionless body. She repeatedly wailed that she could not lose him, her voice filled with anguish and desperation. As the police carefully moved Mary Catherine away from Stephen, they were able to assess his condition. They discovered that he had been shot in the chest, but miraculously, he was still alive. The police immediately called for an ambulance to rush Stephen to the nearest hospital. At the emergency room, a team of skilled doctors worked to save Stephen's life. Despite their best efforts, his condition continued to worsen. Unfortunately, the severity of his injury ultimately proved fatal, and Stephen succumbed to his wounds. After Stephen was taken to the hospital, Mary Catherine accompanied the police to the station for a formal interview. Mary Catherine explained what happened on the night she accidentally shot Stephen. She said she was giving him the gun because he normally kept it beside his bed for safety. However, she clarified that they never loaded the chamber of their guns at home. During the police questioning, officers detected the smell of alcohol on Mary Catherine's breath. As they pressed her for more information, her story changed. Initially, she said she handed Stephen the gun, but later claimed she tossed it to him. The police was skeptical of her changing story, knowing that a gun wouldn't fire randomly just because it was tossed. Someone had to pull the trigger. The police investigation revealed that Mary Catherine must have been pointing the gun directly at Stephen's body for the bullet to have struck where it did, given the location of his gunshot wound. During her interview, Mary Catherine admitted, "I did it out of anger. But unfortunately, the recording equipment malfunctioned at that exact moment, and her words were inaudible. Despite the missing recording, the police still had strong evidence pointing to Mary Catherine's intention to harm Stephen. At the couple's apartment, they found signs of an intense argument, including scattered food throughout the house. Additionally, police records showed that officers had responded to 5 domestic disturbance calls at the couple's residence in the past year. The police also discovered that the gun used in the shooting was loaded on the night of the incident, contradicting Mary Catherine's claims. These findings collectively led the police to conclude that Mary Catherine had intentionally shot her boyfriend Stephen. The police found cooking grease residue on the gun and magazine, leading them to believe Mary Catherine, who was cooking dinner at the time, had loaded the weapon. After Mary Catherine shot Stephen, the police questioned his friends to learn more about their relationship. According to his friends, Mary Catherine and Stephen's relationship was marked by constant fighting and toxicity. They reported that the couple frequently had intense, heated arguments. Mary Catherine was described as possessive and verbally abusive towards Stephen, with signs of mental instability that heightened the tension between them. Whenever Stephen tried to create distance by leaving their apartment, Mary Catherine would barrage him with relentless texts and calls, forcing him to block her. One of Stephen's friends revealed that Stephen had confided in him about Mary Catherine's history of threatening him with a gun. Specifically, she had pulled a firearm on him at least 3 times in the past. Despite this, Stephen chose not to report these incidents to the authorities because he was worried about Mary Catherine getting into trouble. Stephen's friends stressed that his top priority was always Mary Catherine's well-being, even when it put his own safety at risk. When Stephen's friends learned that Mary Catherine had accidentally shot him, they were skeptical because they knew she was knowledgeable about handling firearms. In fact, just 3 months prior to the shooting, Stephen had texted a friend to say that Mary Catherine was running wild outside, screaming and attempting to shoot both him and herself. Stephen told a friend that Mary Catherine had previously pointed a gun at him, but the latest time, her eyes frightened him, making him think she might actually pull the trigger. By July 2018, Stephen was exhausted with Mary Catherine's behavior and considered leaving her. In July, Stephen planned to secretly move to another town while Mary Catherine was out, without telling her. He was afraid of how she might react if she knew he was leaving. Just 2 days before Mary Catherine fatally shot Stephen, the police found a series of revealing text messages from July 30th. The conversation started with Stephen sending Mary Catherine a friendly message. "Good morning, beautiful. Don't forget." Mary Catherine responded with, "Have a great day." Stephen replied, "You too, love you." However, the night of July 31st, Stephen avoided Mary Catherine's texts and calls, as they were in the middle of a fight, and instead spent the evening at a friend's house. On the night of August 1st, Mary Catherine was at home preparing dinner when she realized Stephen wasn't there. She contacted Stephen's mother, who told her that he was with his friend. Angry and feeling betrayed, Mary Catherine drove to his friend's house, determined to confront Stephen. When she arrived, she saw Stephen sitting in the passenger seat of his friend's truck. Mary Catherine pulled up alongside and began yelling at Stephen, who tried to calm her down, promising to come home soon. Although Stephen's friends claimed that Mary Catherine had pointed a gun at Stephen on multiple occasions, Mary Catherine vigorously denied these allegations. She maintained that she never pulled a gun on Stephen. However, Mary Catherine did admit to having threatened to take her own life with a gun on several occasions. In a later interview, Stephen's mother shared her insight, believing that one of the main reasons Stephen stayed with Mary Catherine for so long was because she frequently threatened to harm herself. Stephen was afraid that Mary Catherine would follow through on her threats if he decided to leave her. However, on the night of the incident that led to Stephen's shooting, Mary Catherine claimed that Stephen was the one who became aggressive and violent. According to her, Stephen threw the dinner she had prepared in her face. Mary Catherine stated that she only picked up the gun to defend herself and scare Stephen away. She wanted him to leave the apartment, but Stephen allegedly lunged at her, which frightened her. As she backed away, the next thing she knew, Stephen was bleeding from the chest. At the time of the shooting, Mary Catherine didn't tell the police her version of events because she was embarrassed to admit that Stephen had a history of violence towards her. She claimed that Stephen had hit her in the past and was controlling. She even recalled an incident where Stephen kicked her out of bed with such force that she hit her head on the doorframe. However, Stephen's friends had a different perspective on their relationship. They claimed to have witnessed Mary Catherine being physically aggressive towards Stephen, stating that she had slapped him hard in the face. Mary Catherine's sister contradicted her account of their relationship, revealing that she had seen bruises on Mary Catherine's arm 2 weeks before Stephen was killed. When questioned, Mary Catherine confided in her sister that Stephen had grabbed her, causing the injuries. After investigating Stephen's death as a murder, the authorities charged Mary Catherine with murder, aggravated assault, and firearm possession during a felony. The prosecution offered her a plea deal, proposing a life sentence with possible parole if she pleaded guilty. However, Mary Catherine declined the offer, opting to stand trial and assert her innocence. At the trial, Mary Catherine maintained that she shot Stephen in self-defense, denying the charges against her. The trial, which began on June 17, 2019, nearly a year after Stephen's death, exposed the tumultuous relationship between Mary Catherine and Stephen. Mary Catherine's lawyers argued that she acted out of genuine fear, citing Stephen's history of violence and abuse. Mary Catherine testified that she was the victim of Stephen's controlling, manipulative, and dangerous behavior, which included physical, mental, emotional, verbal, and sexual abuse. She described being hit, humiliated, and degraded by Stephen on multiple occasions, and shared specific incidents where he smacked her around and verbally abused her. Mary Catherine explained that Stephen's constant threats and abuse left her feeling trapped, fearful for her life, and constantly walking on eggshells to avoid triggering his anger. She presented evidence in the form of text messages, including one where Stephen threatened to punish her, which she said meant he would physically harm her. Another text message showed Stephen's explicit threat to hit her back twice as hard if she defended herself. Mary Catherine's defense team also presented messages that supported her allegations of sexual assault, including a text where Stephen mentioned his red room, which she described as a place where they engaged in violent and aggressive intercourse. Mary Catherine testified that Stephen sexually assaulted her on 2 occasions, including one after they returned from a vacation to Walt Disney World, where he allegedly ignored her pleas to stop and intensified his efforts instead. The defense presented over 60 pages of text messages from Stephen, which showcased his pattern of verbal assaults and threatening behavior towards Mary Catherine. These messages included disturbing images and captions, such as one showing Stephen holding a dead fish, accompanied by the caption, "This is you." Another message showed Stephen's violent threats towards Mary Catherine after she cheated on him, where he wrote, "I'm going to wreck you for wrecking me." The defense also alleged that Stephen's drug and alcohol addiction contributed to his violent outbursts. Mary Catherine maintained that she was the one who ended the relationship, not Stephen, and that her actions on the night she shot him were a result of her desperation to escape the abuse. Mary Catherine claimed that Stephen had reacted violently to some news and had threatened to attack her, causing her to defend herself by grabbing a gun. She said the last thing she had told him before shooting was to get out of her house. However, Stephen's friends and family disputed Mary Catherine's allegations, describing Stephen as a friendly and caring person. Stephen's mother said she was unaware of any threatening messages her son had sent Mary Catherine and did not condone such behavior. Although she acknowledged that Stephen may have said some angry things, she believed he did not mean them. In court, the prosecution questioned Mary Catherine about her story, pointing out that she had never reported any alleged abuse by Stephen. They also presented evidence that Mary Catherine had searched for violent and explicit content online just hours before the shooting, which she claimed was to find ways to make Stephen happy. The prosecution argued that Mary Catherine had changed her story about the shooting multiple times, and that a text from Stephen suggested she had pointed a gun at him before. Additionally, Stephen's friends testified that they had witnessed Mary Catherine's violent behavior towards him. After 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Mary Catherine not guilty of murder, assault, and other charges. The verdict surprised Stephen's loved ones, who felt that justice had not been served. Later, the jurors revealed that they believed Mary Catherine had intentionally killed Stephen, but there was not enough evidence to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. This lack of evidence made it difficult to determine whether the shooting was murder or self-defense. The case of Sherry Papini. Keith and Sherry Papini first met in middle school when Keith was in 7th grade and Sherry was in 8th. They shared their first kiss with each other. Their friendship flourished quickly, and they remained close throughout their teenage years. However, as they grew older, they drifted apart and went their separate ways. Years later, Sherry married another man in 2006, but the marriage was short-lived, lasting only 2 years. After her divorce, Sherry found herself single again. Then, by chance, she ran into Keith, and the spark between them was immediately rekindled. The time they had spent apart had given them both personal growth and maturity, and they realized how much they had missed each other. Keith and Sherry decided to give their love a second chance, and they started dating. As they spent more time together, their connection grew stronger every day. Within a year of reuniting, they knew they were meant to be together. They got married in 2009 and had 2 children, settling down in Redding, California. Sherry used to work in telecommunications, but after having children, she became a stay-at-home mom. Keith continued to work at Best Buy as a member of the Geek Squad. The Papini family seemed to have a perfect life from the outside. However, on November 2nd, 2016, Keith's world was turned upside down when he came home to find his wife, Sherry, missing. It was unusual for her not to be there, as she was always home when he returned from work. At first, Keith thought she might have gone for a walk, but as time passed and she didn't come back, he grew increasingly worried. Keith called the daycare center their children attended to see if Sherry had picked them up. But the school secretary told him she hadn't. This heightened Keith's concern, and he decided to use the Find My iPhone app on his phone to track her location. The app showed that her phone was at the end of their driveway. Alarmed, Keith rushed outside to search the area and found Sherry's phone lying on the ground, with her headphones nearby. When Keith found Sherry's phone and headphones at the end of the driveway, he made a disturbing discovery. There was strands of hair entangled in the headphones. He immediately contacted the authorities at the Shasta County Sheriff's Office, who took Sherry's disappearance seriously and brought in the FBI right from the start. Keith was desperate to find Sherry and get her back safely. To do this, he knew it was crucial to get her name and face out to the public. So he spoke to the media, hoping to generate support and assistance in finding her. The media played a huge role in spreading the story of Sherry's disappearance, and her beauty, blonde hair, and blue eyes made her case especially captivating to the public. As a result, news channels eagerly covered every detail of the story. After Sherry went missing and it became public, the police received many tips, but none of them led to finding her. As they continued to investigate, they looked at Sherry's phone for clues. They found a heated text conversation between Sherry and her husband Keith from a few months earlier, which made the police suspicious of Keith's possible involvement. Despite this, Keith was cooperative and offered to take a lie detector test to clear his name. He passed the test. In addition to the argument with Keith, the police found texts on Sherry's phone from men using fake female names. It seemed like Sherry was planning to leave Keith. On November 10th, 2016, the police tracked down one of these men and questioned him about Sherry's disappearance. The man claimed to have met Sherry 5 years prior at a restaurant during a work conference she was attending. Although he said he didn't know her current whereabouts, he shared some information about her relationship with her husband Keith. According to the man, Sherry did not respect Keith and was even fearful of him. He alleged that Keith was violent and abusive, often locking Sherry up in their home. After a tip from a man who knew Sherry, claiming that her husband Keith was abusive, the police launched an investigation. However, after speaking with friends and neighbors, they found no evidence to support the claims of Keith's violence. Several days into Sherry's disappearance, on November 24, 2016, the police received a call at 4:32 a.m. on Thanksgiving morning. The caller reported a woman in distress on the side of I-5. The police rushed to the scene and found a woman bound with chains and zip ties. It took a moment for the officers to realize Sherry Papini, who had been missing for days. Relieved to find her alive, they carefully freed her from the restraints and took her to the hospital for medical attention. When Sherry arrived at the hospital, it was clear that she had been through a traumatic experience. Her body was covered in bruises, her hair was noticeably shorter, and she had a burn mark on her arm, as well as a bad rash. She had also lost a significant amount of weight, weighing in at only 87 pounds. While Sherry was recovering at Woodland Memorial Hospital, the police tried to interview her, but she was too emotional to provide any information. The only condition under which she would cooperate was if her husband Keith was present in the room. With Keith by her side, Sherry recounted the terrifying incident. She said she was out jogging when a dark-colored SUV, driven by 2 women, approached her. She got out of the vehicle, pointed a gun at her, while Sherry Papini stayed in the car. Sherry was forced into the back of the SUV against her will. Before getting into the vehicle, Sherry had the presence of mind to leave behind her phone and headphones on the driveway, along with some strands of her hair. She did this intentionally, hoping that Keith would find them and realize something was wrong. Sherry shared the details of her abduction with the police and her husband Keith. During the journey, she kept dozing off in the back of the SUV, making it difficult for her to keep track of time. The 2 women had wrapped something around her face, preventing her from seeing her surroundings. They told her that she was being kidnapped because a man wanted to buy her and she was being taken to meet him. However, they refused to reveal the man's identity or location. Sherry was terrified and worried about her fate, unsure of where she was being taken or what would happen to her during her captivity. She also claimed to have been physically abused by one of the women, who frequently hit her, leaving her with multiple injuries. Sherry claimed that her captors branded her right shoulder with the word Exodus to attract a buyer, who was allegedly a police officer. She also said that her captors constantly played mariachi music, which she found disorienting and unsettling. This music added to the oppressive atmosphere of her captivity, making her feel more isolated. Sherry was held in a single room with a boarded-up window. She was chained in a closet that served as a bathroom with a bucket for sanitation purposes. About 3 weeks into her captivity, Sherry heard a gunshot. After that, she had been with her disappeared, leaving Sherry to wonder if she had been killed. Sherry Papini, who had been quiet until now, took control of the situation. She instructed Sherry to get into a car, and they drove along I-5. Without warning, the car stopped, leaving Sherry startled and disoriented. She looked around, trying to understand what was happening. The younger woman then told Sherry to get out of the car. Confused and unsure, Sherry cautiously did as she was told. As Sherry exited the car, she felt a mix of fear and excitement. Was this her chance to escape, or was she being led into an even more dangerous situation? She was left with more questions than answers, feeling uncertain and scared. After being found safe on the side of I-5, the Shasta County Sheriff's Office held a press conference to announce Sherry's return. During the conference, the police reported that Sherry had been abducted by two Hispanic women, which sparked widespread concern among the public. However, this news brought unintended consequences. Following the press conference, a wave of racism erupted, targeting individuals of Spanish descent. The reporting of Sherry's abduction had fueled public fear and anxiety, leading some to unfairly blame individuals associated with the Hispanic community. After being abducted, Sherry returned home and began attending therapy sessions to cope with her trauma. As a California resident, she was eligible for the Victims' Compensation Fund, which uses public funds to help pay for victims' therapy. In the aftermath, she became withdrawn, spending more time at home and avoiding social outings. 1 year into the investigation, police released a composite sketch of two Hispanic women believed to be involved in the crime. Despite this development, no new leads emerged. The police also revealed that they had found male DNA on Sherry's underwear, which did not match her husband Keith's DNA. 2 years passed with no matches on the male DNA, and the case remained unsolved. However, in 2020, a long-awaited breakthrough finally occurred. The police working on Sherry's case decided to try a new approach to find the owner of the unknown DNA. They used a technique called familial DNA, which compares the DNA profile to potential relatives of the donor. This method is commonly used in criminal investigations to analyze DNA evidence and identify possible family members of a suspect. By looking at specific genetic traits shared among family members, investigators can create a shorter list of potential suspects and explore possible family connections. In the Sherry Papini case, the police were surprised to discover that the DNA found in her underwear matched a close relative of James Ray's, her ex-boyfriend. This new information raised many questions and became a crucial moment in the investigation. The police suspected Sherry's ex-boyfriend, James Ray's, of being involved in her abduction. To investigate, they collected a soda bottle from his trash in June 2020 and sent it to a forensic lab for DNA testing. A month later, the lab results showed a match between James's DNA and the DNA found on Sherry's underwear the day she was discovered. With this new evidence, the police went to James's home in Costa Mesa, California, where he worked at a sports shop, to ask him about Sherry's case. James told the police that he had dated Sherry about 10 years prior, and the last time he saw her was a year after they broke up. He claimed to have only heard about her disappearance and safe return through rumors. During the police interview, James initially denied any involvement in Sherry's kidnapping. However, as the conversation progressed, he revealed that he was still close friends with Sherry despite their breakup 10 years prior. Although James admitted to playing a role in her disappearance, he claimed he didn't kidnap her. Instead, he insisted he was merely assisting a friend in need. James reported to the police that Sherry reached out to him for help, claiming she needed to escape her abusive husband, Keith. On November 2, 2016, James told police that a friend had lent him a car, which he used the next day to pick up Sherry. According to James, Sherry hid in the back seat of the car, lying down during the drive to Costa Mesa. During her stay at James's house, Sherry mostly stayed in her room, only coming out to help with chores like cleaning and cooking. She even boarded up the bedroom window, as she wanted to feel secure with the door closed. James noticed that Sherry was intentionally trying to lose weight by barely eating. Sherry asked James to help her harm herself, including hitting herself to create bruises. James was uncomfortable with this request, but he still agreed to help her, even going so far as to shoot a hockey puck off her knee at her request. Despite his reservations, James participated in these harmful activities with Sherry. James confessed to branding Sherry with the word Exodus on her right shoulder using a wood-burning tool they had bought from Hobby Lobby. Before Sherry left his house, she asked James to get chains and zip ties, which he used to bind her securely before driving her to Redding, California. During the drive, Sherry told James to stop the car, which he did, and she escaped. When questioned by the police, James denied knowing anything about the two Hispanic women Sherry claimed had abducted her. However, when the police searched James's house, they were shocked to find that several rooms matched the descriptions Sherry had given of the place where she was held captive. Specifically, James' bedroom and closet exactly matched a drawing Sherry had made for the police, detailing the layout of the rooms she had been confined to. The police discovered a striking similarity between a table at James's house and the one Sherry described in her initial interviews. They decided to bring Sherry and Keith in for another interview at the police station. The police had accumulated substantial evidence that led them to believe Sherry had faked her own abduction. They intended to confront her with their findings during the interview. Before revealing the truth, they asked Sherry if she wanted Keith to leave the room. Sherry remained silent. The police then decided to leave the couple alone for a few minutes. During this time, Sherry approached Keith and confessed that she didn't want the police to find the Hispanic woman who had supposedly abducted her. She felt indebted to this woman for sparing her life. Sherry refused to press charges against the woman who attacked her. Keith listened to her reasons, but he was skeptical and worried. Sherry's explanation didn't make sense to him, and he was starting to get scared. He pointed out that even if Sherry didn't want to press charges, the attacker would still face consequences for her actions. The police re-entered the interview room with an update. They had found a familial DNA match for the male DNA on Sherry's clothing, and it led them to James Reyes, Sherry's ex-boyfriend. When Keith heard the name, he had a visceral reaction. He knew James as Sherry's ex. The police told Sherry and Keith that James Reyes, Sherry's ex-boyfriend, had passed a lie detector test. They suspected that Sherry had faked her own kidnapping and claimed to have evidence to support James's version of events. The police told Sherry that they believed her significant weight loss during her disappearance was intentional, as she had chosen to eat very little. They also suggested that the rash on her arm was caused by the cleaning products she had used at James's house. Furthermore, the police alleged that James had used a wooden tool bought from Hobby Lobby to brand Sherry. They also claimed that Sherry's broken nose was self-inflicted, caused by hitting herself with a hockey stick. Despite the mounting evidence against her, Sherry remained calm and pretended not to understand what the police were talking about. Sherry Papini claimed to have not seen her ex-boyfriend James in years, stating she last saw him at his brother's funeral in Southern California. However, the police knew she was lying because James had provided them with information about her disappearance that only someone close to her would know. On March 3, 2022, the FBI arrested Sherry on charges of lying to federal agents and faking her own abduction. 6 weeks later, she agreed to a plea deal, admitting to orchestrating her kidnapping. Sherry's lawyers requested a sentence of 1 month in prison, followed by 7 months of house arrest. However, the prosecution recommended an 18-month sentence. In September 2022, the judge sentenced Sherry to 18 months in prison and ordered her to pay a $300,000 fine. The judge doubted that Sherry would ever be able to pay the fine, saying it would take winning the lottery. During the sentencing, the judge called Sherry a manipulator and habitual liar, stating that he had no doubt she would have continued lying if she hadn't been caught. The judge told Sherry that she needed to be punished to stop others from committing similar crimes. Sherry had taken advantage of many resources, including money meant for victims, Social Security disability payments, and a GoFundMe account set up after her fake kidnapping. The judge wanted to deter others from committing similar crimes by punishing Sherry. She spoke at her sentencing hearing, expressing regret and apologizing to those who had suffered because of her actions. Sherry acknowledged her guilt, saying she was responsible for lying and bringing shame to herself and those around her. In August 2023, Sherry was released from prison and moved to a halfway house. Sherry and her husband Keith separated on the day of her arrest in March 2022. After Sherry pleaded guilty, Keith filed for divorce the next month and sought full custody of their children. The case of Shelby Von Holt. Shelby Von Holt was born on September 7, 2000 in Fort Wayne, Indiana, USA, as a cheerful young girl. She was the second of 5 children in her family, which consisted of her mother, Shah Hartman, father, Von Holt, older sister, Peyton Hartman, and younger siblings, Devin Von Holt and Isaac Von Holt. Shelby graduated from Troy Center High School in 2018 and spent the next 2 years working at a steakhouse and other places. During this time, she was contemplating her desired career path and seemed to be leaning towards a therapeutic field, although she had not yet decided on the exact specialty. As a 20-year-old, Shelby was living life to the fullest, known for her cheerful personality that made her the life of every party. She loved to smile, dance, sing, and spend time with friends. Notably, she was living independently, although the reasons for this were unclear. While she was not active on most social media platforms, she frequently posted cheerful photos on Facebook, many of which featured moments shared with her young niece, Camila, who is the daughter of her older sister, Peyton. According to her mother, Shelby met Valerie Rose Hardick, a 22-year-old woman, on Facebook. Although they reportedly did not have a close relationship, Valerie's life is shrouded in mystery, with rumors of a troubled childhood, questionable associations, and potential mental health challenges. On June 20th, 2021, at 6:48 p.m., a 911 dispatcher received a distress call from a woman who managed to convey that she was injured and claimed Valerie shot her. Although it's unclear whether the woman provided her address or if the police traced the call, officers from the Fort Wayne Police Department arrived at Shelby's residence shortly after. Upon arrival, the officers forced entry into the residence and found Shelby barely conscious, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds, and surrounded by a large pool of blood. One officer stayed with Shelby, while the others conducted a protective sweep of the residence to ensure no other victims were present and that the perpetrator was not still inside. They did this while waiting for an ambulance and local firefighters to arrive. During this time, the officers attempted to provide first aid, and a surgeon asked Shelby if she knew who had shot her. Shelby identified Valerie as the attacker. Emergency medical personnel soon took over Shelby's care, rushing her to the nearby hospital, where she was in critical condition, but still alive. Meanwhile, Shelby's family was informed of the incident, and Fort Wayne Police Department officers began gathering evidence from her home. A doorbell camera was a significant piece of evidence, and after reviewing its footage, a person of interest was identified, though details were not publicly disclosed at the time. In a remarkable coincidence, a disturbing incident took place the day after Shelby's critical injury, approximately 50 kilometers away in Ohio. At around 10:30 a.m., the local police department received multiple calls about a suspicious-looking young woman lurking around a convenience store at a gas station. According to eyewitnesses, she had been wandering around the store and near the gas pumps for about an hour, seemingly trying to catch a glimpse of customers' credit card numbers as they made their purchases. Furthermore, the police had already received a prior call from a man who reported seeing the same woman earlier at the convenience store, claiming that she had pointed a gun at his back. After taking precautions, police officers arrived at the gas station where they found the woman and arrested her without any violence. The 22-year-old woman was identified as Valerie Rose Hardick. She had a 9mm handgun on her, which was the same type of weapon used in the attack on Shelby. Shelby had already identified her attacker as Valerie, which made the police even more certain they had the right person. The car Valerie was driving was the same one captured on Shelby's doorbell camera, leaving the scene just before Shelby called for help. Although the investigation is ongoing, Valerie was taken into custody and transferred to the county jail, where she will await her court hearing in the local municipal court. Shelby was clinging to life after being gravely injured by 89mm bullet wounds to her chest and abdomen. Doctors placed her in an induced coma and did everything they could to save her. Unfortunately, 3 days after the brutal attack on June 22, 2021, Shelby's body gave in to the injuries, and she was pronounced dead. According to her mother and media reports, Shelby died after undergoing 4 complex abdominal surgeries that did not yield the desired results. She received 20 blood transfusions, but the medical outlook was always bleak. If Shelby had survived, doctors believed her legs would have needed to be amputated. The brutal murder raises questions about what could drive someone to commit such a heinous crime. According to the limited information available, investigators attributed the motive to jealousy. It is alleged that Shelby was dating a man who Valerie was strongly attached to, although his identity was not revealed. Valerie was charged with criminal assault and aggravated threats. Initially held in Ohio on a $100,000 bail for threatening a man with a firearm at a gas station, Valerie was later transferred to Allen County to face charges for Shelby's murder. Shelby Von Holt's remains were memorialized in a private ceremony at a funeral home on June 29, 2021, and then cremated. In early 2022, Valerie Rose Hardick entered a plea deal in connection with Shelby's murder. Hardick pleaded guilty, citing mental illness as a defense. As part of the deal, the prosecution dropped a charge related to the use of a firearm during the crime, which could have added 20 years to her sentence. In September 2022, Hardick's sentencing hearing took place in the Superior Court of Allen County. As agreed, she pleaded guilty but mentally ill. During the hearing, her defense attorney presented mitigating circumstances, including her difficult upbringing, marked by her stepmother's death, abuse by her stepbrother, and a history of mental health issues. However, the prosecutors emphasized the jealousy motive behind Shelby's murder and highlighted Hardick's criminal history, which had escalated over time. They also noted that Hardick was on probation at the time of the murder, having been part of an alternative program due to previous charges. Throughout the hearing, Valerie's behavior was inconsistent. At times, she seemed coherent and fully aware of the situation, but at other moments, she appeared nervous, distracted, and even smiled at Shelby's family. Despite this, she answered the court's questions accurately. Although the exact content of her statements was not specified in media reports, it was noted that she never expressed remorse or apologized to Shelby's family. Shelby's parents, on the other hand, poignantly conveyed their profound loss during their victim impact statements. Shelby's father reminisced about his daughter's love for symbolic icons like peace signs and how she was still finding her way in life at the time of her murder. He reflected on Valerie's demeanor during her guilty plea, stating that her voice conveyed a lack of remorse. The grieving father asserted that by admitting to intentionally killing Shelby, Valerie seemed to take pride in her crime, which demonstrated a clear lack of regret. Toby expressed his belief that there was more to the story behind Valerie's motivation for killing Shelby than just jealousy, and he referenced the defense's argument about Valerie's mental health issues. Shelby's father pointed out that many people in prison have mental health issues, and he vowed to continue seeking answers about the tragedy. In a heartfelt reflection, Toby noted that there were 2 tragedies in this case. The first was the shocking and agonizing death of his daughter, and the second was Valerie's decision to throw away her future in a fit of rage. He acknowledged that Valerie's children would greatly suffer as a result. It was revealed that Valerie, who was 22 years old, had at least 2 children, although no further details about them were publicly disclosed. The grieving father said that the tragedy wouldn't stop at the graveyard or in the courtroom, because true justice couldn't be achieved in such a tragic situation. However, he said he had forgiven Valerie in order to find peace within himself, which he believed was guided by his faith in Christ. He was confident that Shelby was with God and reiterated his deep love for her. Shelby's mother, Shauna, also spoke about her feelings. She remembered her daughter as a princess from the day she was born, describing her as a kind spirit who would always help a friend, no matter the distance. Shauna vowed to attend all possible appeal hearings that Valerie's defense might initiate in the future. She shared the pain of remembering her lifeless daughter and the helplessness she felt, unable to protect her. All she could do was lay her head on Shelby's chest as her daughter lay in a medically induced coma. She publicly praised her daughter's courage, saying that Shelby had managed to name her attacker twice and fought hard for her life after being attacked. Shauna detailed the severe injuries Shelby suffered, explaining that her heart was racing at an unsustainable pace. Although Shelby's medical expenses totaled nearly $500,000, Shauna didn't seek compensation because they were waived following her death. The funeral expenses alone were around $115,000, but Shauna emphasized that she didn't expect to receive any compensation and didn't want any money from Valerie. Holding back tears, Shelby's mother poignantly expressed that memories were all she had left, and she wished she could trade places with her daughter. She noted that some days, the grief was so intense that she couldn't muster the strength to get up. After the legal representatives finished their presentations and the victim's family statements, the court awaited the judge's verdict. Under Indiana law, the sentence could range from a minimum of 45 years to a maximum of 65 years, with an average of 55 years. Valerie's defense team requested the minimum sentence, citing various mitigating factors, while the prosecution sought the maximum sentence. Before making his decision, the judge pointed out that it was clear the murder was planned in advance, and Valerie was fully aware of her actions. Her decision to flee to Ohio further supported this. While the judge acknowledged that Valerie had a difficult upbringing, marked by inadequate education, personal traumas, and mental health issues, he emphasized that she already had a growing criminal record at the time of Shelby's murder, including pending charges for a separate crime. Despite her past attempts at rehabilitation, her criminal history and lack of success in those attempts meant her traumatic past could not be used as an excuse. Taking these factors into account, the judge sentenced the 23-year-old Valerie to the maximum possible sentence of 65 years in prison. He also ordered the destruction of the weapon used in the murder. According to the American Correctional System's records, Valerie is currently incarcerated in an Indiana women's prison, with the earliest estimated release date being June 18, 2027, at which time she will be 72 years old. After the court session, Shelby's parents said they were satisfied with the verdict. However, they later made it clear that no verdict could ease their pain, especially since Valerie would be spending her days in prison. Shelby's mother emphasized that she would always miss and remember her daughter. This case is particularly notable because the victim, who was mortally wounded, was able to identify her killer. A prosecutor not involved in the case explained that when a dying victim identifies their attacker, this is known as a dying declaration. These statements provide a crucial lead for detectives and are the only exception to the hearsay rule in court trials, ensuring that the most reliable evidence is presented. The prosecutor also stressed that dying declarations are admissible in court because they tend to produce more trustworthy statements, given the immense pressure and tragic circumstances surrounding them. The case of Jamie Melgar. Sandra Melgar often lies in her small prison cell, reflecting on the unexpected turns her life has taken. She never imagined she'd become a widow and a suspect in her husband's murder. A year and a half after his tragic death, a grand jury indicted her, and nearly 5 years later, a jury convicted her based solely on circumstantial evidence. There was no clear motive or physical proof linking her to the crime. Since her husband's passing, every day has been a living nightmare for Sandra, now 59. Sometimes, she still expects to go back home and catches herself wanting to share things with him. only to remember he's gone. In a recent interview, Sandra's blue eyes were red and puffy from crying. She said with tears streaming down her pale cheeks that it didn't feel like he was really gone, and that it was like he was just away on a trip. She paused, then continued that she tried not to dwell on it, and knew she would see him again. For the past 10 months, Sandra had been imprisoned at the William P. Hobby Unit, a women's prison in the Texas countryside. Sandra maintains contact with her friends and family, many of whom still believe she is innocent. Despite the difficulties of communicating in a noisy prison environment and her soft voice, she regularly talks to her daughter, Elizabeth Liz Melgar Rose. Sandra also writes letters to her friends, who keep her updated about her Pomeranian, Lola, who was at home on the night of the incident. Thanks to the efforts of one of her closest friends, Sandra gets to spend a couple of hours with a rotating group of friends and family every weekend. Her daughter Liz is her biggest supporter, acting as her spokesperson and passionately arguing that her mother's imprisonment is a grave injustice that has deprived her of both parents. Liz mentioned that she had never seen her mother so broken and devastated, and that she had never been able to recover from that. Sandra's husband Jamie met a tragic end on December 23, 2012. Sandra has no memory of that night, which has raised suspicions among investigators. However, she maintains her innocence, insisting she did not commit the crime. As Sandra sits in her prison cell, her thoughts often go back to the evening of their 32nd wedding anniversary, on December 23, 2012. That night, she and Jamie had celebrated together. Later, she was awoken by their barking dogs to find herself bound and gagged on the closet floor, her head throbbing and her body aching. Sandra tried to stretch her legs and peek through the gap under the closet door, but her bindings and 2 hip replacements limited her movement. Even if she could free herself, a chair blocked the door handle, preventing her escape. In the same closet, she would later discover her husband Jamie lying lifeless with 31 stab wounds to his hands and chest. The white walls were now stained with blood, and a gray telephone cord was used to bind Jamie's feet. A medical examiner later determined that all of Jamie's injuries were defensive wounds, indicating that he had fought back against his attacker instead of trying to escape. One particularly vicious blow had nearly severed his right thumb, which likely contributed to the extensive blood splatters found in the closet and bedroom. The bedroom was in disarray, with dresser drawers open and clothes, books, and pill bottles scattered all over the floor. Sandra's purse and wallet had been rummaged through, and their contents were strewn across the blood-stained white comforter on the bed. A small white medical stool at the foot of the bed had blood stains on it, suggesting that it had been used as a makeshift surface for a knife during the attack. Nearby, a wooden chair had blood dripping down its back. The jacuzzi bathtub, where Sandra and Jamie had celebrated their 32nd wedding anniversary just the night before, told a tragic story. A blood-stained white blouse, a green towel, and a silver chef knife with a 6-inch blade covered in blood droplets in every crevice were found in the bathtub, revealing the chilling details of the events that had unfolded. Police identified a knife as the murder weapon, a stark contrast to the joyful evening that had preceded it. Earlier that night, Sandra and Jamie had celebrated their 32nd wedding anniversary with dinner at their favorite Mexican restaurant, planning to continue the celebration in their jacuzzi with candles, cocktails, strawberries, and whipped cream. After more than 3 decades together, Jaime and Sandra remained deeply in love, as Sandra would later tell the authorities. They had met in their senior year at Lamar High School, where Jamie was immediately smitten with the 17-year-old Sandra, who had blue eyes and blonde hair. Sandra was drawn to his sense of humor, intelligence, and kind nature, while Jamie admired her intelligence, down-to-earth personality, and humility. Before long, they became extremely close, and 2 years after graduating from high school, they got married in a simple ceremony at a courthouse in downtown Houston. On their anniversary, Sandra and Jamie relaxed in their jacuzzi, reflecting on their past and future. They dreamed of traveling, visiting the Grand Canyon, Ireland, and seeing the Northern Lights. With Jamie's retirement from the Houston Independent School District approaching, they envisioned a beachfront property to settle down after their adventures. Sandra and her husband Jamie spent a romantic evening together, giving each other massages and relaxing in the jacuzzi. However, their peaceful night was interrupted by their dogs barking. Jamie got out of the bathroom to take care of the dogs, and that was the last time Sandra saw him alive. Meanwhile, Jamie's brother Herman was waiting outside the house, wondering why no one was answering the door. Herman and his family had been invited over for dinner, but Jamie and Sandra weren't responding to calls or the doorbell. Herman found it strange, especially since Jamie's truck was still in the driveway and Sandra's car was parked in the open garage. Herman told his family to wait by the front door while he went to the backyard to take a look. He noticed a plastic tarp hanging from the pergola on the back porch, which was evidence of Jamie's recent DIY project. Herman then went back to the front yard and decided to check the laundry room door inside the garage. If it was locked, he thought they would leave, but to his surprise, the door was unlocked. He entered the house, finding it dimly lit, gray and stuffy, with all the blinds closed. As he opened the front door, the dogs started barking and jumping around, creating an unsettling atmosphere. That was when they heard muffled screams. Herman rushed to the back of the house and found a large chair blocking the closet door in the bathroom. Inside, he found Sandra lying on the floor in a black satin nightgown, screaming for help. Herman and his wife Maria worked to free Sandra from the tight restraints that bound her arms and legs. To help, Herman got a pair of scissors from the bathroom. Meanwhile, Sandra repeatedly asked, "Where's Jamie?" She had visible bruises on her arms, including a dark one on her left bicep. After Herman and Maria finally freed her, Sandra rushed into the bedroom and found Jamie's lifeless body hidden in the closet, his feet sticking out. Despite it being clear that he was dead, given his cold, pale, and naked body, she still checked for a pulse. Sandra put a blue jacket on her injured husband Jamie, and with Maria's help, got him back to the bathroom. When the paramedics arrived, Sandra was extremely distraught, making it hard for her to talk to the first paramedic, Stephanie Roberts. According to Roberts' report, Sandra was in shock, crying periodically, and had lost track of time. Her last clear memory was around 1 a.m., and she was unaware that 15 hours had passed. The police noticed bruises on Sandra's hands and arms, as well as a small scratch on her left thumb, but no visible blood. Sandra told the police that after Jamie let the dogs in, she got out of the bathtub and went to her closet to get dressed. Then, she claimed to have no memory until she woke up in the closet at an unknown time, eventually screaming for help, but possibly falling back asleep due to a seizure. Sandra had several serious medical conditions, including lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, and grand mal seizures, which had forced her to resign from her job as a licensed vocational nurse. In the weeks leading up to Jamie's murder, Sandra experienced warning signs of an impending seizure, known as auras. After a seizure, she would sleep for hours, then wake up feeling disoriented, confused, and in pain. During the investigation, Sandra was questioned by Sheriff Sergeants Chuck Cazal and James Duay at the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Sandra felt uncomfortable in the cold interrogation room and asked to take a polygraph test, despite feeling cold and shaky. The 3-hour interrogation focused on the 36 hours leading up to Jamie's death. Sandra spoke softly and complained of having a headache. She recalled specific details about her activities, such as removing her boots in the bedroom and their conversation in the jacuzzi. However, she struggled to remember other details, and her memory was unclear. Sandra initially said Jamie had left her alone for 15 minutes to let the dogs in before she got out of the jacuzzi. Later, she thought it might have been around 5 minutes. She admitted to being bad at keeping track of time and was just making guesses about the timeline. When asked about their future plans, Sandra became overwhelmed and burst into tears. Cazal suggested that Sandra might have been involved in Jamie's death, which prompted Sandra to ask for a lawyer, saying she wasn't going to answer any more questions because she felt confused. Douay asked Sandra if she would take a polygraph test, but she refused, citing concerns about her nervousness, physical symptoms, and the potential for the results to be used against her. She wanted to consult with a lawyer first. Douay seemed frustrated by her refusal, implying that it suggested she had something to hide. He warned Sandra that the investigation would be thorough and that they would gather information about her husband, and their relationships with neighbors and family members. Sandra hoped the investigation would focus on someone else, insisting she wasn't involved in Jamie's murder. When asked about her relationship with her husband, she described it as great, even better lately. As the interrogation neared its end, the detectives grew frustrated with Sandra's claims of having no memory of the events. They pressed her, wondering how she could have been unaware of her husband being brutally stabbed in the bedroom just a few feet away, and why she hadn't heard his screams. Detective Cazal implored her to help, but Sandra repeatedly denied having heard anything, covering her face with her hands. Cazal and Douay left the cold, confined room, leaving Sandra crying with her face in her hands. Later, Cazal contacted the Harris County District Attorney's Office to file murder charges against Sandra. However, the DA's office ultimately decided not to pursue those charges due to a lack of evidence. 2 days after the murder, Liz met with Cazal and Douay, telling them that various items were missing from the house, including a TV and medication. She also shared information about her mother's health issues and seizures. Unfortunately, this meeting didn't lead to any significant breakthroughs in the case. Liz continued to call the authorities, asking about the progress of the investigation, but eventually, they stopped responding to her calls. A year and a half later, Sandra was quietly indicted for Jamie's murder by a grand jury. However, the grand jury proceedings were kept secret, leaving the public unaware of the discussions and evidence presented. Sandra's case moved slowly, passing from one prosecutor to another over the next 3 years. Finally, it landed on Colleen Barnett's desk in May 2017. Barnett was a seasoned prosecutor with a reputation for being diligent and fair. Despite the challenges in the case, including no apparent motive, no confession, and no direct evidence linking Sandra to the crime, Barnett believed in the case. During the 13-day trial, Barnett portrayed Sandra as a calculating murderer who had planned Jamie's death. She claimed that Sandra had tied Jamie's feet with a gray telephone cord and then stabbed him with a knife. Barnett also highlighted the presence of a bag of sex toys found on the bed, which Sandra later claimed was a gag gift from a friend. Although Barnett couldn't pinpoint a motive for Sandra's actions, she presented various theories, including Jamie's life insurance policy and Sandra's supposed desire to end their marriage. Sandra's attorney, George Sechrist, presented a different perspective on the case, arguing that Sandra was a victim of investigators who had prematurely settled on a theory. He claimed that the lack of physical evidence connecting Sandra to the crime, including the absence of her blood at the scene and cuts on her hands, suggested that she was not involved. Instead, Sechrist proposed that Sandra had fallen prey to a home invasion, suffered a head injury, and was bound in her closet while intruders killed her husband. Prosecutor Barnett countered with expert testimony from Celestina Rossi, a blood spatter analyst and crime scene reconstructionist. Rossi testified that the crime scene did not match a home invasion scenario, citing the lack of forced entry, undisturbed dresser drawers, and a lit candle on Jamie's nightstand, indicating no struggle near the closet where Jamie was killed. The majority of the blood was confined to the closet, with spatter on a chair, medical stool, and comforter, which Rossi attributed to the injury to Jamie's artery. Rossi concurred with the medical examiner's report that Jamie's wounds were defensive and noted his loaded handgun near his body in the closet, untouched. This evidence, Rossi suggested, pointed to Sandra's guilt. The jury deliberated for 8 hours over several days before finding Sandra guilty of murder, sentencing her to 27 years in prison. The jury foreman later explained that they did not believe Sandra was a threat to society and wanted to give her a chance to see her grandchildren. When the verdict was read, Sandra let out a shriek and nearly collapsed into her seat. The courtroom, filled with supporters who believed in her innocence, was left in stunned disbelief. As Sandra was escorted out of the courtroom, she paused to embrace her daughter, Liz, one last time. Liz was devastated, feeling that the justice system had failed her family, taking away both her parents. Sandra's supporters were outraged at Barnett, accusing her of manipulating Sandra's words, exploiting her religious beliefs, and fabricating a false narrative that led to her imprisonment. In contrast, the jury foreman stood by the verdict, believing Barnett's version of events was the most plausible. He found Sandra's story inconsistent, citing her changing account of their return home and the time Jamie spent in the jacuzzi before she retreated to her closet. He also questioned the authenticity of her seizure that night, referencing her medical records, which indicated stable seizures, and her visit to the neurologist after the murder, during which she made no mention of the alleged seizure. The foreman stated that the more he listened to Sandra's statements, the more he realized they didn't make sense. He believed the evidence pointed to her guilt, but acknowledged that the jury could be wrong. A month after the verdict, Sandra's lawyer, Sechrist, filed a motion for a new trial, arguing that the investigation was inept, and the prosecution's case was built on conjecture and hypotheses with no solid evidence. Sechrist contended that Sandra was innocent, but Judge Johnson denied the motion, setting in motion a potentially lengthy appeals process. Sandra, seated behind a glass partition, maintained her innocence, softly asserting that she did not kill her husband. When asked who might have committed the crime, she replied, "I wish I knew." She clings to hope for a future release, whether through a successful appeal or parole, which she will be eligible for in 2031, when she will be 71 years old. The case of Jirish. On November 30th, 2003, Shuba, a 27-year-old law student, became engaged to Jirish, a software engineer. Her father, a respected lawyer in Bengaluru, had a stellar reputation in the legal community. As his daughter grew older, he worried about her marital prospects. Consequently, he arranged her marriage to Jirish, a suitable match with a good job at a prominent multinational company. The two families had known each other for years, which further solidified the union. Confident that Jirish would provide a secure future for his daughter, Shuba's father gave his blessing for the engagement, set to take place on November 30th, 2003, with a wedding planned for April 2004. However, 3 days after the engagement, on December 3rd, 2003, Shuba suggested they celebrate with dinner at a restaurant that evening. Jirish was thrilled, as this was the first time his fiancée had taken the initiative to plan a night out. Before dinner, Jirish took Shuba to his office to introduce her to his colleagues. Afterwards, they headed to a restaurant on Old Airport Road for dinner. After the meal, around 9:30 p.m., Jirish and Shuba began their journey home. But on the way, Shuba asked Jirish to stop near the airport's landing strip so they could watch the planes take off and land. Jirish agreed, parking his scooter to the side, and they stood together, enjoying the planes and each other's company. Suddenly, 3 boys on motorcycles appeared, attacking Jirish. Shuba was left alone to face the 3 armed boys, and she desperately shouted for help. Unfortunately, they were alone at that moment, and the 3 boys brutally beat Jirish before fleeing. Shuba persisted in shouting for help, and her cries were fortunately heard by a passing car driver who stopped to assist her and Jirish. With great effort, both the car owner and Shuba managed to get Jirish into their vehicle and drive him to a nearby hospital. The doctor admitted Jirish and immediately began his treatment. Meanwhile, Shuba notified both her and Jirish's families about the accident, and within a short time, both families arrived at the hospital. Despite the doctor's best efforts throughout the night, they were ultimately unable to save Girish, and on December 4th, they pronounced him deceased. Since this was a clear-cut case of murder, Girish's father rushed to the nearby police station that same day. He recounted to the police how his son and his fiancée had gone out for dinner the previous night, and how, while they were standing at a landing spot near the airport, Girish was attacked, ultimately leading to his death. The police promptly took over the case and began their investigation by questioning Shuba, the sole eyewitness to Girish's murder. Given her distress, she had been inconsolable since learning of Girish's death. The police approached her gently. However, Shuba's account matched the one Girish's father had already provided, prompting the police to launch a thorough probe of both the crime scene and Girish's background. They even explored the possibility that Girish had personal enemies, but their efforts yielded no concrete leads to crack the case. According to reports, the police were unable to find any CCTV footage in the area, which was largely deserted and lacked residential cameras at the time. Consequently, the investigators turned to Girish and Shuba's engagement video as a potential source of leads. Their motive was to investigate whether someone close to Girish might have been involved in his murder, given that only their families were aware of the couple's trip. The investigative officer meticulously examined the engagement video, focusing on the behavior of their families and relatives. However, no suspicious behavior was detected among them. Undeterred, the officer re-watched the video, this time concentrating on Girish and Shuba's neighbors and other guests in attendance. Unfortunately, this effort also yielded no positive results. In the midst of the investigation, the officer took note of Shuba's facial expressions. Unlike what one would expect, she didn't seem happy and was making an effort to keep her distance from Girish. Initially, the officer had focused on the behavior and expressions of Girish and Shuba's relatives, almost neglecting Shuba herself. But after seeing Shuba's unhappy expressions and attempts to distance herself from Girish in a brief clip, he decided to review the entire engagement video again. Upon re-examining the video, the officer observed that during the ring ceremony, Shuba looked visibly sad while sitting with Girish and was consistently trying to create space between them. This struck the investigating officer as unusual, as newly engaged couples are typically ecstatic. Shuba's evident unhappiness raised his suspicions, but he also recognized that relying solely on a video wasn't enough to take action against her. Therefore, he decided to investigate Shuba's call records. Although it was unusual for the police to use this technology in 2003, as it was still relatively new in India at the time, the officer's interest in technology led him to pursue this avenue. In fact, mobile phones were a rarity in India back then, but Shuba's wealthy family had made it possible for her to own one. Upon obtaining her call records, it was revealed that on December 3rd, Shuba had made repeated calls to a single number. The police then traced the number back to a boy named Aaron Verma. The police then delved deeper to uncover who Aaron Verma was and what his connection to Shuba was. They soon discovered that both Aaron and Shuba attended the same college, with Shuba being 2 years his senior. This new information prompted the officer to track their locations on December 3rd. Shuba's location was found near the airport, as she was with Girish. However, when tracing Aaron's location, the police found that he was also near the airport, following Shuba to every location she visited. This heightened the police's suspicion, and they subsequently tracked down Aaron Verma and summoned him to the police station for questioning. When the police questioned Aaron about his whereabouts on December 3rd, he claimed to have been out of town for work. The instant he made this statement, the investigative officer was convinced that Aaron was lying and would never admit the truth if asked directly. So they released him, but secretly tapped his phone beforehand. The officer suspected that Aaron and Shuba might be involved in Girish's death. However, they couldn't present them as guilty in court based solely on their alibis and call records from that day. Therefore, they put Aaron's phone under surveillance, believing that if he was involved in the murder, he would eventually incriminate himself. Upon returning home from the police station, Aaron's first call was to Shuba. Over the phone, Aaron informed Shuba that the police had questioned him about Girish's death. Shuba asked if he had disclosed anything to the police. Aaron reassured her that he had kept quiet and successfully misled the police, telling them he was out of town on December 3rd. When the police heard the recording, their suspicions were fully corroborated, leading to the immediate arrest of Aaron and Shuba. At the station, the police presented them with the call recording, call detail records, and location history. Initially, both attempted to deceive the police, but eventually, Aaron's nerve failed, and he confessed to the police that they had indeed murdered Girish. The unfolding story stunned everyone. The 19-year-old Aaron and 27-year-old Shuba had been secretly involved for the past 2 years. It was astonishing to learn that Aaron, still in his teenage years, was deeply in love with a woman 7 years his senior. Reports suggest that Shuba also desired to marry Aaron, but their dream remained unrealized. Shuba's father discovered their secret relationship and disapproved of Aaron, who was significantly younger than Shuba. As a result, he hastily arranged Shuba's engagement to Girish, which took place on November 30th. However, Shuba was unhappy with this arrangement. Despite Girish being educated and financially stable, Shuba found his simplicity and modest lifestyle unappealing and felt he wasn't a suitable match for her. During the investigation, it emerged that Shuba had confided in her beautician at the time of her engagement, revealing her intention to either flee before the wedding or harm Girish. Coerced into the engagement by her father, Shuba had now devised a plan with Aaron to eliminate Girish. This explained her repeated calls to Aaron, who agreed to carry out her plan. With the help of his cousin Dinesh, Aaron hired a local thug named Vinay. Shuba planned to lure Girish out of the house on December 3rd, pretending to take him out for dinner. On their way back, she would take him to a secluded spot near the airport's landing strip, where it would be easy to carry out the murder. According to this plan, on December 3rd, after dinner, Shuba expressed her desire to watch airplanes take off. He agreed to his fiancée's request, and they proceeded to the landing spot. Throughout their journey, Shuba kept Aaron informed about her location through regular calls and messages. Shortly after, Aaron, Dinesh, and Venkatesa arrived at the flight landing spot. Dinesh and Venkatesa then launched a brutal attack on Girish, striking him on the head with an iron rod. Girish collapsed instantly, bleeding profusely from his head injury and losing consciousness. Once the four were convinced that Girish was on the brink of death, Aaron and his companions fled the scene, abandoning the iron rod in the nearby bushes. After a significant period following Girish's injury, Shuba sought help, and the rest of the story unfolded. Despite this, Girish's killers managed to evade the police for nearly 50 days until Shuba and her accomplices were arrested on January 25, 2004, when the motive behind Girish's murder and the identities of his killers were finally revealed. The news of the incident spread rapidly throughout the state media. The police gathered all the evidence, interviewed witnesses, and prepared their case file, which was then presented in court. Although the case languished in the regular court for a lengthy period, it was eventually transferred to a fast-track court. Even in the fast-track court, the trial continued from 2007 to 2010. In May 2010, the fast-track court sentenced Shuba, Aaron, and their companions to life imprisonment. However, in July 2010, Shuba filed a bail application with the Karnataka High Court, which upheld the lower court's decision and rejected her bail plea. With no other option, Shuba then filed her bail application with the Supreme Court in August 2014, and the Supreme Court granted her bail for a limited period. The investigative officer who cracked this murder case by reviewing a video recording of the incident deserves appreciation. However, if Shuba had mustered the courage to confide in her father that she didn't like Girish and wouldn't be happy with him in her life, perhaps Jirish would be alive today. Even if Shuba had shared her concerns with Jirish, maybe he could have persuaded her father. The tragic irony of this story is that by the time Girish's killers were sentenced to life imprisonment, Girish's father had already passed away, leaving no one to find closure. With that, the Jirish murder case finally comes to a close. On the night of December 12, 2011, Brittany Eldridge was only 2 weeks away from giving birth to her son, Zeke. She had eagerly prepared for motherhood over the past few months, filled with excitement and hope. However, by the next morning, everything changed. When Brittany failed to show up for work, people started to worry. She was known for being dependable and never just vanishing. All her calls went to voicemail, so her mother, Robin Owen, decided to visit her home, unaware that she was about to encounter a horrifying situation. The front door was unlocked, the apartment was in disarray, and what she discovered inside would alter everything. Who could commit such a horrific act against a woman on the brink of a new chapter in her life, and why? After all this time, is her case still unsolved? Brittany Caroline Sherwood Eldridge was born on January 13, 1986, to Robin and Jeff Sherwood in Knoxville, Tennessee. She grew up with her brother, Jeffrey Sherwood. From an early age, Brittany was known for her kindness and positive spirit, making everyone feel valued. Her family was very important to her. Those close to her described her as a romantic dreamer who sought love and connection. Brittany shared a strong bond with her brother, who regarded her as his best friend. She had a talent for connecting with people from various backgrounds, enjoyed cheerleading and sports while also embracing her feminine side. A sociable and easygoing individual, she could easily make friends. Above all, Brittany dreamed of finding true love and imagined settling down young with someone who genuinely cared for her. That dream appeared to come true when she met Terry Eldridge at 22. Despite their age difference, Terry was 39, they seemed well suited for each other. Brittany's lively personality complemented Terry's more reserved and composed nature. Their differences worked well together, and just a few months into their relationship, they got married. Over time, problems began to emerge in Brittany and Terry's marriage, primarily due to their differing views on having children. Brittany's lifelong dream was to become a mother, while Terry had no interest in starting a family. Initially, Brittany accepted this difference, but as time went on, it became increasingly frustrating for her. Their demanding work schedules added to the strain, with Brittany working at Vanderbilt Mortgage and Finance, Terry, a truck driver, having long and erratic hours. While they didn't have major arguments, the emotional connection between them started to weaken. 3 years into their marriage, as Brittany felt the emotional gap widening, she met someone new, Norman Clark, a coworker at Vanderbilt Mortgage and Finance. Norman, 28, had once dreamed of being a professional basketball player before settling into a corporate job. He was charming and laid back, which helped him connect with Brittany. They had started their jobs on the same day, and Brittany often guided him through the challenges of his new role. Although they initially maintained a professional relationship, their discussions grew deeper over time, leading to an undeniable connection. Feeling unfulfilled in her marriage, Brittany found herself increasingly attracted to Norman. Eventually, their friendship evolved into a romantic relationship that they had to keep hidden. For several months, Brittany and Norman maintained their secret, meeting discreetly outside of work and keeping their communications private. However, secrets have a way of surfacing. In February 2011, Terry found out about Brittany's affair, which deeply hurt him. After a lot of emotional turmoil, he and Brittany decided to separate. Brittany moved into her own apartment at the Cross Creek apartment complex on Western Avenue in Knoxville, while Terry began the divorce process. Now single, Brittany and Norman were able to be more open about their relationship. Their connection grew stronger, and everything seemed to be going well until they received surprising news. Brittany was pregnant with Norman's child. However, there was a complication. Brittany and Norman's relationship was never exclusive. Norman often referred to it as a casual arrangement, more like friends with benefits rather than a serious commitment. What Brittany didn't realize was that Norman was seeing many other women at the same time. During an interview, Norman revealed that he had been involved with at least 15 to 20 different women while with Brittany, and none of them knew about each other. The situation even more complicated. One of these women had already given birth to Norman's child, meaning Brittany was not the only one expecting. This was a troubling discovery, though it wasn't entirely unexpected, considering that a relationship that starts with infidelity often lacks trust and transparency. Despite his questionable behavior, Norman had a softer side when it came to being a father. When Brittany announced her pregnancy, he surprised everyone by being genuinely excited. Although he wasn't the kind of man interested in settling down with one woman, he valued his role as a father and had already been providing for his other child. With Brittany's pregnancy, he was ready to take on that responsibility again, albeit not in the context of a lifelong commitment. As Brittany's pregnancy progressed, she finalized her divorce from Terry and continued to see Norman, although their relationship was still complicated. They attended prenatal appointments together and even chose a name for their baby boy, Ezekiel Zegoen. For the most part, Brittany felt her life was coming together. She was about to fulfill her dream of becoming a mother. However, just weeks before that dream was realized, everything took a heartbreaking turn. Brittany was expected to give birth in December 2011, and until that time, she had been working at Vanderbilt Mortgage and Finance. However, on December 13th, just 2 weeks before her due date, she did not come to work. This raised immediate concern since Brittany was known for her reliability. If she had planned to take a day off, she would have informed someone. Given her pregnancy, her colleagues worried that something might have gone wrong. One of her closest friends and co-workers, Andrea Ray, was among the few who knew about her relationship with Norman. Sensing something was amiss, Andrea suggested that Norman contact Brittany's mother, Robin, to see if she had heard from Brittany. Norman promptly called Robin to check if she knew where Brittany was. The question immediately filled Robin with unease. Something didn't feel right. Without hesitation, she drove to her daughter's apartment in the Cross Creek complex. Upon arriving, she felt a sense of foreboding. When she reached for the door handle, she discovered the door was unlocked. As she opened the door, a chill ran down her spine. Inside the apartment, she was confronted with a disturbing scene. The living room was in complete chaos. Brittany's television had been ripped from the wall and lay shattered on the floor. Her purse was emptied, 2 laptops were scattered nearby, and the entire area was disorganized. Robin's stomach tightened as she feared that something terrible had occurred. Before taking any further action, she did the only thing she could think of. She called 911. The dispatcher instructed her to check the apartment for Brittany. Although Robin hesitated, she followed the instructions and walked down the hallway towards the bedroom. She slowly opened the door, and what she saw would haunt her forever. Brittany lay lifeless in the bedroom. The sight was unbearable. Overcome with shock, Robin fled the apartment, struggling to process what she had just witnessed. A short time later, the police arrived, secured the scene, and confirmed Robin's worst fear: her daughter is dead. Brittany had been strangled, and evidence indicated she had fought for her life. Tragically, baby Zeke had not survived either. Authorities quickly launched an investigation and took Brittany's body for an autopsy, hoping forensic evidence would identify her killer. Meanwhile, her friends and family were left devastated, grappling with the incomprehensible tragedy that had occurred. Initially, the idea that Brittany was a victim of a robbery seemed reasonable. Her apartment complex had recently faced several break-ins, leading many to think she might have been attacked by a burglar. However, as investigators looked into the case further, doubts began to arise. If Brittany had indeed been targeted by a thief, why were her belongings still there? Her debit card, complete with a note showing her PIN, was untouched, and her laptops were still inside the apartment. This raised questions. The police found it strange. Typically, violent home invasions result in valuables being stolen, not in the victim being attacked while leaving possessions behind. The more they investigated, the more it appeared that the scene had been manipulated. It seemed as if someone wanted it to appear as a robbery, but the evidence didn't support that theory. Notably, there was no sign of forced entry. suggesting that Brittany either let her attacker in or that the person was someone she knew. With this new perspective, the police quickly redirected their investigation. This was not a burglary, it was a homicide. When investigators told Norman about Brittany's death, his reaction was recorded on a police dash cam. Upon hearing the news, he broke down in tears, clearly devastated, repeatedly saying, "What happened? That's my family, that's my baby." While his emotional response seemed genuine, the police weren't ready to eliminate him as a suspect. Given the violent nature of the crime, investigators believed that Brittany had likely been attacked by someone she knew, someone who had a motive. Norman, her boyfriend and the father of her unborn child, was their primary suspect. The questioning started right away. Norman answered all questions promptly and even gave his DNA voluntarily without a lawyer. Then, the results of Brittany's autopsy came in, adding complexity to the investigation. It was found that Brittany had died about 12 hours before her body was discovered. More importantly, forensic analysis identified 2 unknown male DNA samples on her body. The police quickly compared one of those samples to Norman's, hoping for a match, but to their surprise, it wasn't his. Investigators sought insights from Brittany's family regarding her relationship with Norman. Brittany's mother, Robin, stated that Norman had always shown affection toward Brittany, but tension started to rise after Brittany revealed her pregnancy. At that time, Norman was facing significant financial struggles, dealing with debt, pressure from collectors, and living in his parents' basement. Authorities considered whether the stress of adding another child to his life might have driven him to a breaking point. If Norman was indeed involved, the question remained, how had he done it? To piece together the timeline, investigators needed to determine Norman's location on the night of December 12th, the last time Brittany was seen alive. Text messages between Brittany and Norman indicated they were supposed to meet at her apartment that evening to discuss their future and the baby. However, Norman claimed he never arrived, stating instead that he spent the night with another woman. The woman corroborated his story, mentioning that he arrived at her home around 10:30 p.m. Yet, phone records painted a different picture. Norman's phone was tracked to an area near Brittany's apartment that evening. Furthermore, he had turned off his phone after 9 p.m. Why would he suddenly stop communicating, and why was he near Brittany's apartment if he claimed he never went there? At the same time, police also looked into Brittany's ex-husband, Terry, but quickly cleared him as a suspect. He was out of town when the crime occurred, and his DNA did not match the unknown samples found at the scene. Although there was no direct physical evidence linking Norman to the crime, police strongly suspected his involvement due to a possible motive. His phone records placed him at the crime scene, and the lack of forced entry suggested that Brittany may have let her attacker in willingly. However, the presence of 2 unknown DNA samples added complexity to the case. Despite this, authorities focused on Norman, ultimately arresting him and charging him with 2 counts of first-degree murder, one for Brittany and one for her baby, Zeke. Norman, however, pleaded not guilty. As his trial date approached, it became evident that the case would be complicated. In fact, there would be 2 trials. The first trial took place in August 2015, nearly 4 years after Brittany's death, and was intense. The prosecution argued that Norman was under significant financial stress and viewed Brittany's pregnancy as an additional burden. They believed that on December 12th, he had followed through on a planned meeting, attacked Brittany in her bathroom, and staged the scene to look like a robbery. The evidence supported their claims. Norman had a clear motive, his phone records contradicted his alibi, and there were no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Brittany had willingly let her attacker inside. One major question remained, the DNA evidence. If Norman had committed the crime, whose DNA was found on Brittany? Prosecutors believed Norman might not have acted alone and suggested he could have had an accomplice who aided him in the attack. However, without solid evidence, this was just a theory. Then, the trial took an unexpected turn when a crucial piece of evidence was presented, Brittany's diary. Investigators found a diary among Brittany's belongings that revealed her unfiltered thoughts and feelings leading up to her death. The entries depicted a heartbreaking view of her relationship with Norman. She expressed feelings like, "I deserve better. He never asks about me or the baby. I miss the person he used to be," and why is he so secretive? Sometimes I wonder if he's seen someone else or multiple people. I wish he cared about me like he used to." The words expressed a growing feeling of disappointment and isolation. It was apparent that Norman had changed after discovering Brittany's pregnancy, but did that mean he had a motive to harm her? The defense disagreed, arguing that Brittany was actually a victim of a burglary that went wrong, pointing to the unidentified male DNA found on her body. Their strongest point was that Norman's DNA was completely absent from the crime scene. They claimed that if Norman had attacked Brittany, there would have been evidence of his DNA due to the obvious struggle. They found it hard to believe that he could have committed the crime, cleaned himself up, disposed of any evidence, staged the scene, and left the apartment without leaving any forensic traces. The defense also contested the idea that Brittany's diary indicated she was in real danger. While her writing showed frustration and sadness, it didn't prove she faced physical violence or threats. They believed the prosecution was desperate for evidence. After listening to testimonies from Brittany's family and other witnesses, the jury deliberated for almost a full day before making a decision. However, when the verdict was announced, it was not the resolution Brittany's family had hoped for. The jury was deadlocked. 11 jurors believed Norman was not guilty, while one juror remained unconvinced. Without a unanimous verdict, the case was left unresolved, and the prosecution quickly decided to retry Norman. Brittany's family encountered another devastating setback. After years of searching for justice, they still had no answers. The second trial occurred in September 2017, featured the same evidence, procedures, and emotional intensity as the first. The only notable change was that Norman had a new defense attorney. His initial lawyer, Greg Isaacs, was replaced by Kit Rogers, a former prosecutor from Knox County. During this trial, the jury deliberated for nearly 5 days but ultimately could not reach a unanimous decision. However, there was a notable shift. 11 jurors voted for a guilty verdict, while only one juror supported Norman. This was the opposite of the first trial, but since the verdict was not unanimous, it led to another mistrial. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to convict Norman, the prosecution faced a tough decision. Should they try him again, and would it result in a different outcome? In January 2018, the Knox County District Attorney General decided not to pursue a third trial. Consequently, Norman Clark was released from custody. Brittany's case remains open, but without new evidence, the chance of a retrial is low. If stronger evidence surfaces in the future, Norman could be charged again, but for now, he remains free. On December 21, 2011, Brittany and her baby, Zeke, were buried in the same church that Brittany had attended since childhood. It was a heartbreaking day as family and friends gathered to bid farewell to a young woman whose biggest dream was to be a mother, a dream that was tragically taken from her. The Knoxville community supported Brittany's family, but no amount of compassion could erase their pain. Years have passed, but the wounds still hurt. No one has been held accountable for the deaths of Brittany and her unborn son. Was Norman the one responsible who simply avoided justice, or is the real culprit still free, their secrets lost to time? Brittany's family continues to seek answers, justice, and closure. Yet, as time moves on, they wonder, will they ever find it? It was a regular afternoon at Danvers's high school. Most students had already left, and the hallways were quiet. But inside a second-floor bathroom, something terrible was happening. A well-loved teacher had just finished her last class of the day. She had no idea that one of her students was watching her. Minutes later, security cameras caught something strange, him walking out with his hood up and hands covered in blood. He moved through the school as if nothing had happened, casually talking to classmates, grabbing his things, and disappearing into the night. No one knew the dark secret he had just left behind, not yet. Philip Chisholm was born on January 21, 1999, in Tennessee. From a young age, he showed a keen interest in sports, and by the time he entered high school, he had already made a name for himself as a talented soccer player. His skills on the field were undeniable. In 2012, his teammates credited him as the driving force behind their championship win in the league. To those around him, Philip seemed like a friendly yet reserved young man. No one suspected that beneath his quiet demeanor, he was battling deep personal struggles. Philip's home life was far from stable. His father, a former military officer, had succumbed to alcoholism and frequently subjected him to both physical and emotional abuse. Heated arguments with his wife, Diana Chisholm, were a regular occurrence. By the fall of 2013, the tension had reached a breaking point. They decided to separate. Philip was uprooted from the life he knew and moved with his mother to a small town in Massachusetts, while his father relocated to Florida. As part of their divorce agreement, his father was permitted only limited visitation with Philip. Practically overnight, his world had changed completely. Adjusting to a new environment proved difficult for Philip. Already introverted, he struggled to find his place at his new school. Socializing didn't come easily to him, but over time, he began to open up. He gradually integrated into school life, even trying out for the basketball team. Though he made friends, he was selective about whom he spent time with, limiting his conversations in class to only a few people he deemed trustworthy. He stayed away from alcohol and banned substance, never drawing much attention to himself. However, beneath the surface, trouble was brewing. Philip found academics particularly challenging. Rather than engaging with his lessons, he often retreated into his own world, sketching in his notebook and listening to music instead of paying attention in class. It was during this time that Colleen Ritzer, one of the most beloved teachers at the school, noticed this new student. Known for her ability to connect with students, Colleen had dreamed of becoming a teacher from a young age. Excelling in mathematics, she pursued it as her career, earning her degree in mathematics with a specialization in secondary education, and began teaching 8th grade math that same year. Her dedication to her students was unmistakable. She frequently stayed after school to offer extra help and used social media to engage with them. When Philip arrived at the school, Colleen quickly noticed his academic struggles. Understanding that he was going through a rough time, she saw potential in him and believed he just needed some guidance to get back on track. However, unlike most of his classmates, Philip showed no interest in her efforts. On the morning of October 22, 2013, Philip arrived at Danvers's high school carrying multiple bags. Inside them were gloves, a change of clothes, a mask, and a box cutter, items that had nothing to do with schoolwork. Later that day, he attended Colleen's class. When the lesson was over, she approached him, offering to stay after class to help him prepare for an upcoming test. Philip's reaction was anything but appreciative. Instead, he erupted into an angry outburst. Colleen attempted to calm him down, but he stormed off. At around 3 p.m., Colleen went to the bathroom, unaware that Philip was closely following her. By that time, most students had left the school. Philip quietly entered the bathroom wearing gloves and holding a box cutter. Suddenly, he attacked Colleen, covering her mouth with a cloth to silence her. He overpowered her and stabbed her at least 16 times. The assault was interrupted when another student entered the bathroom. She saw Philip but assumed he was just changing for soccer practice, not realizing the violence happening nearby. She left without raising an alarm, unknowingly encountering a murderer. Then, Philip left the bathroom with his hood up and one hand covered in blood. He headed toward the school parking lot with a sinister plan, to find a dumpster to dispose of the body. On his way, he casually greeted several friends, who had no idea about the horrific crime he had just committed. Soon after, he changed out of his clothes, putting on a white t-shirt and a red hoodie. With a recycling bin in hand, he returned to the bathroom. This time, he came out, made his way to the elevator and hiding his teacher's lifeless body. After leaving the school, Philip took the recycling bin to a secluded wooded area. There, he disguised Colleen's body with a tree branch and covered her remains with dry leaves. He also left a vague note that said, "I hate everyone." Acting normally, he returned to the school. Although his messy appearance should have raised concern, no one noticed anything unusual, allowing him to collect his belongings from his locker and leave without any interruptions. Philip thought he had gotten away with the perfect crime, but he was very wrong. Hours later, his mother started to worry when she realized he was missing. She went to the nearest police station to file a missing person report. At the same time, his soccer teammates noticed he wasn't at practice and began to search for him, becoming increasingly anxious. The police responded quickly and asked Philip's phone provider to track his last known location. The signal was traced to the area near Hollywood Hits Theater. Investigators went there and found that he had bought a movie ticket before disappearing. Shortly after that, his phone went offline at 9 p.m. The principal of Danvers High School emailed staff about Philip's disappearance. Shortly after, a math teacher called her with worrying news. Colleen Ritzer's parents also reported that she did not return home. This was particularly concerning because Philip had been in Colleen's last class that day, raising fears that they may have been together before they both disappeared. Colleen's parents were desperately trying to contact her, but their calls went unanswered. By around 11 p.m., they formally reported her missing. Police tracked Colleen's phone to the school area, noting the coincidence of two missing persons from the same school. This led them to investigate further. Their investigation took a troubling turn when they found Colleen's car still parked at the school, indicating something was wrong. While searching the building, they examined the second-floor bathroom and encountered a horrifying scene. Bloodstains covered the area, and Colleen's purse was left behind. A blood-spattered recycling bin was also found in the corner. Following this grim evidence, officers searched the woods behind the school and discovered blood-soaked clothing that belonged to Colleen. This evidence confirmed that a serious crime had occurred. Authorities quickly began questioning students and staff in hopes of finding witnesses. A student came forward to share an unsettling incident he had overheard between Philip and Colleen while he was organizing his locker. He noticed Philip was raising his voice at Colleen, who was trying to calm him down. The student thought Philip's anger might have been triggered by Colleen's question about his family, which unintentionally reminded him of his parents' divorce. Even though Colleen quickly moved on to a different topic, Philip continued to seem upset and began muttering to himself. The student felt that something was wrong but never thought Philip could become violent. A female student came forward with important information. She told investigators she saw the back of a person who appeared to be changing clothes. The person's rear end was exposed, with clothes piled on the floor in the bathroom that afternoon. Additionally, a mother who was picking up her child around 3:30 p.m. reported seeing Philip quickly leaving the school. This evidence suggested that something had occurred between Philip and Colleen. Detectives then reviewed the school's surveillance footage to understand the timeline of events leading up to their disappearances. The footage revealed alarming details. At 7:45 a.m., Philip arrived at school carrying several bags, which he stored in his locker. Then, at 2:54 p.m., Colleen was seen leaving a classroom and heading towards the second-floor bathroom. Just a minute later, Philip appeared in the hallway, watching her closely before briefly returning to the classroom. Moments after that, he came back into view with his hood up and followed her into the bathroom while putting on gloves. At 3:06 p.m., a female student was seen entering the bathroom and quickly exiting moments later. At 3:07 p.m., Philip left the bathroom with his hood up and walked to the parking lot. He returned 2 minutes later, now wearing a white t-shirt. After a few minutes, he was spotted again, this time in a red hoodie. At 3:16 p.m., he went back into the bathroom with a recycling bin. By 3:22 p.m., security footage showed him wearing a ski mask as he pushed the bin into the elevator. Shortly after, he was seen dragging it outside toward the student parking lot. Later that evening, Philip returned to the school, entered the bathroom again, and changed clothes. This time, he was barefoot, wearing a black hoodie. When investigators finished reviewing the footage, they were certain of one thing: Colleen had entered the bathroom but did not come out. In contrast, Philip had repeatedly entered and exited, changing his clothes each time and pushing a large bin on one occasion. Coupled with the blood evidence found in the bathroom, the conclusion was clear: Colleen had been murdered, and Philip was their main suspect. Law enforcement quickly began searching for Philip, who was still missing. They checked security footage from the school and nearby streets to see if they could find any signs of his movements. Simultaneously, they monitored Colleen Ritzer's bank account since Philip had stolen her wallet along with her credit cards, indicating he might have already used them. Their suspicions were confirmed when they found that Colleen's card had been used to buy a burger, fries, and a drink. A movie ticket was also purchased, and location data from Philip's phone showed he was at the theater shortly after the crime occurred. While police worked to find him, an unexpected turn of events happened. Around 2:30 a.m. on October 23rd, an officer in a nearby town saw a young man walking along the highway at the intersection of Route 1, North and Salem Road. It was Philip, aimlessly wandering without a clear direction. The officer recognized him from the missing person alert and stopped to ask questions. During a search, the officer found Colleen Ritzer's credit card and driver's license in Philip's possession. Additionally, his pants still had blood stains on them. He was promptly taken into custody and brought to the local police station. When officers searched Philip's backpack, they discovered Colleen's purse, her underwear, and a box cutter with dried blood on it. Alarmingly, there were also traces of semen and blood on Philip's own underwear. When interrogated about the blood, Philip coldly remarked, "It's from the girl," referring to Colleen, his teacher. He showed no remorse and proceeded to inform the police that her body was buried in the woods. At 3 a.m., a team of officers went to the wooded area behind Danvers High School. After searching for some time, they noticed a pile of leaves and debris. One officer spotted a thumb with pink nail polish sticking out from the leaves. When they removed the foliage, they were met with a horrifying scene. Colleen's lifeless body was lying on her back, her throat cut, and a tree branch had violated her remains. Her face and body showed signs of severe trauma. Nearby, officers found a pair of blood-soaked white gloves and a handwritten note that stated, "I hate everyone." Colleen's remains were quickly taken for forensic examination. The autopsy revealed she had suffered 16 stab wounds and had been abuse-assaulted twice. Philip was immediately charged with aggravated assault, armed robbery, and first-degree murder. He was held without bail. That morning, on October 23rd, police visited Philip's mother at her new apartment, which she had moved into after leaving Tennessee due to her divorce. She appeared very upset and acknowledged that the separation had been hard for both her and Philip. Later, through his attorney, she released a statement offering her condolences to Colleen's family. In contrast, Philip's uncle took a different view. He suggested that something must have triggered his nephew's actions, arguing that teenagers can be quick to anger, and noted that Philip was only 14 years old. He characterized Philip as a well-behaved child from a good family, seemingly minimizing the seriousness of the situation. Philip's former soccer coach shared similar feelings, saying he wanted to learn the full story before judging the teenager. Meanwhile, a student, Rania Ridui, found it hard to comprehend the tragedy. She couldn't understand why anyone would hurt Colleen, who she described as kind and caring. Colleen's family was heartbroken and in deep mourning. On October 28, 2013, the community came together to pay their respects at her funeral at St. Augustine Church. The service was very emotional and attended by nearly 1,000 people, including 400 of Colleen's students from Danvers High School, many of whom wore pink, her favorite color. The entrance to the church was decorated with pink flowers, symbolizing the love and admiration she inspired in those who knew her. Colleen's cousin spoke passionately about the large turnout at Colleen's funeral, which highlighted the significant impact she had on her community. She noted that even though Colleen had a brief life, she made a lasting impression on education, inspiring many students with her dedication and love for teaching. She also emphasized Colleen's strong bond with her siblings, her commitment to being a supportive friend and mentor. With deep sorrow and respect, Colleen's cousin described Colleen as the ideal person any parent would wish for their child to become. The Reverend provided words of comfort, encouraging attendees to focus on the meaningful life Colleen led rather than the tragic way it ended. His message resonated with those grieving, reminding them to celebrate the positivity Colleen brought to the world. Months later, at a juvenile detention center in Boston, Philip committed another crime. On June 2, 2014, he entered a staff locker room bathroom and tried to strangle a 29-year-old medical staff member and attack her with a pencil. It took several employees to restrain him while he screamed threats, including, "I'm going to kill all of you." Although he didn't succeed in killing her, she was left seriously injured. A new case was opened against him, but he was still facing charges for the murder of Colleen Ritzer before going to trial for this attack. Philip's defense attorney admitted that he had killed the teacher but argued that he should not be held criminally responsible. She claimed he was experiencing a psychotic episode and suffering from severe mental illness at the time of the murder, even stating that he had heard voices beforehand. The prosecutor strongly disagreed, asserting that Philip did not have any mental illness and presented surveillance footage as evidence. The videos showed him carefully following Colleen into the bathroom, attacking her, and then coldly placing her body into a recycling bin before wheeling it outside. The prosecutor also highlighted that after the murder, Philip casually greeted friends, ate a meal, and watched a movie while carrying evidence of his crime in his backpack. After considering the prosecution's argument, the court rejected the defense's claim of criminal insanity, ruling that Philip was mentally competent to stand trial. Since the minimum age for criminal prosecution in the United States is 14, he could be tried as an adult. On December 15, 2015, a jury found Philip guilty of first-degree murder, aggravated assault, and armed robbery. As the judge read the verdict, Philip stood silently, his hands cuffed and his expression blank. Colleen's mother, heartbroken by his lack of remorse, declared that Philip was truly evil and beyond rehabilitation. Their family will never get a second chance with Colleen, and he shouldn't get one either, she said. Despite these emotional statements, Philip showed no reaction. He did not flinch or show any empathy or regret for the life he had taken or the family he had devastated. On February 26, 2016, despite the defense team arguing that Philip was mentally ill, he was convicted of killing Colleen Ritzer and sentenced to 40 to 60 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 40 years, a sentence that Colleen's family felt was not harsh enough. However, this was not his last sentencing. On April 26, 2024, a decade later, he faced trial again for attempting to murder a medical worker at the Boston Juvenile Facility. The atmosphere in the courtroom was tense as his attorney declared that Philip wanted to take full responsibility and resolve the case quickly. Despite this, it was evident to everyone that he lacked genuine remorse. The medical worker he attacked described him as a monster and a remorseless killer. She recounted the terrifying incident, stating that he intended to kill her. During her testimony, she revealed that his face still haunted her as a constant reminder of the trauma he caused. She pleaded with the court to keep Philip in prison for life, so no one else would suffer at his hands. Ultimately, the judge sentenced Philip to an additional 17 to 20 years for the attack, to be served concurrently with his original sentence for Colleen's murder. To this day, Philip remains in prison, serving time for the crimes he committed against two women who only tried to help him, but were met with unimaginable violence instead. Colleen's family chose to celebrate her memory instead of focusing on their sorrow after her tragic death. 1 year following her murder, they created a scholarship in her honor. In a public statement, they remembered Colleen as a kind and caring young woman whose love for teaching defined her life. They take comfort in knowing that her legacy lives on. Many students who have received the scholarship are pursuing teaching careers, inspired by Colleen's dedication and passion for education. Although she is no longer, her influence remains strong in the classrooms and hearts of those who knew her. In October 2024, Chisholm's attorneys appealed to the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court, arguing that brain scan evidence of mental illness had been wrongly excluded. On February 25, 2025, the SJC denied a new trial, upholding Chisholm's conviction and 40-year parole. Ritzer's family expressed relief, stating the ruling allowed them to grieve without appeal uncertainties. The brutal murder of Colleen Ritzer at Danvers High School left an indelible scar on her family, students, and community, shattering the illusion of safety in a place meant for learning. Yet, from this tragedy, Colleen's radiant legacy endures through the scholarship bearing her name, inspiring future educators to carry forward her passion and kindness. Philip Chisholm, whose cold indifference and violent acts stole a beloved teacher's life, remains behind bars, his 2025 appeal denial ensuring accountability for his crimes. As Danvers continues to heal, the memory of Colleen, her infectious smile, unwavering dedication, and boundless compassion, lives on, a beacon of light that no darkness can extinguish. On February 17, 2023, in Hexham, England, friends and family gathered to honor 15-year-old Holly Newton at her funeral. Holly was a beloved teenager, known for her kindness. Hundreds of mourners participated in a procession to Hexham Abbey to pay their respects. Holly's mother, Micalla Trussler, shared heartfelt memories of her daughter, stating, "Some people are just too good for this world, and Holly was one of them." Holly's white coffin, decorated with purple flowers and messages of sympathy, was carried along the high street by 4 black horses dressed in purple jackets, her favorite color. One message read, "Sleep tight, beautiful Holly, in the sky until we meet again. Love you forever." She was remembered as a bright, caring young woman with a promising future. Her family and friends described her as compassionate, someone who made a positive impact on everyone around her. Holly enjoyed spending time with friends and engaging in social activities, easily connecting with others thanks to her friendly personality. Holly met Logan MacPhail while participating in Army Cadets, a youth organization focused on military training and activities for young people. This setting often unites individuals with shared interests in discipline and teamwork, which likely helped them bond initially. Their relationship started like a typical teenage romance as they enjoyed each other's company and shared interests. However, as their relationship developed, it became increasingly troubled due to Logan's controlling behavior. Logan's controlling behavior became evident in several ways. He insisted on knowing where Holly was at all times and interfered with her social media by changing her passwords, limiting her ability to connect with others. This is a common sign of someone trying to dominate their partner. Holly's friends and family observed that she was becoming increasingly isolated. Despite these warning signs, Holly initially stayed in a relationship with Logan, which is often the case for teenagers who may not fully recognize the signs of an unhealthy relationship. Micalla mentioned that Logan was Holly's first and only boyfriend, that their relationship had typical teenage ups and downs. Logan spent weekends with Holly's family, and her mother and stepfather were unaware that he was putting on a facade when he visited their home. However, the issues in Holly and Logan's relationship continued to escalate. Eventually, Holly chose to end the relationship due to Logan's obsessive behavior. He struggled to accept the breakup, became even more fixated on her. Micalla observed that her caring and mature daughter was more emotionally developed than Logan, yet when Holly tried to break up with him, he resorted to emotional manipulation, which frightened her. Micalla said she didn't realize the extent of the turmoil Holly was experiencing at that time. Logan had become fixated on Holly, believing that if he couldn't have her, no one else could. She also noted that she didn't recognize the warning signs of his controlling behavior until it was too late, and she was unaware of the emotional distress Holly was facing while trying to break up with Logan. Logan's reaction to the breakup was intense. He started following Holly around town, attempted to control her life. On the night of January 26th, he appeared unexpectedly outside her house and had to be taken home by the police. Holly and her parents were planning to meet with the police to discuss their concerns about Logan, but a tragic event occurred. After Logan showed up at their home uninvited and insisted on speaking to Holly, her mother, Micalla, reached out to Northumbria Police for help. They scheduled a meeting for 4 p.m. on January 27th, but Holly requested to delay it so she could go out with friends after school. The meeting was postponed to the evening, but just hours before it was set to happen, a terrible incident occurred involving Holly. In the investigation of Holly's case, detectives uncovered disturbing CCTV footage that showed the moments leading up to her death. The timeline of events from the day after Logan appeared uninvited at Holly's home was pieced together. Unable to accept their breakup, MacPhail left his school early the next day, carrying a kitchen knife in his backpack. He took a bus to Hexham, waited for Holly to go into town. Dressed entirely in black, with a face mask and baseball cap to hide his identity, MacPhail followed Holly and her friends as they visited a leisure center for about 45 minutes. During this time, he also sent several voice messages to people close to Holly, trying to persuade her to meet him in person. After following Holly, MacPhail, then 16, waited at a bus stop and asked to speak to Holly after she came out of the pizza shop. He then lured her into an alleyway and attacked her. MacPhail inflicted 36 knife wounds, including 5 defensive wounds, in the attack earlier in the evening. When her friend heard her scream, he rushed out of the shop to help, but was also stabbed in the shoulder and leg. Shortly after 5:10 p.m. on Friday, January 27, 2023, the police were alerted about the serious assault of a boy and girl in the Priestpopple area of the town center. Emergency services arrived and found the two in a nearby alleyway with several stab wounds. They were both taken to the hospital. Despite the medical team's efforts, Holly died from 36 injuries. She had broken up with McPhail just 6 days prior to the attack. Holly's friend, whose identity is protected for legal reasons, received treatment and was later discharged. Officers quickly arrested 16-year-old Logan McPhail at the scene after he was held by courageous bystanders in a bus shelter. The camera footage shows him identifying himself and naming his victim when the police arrived. He then made what appeared to be a confession, saying she was being too horrible to him, while speaking with an officer in the back of a police van. McPhail later refused to share his date of birth, claiming he can't read or write, he know nothing. After the attack, McPhail was charged with killing Holly Newton and injuring another 16-year-old. During police interviews, McPhail showed a disturbing lack of emotion and admitted that he intended to kill Holly, claiming it was because she treated him horribly. It took 18 months for the case to go to court because McPhail's lawyers argued that his learning disabilities and autism diagnosis made him unfit to stand trial, meaning he wouldn't fully understand the legal process. However, after reviewing evidence from several experts, the judge determined that McPhail could participate in the proceedings. Throughout the trial, the defense suggested that his various issues meant he didn't grasp the consequences of his actions, but the jurors disagreed. Justice Hilliard addressed, stating, Logan aimed to lure Holly into the alleyway, a secluded area where you believed you could attack her without anyone intervening. Hilliard believed Logan had already decided to harm her, as Logan realized from her reactions at the bus stop that she was not interested in rekindling his relationship. Fueled by resentment and jealousy, Logan still managed to plan his attack. Logan waited for the right moment, convinced her to move deeper into the alley. After ensuring a passerby had left, then you took out his knife and launched a brutal assault on her. The judge pointed out that Holly suffered severe knife Logan to her jaw, skull, spine, and shoulder during the attack. Justice Hilliard remarked that inflicting such harm was a horrifying act. Holly's mother was prevented from reaching her in the alley or seeing her in the ambulance due to the dreadful state she was in. The attack was so forceful that the knife broke, with the blade bending significantly. The pathologist mentioned that encountering a knife in such a damaged condition is extremely rare. The judge stated, he believed you intended to kill her and understood the finality of death. It appears McPhail carried the knife that day to intimidate Holly by harming himself and decided to attack her when he realized their relationship wouldn't be rekindled just before the incident. Justice Hilliard emphasized, Holly had every right to end the relationship and choose to spend time with others. In concluding his remarks during sentencing, Hilliard acknowledged the significance of the relationship to McPhail, especially considering his troubled home life. His speech impediment hindered his ability to form relationships and friendships with others, making his bond with Holly's particularly valuable, the judge noting that this contributed to McPhail's struggle to accept the relationship's end. He noted that while McPhail expressed remorse, he also demonstrated a tendency to blame Holly. His testimony revealed that he had convinced herself that Holly treated him poorly. Before the verdict was announced, Holly's mother made an emotional statement about the day she learned what happened to her daughter. McCullough said that in the months before her murder, it was clear that Holly was unhappy and no longer wanted to continue the relationship. Because she was so young, she didn't know how to get out of it. For Holly, she often felt sorry for people, which is why she kept going back and moving forward. She said that on Friday, January 27, 2023, their lives changed forever. She mentioned that she had kissed her 4 children goodbye as they left for school, and one of them never returned home. She expressed her disbelief about how any parent could understand receiving a phone call from a stranger saying that their daughter had been stabbed. Those words replayed in her mind as they rushed to the scene, with 2 of her children in the car, crying and scared about what was happening. She stated that she never imagined the horrific reality they would face. McCullough reflected that the look of pure trauma on their children's faces when they saw their sister being taken away in an ambulance was something they would never forget. They conveyed that the gravity of the situation was beyond anything they could express. They added that they would always remember being prevented from seeing their daughter in that alley or in the ambulance, from seeing her open eyes or hearing her last words, knowing that they weren't able to be by her side. They mentioned that they couldn't even hug or touch her in the hospital, stating that their daughter became a crime scene and that she was evidence. Holly's situation is a clear example of domestic abuse. Although the law may prevent from labeling it as such due to her age, Logan was so obsessed with her that he felt if he couldn't be with her, no one else should be either. There is so much media coverage of how many women are killed each year by men, it almost normalizes it for young men like Logan. Things have got to change. MacPhail admitted manslaughter but was convicted of murder as well as wounding with intent. He said he wanted to return some of Holly's belongings, slippers, clothes, and teddy bears, but when he was arrested, he didn't have any of them with him. MacPhail was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 17 years, plus an additional 5 years in prison for intentionally wounding another young man who tried to stop the attack. MacPhail was told that even after serving the minimum term, he would only be released when it was deemed safe to do so. Speaking after the sentencing, Detective Darren Davies of Northumbria Police said it was a truly devastating case, with Holly's future cruelly taken away by MacPhail. Of course, nothing will ever reverse the tragic events of that evening, Detective Davies said, adding that he hopes the result will bring Holly's loved ones a sense of closure so they can attempt to move forward. So many lives have been changed forever by the decisions he made that night, and now he will have plenty of time to think about that in his cell. Being gullible can be dangerous, sometimes even life-threatening. We all have moments when we wish to believe in miracles, feel that dreams might still be within reach. When something you've wished for seems almost attainable, it's easy to let caution and common sense slip away. Criminals often take advantage of this vulnerability. The case of Elodie Morel, a young French woman, in 2005 shocked the nation due to its brutality and inhumanity. What made it even more disturbing was the indifference shown by ordinary people who were aware of her situation but chose to remain silent for their own gain. This story reminds us that not all dreams come true and highlights the importance of being cautious about whom you trust, especially when they promise a fairy tale ending. Elodie Morel was born on 1976 in Marseille. From a young age, she had a strikingly beautiful appearance. As she grew older, Elodie developed into an even more stunning woman, with many people believing she should be on television or magazine covers. As a teenager, she dreamed of being a model, but coming from a modest background, few took her aspirations seriously. In the 1990s, Elodie submitted her photos to various modeling agencies several times but never received any replies. After finishing high school, she attended college, married a classmate named Sylvain at 22, and had a son by 25. It appeared she had abandoned her modeling dreams permanently. By 2005, Elodie worked as a sales associate at a trendy clothing store in downtown Marseille. She often received compliments and noticed people admiring or envying her looks. At 29, she maintained a perfect figure and beautiful features, easily appearing to be in her early 20s. Though Elodie never completely gave up on her modeling aspirations, she stopped discussing them, believing her time had passed. In April 2005, Elodie filled out an online application, submitted her best photos, and expressed her desire to pursue a modeling career. She soon received a reply, but what seemed like a promising opportunity from a fashion photographer turned out to be a dangerous trap. About 2 weeks after posting her profile, Elodie received an enticing offer to become the new face of the prestigious English luxury car company, Rolls-Royce. The contract promised €1,000 per day for a photo shoot, but to secure the deal, she needed to meet the photographer for a test shoot. The meeting was scheduled for May 2nd at a bar in Aigues-Mortes. Excited, Elodie shared the news with her husband, who was doubtful but didn't voice his concerns. That morning, she left her son with her parents, got into her car, and drove to the meeting location. She planned to stay in Aigues-Mortes for 3 days and had already booked a hotel room. Later that evening, Elodie called her husband to update him on her progress and mentioned she was feeling nervous. Sylvain wished her luck, told her to call him as soon as she could. This would be the last conversation he had with his wife. When Elodie arrived at the bar as planned, she sat at a table on the terrace, waiting to meet the female photographer she believed she had been emailing. However, about 10 minutes later, a man in his mid-40s approached her. He introduced himself as the photographer's assistant, explained that he was there to meet her and scout locations for the photo shoot scheduled for the next day. Since Elodie had little experience in the modeling industry, she didn't find anything suspicious about him, took him at his word. The man appeared professional, spoke confidently, and seemed knowledgeable about her prior conversations with the photographer. Their conversation flowed easily and revolved around Elodie's potential career. She began to imagine herself on the covers of popular magazines, daydreamed about how she would spend the money she would earn. Around 9 p.m., as night fell, the man proposed they look for the ideal spot for the next day's photo shoot. Aigues-Mortes, a beautiful medieval town, is filled with scenic towers, fortresses, and chapels, perfect locations for taking stunning pictures. Excited and unaware of any danger, Elodie left the bar with her new acquaintance and got into his car. Tragically, she was never seen alive again. What is particularly unsettling is that a man who knew the suspect and was aware of his malicious intentions witnessed the entire encounter. He tried to step in, but his efforts were futile. That same night, on May 2nd, a call came into the Aigues-Mortes police station. A panicked man reported that a young woman was in serious danger and that immediate action was needed. He did not know the victim's name or her location, but he was convinced time was running out. The caller was 63-year-old Dominique Tarasco, a nightclub owner who frequently provided the police with confidential information. He stated that earlier that night, he had seen his acquaintance, Guillaume Mingaud, at the bar. Guillaume had connections to the criminal underworld and was notorious for his violent behavior. The day before, he had boasted about meeting a naive, attractive girl online whom he intended to abduct and sell to a brothel in Spain for a substantial profit. Starting the search for Elodie Morel was challenging because the police had no solid leads, names, or locations. They knew that finding her quickly was crucial. By the next morning, they learned her name when her worried family reached out, reporting that she had been missing since the previous evening and that her phone was turned off. They explained that she had left for a photo shoot in another town and then disappeared. Initially, the police did not link her disappearance to the family's report. They thought she might have run away with a romantic partner. However, her family stressed that she would never leave her young son or vanish without a message. The search for Elodie did not officially start until 3 days after she went missing, which wasted valuable time. Tragically, during those 2 days, Elodie was still alive, being held captive in a house in Vergès where she suffered torture and abuse as her captors decided what to do with her. On May 5, 2005, the lead investigator in Aigues-Mortes' missing person case began to suspect that she was the endangered woman mentioned by an informant. Dominique Tarasco was called to the police station to provide a formal statement. When shown a photo of Elodie, he immediately confirmed that she was the woman he had seen 3 days earlier in a bar with Guillaume. When asked where he thought Guillaume might have taken Elodie, Dominique recalled hearing about an empty nightclub on the north side of town that had recently closed down. A police team conducted a surveillance operation at that location, and by that evening, they arrested 48-year-old Guillaume and 53-year-old Richard as they arrived at the nightclub. The exact role of Richard in this case remained unclear and needed further investigation. During a search of Guillaume, police discovered Elodie Morel's credit card in one of Guillaume's pockets, which confirmed his involvement in her disappearance. Both men were taken to the station for questioning, but Richard was released a few hours later due to insufficient evidence against him. Richard lived with his family on the outskirts of town and had a friendly relationship with Guillaume, but he had no prior legal issues. Guillaume initially claimed he didn't know Elodie and that he had just stolen her credit card. In his first account, he said that on May 2nd, while at a bar, he spotted an attractive, well-dressed woman and assumed she had money. He decided to rob her. Guillaume approached Elodie's table, gave her a compliment, and offered to buy her a coffee. Although she stated she was waiting for someone, she didn't tell him to leave. They engaged in a brief conversation, during which he managed to take her credit card from her purse that was hanging on her chair, leaving before she realized it was gone. Guillaume insisted that the entire incident was spontaneous. He claimed he only stole her card and had no involvement in her disappearance. Investigators found that he used the stolen card the same day to withdraw cash from an ATM located on the outskirts of town. However, he could not explain how he knew the PIN, which made his story seem unreliable. Additionally, a background check revealed that Guillaume had a criminal history with multiple convictions, including armed robbery, banned substance trafficking, and a 9-year prison sentence for a violent abuse. Despite being released from prison, Guillaume had not changed his behavior. Instead, he had become more cautious to avoid returning to jail. The situation worsened for Guillaume when police discovered Elodie's phone number in his phone, along with their email exchanges regarding a photo shoot. This evidence contradicted his initial account and forced him to change his story. He admitted that he found Elodie's modeling profile online and began messaging her while pretending to be a photographer. Elodie, being trusting and eager, quickly agreed to meet him without much skepticism. Guillaume had been using a female alias to communicate with her, which made him nervous that she might become suspicious when a man showed up instead of the expected photographer. Nevertheless, Elodie saw nothing unusual and willingly went with him late at night to check out possible locations for the photo shoot, even getting into his car without hesitation, a fact later confirmed by witnesses. After driving to a remote location, Guillaume left the main road and stopped the car. He pulled out a gun and demanded that Elodie give him her credit card. When she refused, he took her purse and found the card himself. He then insisted on getting the PIN, but Elodie still wouldn't provide it. Angered, he slammed her head against the dashboard, choked her until she finally gave in and revealed the code. After that, he locked Elodie in the trunk and went to the nearest ATM to check if she was telling the truth. The PIN worked, and he emptied her account. With the money in his possession, he started thinking about what to do next with the woman locked in his trunk. Feeling the need for time to figure things out, Guillaume drove to his friend Richard's house to hide Elodie for a while. He told Richard about the woman in his trunk, mentioned that he planned to sell her for a significant profit, which he was willing to share with Richard. It's worth noting that Richard and his wife once worked at the same nightclub. He is a security guard and she is a cleaner. After the nightclub closed, they both lost their jobs and were struggling to get by, leading Richard to begin drinking heavily. Richard agreed to help Guillaume by giving him the keys to his empty garage, suggesting it as a place to keep the woman. He wanted to avoid any direct interaction with her and preferred to let Guillaume handle things, hoping to receive a share of the money. Later investigations found that Elodie had been held captive for more than 2 days, during which she suffered severe torture, assault, beatings, and severe hunger and thirst. Guillaume reported that he and Elodie spent a lot of time talking about their children, who were of similar ages. Elodie pleaded for her release, arguing that her son needed her. Guillaume admitted that he felt some sympathy for her and briefly considered letting her go. He even brought her a bottle of water because the garage was extremely hot and she had been there for 2 days. However, on the night of May 4th, everything changed when Richard, heavily intoxicated, decided to confront Elodie. Guillaume claimed that while he was away, Richard entered the garage and strangled Elodie with a rope. Guillaume maintained that he did not take part in the actual murder and only helped to hide her body. However, he would not disclose the location of her remains. During the police search of the Lignier residence, they seemed nervous but not particularly shocked. They allowed the officers to enter without resistance and continued eating at the kitchen table, showing little concern for the search. The police discovered several items belonging to Elodie in their teenage daughter's room, such as her cell phone, jewelry, a hair clip, and a wristwatch. Additionally, Elodie's purse and wallet were found with Richard's wife. Other items, including torn pieces of the victim's clothing, were found in the trash bin outside the house. More alarming evidence was revealed in Richard's garage. Investigators found dried brown stains that looked like blood, along with crumpled tissues, cigarette butts, an empty plastic bottle, and a piece of rope. Both Richard and his wife, Francine, were arrested, while their 14-year-old daughter was temporarily placed with relatives. When asked how Elodie's belongings came to be in their home, they explained that Guillaume had brought them in exchange for using their garage. They acknowledged knowing that he was holding a woman there but chose not to intervene because he had promised to reward them. They also admitted to giving him a bottle of water and a piece of rope when he asked, without questioning his motives. Forensic evidence showed that the brown stains on the garage floor were Elodie's blood. Additionally, DNA found on crumpled tissues matched Guillaume's. Saliva found on cigarette butts belonged to both Elodie and Guillaume. Elodie's family asserted that she had never smoked due to her asthma, which caused her to have severe coughing and choking fits when exposed to cigarette smoke. The chilling reality emerged. Guillaume had kept Elodie in the garage for 2 days, repeatedly assaulting and likely torturing her, forcing her to smoke as part of his abuse. Guillaume changed his story after the investigators revealed the forensic evidence. He admitted that he and Elodie had been intimate in the garage, but insisted it was consensual. He claimed they had smoked together and talked a lot before he decided to let her go. However, he still maintained that Richard Lignier had killed her while he was away, supposedly because Richard feared Elodie might go to the police after he released her. This explanation raised many inconsistencies, the most significant being that Richard had no motive to kill Elodie. First, he had never met her, and she had never seen him or any of his family members. Second, Elodie had been brought to the garage in the trunk of a car, meaning she wouldn't have known where she was and couldn't lead the police there. Lastly, Richard was just an ordinary drunk, unable to physically harm anyone. He was satisfied with receiving payment in the form of Elodie's belongings and a promise of money from his friend once the situation was resolved. Earlier, investigators discovered an empty plastic water bottle in the garage. Guillaume claimed he felt sorry for Elodie and brought her water, but tests revealed that the liquid contained high levels of potent drugs. After consuming these drugs, Elodie would have likely been unconscious or barely aware, giving Guillaume the opportunity to do as he pleased. When questioned about why he drugged her, Guillaume changed his story again. He now said he was prepared to set her free and that they had agreed she wouldn't go to the police. He claimed Elodie wanted to return home to her family and forget the incident, as if it were just a bad dream. However, he asserted that she attempted to escape, which resulted in a struggle during which he hit her, explaining the blood stains found on the garage floor. He then locked her inside and left. Guillaume stated he drugged Elodie to calm her and prevent her from trying to escape again. He crushed some pills, dissolved them in water, and then departed, returning 12 hours later. By that time, Elodie was severely dehydrated. She quickly drank the water without noticing its odd taste and passed out within minutes. Guillaume claimed she accidentally overdosed because her weakened body couldn't handle the drugs. Realizing she had stopped breathing, he put her body in the trunk of her car, which he had left in a parking lot near the bar where they first met. Later, he drove the car to Richard's property using the keys he had taken from her. Although Guillaume refused to disclose where he took the car with Elodie's body, his account had numerous inconsistencies. Notably, a rope found in the garage contained sweat and skin cells from both Elodie and Guillaume, suggesting he likely strangled her. All the evidence was stacked against him, and he was aware of it. To reduce his sentence, Guillaume struck a deal with investigators, confessing that he had left the car near the old cemetery in Aigues-Mortes. The police found the vehicle on May 6th, exactly where he indicated. It had been exposed to the sun for 3 days, and the body in the trunk was already decomposing. The autopsy revealed clear signs of torture, beatings, and strangulation. The victim had been tied up, drugged, assaulted, and ultimately strangled to death with a rope. The trial for the 3 individuals involved in the crime began in February 2008, nearly 3 years after the shocking events. Guillaume Mingaud was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 22 years. Richard Lignier and his wife attempted to persuade the jury that they had no knowledge of the captive in their garage. They claimed they had merely let an old friend stay with them for a few days without asking questions. However, the discovery of the victims' belongings in their home contradicted their story. Ligniers was charged with aiding and abetting. In 2010, each received a 6-year prison sentence. Guillaume and his lawyer appealed the court's decision, attempting to place some of the blame for the crime on the Lignier. This was their only chance to lessen his life sentence and reduce the minimum time he would have to serve. On May 3, 2010, exactly 5 years after Elodie Morel's murder, the new trial began. During the proceedings, it was revealed that Richard and Francine were aware of Elodie's captivity and the serious danger she faced, yet they took no action. Not only did they keep her belongings and give some to their daughter, but they also supplied Guillaume with everything he requested, such as rope and water, without questioning his motives or considering the consequences. Ultimately, the court reduced Guillaume Mingaud's life sentence to 30 years, requiring him to serve 2/3 of that time before he could be eligible for parole. Richard and Francine Lignier, due to their complicity and inaction, were each sentenced to 8 years in prison with no chance for early release. The tragic case of Elodie Morel serves as a harrowing reminder of the perils of unchecked trust and the devastating consequences of bystander indifference. Her dream of a modeling career, pursued with Rosa with hope, was cruelly exploited by Guillaume Mingaud, whose deceit led to her brutal torture and murder. Equally disturbing is the complicity of Richard and Francine Lignier, who prioritized personal gain over human life, allowing Elodie's suffering to continue in their garage. This case underscores the critical need for vigilance in the face of enticing promises and the moral imperative to act against injustice. Elodie's story, etched into France's collective memory, calls us to honor her by fostering skepticism, compassion, and courage to prevent such tragedies from recurring. Shanti Cooper was a devoted mother to her son, Jackson, 8, who she shared custody of with her ex-husband, Jim Cooper. After separating from Jim in 2013, Shanti was ready to begin dating again. She quickly realized that online dating had become the common way to meet people, so she decided to give it a try by creating a chat account. While exploring different profiles on the site, Shanti connected with a few men, but none impressed her quite like David Trance. David had also recently ended a year-long marriage, was looking for something fresh and exciting. Their relationship deepened through phone calls, text messages, and emails. After several months of getting to know each other, David made a significant decision to move to Orlando, Florida, to be closer to Shanti. Their relationship evolved into something more intimate, while Shanti remained committed to her son. She made sure that her time with David didn't compromise her responsibilities as a mother, always putting Jackson's well-being first and ensuring that everyone understood the importance of a healthy family dynamic. In 2015, Shanti and David relocated to Delaney Park, an upscale suburb close to downtown Orlando. This neighborhood is known for its beautiful environment and family-friendly atmosphere, attracting an affluent community. Delaney Park offers a high-quality lifestyle along with an excellent school system that delivers quality education. Its well-maintained landscapes and access to various amenities make it an attractive choice for families looking for a comfortable and safe home. In here, David bought a house for $600,000 in cash. The home is 4,000 square feet, featuring a pool, a garage, and an apartment above it. This spacious property offered them a comfortable living space with plenty of amenities. Shanti and David were excited to settle into their new house and start a new chapter in their lives. However, they soon noticed that some features of the home did not meet their expectations for the future. While they loved their new house, the upstairs bedrooms felt small and were not very functional. Facing this challenge, David and Shanti began a renovation project to turn their house into their dream home. Shanti, passionate about design and home improvement, agreed to fund the project. They hired a skilled team of contractors who completely dismantled the house to rebuild the upstairs bedrooms and create a new layout that met their vision. During the renovation, the bedrooms were unusable, so Shanti moved into the apartment above the garage. This arrangement allowed her to maintain her daily routine without interruption and provided a dedicated workspace. David, on the other hand, stayed in a makeshift area in the garage, spending quality time with their dogs. David became deeply invested in the restoration. It was no longer just a project but a vital part of his life. He spent every waking moment monitoring the work, making adjustments, ensuring every detail was carefully planned and executed. His entire focus was on the renovation, and the house began to take on a character of its own. In 2018, 3 years after starting the renovation project, there was barely any progress. The inside of the house had been completely stripped down, leaving only the bare structure. Seeking a solution, David reached out to a local home renovator known from the successful A&E reality show, Zombie House Flipping. This show features real estate investors who buy and renovate rundown homes. The show's producer contacted David and Shanti about their home in Delaney Park to see if it could be included in the next season. During the chaos of their home renovations, David and Shanti got married in 2017, which surprised many friends and family. Shanti, who is naturally private, even kept the marriage a secret from her beloved grandmother. By mid-April 2018, the show Zombie House Flipping planned to start filming at David and Shanti's home in May. However, the producer struggled to get them to discuss how the show would proceed. The producer noticed a clear contrast between David's excitement and Shanti's apparent disinterest. David was eager about the flipping series, while Shanti seemed to participate just to support her husband. The tension over their home was evident, as Shanti had invested a lot of money in the renovations, yet her name wasn't even on the trust that owned the house. Although David promised to include Shanti on the trust, he did not follow through, leading to further issues in their relationship. By the end of April 2018, David and Shanti seemed to be doing well. However, on April 24, 2018, at 3:51 p.m., David called 911 in a panic, saying he had found his wife, Shanti, in the bathtub and that she wasn't breathing. During the call, David's screams were audible as he desperately tried to explain the situation. When the police arrived at their home, they discovered Shanti had passed away in the bathtub. The area was secured, and an investigation began, while David was taken to the police station for questioning. David recounted to investigators that the morning had started normally. He said Shanti woke up between 7 and 7:30 a.m. At around 9:30 a.m., he left for a 1-hour walk, leaving Shanti at home. When he returned, he claimed he took measurements for renovations. After that, David stated he left again around noon to take their dogs to an off-leash dog park near the Orlando Executive Airport. He mentioned that he frequently visited this park to let the dogs play and enjoy the open space. He added that he hadn't spoken to Shanti before leaving the house and assumed she was in the garage apartment relaxing. David told the detectives that after returning home from the dog park, he went outside to do yard work. He worked for about 30 minutes before deciding to go inside. Once inside, he heard water coming from the bathroom, which intrigued him, so he went to check it out. As he approached, he noticed that the bathroom door was slightly open. When he pushed it open, he was shocked to find his wife, Shanti, unconscious in the bathtub, with her body partially submerged in water. In a panic, he called 911 to report what he had found. During the interview, David mentioned that Shanti had been excited about their future and the plans they had for their home. They were both looking forward to a happy life together. Although David seemed distraught and his account of finding Shanti appeared credible, the detective had doubts. There were inconsistencies in his story that raised concerns. When police officers arrived at Trant's home after David's call, they noticed that the bathroom was completely dry, which would be unusual if David had genuinely tried to save his wife from a bathtub filled with water. This detail cast doubt on the truth of David's account. The extent of Shanti's injuries contradicted David's explanation of how she fell into the tub. When her body was examined at the crime scene, it was clear she had extensive blood and bruises that couldn't be attributed to just a fall. An autopsy determined that Shanti died from blunt force trauma and strangulation, marking her death as a homicide. These inconsistencies led the detective to question David about the differences in his account. The detective questioned David about the blood found on Shanti's bed. David claimed it was from her menstrual cycle, but the amount discovered was puzzling and raised more doubts. The detectives explored various theories about why David might have killed Shanti. To provoke a response from David, the detective inquired if their ongoing home renovations had anything to do with Shanti's death, but David denied any connection. The detective also asked if Shanti was upset with David because her name was not on the house title. David insisted that Shanti had no problem with that. The detective began to suspect that Shanti's death might be linked to her life insurance policy, which would pay out $250,000 to David. During the interview, detectives asked David whether Shanti's death was an accident related to rough intercourse. He denied harming her in any way. Despite his denial, the detectives believed there was enough evidence to implicate him in Shanti's murder. They thought he had pretended to cry during the 911 call and the interview to divert suspicion. However, before David left the police station, he agreed to take a polygraph test. It was late at night, and the detectives couldn't find a polygrapher to conduct the test right away, so they allowed David to go home. Before he left, he provided DNA samples, nail clippings, and fingerprints to the detectives for analysis and comparison with evidence from the crime scene. The detectives hoped these samples would help them find more evidence linking David to Shanti's murder. Investigators who looked into the crime scene at David and Shanti's home found several notable details. Shanti had one earring still on and another on her nightstand, along with her watch, which was also found on the nightstand at the time of her murder. These details were important to the detectives because they indicated that Shanti might have been getting ready for bed when she was attacked. Additionally, her cell phone was on the nightstand, but there had been no activity on it after 11:30 p.m. on April 23, 2018. The medical examiner's report showed that Shanti had no defensive wounds, suggesting she was caught off guard by the attack. Detectives theorized that Shanti was sitting on the edge of her bed, taking off her jewelry when David attacked her from behind, leading to her death. They believed David then moved her body into the bathtub. Another important discovery was that nothing seemed to have been stolen from the house, leading the detectives to rule out robbery as a motive. However, Shanti's $155,000 engagement ring was missing. As the investigation progressed, detectives found that David's description of his happy marriage with Shanti clashed with what others believed about their relationship. David often hid Jackson's toys and only returned them when Jackson asked for them. The detectives suspected that David was using these tactics to manipulate both Shanti and her son. While searching the garage where David was sleeping, they found an unplugged refrigerator filled with children's toys. This finding reinforced the detectives' belief that David was engaged in manipulative behavior by intermittently hiding Jackson's toys. David appeared to be trying to control the emotions of Shanti and her son. After detectives executed a search warrant at Shanti and David's home, they seized the couple's computers. On Shanti's computer, they discovered notes revealing her dissatisfaction with her marriage to David. In these notes, Shanti described David as cheap, controlling, and narcissistic. She wrote that he never paid when they went out to eat, and on the rare occasions he did, he would make excuses, claiming he forgot his wallet. Shanti shared feelings of sadness and loneliness, expressing her fear. She desired to no longer be part of their life together. She indicated that her mental unhappiness was largely due to her difficult interactions with David. Additionally, the notes showed that living in a house under construction added significant stress to her life. As the detectives investigated Shanti's murder, they uncovered significant information linking David to her death. It was found that Shanti had been hospitalized for 3 days prior to her body being discovered. The detectives learned that she had expressed worries about her eating habits, telling her nanny that she could no longer tolerate spicy foods or drink alcohol. Furthermore, Shanti was experiencing rapid weight loss, which raised more suspicion among the investigators. They were confused by the toxicology tests conducted during her autopsy, which did not reveal any toxic substances in her body. Despite the lack of evidence, they began to suspect that David might have been poisoning Shanti, but they were uncertain about the specific substance responsible, as nothing was detected in the tests. David had been married before he wed Shanti, which prompted detectives to investigate his previous marriage. They found out that his first wife, Carol, suffered from health problems similar to Shanti's. David met Carol on a blind date in 1997, and they married 2 years later. The detectives were concerned about a possible link between Carol's health issues and Shanti's rapid decline in health. Shortly after their marriage, Carol began facing various health challenges, including persistent nausea, fainting spells, severe reactions to spicy foods and alcohol. Some of her close friends suggested to the detectives that David might have started poisoning her after they got married. To learn more about David's past, the detectives traveled from Florida to Minnesota in November 2018 to interview Carol in person. During the recorded interview, Carol described her struggles with chronic pain and immune system problems that remained undiagnosed. She stressed the need to understand her background to grasp the context of her health issues and mentioned that David was the one who cooked their meals during their marriage. The detectives asked Carol about the possibility that David was involved in her health issues, noting it was suspicious that both of his ex-wives faced similar health problems. Carol firmly denied any suggestion that her ex-husband had poisoned her, stating that her health issues continued even after they separated. During the investigation into Shanti's murder, detectives received a call from an employee at Club Orlando, a private men's spa. The club provided amenities like hot tubs, pools, a gym, and dark rooms for intimate activities. To become a member, individuals needed to buy a pass or membership. The employee informed the detectives that David had multiple memberships at Club Orlando and renewed them every 6 months without exception. He claimed to have seen David engaged in intimate activities with other men. Conversations with Shanti's friends revealed that she would never accept her husband having same intimate relationships. This raised the question of whether Shanti had discovered David's actions and threatened to leave him. As the investigation progressed, the detectives thoroughly reviewed all evidence, including information from an employee at Club Orlando. They sought to find out if David's spa membership and the reported intimate activity could shed light on Shanti's death. When the forensic results arrived from the state crime lab, they revealed Shanti's DNA under David's fingernails and his fingerprints were the only ones found in the bathtub. This evidence contradicted David's story, in which he stated that Shanti had accidentally fallen while entering the tub. The detectives had anticipated finding Shanti's fingerprints in the tub as well, but they were absent. On August 29, 2018, David was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, and he was denied bail. His friends were shocked by the news, as they found it hard to believe he could be responsible for Shanti's murder. They suspected that the police were looking for an easy resolution and not thoroughly investigating to find the true culprit. However, the detectives carried out a detailed investigation, following all leads regarding Shanti's murder before making the arrest. Additionally, the detectives considered Shanti's ex-husband, Jim Cooper, as a potential suspect due to their rocky divorce, which raised concerns about whether Jim might have harmed Shanti. After interviewing Jim, the detectives were able to eliminate him as a suspect based on his alibi. After David was arrested, police searched his mother's home in Orlando, where he had been living. In a suitcase, they found Shanti's missing engagement ring, which had gone missing the night she was murdered. This discovery strengthened their case against David. On April 18, 2019, almost a year after Shanti's murder, prosecutor Ryan Vecchio was meeting with Orlando Police Inspector Teresa Sprague when David's attorney called. At the time, David was represented by Robert Mandel, who called after receiving Sprague's investigative report. After some deliberation, Robert Mandel informed him that he had hired private investigator Billy Lane from Prison Break Investigations to investigate the case and that he had some papers in his home. ASA Vecchio asked him where these papers came from and Robert informed him that they were taken from the loft apartment David was staying in at the time of the murder and that the police had missed them. He informed him that these papers had been packaged as evidence and kept by Billy Lane at his office in Lakeland and that they planned to test the blood and DNA at some point. They had now kept these papers for 11 months without revealing them. Inside the brown evidence bag, which was marked and labeled, were bed sheets, a fitted sheet, a pillowcase, and a pair of black socks. Police also found a green cord collected from the Tron's home that had been found wrapped around a wooden beam from a ladder. Although the strangulation marks were not easily visible, Shanti had an unusual linear cut on the right side of her neck with possible strangulation marks on both sides. Using gloves and magnifying glasses, investigators examined the entire cord for evidence of blood but found nothing that could be seen with the naked eye or under a magnifying glass. In July 2019, a jailhouse informant came forward with important details about a confession from David. The informant said that Shanti had found text messages on David's phone that exposed his intimate relationships with multiple men. This led to a heated argument where Shanti expressed her anger, threatened to expose him, and demanded a divorce. The informant claimed that David admitted to blacking out before he hit Shanti, which ultimately caused her death. Additionally, the informant stated he had known David before being incarcerated and had seen him at Club Orlando. He also revealed that David mentioned Cambo, a toxic secretion from an Amazonian giant monkey frog used in controversial treatments. David had allegedly told the informant that this substance could be a poison that kills without leaving traces in a toxicology report. David's trial was postponed due to the global issue, which affected many legal proceedings across the country. As a result, there were significant delays in his case, lasting almost 2 years. Finally, in 2022, the trial began. However, it took an unexpected turn when both the defense and prosecution's medical experts evaluated David, determined that he was not competent to stand trial, concluding that he was experiencing severe symptoms of schizophrenia. In October 2023, after a 6-day trial, a jury found David Trance guilty, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Shanti's son, Jackson, now lives with her ex-husband, Jim Cooper. Shanti, a devoted mother and woman searching for love, stability after a difficult divorce, fell victim to David Trance's manipulative and violent betrayal. Her death at their Delaney Park home, amid a stalled renovation that symbolized the breakdown of their marriage, underscored the dangers of broken promises and hidden motives. David's sentencing in October 2023 brought justice, but it did not erase the pain endured by Shanti's son, Jackson, and her loved ones. On April 12, 2018, a seemingly ordinary day turned into a nightmare for the Plattle family. Stephen and his daughter, Katie, were at the center of a horrifying series of events that would forever change not only their lives but the lives of those around them. Hidden beneath the surface of their seemingly ordinary lives, a forbidden love affair had unfolded between Stephen and Katie. An evil family truth was kept in the shadows, but it had to come to light. A series of events would ultimately serve as a tragedy in the lives of those affected by them. Stephen Walter Plattle came from a relatively ordinary upbringing in New York. Little is known about his childhood or adolescence, but during his young adulthood, his life took a dark turn. In 1995, at the age of 20, Stephen met Alyssa Garcia, a 15-year-old girl online. They quickly formed a bond and had an immediate connection. Despite Alyssa's young age, Stephen was drawn to her. The relationship blossomed into a secret romance. Alyssa, a student in high school, was swept away by Stephen's charms and attention. She could not see through the manipulative tactics he was employing to groom her. Stephen carefully cultivated the relationship, keeping it hidden from Alyssa's family and friends. He was so driven by his desires that he traveled from New York all the way to Texas to meet her. Their relationship grew increasingly intense, culminating in Alyssa running away from home to be with Stephen in New York. She cut off ties with her family and friends, blinded by her love for him. Katie, born Denise Plattle in 1998, is the product of a relationship between Alyssa and Stephen. Alyssa was pregnant at the age of 16. As a young child, Katie experienced firsthand the abuse and neglect inflicted on her by her father. From the moment she was born, it quickly became evident that Stephen exhibited concerning traits that would foreshadow the violence to come. According to Alyssa, Stephen's abusive tendencies emerged almost immediately. Alyssa recounted harrowing details of Stephen's treatment of their infant daughter. He would do things like cover her mouth when she cried, pinch her until she turned black and blue, even resort to placing her in a cooler or ice chest to silence her cries. Sometimes he would leave a blanket slightly ajar to let air in, but other times he would shut it completely, forcing Alyssa to wait outside. When she was finally allowed to open it, Alyssa would find Denise gasping for air, drenched in sweat and covered in bruises. Realizing the danger Stephen posed to Denise, Alyssa made the heartbreaking decision to place her daughter for adoption. She knew it was the only way to ensure Denise's safety and give her a chance at a better life. She wanted her daughter to have a future filled with love and security, qualities that were glaringly absent in her home with Stephen. She believed that relinquishing her parental rights was the best choice. Katie, whose name was changed from Denise at the time of her adoption, was taken in by the Fusco family. They provided her with a stable and supportive home, surrounding her with love and encouragement, unaware of the dark secret that connected her to her biological parents. Despite the challenges, Alyssa and Stephen remained together, eventually married in 2006 after Stephen moved to Richmond, Virginia. In 2016, as an adult, Katie felt the strong desire to learn more about her biological family. Driven by curiosity and a need for answers, she started searching for her birth parents. Through social media, she connected with her biological mother, Alyssa. Alyssa, who had been looking for Katie for years, was thrilled to hear from her. After several months of communication online, Katie decided to visit Alyssa in North Carolina. Their first meeting was both joyful and uncertain as they quickly formed a bond. After their reunion, Katie made the tough choice to take a gap year from college and move to North Carolina to live with her biological family. Her adoptive parents had mixed feelings about this decision. They were supportive but also worried about the challenges she might encounter. In August 2016, when Katie chose to live with her biological family, Stephen and Alyssa were already separated and occupying different rooms. Although Alyssa was excited, the living situation was complicated. Stephen was sleeping on the couch, and Alyssa had the bedroom. Katie had her own room, but she often spent time with Stephen and her two younger sisters. Alyssa was thrilled to have Katie with them, but soon she noticed troubling changes in Stephen's behavior. He began wearing tight clothes, growing his hair long, seemingly trying to appear younger and more like Katie. 6 weeks after Katie moved in, Alyssa found out that Stephen had stopped sleeping on the couch and was now on the floor of Katie's bedroom, which alarmed her greatly. Alyssa confronted Stephen about this inappropriate behavior, reminding him of his violent past, advising Katie to be cautious around him. However, Katie dismissed her mother's concerns, believing that her father had changed and that he was trustworthy. This reaction showed how much Katie had already been manipulated, groomed by Stephen. Alyssa grew increasingly unsettled as she noticed how much Katie resembled her younger self. One day, she could no longer ignore the troubling relationship between Stephen and Katie, so she confronted them. This led to a heated argument. 3 months later, in November 2016, Alyssa found the strength to leave Stephen, taking her 2 daughters with her and filing for divorce. This left Stephen and Katie alone in the house to pursue their inappropriate relationship. In May 2017, while cleaning her 11-year-old daughter's room, Alyssa made a shocking discovery. The girl's journal revealed that Stephen and Katie were intimately involved, and that Katie was pregnant with Stephen's child. The children had been instructed to call Katie their stepmother. Alyssa confronted Stephen, who confessed to his relationship with Katie and her pregnancy. Shocked, Alyssa called the police to report their incestuous relationship. Stephen told her that he was deeply in love with Katie, that this love overshadowed their biological connection. Even with the police investigation ongoing, Stephen and Katie persisted in their relationship. On July 20th, 2017, they married in Maryland, falsely representing their relationship on their marriage documents. The wedding was attended by Stephen's mother and Katie's adoptive parents, who were aware of the situation but felt they could not intervene. In September 2017, Katie gave birth to their son, Bennett Kieran Plattle. They then moved to Knightdale, North Carolina, hoping for a new beginning. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived. In January 2018, they were arrested and charged with incest. As the investigation progressed, the legal complexities of the case became clear. Stephen's defense attorney, Rick Friedman, pointed out that the case was unprecedented and presented unique challenges for the legal system. He argued that the relationship between Stephen and Katie was consensual, denying allegations that Katie had been manipulated or brainwashed by her father. They were released on bond but prohibited from contacting each other. Custody of Bennett was granted to Stephen's mother. Katie returned to live with her adoptive parents, Anthony and Kelly Fusco. Stephen, barred from North Carolina, moved into a hotel in Virginia. On March 16, 2018, the restrictions on Stephen were lifted, allowing him to return to his home in North Carolina, close to his mother, who had custody of his son, Bennett. As time went on, both Stephen and Katie felt emotionally burdened by their situation. A crucial moment came on April 12, 2018, when Katie called Stephen to announce her decision to end their relationship. She expressed her wish for a divorce, explaining that their relationship had become toxic and negatively affected her well-being. Katie shared her need to take back control of her life, focus on her passions for art and digital advertising, which she hoped to study in college, break free from the unhealthy pattern that had trapped her. This choice marked a significant turning point for Katie, as being apart from Stephen allowed her to reflect on how their relationship had involved manipulation and control. Stephen reacted strongly to the news. Furious over Katie's decision, he felt betrayed, which led to a deep emotional turmoil. He believed he needed to retaliate against Katie for what he saw as her abandoning him. Stephen had a history of violent outbursts and unpredictable behavior, indicating he was likely to react extremely. The idea of losing Katie, whom he had manipulated, triggered a powerful reaction in him. Her choice to leave was not just rejection, it felt like a personal insult that he felt he needed to avenge. Studies show that people who act out of anger or jealousy often seek revenge to regain a sense of control. For Stephen, the thought of Katie moving on without him was unbearable. He probably believed that by taking drastic actions, he could assert his dominance again and eliminate the source of his pain. On the evening of April 11, 2018, at about 7 p.m., a tragic series of events unfolded. Stephen was filled with anger and desperation. In his turmoil, he called his mother and informed her that he was heading to pick up his 7-month-old son. His intention was to drive to New York City so that Katie could take care of Bennett. However, Stephen's emotional state quickly worsened, causing his plans to fall apart. Instead of taking Bennett to see Katie, Stephen returned to his home in Knightdale, North Carolina, where he committed the horrific act of murdering his own child. While specific details about Bennett's death remain confidential, reports indicate he died from asphyxiation caused by pressure on his torso, suggesting a deliberate and violent act. After killing Bennett, Stephen hid his body in a closet. The tragic events that unfolded on the evening of April 11th were just the beginning. After brutally killing their 7-month-old son, he drove 600 miles from North Carolina to New York. Upon arriving at the home of Katie's adoptive parents, he parked his blue minivan across the street in a nearby liquor store parking lot. From there, he waited and observed the family, anticipating when they would leave for their regular visit to Katie's grandmother's house in Waterbury, Connecticut. On the morning of April 12th, just as expected, Katie and her adoptive father, Anthony, left their home and got into their Toyota pickup truck, completely unaware of the impending danger. Stephen trailed them closely in his minivan. When they reached an intersection and stopped at a red light, Stephen took his chance. He pulled up next to their truck, rolled down his window, and displayed an AR-15 style rifle. Observers later described the terrifying scene as they saw Stephen open fire on the truck, shooting multiple rounds into the cabin. Katie and Anthony were hit several times in critical areas, instantly ending their lives. An off-duty firefighter nearby witnessed the attack and quickly called 911 to report the shooting. Witnesses provided details about the vehicles involved, mentioning a blue minivan with North Carolina plates. When the police arrived, they discovered the bodies of 20-year-old Katie and her 56-year-old adoptive father, Anthony Fusco, still in their seats. The investigation started right away, focusing on finding the vehicle that had escaped the scene. At the same time, Stephen's mother panicked after he confessed to her about the murders Bennett, Katie, and Anthony. She called 911 to share the shocking details of his actions. The police quickly began searching for Stephen, who had driven away from the double murder. As investigators understood the severity of the situation, the search for Stephen intensified. After hanging up the phone, Stephen drove to a remote area in Dover, New York, where he parked his minivan. Overwhelmed by the gravity of his actions, he realized he could not escape the consequences of his violent acts. In a final act of desperation, he took a firearm and ended his own life. The investigation into the murders of Katie, Anthony, along with the death of Bennett, quickly began. The Knightdale and New Milford police departments collaborated to uncover the details of this disturbing case. The investigation started with a welfare check at Stephen's home in Knightdale. When police arrived, they found Bennett's lifeless body hidden in a closet. Stephen was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound inside his truck in Dover, 18 miles from the scene of the attacking. When Stephen and Katie were arrested on charges of incest, Alyssa was outraged by the court's decision to permit Stephen to see Bennett. She felt the system had failed to protect the child, arguing that anyone facing incest charges should never be allowed near minors. Alyssa also pointed out the absence of a psychiatric evaluation for Stephen before his release, stressing the importance of mental health assessments in such serious cases. Although there was no trial, the evidence collected during the investigation indicated a pattern of control and manipulation in Stephen's relationships with both Katie and Alyssa. The tragic outcome of these dynamics resulted in multiple lives lost and left the community in shock. With Stephen's death, there was no trial, verdict, or sentence. Alyssa, while dealing with her own guilt and grief, continued to raise awareness about domestic violence and the complexities of family abuse. She stressed the importance of recognizing the signs of manipulation and control in relationships, aiming to prevent similar tragedies in the future. The aftermath of this case serves as a stark reminder of the devastating consequences that can arise from unchecked family relationships and the critical need for vigilance in protecting vulnerable individuals from harm. The Stephen and Katie Plattel case ignited a wave of shock and outrage across social media and news platforms. Many expressed disbelief at the tragic circumstances that led to the murders and subsequent suicide, questioning how such manipulation and abuse could escalate to such violence. Commenters criticized the legal system for failing to protect the innocent, particularly in light of the evident signs of abuse. Alyssa Platt, Katie's biological mother, became a voice for the victims, lamenting the systemic failures that allowed this tragedy to unfold. The case sparked discussions about the need for better mental health evaluations and protective measures for vulnerable individuals. The disturbing case of Stephen and Katie Plattel came into focus in an episode titled Murders in the Family from the true crime series Sex, Lies, and Murder. This episode delved into the complex dynamics of their incestuous relationship, exploring how Stephen's abusive past and manipulative behavior led to tragic outcomes. Through chilling reenactments and interviews, the episode examined the emotional turmoil faced by the victims and the systemic failures that allowed the abuse to escalate. Unfortunately, it serves as a haunting reminder of the devastating consequences of unchecked manipulation and family violence. The case of Stephen and Katie Plattel is a harrowing testament to the devastating consequences of unchecked manipulation, abuse, and family dysfunction. Their relationship went awry and turned into a tragedy that claimed the lives of Katie, her adoptive father Anthony Fusco, her infant son Bennett, and Stephen himself, leaving a trail of grief for their loved ones. The case, seared into public consciousness through media coverage and true crime stories, serves as a stark reminder of the destructive power of control and the importance of addressing domestic violence before it escalates into irreversible loss. The Plattel family's story forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about family dynamics and advocates for reforms that prevent such horrors from happening again. Peter Chadwick was born in England to a wealthy family, enjoying a comfortable and privileged upbringing. His father, a successful real estate investor, earned millions, allowing Peter to receive an excellent education. From an early age, he attended elite schools that provided him with a strong academic background. During his teenage years, Peter's family moved to Pennsylvania in the United States. He attended Arizona State University. It was there that he met Kri Chu Lim, commonly known as QC. QC came from a wealthy Malaysian family. She was the younger sister of a prominent businesswoman who owned the largest latex glove factory in the country. Despite their differing personalities, Peter being reserved and socially awkward, while QC was outgoing and witty, the two connected right away. Their differences attracted them to one another. They continued to date throughout college. Peter was often seen as hard to understand and get close to. In contrast, QC was recognized for her engaging nature. She brought energy to gatherings and had a knack for making others laugh. Eventually, Peter and QC got married. They settled in Newport Beach, California, an area known for its wealthy residents and opulent mansions. They blended seamlessly into the community, driving luxury cars and wearing designer outfits. Their lifestyle was one of comfort and wealth, surrounded by others who shared similar values. While Peter took care of his father's properties and spent a lot of time at home, QC managed the household and cared for their growing family. QC was a dedicated mother who wanted the best for her 3 sons. She placed a strong emphasis on the importance of education and encouraged them to work hard for good grades. Alongside academics, she promoted participation in extracurricular activities and sports, instilling values of teamwork and physical fitness in them. QC aimed for her sons to gain a global perspective, so she introduced them to various cultures and languages, believing this would enhance their understanding of the world. She valued travel, frequently took her sons on trips to expand their horizons, from visiting ancient ruins to experiencing different cultures, viewing travel as an essential learning opportunity that would help shape them into well-rounded individuals. Despite their wealth, the Chadwick family maintained a private, humble lifestyle. They preferred to focus on their family and close relationships. Nonetheless, QC and Peter were well known in the community, often spotted picking up their sons from the bus stop after school. On Wednesday, October 10, 2012, a warm, sunny day in California, their two youngest sons got off the school bus, expecting to see one of their parents waiting for them. However, neither parent was at the bus stop. A neighbor noticed the boys alone at the bus stop after 4 p.m., which seemed unusual since QC and Peter were typically very attentive parents. Concerned, the neighbor picked up the boys and drove them home. When they arrived, there was no answer at the door. While Peter's car was missing from the driveway, QC's car was still there. At the Chadwick residence, the neighbor saw several packages on the doorstep, suggesting that no one had been home all day. Since QC was a stay-at-home parent and Peter worked from home, there should have been someone around to collect the deliveries. Growing more worried, the neighbor decided to act. She took Peter's sons back to her home and contacted the police to request a welfare check at the Chadwick residence. The officers arrived at the Chadwick home in Newport Beach. Upon their arrival, they thoroughly examined the outside of the residence and noticed there were no signs of forced entry. The officers found themselves in the living room, which appeared meticulously clean. The carpet was adorned with very distinct vacuum lines, indicating it had been recently vacuumed. As the officers walked around the house, they saw family photos depicting what appeared to be a typical happy family. Moving on to the kitchen, the officers noticed a meal being prepared but left unfinished. It was as if the person making the meal had vanished. The utensils and ingredients were scattered, indicating that the dish had been interrupted abruptly. After finding no leads downstairs, the detectives proceeded to climb the stairs of the Chadwick residence. Upon entering the bedroom of QC and Peter, the officers discovered signs of violence. The bathroom floor rug was bunched in a corner of the room, there was a broken vase on the edge of the tub, and blood was evident. This discovery prompted the officers to declare the home a crime scene and promptly call for backup. As crime scene investigators arrived at the Chadwick residence, they immediately noticed that a safe in QC and Peter's bedroom had been opened. Its contents were missing. This discovery led the detectives to believe that money and important documents were potentially stolen. The empty safe further intensified their suspicion regarding the couple's whereabouts. Without concrete leads, detectives contacted various institutions, including hospitals, jails, and the coroner's office. They conducted a thorough search to determine if anyone matching QC and Peter's description had been admitted or taken into custody. However, their efforts yielded no results, raising even more concerns about the fate of QC and Peter. On October 11, 2012, the San Diego Police Department received a distressing phone call from Peter Chadwick. He claimed he was calling from an Arco gas station approximately 100 miles from the Chadwick residence in Newport Beach. During the call, Peter exhibited erratic behavior and rambled incoherently. He stated that on October 10th, he had hired a man named Juan to give an estimate on a painting job at his home. Peter explained that he had come across Juan while checking out an apartment complex he managed. When Juan went upstairs to assess the walls for potential painting work, Peter remained downstairs, working on his computer. While engrossed in his work, Peter suddenly heard his wife, QC, shout his name from the upstairs master bedroom. Instinctively, he rushed upstairs to find Juan strangling QC in the bathtub while also holding her underwater. Panicked, Peter attempted to intervene, but Juan pulled out a Swiss Army knife and kept him at bay, continuing the assault on QC. Peter stated that an altercation between him and Juan ensued, but QC was already dead. After QC died, Peter claimed that Juan coerced him into wrapping her body in a green comforter, and then both of them carried QC's body into the back of Peter's Lexus. He alleged that Juan forced him to drive around Southern California with QC's body in the back seat. According to Peter, he was pulled over by a patrol officer from the California Highway Patrol, but the officer let him go. He claimed he drove with Juan and QC's body for about 4 miles away from the Mexican border to the Arco gas station. At this gas station, Juan contacted a friend. When she arrived, they transported QC's body into a van and fled the scene, leaving Peter behind at the gas station. While on the phone with the dispatcher, Peter stated that he believed Juan and his friend were heading in the direction of Mexico, where they planned to dismember and dispose of QC's body. Police officers met Peter Chadwick at the Arco station and brought him into the police department for an interview. During the interview, the detectives noted several concerning details. Firstly, Peter was covered in scratches all over his body, suggesting that an altercation had taken place. Additionally, the detectives observed a human bite mark on Peter's forearm, which further raised suspicions. When questioned about the alleged events surrounding his wife's disappearance, Peter displayed no emotion. This unusual lack of emotion contributed to the detectives' suspicions. Furthermore, Peter showed no concern for his children during the interview. He did not ask about them or express concern for their safety or well-being, which was yet another red flag for the detectives. With Peter in custody, the detectives went back to the Chadwick home to continue their investigation. When they arrived, they saw that the walls had recently been painted. This finding confused the detectives because it contradicted Peter's statement that he had hired Juan to give a painting estimate. If the house had already been painted, why would he need an estimate? This inconsistency made the detectives more skeptical about Peter's account and prompted them to look for further evidence to support his claims. The Chadwick family lived in a gated community with a guard and video surveillance, which provided the detectives with useful footage. One clip from October 10th at 1:30 p.m. showed Peter Chadwick's car leaving the property. However, they couldn't tell if Juan or QC's body was in the car. Additional footage showed Peter's vehicle passing through a toll booth on the freeway, indicating that there might have been only one person in the car. This mismatch with Peter's original story increased the detectives' suspicions. The detectives interviewed a California Highway Patrol officer who stopped Peter Chadwick on October 10th. The officer confirmed that Peter was alone in the vehicle during the stop. Along with video evidence, the detectives found a handwritten letter from a person named QC and some alarming Google searches made by Peter, including one that read, "How to torture." When detectives examined QC's medical records, they discovered she had recently been diagnosed with intimate transmitted diseases. It turned out that Peter had been having affairs and not using protection, which led to him bringing these diseases home to QC. During the investigation, several of QC's close friends provided information, revealing that QC had discussed the possibility of divorce with them, but Peter opposed the idea. QC's friends suggested that Peter would never agree to a divorce, as it could jeopardize his financial security. QC had access to considerable wealth, and in the event of a divorce, Peter risked losing that access. On October 11, 2012, Peter was arrested and charged with his wife's murder. He pleaded not guilty and maintained his innocence throughout the trial. A week after his arrest, Peter's lawyer contacted the detectives, saying that Peter was willing to reveal where QC's body was located. Peter claimed that the body was in South San Diego, specifically in Wildcat Canyon, a remote area. He also mentioned that the body could be found in a dumpster nearby. After receiving the information, crime scene investigators quickly went to the designated location. When they arrived at Wildcat Canyon, they examined the dumpster that Peter had mentioned. Inside, they found several items belonging to QC, including her purse, identification card, and a significant amount of cash totaling $20,000. They also noticed a green comforter in the dumpster. Upon closer inspection, they found arms and legs inside, leading them to conclude that these were part of QC's remains. An autopsy conducted at the medical examiner's office confirmed the deceased was QC and determined that the cause of death was strangulation. Although Peter Chadwick was charged with this serious crime of murder, the judge set his bail at $1 million. This decision was based on Peter's lack of a criminal history and his strong ties to the community through his 3 sons. Conditions attached to his bail included surrendering his passport, preventing him from leaving the country and prohibiting any contact with QC's family. While Peter was released on bond, he stayed with his father in Santa Barbara. During this period, he consistently attended his court hearings and tried to bond with his 3 sons. However, the reality was that he was actually planning to escape. The detectives were unaware that Peter had emptied his safe deposit box and taken out multiple cash advances on his credit cards. When Peter went missing, a large search was initiated to find him. His wealth complicated the detectives' efforts. They later reached out to the U.S. Marshals for help, hoping their resources would prove useful. By reviewing airport footage, detectives learned that Peter had taken a cab to Santa Barbara Airport. After arriving, he stayed at the airport briefly before leaving again. They also managed to secure footage of the cab that picked him up and took him to an unknown location. To learn more about Peter's possible whereabouts, detectives conducted a detailed search of his home in Santa Barbara. They found a large collection of books and DVDs related to Canada, as well as guides on living a life on the run. From this evidence, the detectives inferred that Peter was likely trying to reach the Canadian border with plans to enter Canada. Their suspicions were strengthened by comments from Peter's sons, who said their father had told them he intended to go on the run. Peter mentioned his desire to cross into Canada and find a low-paying job to save money, with the aim of eventually reuniting with his sons. For 3 years, the U.S. Marshals followed leads about Peter being seen in Canada, but every effort led to a dead end. The search for Peter Chadwick, who was wanted for evading justice, lasted several years, involved many officers and countless leads. Unfortunately, the case remained unresolved, and the search seemed fruitless. In August 2018, the detectives decided to revisit Peter Chadwick's case. They felt a more proactive approach was needed to bring him to justice. A detective approached the Public Information Office to discuss the possibility of reintroducing the case on a larger scale. After careful thought, they agreed that a renewed effort was important because Peter could have fled anywhere. They determined it was vital to spread his story widely. With the popularity of podcasts in 2018, the detective and the public information officer believed a podcast could effectively draw in new leads and raise awareness about the case. They titled the podcast Countdown to Capture. The first episode premiered in September 2018. The podcast generated a strong interest in the Chadwick case, leading to a surge of tips from around the globe, including from countries like Ukraine and Japan. Many people reported seeing Peter Chadwick in various locations, providing detectives with useful leads. To aid in the search, the U.S. Marshals included him on their 15 most wanted list and announced a $100,000 reward for information that could lead to his capture. This reward helped raise awareness and encouraged people to share any details they might have. In the final episode of the podcast Countdown to Capture, the lead detective addressed Peter directly. He urged Peter to resolve the situation, emphasizing the effects of his actions on his sons. The detective warned Peter in a serious tone that law enforcement would soon be closing in on him. As the search for Peter went on, detectives and U.S. Marshals discovered that he had not escaped to Canada as previously thought, but rather to Mexico. They found out that Peter was hiding in Pátzcuaro, a city where he could easily blend in and remain unnoticed. Pátzcuaro, located in Michoacán, Mexico, is known for its charming colonial architecture, colorful buildings, and cobblestone streets, as well as vibrant markets and traditional crafts like ceramics, textiles, woodwork. Peter checked into an inexpensive hotel under the name Paul Cook and claimed to be a relative of someone who vanished on Malaysia Airlines Flight 370. This clever strategy helped him gain the locals' trust and keep a low profile. While in Pátzcuaro, Peter enlisted the help of a local realtor to find an apartment. However, the realtor later described him as strange and lacking warmth. Despite his unusual behavior, Peter connected with a woman named Claudia Soto, and their friendship began to deepen. In May 2016, Peter, Claudia, and Claudia's sister, Adriana Segovia, embarked on a trip to a concert. During the journey, Claudia's sister noticed Peter driving erratically and asked him to slow down. Instead of complying, Peter continued his reckless driving, which led to an accident. Claudia Soto was killed in the accident, while her sister sustained serious injuries and was in a coma for 15 days. Meanwhile, Peter walked away with a limp after the tragic. The district attorney's office contacted the Soto family and asked them to sign a document granting Paul Cook immunity in Claudia's death. The document absolved Paul Cook of all wrongdoing, portrayed him as a good person who was not involved in the incident. Faced with the immense distress caused by Claudia's death and the suffering of her sister, the family agreed to sign the papers without asking questions. However, after settling the initial shock and grief, they realized they had made a huge mistake. Unfortunately, by then it was too late. Peter Chadwick, the main suspect in the case, had fled. As the search progressed, the U.S. Marshals discovered that Peter was in Valle de Bravo, a small and picturesque town in the Mexican state. This town is famous for its beautiful scenery, clear lakes, and lush forests. After seeing a report about the investigation aired on television, Peter became scared. 2 hours later, when his iPad unexpectedly stopped working, he feared that the marshals had tracked him down. In a panic, he quickly left Valle de Bravo and traveled to Cholula. Cholula is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world, with a history that spans thousands of years. It boasts a rich cultural heritage and is well known for the Cholula Pyramid, which is named after the town. Cholula also features traditional music and dance, characterized by colorful costumes and energetic performances. In August 2019, detectives received the tip that helped the U.S. Marshals track down Peter. Within 24 hours, they located and arrested him. He was extradited to the U.S. to face charges for the murder of his wife. In a phone call with his eldest son, Ben, after his arrest, Peter expressed remorse and apologized to his sons. Peter Chadwick pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in February 2022 and was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Matt Murphy, a former Orange County prosecutor, said Chadwick will serve a minimum of 12 years in California State Prison before he is eligible for parole. In abusive relationships, one person frequently displays cruelty, aggression, and disrespect towards the other, whether they are a partner, spouse, family member, or coworker. Those who show these harmful behaviors are often labeled as hot-headed or incapable of managing their emotions. However, the more insidious type of abuse is the one that remains hidden, leading others to believe the family is perfect until a tragedy strikes. The relationship between Olsa Sabishnikova and Timur Prokhorov was viewed by many as a shining example of love, understanding, and support. They both grew up in the small rural community and met during their school years. After several years of dating, they appeared to be meant for each other. They had an extravagant wedding, with relatives traveling from far and wide to celebrate. However, just 3 days after their wedding, the newlyweds were laid to rest in the same grave at the local cemetery. What happened? Let's unravel this complex case. Olsa Sabishnikova, later known as Prokhorova, was born on 2001 in Maliks, a village of Tatarstan. She was the youngest of 2 children, with her older brother Rusin always looking out for her. When Olsu and Rusin were still in school, their parents divorced. They lived with their mother. Shortly after, their mother remarried, and the family moved to her new husband's home. Olsu and Rusin accepted their mother's new life, quickly bonded with their stepfather, who treated them like his own children. They began calling him Dad. At the new house, Olsu and Rusin adjusted quickly, enrolled in the local school, and made many friends. Life in the village was calm and peaceful, unlike the busyness of larger cities. The community consisted mainly of Russians, Tatars, and Uzbeks. The local community center hosted weekly dances, offered classes in performing arts, dancing, and choral singing. Concerts showcasing local talent were common during holidays. Olsu was an outstanding student, consistently earning straight A's. Her teachers praised her intelligence, responsibility, seriousness, and determination. She was reliable and known for her calm demeanor, often acting as a diplomat to peacefully resolve conflicts. Additionally, her beauty and kindness attracted many friends who wanted to be close to her. Her closest friend throughout childhood was her cousin, Sabrina Sabishnikova, who was 3 years younger. Despite the age difference, they felt like sisters, constantly in touch and sharing their deepest secrets. Sadly, both would face a tragic fate. From a young age, also faced significant health issues. She suffered from a severe viral infection that damaged her kidneys, leading to chronic kidney failure that worsened over time. Also had to regularly visit a specialized clinic for treatment and supportive care, including numerous hemodialysis sessions, as her kidneys could no longer function properly. The financial burden of her ongoing medical care was heavy for the Savishnikova family, who were not wealthy. During difficult periods of her illness, also had to switch to homeschooling, which often caused her to miss several months of school. Consequently, she struggled to prepare adequately for her graduation and entrance exams for higher education. Despite facing many challenges, also aspired to further her education and hoped to attend the Neboresny Chelny branch of Kazan Innovative University to study economics. However, she recognized that her health issues would make it difficult to manage university life. Additionally, most of her family's budget was spent on her treatments and medications, making it hard for her to pay for tuition. Her mother encouraged her to consider starting at a vocational college to learn a skill that would provide a stable income, allowing her to defer university for a time. Also focused on staying positive and was determined to find a career she loved, aiming to become independent and not a burden on her family. She remained hopeful about the future and actively sought her path. She completed courses in eyelash extension and nail care, beginning to take clients at home, which suited her health needs. While in school, also met Timur Prokhorov, an older student who was 4 years her senior. They quickly formed a strong friendship that eventually developed into a romantic relationship. Timur Prokhorov was born in 1997 in Neboresny Chelny as the younger of 2 sons in a relatively affluent family. His parents owned a small but successful business, which provided a comfortable income and allowed them to prioritize their children's education. Timur has an older brother, Artur, with whom he shares a close bond. Artur earned a law degree and currently works for the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In the late 2000s, the Prokhorov family bought land in the village of Maliks and began constructing their home. A few years later, they moved to the area with their children and settled in. Timur and his brother assisted their parents with building, finishing the house, as well as with household chores. According to friends, teachers, and community members, Timur was known for his kindness and level-headedness. He avoided conflict, preferred peaceful resolution through negotiation. He was willing to admit his mistakes, would apologize when necessary. In school, Timur was a good but not exceptional student. He participated in local arts, danced in a group, and performed at the community center, continuing these activities into adulthood. Timur's older brother got married while he was in university and moved back to Neboresny Chelny. Soon after, they had 2 children and frequently visited their relatives in Maliks. The nieces and nephews adored their uncle and treasured their time together. Timur felt the same way, often pampering them, enjoying their company. After completing school, Timur joined the military service in the Navy. At that time, he was dating Alsu, who was eagerly waiting for his return. Unfortunately, Timur's mother was diagnosed with a severe form of cancer. Despite all attempts to treat her, she soon declined and passed away within a few months. A year later, Timur's father remarried, and his new wife was embraced by the family. The adult children formed a strong bond with her, accepting her as one of their own. About 6 months later, Timur's father and stepmother returned to Neboresny Chelny to focus on their business. They gave their nearly completed house in the village to their younger son, who continued to work on it himself. When Alsu and Timur met in high school, their feelings for each other grew quickly. Alsu was honest about her serious health problems, but this didn't discourage Timur. He assured her they would face the challenges together. After completing his military service, Timur resumed his studies and later joined his family's business. He earned enough to support both himself and Alsu, but also didn't want to rely on anyone, so she continued to work hard from home. Unfortunately, due to her health condition, she had to stop doing nail extensions because she could no longer work with most materials. Timur was very caring towards Alsu. He drove her to Neboresny Chelny and Kazan for her medical checkups, treatments, and therapies. He looked after her with great affection and concern. He got along well with Alsu's mother, who considered him like her own son. In 2018, Alsu's health began to decline rapidly. Her kidneys were failing. She needed regular dialysis to survive. The only hope for her was a kidney transplant. Fortunately, her mother was a perfect match and could be her donor, but the surgery and post-operative care were too expensive for the family to afford. Also found herself in a desperate situation, facing the possibility of death. Due to severe swelling, her face became almost unrecognizable, causing her great distress about her appearance. She didn't want Timur to see her in that state, even tried to prevent him from visiting her in the hospital. However, Timur was determined to stay by her side. The news of Alsu's critical condition and the urgent need for costly surgery quickly spread throughout the town. Concerned neighbors rallied to help in any way they could. They organized a charity concert at the local community center, with all proceeds going to support Alsu's family. Timur even performed that night with a dance group. Thanks to the community's efforts, they raised enough money in a short time to cover the life-saving surgery. Alsu and her mother traveled to a renowned clinic in Moscow, where a skilled surgeon agreed to take on her challenging case. The surgery was successful, and both women handled it well, but also faced a lengthy recovery process. She needed to take medications regularly, adhere to a strict diet, and attend frequent checkups to monitor the function of her transplanted kidney. Also spent almost 6 months in the hospital, followed by another year at home to minimize the risk of infection, as even a simple cold could have been life-threatening in her vulnerable condition. Despite the physical and emotional challenges, she diligently followed the doctor's recommendations. Her mother, stepfather, and brother provided constant support, encouraging her to remain positive, believe that things would improve. They were also very concerned about her relationship with Timur. Not every young man can handle a partner's health issues. If Timur had chosen to leave, no one would have criticized him, but he was determined to stay by Alsu's side. During Alsu's illness, Timur was constantly at the hospital, staying by her side and later at her parents' home. He was always willing to assist, taking her to medical appointments, even traveling to another city to find necessary medication. Soon after Alsu was discharged from the clinic, Timur proposed to her, and she joyfully accepted. In August 2021, Alsu and Timur had their nikah ceremony, an important religious event in Islam that symbolizes their union, similar to a Christian wedding. Following this, they moved into the groom's house, which was still under construction. While Alsu worked from home, Timur commuted daily to his job in Neighboresny Chelny. They were saving money for a grand wedding, which they planned to have in January. Alsu turned 21 on January 4, 2022, and they celebrated their wedding at her parents' house on January 20th. Family and friends from all over the Republic gathered to celebrate. Everyone wished the newlyweds a long and happy life together. The festivities lasted for 3 days. Guests noted how joyful and radiant Timur and Alsu appeared. Timur expressed his wish to call Alsu's mother, Mom. Alsu's mother, moved to tears, thanked God and fate for bringing such a wonderful husband to her daughter and a son-in-law into her life. Alsu's bridesmaid was Sabrina, an 18-year-old. She had to return for school on January 23rd. Sabrina stayed in a private room at Timur's home. Other guests were hosted at Alsu's parents' house and at the homes of nearby relatives since there were no hotels in the village or the surrounding areas. On the morning of January 23rd, Alsu's mother had a distressing dream in which she was unable to find her daughter. In the dream, her son-in-law quietly placed small coins into her hands. She woke up around 5 a.m. feeling very anxious and was unable to go back to sleep. Although she wanted to call her daughter, Alsu, she decided to wait since it was still early. By 7 a.m., she couldn't wait any longer and called her daughter, but no one answered. She also tried reaching Sabrina and Timur, but they didn't pick up either. Concerned, she and her husband chose to go to Prokhorov's house. When they arrived around 7:30 a.m., they noticed Timur's car was missing from the driveway. Initially, this didn't raise alarms, but when Alsu's mother tried the door and found it unlocked, panic began to set in. It seemed impossible for her daughter, son-in-law, and sister to leave the house without locking it. She entered her home, calling out for her daughter and son-in-law, but received no answer. As she stepped into the living room, she was overwhelmed by a horrifying sight. The lifeless bodies of Alsu and Sabrina lay on the floor, surrounded by pools of blood. Both women had been stabbed multiple times with a sharp object. It was evident they had died several hours prior, as their bodies were cold and stiff. In shock, she screamed, rushed outside to alert her husband. He quickly called the police and emergency services. Authorities arrived at 7:50 a.m. Meanwhile, Alsu's mother began experiencing heart problems, needed medical help. Distraught and unable to think clearly, she cried and screamed, struggling to accept that her daughter was gone. By this time, relatives of the young couple had arrived at the house. Neighbors were gathering due to the noise. Forensic experts discovered more than a dozen stab wounds on the bodies of Alsu and Sabrina, which were caused by a knife and scissors. However, the actual murder weapons were not found in the house. The primary suspect became Timur. As he was missing, his phone was unreachable. His relatives quickly came to his defense, claiming he could not have committed such a crime. All witnesses, including family and nearby residents, consistently described Timur as a loving and devoted husband who treated his wife with utmost care. According to them, Timur and Alsu rarely had arguments. If they did disagree, Timur would never resort to violence against someone he loved so deeply. However, some neighbors later asserted that Timur was a concealed abuser. They claimed he was extremely jealous of his attractive wife and that their private arguments were sometimes audible to others. Alsu had felt guilty about her illness, and Timur allegedly told her that no one else would take care of her except him. The night before the tragedy, Timur and his friends were at his house, enjoying drinks and staying up late on a Saturday. When it was time to say goodbye to his guests, it was already past midnight. Timur then was missing for nearly an hour and a half. During this time, Alsu sent a text to her friend, expressing her concern because she couldn't reach Timur, who had left his phone behind. At 2 a.m., Alsu messaged her friend again, saying that Timur had returned safely, everything was all right, and they were going to bed. She thanked her friend for her worry and included a smiley face. Those messages didn't raise any alarms, everything seemed normal. Investigators later speculated that Timur might have become jealous of someone Alsu was in contact with, leading to a heated argument when he returned. Having been drinking that evening, it's believed he may have lost control and grabbed a knife. Realizing the gravity of his actions, he likely fled in his car, prompting authorities to track him down to uncover the details of the incident. On January 23rd, reports surfaced about a car found in a parking lot near a small roadside cafe along the road to Yelabuga. Inside the vehicle was the body of a young man who had died from a gunshot wound to the chin. A rifle was found in his hands, suggesting he had taken his own life. The deceased was quickly identified as 25-year-old Timur Prokhorov, who had been wanted for questioning in connection with a double murder. Later, it was discovered that the rifle belonged to Timur's father and was stored in a secure safe at the home where Timur lived with his wife. It seems Timur took the weapon with him when he left that night, possibly already planning to end his own life. Authorities obtained footage from a security camera located on a building across from the Prokhorov residence. The video showed Timur leaving the house with friends. About an hour and a half later, he returned alone but disappeared from the camera's view afterward. It's important to mention that the camera was aimed at the street, so Timur might have left in the opposite direction, out of sight. A witness remembered that on the night of January 23rd, a local club nearby was holding a dance event. However, Timur and Alsu did not attend because they had guests. At one point, an unfamiliar car arrived at their house but then drove away shortly after. The next morning, after news of the tragedy broke, two young men came searching for Timur. When they found out what had happened, they quickly left, and no one could provide any details about them later. During the investigation, a 64-year-old massage therapist became a person of interest. It was later discovered that she also offered intimate services in her home. While her name was kept out of the media, it was alleged that Timur had visited her multiple times. On the night of the tragedy, Timur sent her a text asking if he could come over for a session. She wasn't surprised by his late-night request, said she would be waiting for him. Some reports suggest that Timur met with the massage therapist after he had already harmed his wife and Sabrina. They had an intimate encounter, but when she asked for payment, Timur refused. She threatened to report him, but instead of apologizing, he became angry, insulted her, and assaulted her several times before leaving. The woman later reported a physical assault to the police, claiming that Timur also assaulted her. However, she eventually retracted her statement for reasons that are not clear. There were rumors suggesting that Timur's well-connected relatives, including some in law enforcement, intervened to resolve the situation. It is said they kept the massage therapist's identity secret, and she never talked about her relationship with Timur or the abuse she endured. Speculation arose that Timur had seen the massage therapist before the incident, which might explain his prolonged absence that night. After he returned home, a jealousy-fueled argument may have occurred between him and his wife. This conflict could have escalated, leading Timur to grab a knife and attack both women. At 7:03 a.m. on January 23rd, Timur logged into his social media account for the last time. After that, he stopped answering calls and messages, marking this time as the approximate moment of his death. The theories of infidelity, jealousy, and sudden rage did not match Timur's character as described by those who knew him. Even Alsu's family dismissed these ideas, insisting that the crime was committed by someone outside. Timur was seen by friends as kind, calm, thoughtful, and balanced, making his violent actions surprising. Although he might have had a drink on his days off or during holidays, no one ever saw him drunk. However, during a search of his home, investigators discovered a large quantity of prescription painkillers that had been prescribed to Timur's mother, who had cancer. After her passing, many strong medications remained in the house, which appeared to have been used periodically, as they were not thrown away and were organized in a separate drawer. This new information suggests another theory: Timur might have secretly used these medications. On that night, he could have taken a large dose combined with strong alcohol, which may have caused hallucinations or intense anger. If this happened, the crimes could have been committed while he was not fully himself. Once he regained his senses and understood the gravity of his actions, he might have felt that ending his own life was his only option. No criminal case was opened regarding the death of the individual believed to have committed the crime. However, the relatives of Timur and also struggled to accept that Timur was responsible for such a violent act. At the request of Alsu's mother, the young couple was buried together in the same grave at the local cemetery. She insisted that her son-in-law would never have harmed her daughter, as he loved her deeply, believed they should remain together even in death. News of this tragic double death spread rapidly through the quiet village, causing a wave of shock throughout the entire Republic of Tatarstan. Journalists from across the region flocked to report on the sensational story, but the Prokhorov and Sabashnikova families chose not to speak to the media. In contrast, many villagers, most of whom did not even know the couple, were eager to give interviews, often sharing strange rumors and gossip. Consequently, the case became muddled with inaccurate information, much of which was far from the truth. On January 26th, Timur's father gave an interview in which he stated that the autopsy had revealed signs of physical abuse on his son's body and noted that there was very little blood found in the car. This led him to believe that Timur might have been beaten and shot elsewhere before his body was placed in the car. However, the next day, investigators publicly contradicted the father's claims, confirming that the only injury on Timur's body was the gunshot wound. This wound was located under the chin and at a specific angle, suggesting that Timur likely died by end one's own life. The tragic deaths of Alsu Prokhorova, Sabrina Savashnikova, and Timur Prokhorov shattered the illusion of a perfect love story that had captivated their communities. What began as a joyous celebration of Alsu and Timur's wedding ended in unimaginable violence, exposing the underlying complexities of their relationship. The loss of 3 young lives left families and neighbors grappling with grief, disbelief, and unanswered questions about the motives behind Timur's actions. As the Republic of Tatarstan mourned, the case highlighted the brutal reality of hidden abuse, reminding us that even the most idyllic appearances can mask deep pain. The scars of this tragedy remain, prompting greater awareness and compassion to prevent such heartbreak in the future. Madeline Soto's life was filled with joy, but also many challenges, largely due to the influence of her family. At just 13 years old, she lived with her mother, Jennifer Soto, in the Venetian Bay Village complex in Kissimmee, Florida. Although their home was filled with love, they also faced hardships. Jennifer, a devoted mother, often clashed with Madeline, leading to frequent arguments that left both feeling frustrated and misunderstood. Madeline, who has been diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, struggles with focus, which affects her performance in school. Teachers described her as a sweet girl who was easily distracted but had a kind heart. However, in the months leading up to her disappearance, friends noticed a change in her behavior. She appeared sad and tired, sometimes crying without explanation. She confided in her friends about her mother's mental health issues, describing her mother as bipolar and expressing her feelings of loneliness. Stephen Stearns, the boyfriend of Madeline's mother, Jennifer, complicated the family's relationship. She called him her stepfather and often turned to him for comfort when she had conflicts with her mother. Although Stephen had taken on a fatherly role in her life, this caused concern for those around her. In early 2024, Madeline began talking about wanting to escape home life, sharing with friends her plans to build a house in the woods when she turned 13. At first, it seems like a harmless dream, but then becomes disturbing when she goes missing. On February 26, 2024, Jennifer's day began like any other. She woke up early to the sound of her boyfriend, Stephen, walking their dog. Still sleepy, she returned to bed, unaware of the trouble that awaited her. That day, Stephen took Madeline to school, but instead of going to Hunter Creek Middle School, he chose to take her to Peace United Methodist Church, which was nearby. He dropped her off around 8:30 a.m., and surveillance footage later showed she lingering in the church parking lot for several minutes, sitting on the ground and lost in thought. Eventually, she stood up and walked toward the school, but she never made it there. In those pivotal moments, no one could have predicted that it would be the last time Madeline would be seen alive. A normal school day turned into a nightmare as she vanished. At some point that day, Stephen told Jennifer that he had factory reset his phone while trying to update it. As time passed and morning turned to afternoon, Madeline's absence raised alarms. By 4:30 p.m., Jennifer arrived at Hunter Creek Middle School, eager to pick up her daughter. However, as she looked over the crowd of students leaving the school, she felt an unsettling dread. Madeline was missing. Panic set in when school officials informed her that Madeline hadn't attended classes that day. In a frantic rush to find her daughter, Jennifer checked nearby locations, including her mother's office, thinking that the little girl might have gone there after school. As Jennifer drove through the familiar streets, her anxiety began to increase. She searched every corner, calling out Madeline's name, but there was no answer. After searching all possible locations without any sign of her daughter, Jennifer's desperation deepened. She contacted friends, hoping they had seen Madeline or could provide clues about her whereabouts. She also turned to social media, posting about Madeline's disappearance and urging anyone with information to come forward. As the sun set, Jennifer realized time was running out. With confusion in her heart, she decided to report Madeline missing around 8 p.m. Anxiety weighed heavily on her as she called 911, knowing that every minute was crucial to finding her daughter safely and preventing an unwanted tragedy. The police did not respond immediately, however. It took several hours for them to arrive, leaving Jennifer increasingly anxious as she paced the campus, waiting for news of Madeline. By the time the officers arrived, nearly 12 hours had passed since Jennifer had last seen her daughter. The deputies began gathering information from Jennifer and Stephen, who were with Madeline. Their initial questions focused on Madeline's last known whereabouts and any possible leads to help find her. As Jennifer and Stephen provided answers, investigators discovered inconsistencies, which raised concerns about Stephen's role in her disappearance. On February 27th, law enforcement began a large-scale search operation involving over 100 personnel from various agencies, including the Orange County Sheriff's Office and community volunteers. Search dogs were brought in to follow Madeline's scent as teams explored nearby parks, hiking trails, and wooded areas around Hunter Creek Middle School. The search was systematic and comprehensive, Officers used ATVs and horses to navigate rough terrain that would be challenging for foot patrols. They meticulously searched every nook and cranny where Madeleine was last seen, following up on any clues and signs. Volunteers have also helped distribute flyers with her photo and information about her disappearance, hoping this will jog the memories of those who may have seen her. However, as time passed, the urgency and anxiety grew. Investigators have tried to recreate Madeleine's timeline for that day and uncovered concerning details, indicating a tragic outcome. As the search intensified, Jennifer became increasingly anxious about finding answers. Jennifer panicked when she realized that Madeleine had left her phone at home, which was common due to her ADHD-related forgetfulness. While it wasn't unusual for Madeleine to misplace items, this time it felt particularly alarming. Not having a phone means there is no way to track her daughter's movements or communicate directly with the little girl. Jennifer was determined to find any clues about Madeleine's disappearance, so she began searching through her daughter's text messages. She hoped to discover something, anything, that might reveal where Madeleine had gone or who the little girl had been in touch with. However, there were no alarming messages, no indications of plans to run away, and no signs of distress. As the investigation into Madeleine's disappearance progressed, law enforcement focused on the last two people who had seen her, Jennifer and Stefan. Officers started their investigation by interviewing both parties to establish the timeline of the incident leading up to Madeleine's disappearance. Stefan stated that he had dropped Madeleine off in front of Peace United Methodist Church around 8:40 a.m. on February 26th, which was a short walk from Hunter Creek Middle School. He described watching her get out of the car and walk toward the school, appearing calm as she left. However, during further questioning, investigators noticed inconsistencies in his statements. Although he seemed composed, signs of nervousness were evident. He agreed to let the police search his phone but claimed that he had accidentally reset it to factory settings. The explanation made the investigators suspicious because the timing of the incident seemed questionable. As they continued to question Stefan, they discovered that a license plate reader had tracked his vehicle at various locations throughout the morning. Yet, none of these locations matched his claim of dropping Madeleine off at school. Instead of taking a direct route, his car was seen making unusual turns and detours. Investigators confronted Stefan about these discrepancies, asking why he would drop Madeleine off at a church instead of directly at the school, especially since classes started at 9:30 a.m. His responses seemed rehearsed and unclear. As they delved deeper into his timeline and movements, it became increasingly apparent that something was off about his account. Tension in the interrogation room rises as investigators realize that Stefan is not only a suspect, but also the last known person to have seen Madeleine alive. On February 28th, 2 days after Madeleine went missing, the investigation took a surprising turn. That day, authorities arrested Stefan, but this was not directly related to Madeleine's case. He was arrested for child abuse and possession of child abuse material. The arrest left the community in shock, with questions being asked about Stefan, the last person to see Madeleine alive. As investigators delved deeper into his background, they uncovered disturbing evidence that could drastically alter the direction of the investigation. Authorities discovered disturbing material on Stefan's phone, including graphic images and videos that shocked even experienced detectives. This content suggests a pattern of abuse likely occurring within his family home. While Stefan claimed that he accidentally reset his phone on the day Madeleine went missing, investigators found the timing suspicious. The reset erased important data that could have clarified his actions and location on the morning of Madeleine's disappearance. As law enforcement examined the data on Stefan's phone, they discovered numerous explicit images and videos depicting child abuse. The content was extremely distressing, depicting acts no child should ever endure. Investigators noted that many of these files appeared to have been recorded inside the family home, raising serious concerns about what had transpired there. The sheriff's office observed recognizable clothing and items that matched those belonging to Madeleine in some images, revealing a chilling possibility that Stefan, someone entrusted with her care, might also have been her abuser. Following new evidence, Stefan became the main suspect in Madeleine's disappearance. Although he was not initially charged with kidnapping, investigators increasingly believed that his actions were connected to her fate. The disturbing content found on his phone suggests her disappearance was far more alarming than anyone thought. The arrest of Stefan is a significant turning point in the case, shifting the focus from searching for Madeleine to clarifying a troubling story. This will lead to deeper investigations into that tragic day. On March 1, 2024, authorities received a tip that led them to a wooded area near Hickory Tree Road in southeastern Orlando. As search teams combed the area, they made a devastating discovery. Madeleine's body was hidden under dry grass. She was identified by her distinct clothing, a green hoodie and blue jeans similar to those she wore when she went missing. The sight of her lifeless body was heartbreaking and underscored the tragedy that had occurred. As investigators meticulously collected evidence, they noted signs of decomposition on one side of her face and hands. The medical examiner confirmed that her injuries were consistent with foul play, reinforcing the belief that she had been murdered. This marked a crucial moment in the investigation, as the focus shifted from searching for a missing girl to recovering the body of a young child. The community was devastated by the news, with sorrow and anger filling the hearts of those who had hoped to find Madeleine alive. At a key news conference, investigators expressed their growing certainty that 13-year-old Madeleine was killed at her home in Kissimmee before her body was moved. The sheriff revealed that video evidence showed Stefan throwing items into a dumpster at the apartment complex. On February 26, the day Madeleine was reported missing, authorities found her backpack, school-issued laptop, and a white crock that matched another found in her mother's bedroom. This evidence contradicted Stefan's assertion that he had dropped Madeleine off at school that morning. Investigators maintained that they had evidence indicating that Madeleine was never dropped off at all and was likely already dead when Stefan was seen driving away. The sheriff stated that they have evidence showing Stefan returning to the complex with Madeleine in the vehicle, which suggests that she was likely dead at that time. The medical examiner officially classified Madeleine's death as a homicide, determining that she died from strangulation. Her body was found in a wooded area on March 1st. The following day, March 2nd, 2024, Stefan chose not to appear in court, preferring to be represented only by his attorney. The judge denied him bail due to the seriousness of the charges against him. In a significant error, the county sheriff's office inadvertently shared a confidential crime scene photo on social media. The photo showed clothing similar to what Madeleine was believed to have worn when she went missing. The sheriff's office later apologized for the mistake, admitting that the photo should not have been released. On March 6th, court records indicated that Stefan was accused of abusing Madeleine for several years. Even though he tried to delete incriminating content from his phone, investigators retrieved files containing explicit material related to Madeleine dating back to 2022. This evidence included disturbing images and videos of her in compromising situations. Additionally, police spoke with a former acquaintance of Stefan, who remarked that he appeared more distressed about his connection with Madeleine than about his relationship with her mother, Jennifer. This raised concerns about the motives of Stefan and his family. As the investigation unfolded, it became increasingly evident that authorities were constructing a strong case against Stefan. Evidence from the video, restored digital files, and witness testimonies indicates a serious pattern of abuse and manipulation that could lead him to face severe legal consequences. On March 6th, detectives interviewed Stefan's parents, who disapproved of his relationship with Jennifer. They expressed concerns about his use of banned substances and the negative impact it has on their son. His parents mentioned that both he and Jennifer frequently overslept, which exacerbated their mental health issues. During the interview, Stefan's mother mentioned that she found the torso of a doll in his bedroom, which raised further suspicions about his behavior. On the same day, the detective spoke with two friends from Jennifer's building. A friend reported hearing a loud noise coming from the bedroom upstairs, where Stefan and Madeleine were together. This raised many questions about what happened that night, especially since Jennifer had assured her that Stefan would not harm Madeleine. Following several hearings, the Orange County State Attorney's Office announced on March 12, 2024, that it had filed 60 charges against Stefan. The next day, detectives interviewed Madeleine's best friend, who revealed that Madeleine used to text her every morning. However, there was no message from Madeline on the day she went missing, raising further concerns. On March 1st, the Kissimmee police chief held a news conference to update the public on the investigation. She described it as very complicated and stated that everyone close to Madeline, including her mother, Jennifer, was considered a suspect until proven otherwise. As the investigation progressed, the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office announced that they could not release Madeline's autopsy report due to state laws that classified it as confidential. However, audio recordings from 911 calls related to the case were made public, featuring various voices speaking with dispatchers. On April 10th, while in jail, Stefan called his father and expressed remorse and uncertainty about what had happened to Madeline. He said that he would never have wanted that for her, indicating that he was unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Significant developments occurred as the investigation into Madeline's disappearance and subsequent death continued. On April 11, 2024, Stefan's father contacted law enforcement after finding a hard drive in his storage unit, which was linked to Stefan, who claimed it had been in his bedroom. The next day, police recovered the hard drive along with 2 USB drives. On April 22nd, investigators announced that one of the USB drives contained over 35,000 images of child abuse. On April 24th, a grand jury charged Stefan with first-degree murder in relation to Madeline's death. Kissimmee Police Chief Betty Holland reported that evidence showed Stefan had tried to hide Madeline's belongings and conceal her body before she was reported missing. The state attorney's office then announced it would pursue the death penalty during the ongoing court proceedings. On April 18th, detectives interviewed Madeline's mother, Jennifer, again, who shared that she had come home late to find Madeline and Stefan alone. She mentioned that she allowed them to sleep in the same bed because she trusted him, raising concerns about the family dynamics. By June 10th, prosecutors formally sought the death penalty for Stefan Stearns. The atmosphere in the community was tense as they awaited the trial, struggling to come to terms with the shock of the incident. The public was filled with heartbreak and anger, leading to vigils in Madeline's honor and efforts from community members to demand justice. This case prompted discussions about child safety and the importance of being aware of potential dangers in everyday life. As the legal proceedings continue, Madeline Soto's story highlights the critical need to protect our children and ensure their voices are heard. The search for justice continues as investigators and the community strive to understand the cause of this tragic incident, which has had a significant impact on their lives. Shannon Graves was born on November 4, 1988, in Ohio, USA. She was raised by her mother, a single mother. Everything changed when her mother met Ronnie DePaul, who became a father figure in her life. Ronnie treats her like his own daughter, and she quickly takes a liking to him. She was known for her kind heart and loving nature. In 2016, Shannon proudly earned her cosmetology license, marking a new beginning after a challenging childhood. Her friends affectionately called her Star, recognizing her free spirit, honesty, and selflessness. However, Shannon's compassionate nature sometimes led her to make poor choices in relationships. Following her mother's death, she struggled with substance abuse. Her close friends observed that she often fell for the wrong men, whether due to bad luck or her attraction to rebellious personalities. Despite these challenges, Shannon was determined to take control of her life. Her professional achievements filled her with hope for a brighter future. Unfortunately, Shannon's intuition was wrong when she became involved with Arturo Novoa. He is of Puerto Rican descent, charming and passionate about music, but he is also very secretive about his life. This secrecy likely stemmed from his lengthy criminal history, which began in 2004 with arrests for assault and property damage. A few months later, he faced charges of escaping from prison and obstructing public service. In 2006, he was charged with felony fleeing after a police chase, followed by aggravated arson charges. After serving his prison term, he was arrested again for trespassing in 2008 after being evicted from his residence. In 2010, he faced additional charges related to weapons and unlawful entry. Court records indicate that he was a man addicted to criminal activity and made a living by illegal means. When Shannon and Arturo began dating in the summer of 2016, everything seemed to be going well. She introduced him to her family and started spending more time at his home. That same year, she got a puppy, which brought her joy and companionship. During the holiday season, she celebrated with her family, enjoying food, laughter, and gift exchanges. This gathering would unknowingly be the last time the family would be together. 2 months later, while with Arturo, Shannon briefly encountered her sister, Debbie DePaul. They discussed Debbie's upcoming birthday in March, for which Shannon was already making plans. However, when the day came, she did not attend, an unusual absence. Initially, her family thought she was just busy and would arrive later, but she never came. Alarmingly, she did not call or send a message, not even to wish Debbie a happy birthday. When she also missed the Easter gathering the following month, concern grew. As time passed, her family's anxiety increased. After calling and texting several times without receiving a response, Ronnie attempted to contact Arturo. He claimed that he and Shannon had broken up and that she had moved to Cleveland with someone else. However, when Ronnie and Debbie tried to contact her directly, they were unsuccessful. Determined to find her, they went to her apartment, but found no clues. Her car and phone were there, but her beloved dog was missing. Around this time, Arturo was arrested on charges related to banned substances. In the following weeks, Shannon's family was engulfed in fear and uncertainty. In June, Debbie officially reported her as a missing person to the police. In their report, family members acknowledged Shannon's past struggles with addiction but highlighted that she had never gone this long without contacting them. Authorities requested anyone with information to come forward while they searched hospitals and jails, but there was still no trace of Shannon. Investigators found tracking her whereabouts to be extremely challenging, especially since she had been missing for months. They filed a request for her phone records and began looking into her personal life, noting that she often spent long periods of time with her boyfriend, Arturo, before her disappearance. The police subsequently interviewed Arturo. He recounted the same story he had told Ronnie, adding complexity to the case. Without a clear timeline for Shannon's disappearance, they could not confirm Arturo's alibi. Additionally, there was no evidence of a new boyfriend with whom Shannon had supposedly moved in. As suspicions rose, detectives learned about an ex-boyfriend named John, and considering this lead, they decided to investigate him further. John, a business owner, had a criminal past involving trafficking of banned substances. His incarceration had led to his breakup with Shannon, as her friends remembered how distressed she was upon learning of his conviction. Complicating matters, John had been released from prison shortly before Shannon was reported missing. When police found and interviewed him, he claimed he hadn't seen her since February, when she mentioned getting back together with Arturo. His statement implied that her relationship with Arturo may not have been as perfect as it seemed. Still, John admitted that he had lingering feelings for her at the time of their last conversation. With 2 potential suspects but no clear evidence, police were having a hard time getting their case off the ground. When Shannon's phone records were finally released, investigators hoped to glean vital information. Unfortunately, these records only confirmed that she had gone to work as usual in late February before her phone was suddenly turned off. The number had since been reassigned to someone else, and around that same time, all activity on her credit cards also came to a halt. The investigators had no idea that the answer to the case was about to emerge, but in the most frightening way. On July 30th, a man from Youngstown called 911 to report a shocking discovery. He told the operator that he had found human remains inside black garbage bags, and most disturbingly, the head was missing. Upon receiving the signal, rescue workers notified the police, who quickly arrived at the home of the caller, Kenny Eschenbaugh, and his wife, Jill. While forensic experts investigated the remains, Kenny and Jill were brought in for questioning. According to their testimony, the freezer containing the body parts belonged to a friend. A week prior, this friend had asked Kenny and Jill to store it in their basement, claiming it was filled with meat he didn't want to spoil. On July 29th, Jill decided to cook spaghetti and meatballs for dinner and thought she could use some meat from the freezer, planning to replace it later. However, when she approached the freezer, she found it locked. Assuming their friend was just being eccentric, she used a screwdriver to pry it open. To her horror, instead of meat, she found bags filled with what turned out to be human remains. Feeling nauseated, she quickly shut the freezer and called for Kenny. Together, they cautiously opened one of the bags and discovered a human foot. Since Kenny and Jill's stories matched perfectly when questioned separately, they were quickly ruled out as suspects. Investigators then turned their attention to the friend who had left the freezer in their home, named Anthony Gonzalez. Kenny explained that he had met Anthony 4 years earlier through a mutual friend, bonding over their shared interest in music. Although they hung out occasionally, Kenny found Anthony to be unpredictable and sometimes aggressive. Despite being cooperative, the identity of the victim remained a mystery until forensic experts discovered a scorpion tattoo on one of the feet, matching a tattoo belonging to Shannon, a woman who had recently disappeared. While more tests were planned, it increasingly appeared that the remains belonged to her. This left investigators with a concerning question: how and when was Shannon placed in the freezer? Shortly afterward, the lead prosecutor in Ohio held a press conference to discuss this chilling case, which was rapidly becoming one of the most disturbing in recent history. Although the medical examiner couldn't determine the cause of death without the victim's head, Shannon was positively identified through fingerprint analysis. Her family was heartbroken to learn the truth about their beloved daughter, discovering that her fate was far worse than they had ever imagined. Shannon's family and friends gathered in a local park for a candlelight vigil to remember her. Debbie, one of the attendees, told reporters that she believed Shannon has found peace. The vigil was intended to celebrate Shannon's life rather than to focus on sadness. Many people lit candles and released lanterns while wearing shirts with messages honoring Shannon. However, Shannon's family was visibly pained. Ronnie, too devastated to appear on camera, shared his indescribable grief, explaining that he loved Shannon as a daughter and sought justice for her. In the meantime, investigators ramped up the search for Anthony. They soon discovered that Anthony Gonzalez was just an alias. His real name matched the identity of someone they had already suspected, Arturo Novoa. Authorities learned that Arturo had been dating a woman named Katrina Layton, who moved into his house shortly after Shannon was last seen. Given Arturo's lengthy criminal history, the police acted quickly, arresting both him and Katrina and searching their home. The police found red stains on the walls, a knife, and a manual for the freezer where Shannon's remains were located. Kenny, who previously believed his friend's name was Anthony, was shocked to learn Arturo's true identity. He wasn't the only one confused. Arturo often used different names, possibly to conceal his past involving activities related to banned substances. During questioning, Arturo remained composed, repeatedly denying any connection to Shannon's death and claiming ignorance about her whereabouts. He also distanced himself from the freezer. Katrina supported his claims, but their story began to unravel when police discovered a key among her belongings that fit the freezer's lock, linking them to the crime and ensuring they remained in custody. As the investigation continued, Shannon's ex-boyfriend John played a crucial role in uncovering additional information. He spoke to Shannon's friends and learned about a bonfire attended by Arturo. A witness reported that Arturo used the fire to burn personal items and, when questioned, he claimed they were Shannon's clothes, which he burned as revenge for alleged infidelity. That night, he was with his friend Andrew Herman, and they both continued to burn clothing. Investigators later searched the bonfire site and found remnants, including a bracelet that belonged to Shannon. As the investigation progressed, authorities contacted a woman named Jamie, who knew Andrew and his wife, Michelle Eilenfeld. Jamie reveals that Arturo and Katrina were behind Shannon's murder, while Andrew helped handling the body of her body. Jamie stated that Katrina had harbored jealousy towards Shannon for a long time, and that Shannon felt the same way about her. The situation became more complicated when neighbors reported seeing Katrina walking Shannon's dog and using her credit card to make small purchases, suggesting that Katrina had taken over a part of her life. Amid these incidents, Ronnie passed away unexpectedly without witnessing justice. Debbie, overwhelmed with sorrow, sought therapy while caring for her younger brother and Shannon's cherished dog. Meanwhile, Andrew and Michelle were placed in pre-trial detention. Authorities gathered a wealth of evidence that Michelle had threatened witnesses, interfered with the investigation, and covered up the crime. As the case went to the jury, the truth of what happened became clearer. On February 24, 2017, Arturo killed Shannon, likely with Katrina present. He later called Andrew to assist him in handling the body. They disposed of her head, stored other body parts in their freezer, and discarded some remains in an undisclosed location that authorities have yet to find. The prosecutor stated that Arturo was merely a small-time dealer of banned substances, acting out of jealousy over Shannon's finances. Katrina, on the other hand, wanted Shannon to keep her distance so she could pursue a relationship with Arturo. Facing the death penalty, the four defendants ultimately accepted plea deals. Arturo Novoa received a life sentence for murdering Shannon. Katrina Layton was sentenced to 18 years, Andrew Herman to 12 years, and Michelle Eilenfeld to 2 years. Arturo attempted to appeal his sentence, but it was upheld. To keep the memory of Shannon alive, Debbie created a social media page dedicated to her younger sister, where she frequently shares pictures of her pet dog. She frequently visits Shannon's grave, where she has established a special ritual. After cutting the grass, Debbie spray paints a large pink heart next to the headstone, which was Shannon's favorite color. In a local interview a few years later, Debbie recalled the devastating call she received about the partial discovery of Shannon's remains. Currently, the investigators who helped convict Arturo are still searching for the missing parts of Shannon's remains. Debbie remains hopeful that they will be found someday as she continues to honor her sister's memory through her dedicated online tribute. A year spent in the open air can ruin many things, but what if a person's body was in this condition? Was the person an accidental victim of circumstance, or was he brutally murdered? And how can the criminal be found if the detectives only have an incomplete skeleton at their disposal? Yellow House Canyon is a vast natural area of rugged terrain located near the town of Lubbock, Texas, USA. This area used to be Indian territory, but in 1993, it gained a different kind of fame. During that summer, 2 local residents went hunting in the game-rich canyon. However, at the very beginning of their trip, something suspicious caught their attention. They came across a bone, completely devoid of flesh. From several meters away, it did not appear to be part of an animal. As they got closer, they realized it was a human skull and reported it to law enforcement. That same day, forensic experts arrived in the canyon. In addition to the skull, other items were found nearby, scraps of clothing and a woman's shoe. The remains were scattered. To piece everything together and find the missing parts, investigators sifted the soil around the area. This process allowed them to find several more fragments of the body and smaller bones, as well as some strands of hair. Unfortunately, the skeleton was far from complete. It was likely that predatory animals had dragged the bones around the area. Despite the efforts of law enforcement officers, they were unable to recover all the parts. All of this evidence was taken to the lab for examination. The scant fragments of human remains, according to the forensic expert, had been exposed to the elements for at least a year. To obtain more information, the assistance of a forensic anthropologist was needed. Among the remains, the lower part of the spine, the sacrum, was found. This discovery allowed the experts to determine that the remains belonged to a woman. The shape of the skull helped establish that the deceased was a person of European descent. The cranial sutures had not yet closed, indicating the approximate age of the deceased, which the specialist estimated to be a young woman between 18 and 24 years old. More intriguing were the marks found on some bones. These were notches and depressions of a pointed shape, characteristic of injuries inflicted by a knife. The marks suggested that the girl had died as a result of murder. One cut was located in the shoulder blade area, with 6 cuts in the vertebrae region. In total, forensic scientists counted about 12 to 30 separate injuries. There were likely more, but this could only be confirmed after all the bones were found. Thanks to all this data, a diagram of the victim was created, which depicted the skeleton of the deceased with all her injuries noted. According to the forensic expert, the criminal had attacked from behind. Such injuries could not have been inflicted by the victim herself, leaving no room for doubt. The unknown girl was considered a victim of murder. The notches on the bones indicated that the attack had been very brutal, reflecting a furious assault on this young girl. More information was needed to identify who the victim was and to initiate a full investigation. During the time that the remains had been in the canyon, several disappearances had occurred. It became necessary to turn to the public in the hope of obtaining tips regarding the deceased, after which the search for the perpetrator began. A press conference was held, prompting calls to the city police department. Meanwhile, dental records were checked, and data was compared with records of 64 girls who had disappeared across the United States over the past years, but none matched the description. They then decided to enlist forensic expert and artist Karen Taylor, the only one capable of attempting to recreate the face of the deceased from the skull. Such specialists are usually called upon last, as there is a high probability of error and inaccuracy in the resulting image. Many factors can introduce distortion, but there was no alternative. Karen Taylor was contacted because she had developed a unique method known as two-dimensional facial reconstruction. Unlike other methods, which often strayed into the realm of art and the artist's interpretation, this method relied on scientific data. Karen took into account the structural features of each race, making her approach more accurate than others. Using rubber markers, she measured the thickness of the facial tissues by placing them directly on the skull of the deceased. This method ensured a highly accurate reconstruction based on the thickness indicated by the markers. She established starting points for creating the facial image. This detailed process required many hours of concentrated effort. After positioning the markers, she took numerous photographs from various angles and placed translucent paper over the bones to help outline the approximate facial contours. Next, Karen identified common facial features based on her anatomical knowledge, including that the average human eyeball measures about 25 millimeters in diameter. However, there is limited information available for facial reconstruction since soft tissues like the ears and nose completely decompose. The deceased had only a few tiny skin fragments around her nose, so the minimal information relied on the state of her bones. Karen observed a slight asymmetry at the base of the nasal opening, suggesting a possible injury from the victim's past. Fortunately, during a search in the canyon, a lock of hair was discovered, helping the forensic artist identify the exact color. The deceased had fair hair with a yellow-red tint, providing a useful clue. Given the statistics on eye colors associated with this hair type, Karen chose a likely eye color for the victim. After creating a rough sketch, it was quickly released to the media and shared across Texas. Unfortunately, there was a significant margin of error, so they depended heavily on the artist's skill. Investigators hoped that Karen's depiction would help someone recognize the missing person. A year had passed since the girl went missing, and details about her disappearance might have faded from people's memories. She wasn't listed as missing, possibly because she had no family or friends to report her absence. It would be an understatement to say there was little hope. Now that the police had published a photo of the supposed victim, they could only wait and hope for a positive outcome. A few days went by, and it was an ordinary morning for Beverly Tillery. While browsing through the newspaper before heading to work, she came across a photo of an unknown young woman whose remains had been discovered in Yellowhouse Canyon. Beverly noticed that the woman's features closely resembled those of her 17-year-old daughter, Belinda Tillery, who had gone missing over a year ago. Concerned, Beverly reported the similarity to the police. Dental records were checked, confirming that the remains belonged to Belinda. At the time of her disappearance, Belinda had been working as a dancer at a local nightclub run by people involved in organized crime and a biker gang. Beverly had always disapproved of her daughter working at that club, especially since she was only 17. However, Belinda was a rebellious teenager. She had dropped out of school and often ignored advice from others. The club offered good pay, making it hard for her to turn down the opportunity. Without an education, she felt she wouldn't be able to earn that kind of money anywhere else. Upon discovering the name of the bar where the victim had worked, the detectives quickly went to investigate. They doubted anyone at the bar would be willing to talk. The bartender, upon seeing a photo of the girl, stated that the club would not cooperate. The detectives felt that the staff were withholding information. Everyone insisted they didn't know anyone named Belinda, as if no dancers by that name had worked there. Ultimately, the detectives left without any leads. However, Belinda's family insisted that she had danced there, even the night before she disappeared. When Belinda worked at the club, her older brother typically drove her to work and picked her up whenever he could. On that fateful night, he drove her home after his shift but didn't notice anything unusual. According to him, the last time he spoke with Belinda, she mentioned feeling unwell, so she went to her room to sleep after arriving home. He had consumed a few drinks that evening and swiftly went to bed, passing out and not hearing anything. The next morning, he intended to check on his sister, but he found no one in her room. No one had noticed when she left. The belongings she always took with her were gone. Belinda had departed with her purse, driver's license, and all her essentials. Initially, no one was concerned, assuming she was with friends. However, as time passed and she did not return, the situation became increasingly alarming. Her mother was the most worried. She knew the reason behind her daughter's illness. Belinda had often felt unwell during the previous month, and a few weeks before her disappearance, her family had taken her to the doctor. It turned out that she was pregnant. When they went to the police with a missing persons report, the local authorities reluctantly began the search, but they eventually stopped altogether. It was decided that Belinda had simply run away to start a better life far from her hometown. However, her relatives did not believe this, despite the fact that Belinda had previously disobeyed and led a rather dissolute lifestyle. The news of her pregnancy had changed her significantly. She did not consider having an abortion or running away. Instead, she decided it was time to change her life for the better to become a good mother. The shocking news prompted the young dancer to leave the club, return to school to finish her studies, obtain a certificate, and find a decent job. During this time, Belinda seriously began to discuss further education and a career. She took the matter much more seriously now. She reluctantly talked about who could be the child's father. However, according to her mother, it could only be one person, Troy Armstrong, who always seemed suspicious to her. Her relatives did not approve of her communicating with him. His mother was especially against it, particularly because he was a member of the same gang that owned the club. Additionally, Troy was 10 years older than Belinda, yet he still couldn't seem to settle down. Beverly knew that he was notorious for numerous petty crimes, which resulted in him frequently ending up in prison for short stints. During the intervals between his criminal activities, he lived with friends or in his car. Troy struggled with banned substance addiction and was known for his quick temper. Beverly was convinced that he was capable of much more violent acts than robbery and fighting. From the very beginning, the Tillery family did not like him very much, but Beverly did not want to ruin her relationship with Belinda by criticizing him. She simply accepted her daughter's choice and hoped that Belinda would come to her senses. No one suspected that things could escalate to the point of pregnancy. Beverly believed that this young man could never become a normal father for the child, and he would likely be opposed to the pregnancy. There was no one to suspect of the murder except Troy. As soon as the detectives learned about him, they planned to raid his home. But tracking him down was not easy. Troy was essentially homeless, living wherever he could, though many people knew about him. Thanks to local residents, it was discovered that Troy had not lived in the city for at least several months. As far as his friends knew, the main suspect had headed toward Roswell, New Mexico. The search for him there took 2 whole days, but it was unsuccessful. However, during this time, the police managed to contact his former lover. She turned out to be Angela Allen. She herself had not seen Troy or Belinda for quite some time. Angela reluctantly cooperated with the investigation, describing her relationship with Troy as toxic. She truly loved him, and he claimed to feel the same, but the longer they were together, the more violent and unstable he became. It escalated to the point where he physically abused her on several occasions. Angela was well aware of Belinda's situation, which seemed quite suspicious. She first learned about Belinda when a stranger called her boyfriend. "She is Belinda." Belinda could not get through, but left a message on the answering machine stating she was pregnant and that Troy wanted to talk about it. Shortly before Troy and Angela had disappeared, they had run into Belinda at a local bar where she worked. Troy insisted that Belinda should have an abortion, as he was not prepared to be a father. This led to a serious conflict between them. According to Angela, Belinda refused to terminate her pregnancy, stating that she was determined to raise the child on her own without outside help. She didn't care who the father was or how he would treat the child. This infuriated Troy, but he managed to restrain himself and did not start a fight. After these events, Angela decided to take advantage of the situation and end her relationship with him. Despite their breakup, she still maintained some of her ex-boyfriend's belongings, thinking that he might return for them. She feared that throwing them away might anger Troy. Eventually, she turned everything over to the police. Among these items was a large knife. When this bladed weapon was handed over to the forensic experts who were working with the remains, there was an immediate assumption that it could have been the murder weapon. The appropriate analyses were carried out, but the results were disappointing. The knife could have been the murder weapon, but the tests were highly inaccurate. The longer the bones were exposed to the open air, the more the remaining damage was subject to deformation and erosion due to the elements. A year later, it was impossible to say with 100% certainty whether this object was the murder weapon. The detectives who spoke with Angela had the feeling that she was not telling them everything. The investigators decided to speak with her again, and they were correct. In fact, they had to meet with her 3 times. Each time, Angela provided a little more information, often under pressure and through subterfuge. During the 3rd meeting, she explained why she was being evasive. She simply feared for her life and insisted that cooperating with the police could anger Troy, leading him to seek revenge. Nevertheless, she managed to reveal increasingly valuable information. The main suspect, Troy, was still missing, and the detectives were desperate for leads. Angela mentioned that she had kept in touch with him after their breakup, and that shortly before Belinda disappeared, she had met him again. Troy had said he was going to invite a dancer from the club to camp in the canyon, where the body was later found. On his way back from the canyon, he stopped by Angela's to pick up some things. She immediately noticed that he was acting suspiciously. There was blood on his hands and a fairly large wound. When asked about it, he claimed that he accidentally cut himself while camping. However, Angela no longer believed him. She asked several leading questions, but Troy avoided direct answers. Despite this, it became obvious that something alarming had happened. Shortly after, Belinda really did disappear. Yet, Angela still could not believe that Belinda had become a murder victim. Based on the description, it seemed Troy had killed her with a knife. As often happens, the attacker himself had been injured. When the detectives finally informed Angela that Belinda's body had been found in that very canyon, she had no doubts. Troy had killed the pregnant woman that night after all. Angela was horrified to realize what a dangerous man she had gotten involved with in the past. Even worse was the fact that the killer was still at large, and no one knew where to find him. Sufficient circumstantial evidence had accumulated against him, leading the police to issue an arrest warrant for 27-year-old Troy Armstrong. Angela was interviewed again, hoping she hadn't left out any crucial information that could help find the suspect. But now, she insisted that she had told the police everything she knew. She had no idea where her ex-boyfriend was, but she mentioned his best friend, who worked for a transportation company in California. Angela offered to help by having them talk to this man. The detectives believed her, as it was evident that she wanted the criminal to be apprehended quickly. She said she could not feel safe as long as he was free, especially considering that it was thanks to her that the police had received a substantial amount of circumstantial evidence. After this visit, detectives contacted the transportation company where Troy's friend worked. Fortunately, the management was aware of his whereabouts. The man worked as a truck driver, and each of the company's trucks was equipped with a tracking system, allowing them to pinpoint his location quite accurately. Suspecting that he might be helping Troy evade capture, the transport company management cooperated with the authorities to track the truck driver in real time. During the search, he was moving through Nebraska. To intercept the vehicle, they notified the highway patrol along his route, setting up a checkpoint. Within 3 hours, Troy's friend was stopped. It was believed that he might have dropped off Troy somewhere along the way. However, to the detectives' great surprise, Troy was found in the sleeper compartment of the truck. There was no concrete evidence that the driver had helped him hide from the police, and he denied any wrongdoing. Nonetheless, The main objective was to capture Troy, who was immediately arrested and charged with first-degree murder before being extradited to Texas. The accused insisted that he had no involvement in Belinda's death. Following his arrest in New Mexico, police searched his personal belongings and found a suspicious key, which turned out to belong to a storage unit he had rented in Mexico. When the police located and opened the equipment, they discovered several personal items belonging to Belinda, some of which were identified by her family. Troy was never able to convincingly explain why he kept these items or how he had obtained them, which only added to the circumstantial evidence against him. Among the items found in the storage room were a driver's license and accessories that Belinda loved and always carried in her bag. They should have been with her after she left work at the nightclub. Troy probably hid all of these to make it more difficult to identify the body if it were found. According to prosecutors, Troy had a grudge against Belinda because she refused to get rid of the baby. After she revealed her pregnancy, his girlfriend Angela decided to break up with him, which drove him into a rage. One night in July 1992, when Belinda saw her family for the last time, Troy borrowed camping gear from a friend. Later that night, after the rest of the Tillery family had fallen asleep, he showed up and invited her to go camping in Yellow House Canyon. He claimed that he had broken up with Angela, wanted to discuss the pregnancy and their future relationship. It is clear that he managed to deceive the naive underage girl who was carrying his child. Not suspecting that it was a trap, she went on this short trip, hoping that they would have a complete family. During the hearing, the jury was presented with the version of events in which Troy and Belinda were left alone in the mountains. Instead of discussing their life together, Troy again insisted on terminating the pregnancy, which Belinda refused. They quarreled. In a fit of rage, he took a knife and attacked her. She tried to escape but was stabbed more than 10 times in the back, after which she fell to the ground. Belinda was likely still alive when Troy left her to die from blood loss. Upon learning that her ex-boyfriend had finally been arrested and would face punishment, Angela agreed to testify against him in court. Her testimony proved to be pivotal. Angela became bolder and confessed that during their next meeting, Troy admitted to stabbing Belinda in the mountains and leaving her there. Angela had remained silent until then because she feared that if she reported it to the police, she would become his next victim. As she did not know the approximate location of the body, Angela was afraid the authorities wouldn't find it before Troy could take revenge. The trial lasted 4 days, after which the jury took only 2 hours to find Troy Armstrong guilty of first-degree murder. The jury believed that he deserved a much harsher sentence than was legally permissible. In fact, his actions had essentially sentenced 2 individuals, a woman and her unborn child. Unfortunately, at that time, the state did not have a law making the murder of a fetus a crime. The judge decided to sentence the criminal to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In December 1996, he was incarcerated. In 1997, his lawyer filed an appeal, but it was rejected by the court. Troy Armstrong was reportedly serving his sentence at the Gatesville Correctional Facility in Texas. During this time, the law changed, offering him a chance at release. In 2021, he became eligible for parole. However, the commission decided to keep him behind bars, where he remains to this day. On April 27, 2024, the quiet community of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, was shaken to its core by the devastating death of 30-year-old Micah Miller, a vibrant and ambitious woman who was found dead in Lumber River State Park, North Carolina. She had been married to a local pastor, John Paul Miller, for nearly 7 years. However, the picture-perfect facade of their relationship hid a much darker truth. What secrets lay hidden within Micah and John's marriage? How could a man of God allegedly commit such a profound betrayal of trust? Micah and John first crossed paths when she was just 14 or 15 years old, as she and her family began attending the Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. At that time, John was serving as the leader of the youth group in the same church. Despite the significant age gap, John was 28 years old when he first met Micah. The two developed a friendship. When Micah turned 18, it was John who officiated her marriage to one of his friends. Both Micah and her husband were involved in the church, with Micah having several responsibilities, including working with the media team while her husband was in charge of the sports ministry. After some time, Micah became John's secretary and babysitter for his growing family. John was already married and was the father of 5 children. One day, while Micah was babysitting for John's kids, his wife discovered her husband and the babysitter in a compromising position. It was clear that the two had developed feelings for each other. The fallout from this revelation was swift. Both Micah's and John's marriages ended in divorce in 2016. Just 2 years later, the 23-year-old Micah found herself thrust into a new role as the stepmother to John's 5 children, becoming the pastor's wife. In her position, Micah took on even greater responsibilities within the church, leading worship, overseeing the women's and youth ministries, even traveling abroad on mission trip. Her dedication to her faith and the congregation was evident, but the true nature of her relationship with John remained shrouded in darkness. As Micah's role within the Solid Rock Church grew, so did the allegations of abuse and manipulation that she endured at the hands of her husband. According to Micah's own sworn affidavit, she was subjected to a torrent of mistreatment, including emotional, spiritual, financial, and even physical abuse, throughout her marriage. Micah's family and friends would later come forward with harrowing details of the torment she faced, alleging that John had hacked into Micah's personal accounts, sending messages designed to discredit her. Despite the overwhelming control John exerted over Micah, she refused to be cowed. In January 2023, Micah made the courageous decision to separate from her husband, taking the first steps toward reclaiming her freedom. This decision, however, was not an easy one, as Micah knew all too well the risks she faced in defying John's will. Just months later, in October, Micah filed for divorce, determined to break free from the shackles of her abusive marriage. This bold move was undoubtedly a testament to Micah's strength and resilience, as she faced the daunting prospect of rebuilding her life in the wake of the trauma she had endured. Micah's choice to leave John came at a significant cost. She reached out to the police multiple times after feeling that someone was following her, which added to her anxiety during her attempt to end the marriage. Micah discovered her tires had been slashed and found a tracking device on her car, deepening her fears about John's obsessive need to control her. These events made Micah feel even more vulnerable as she faced the challenges of divorce, constantly anxious about the possible consequences of her decisions. In the months leading up to Micah's tragic death, a series of troubling incidents heightened the sense of danger and mistrust in her relationship with John. As Micah tried to free herself from the marriage and establish her independence, John resorted to increasingly desperate and threatening methods to keep her under his control. In February 2024, Micah's sense of freedom was drastically affected when John had her hospitalized against her will, claiming it was for her health. He alleged that she wasn't taking her medication properly, using this as a reason for her forced admission to a psychiatric facility. However, Micah's family and friends saw through John's deceit, believing he had exaggerated her mental health issues to gain more control over her. As the divorce proceedings progressed, Micah applied for spousal support, with a hearing set for June 5th. This action was a bold statement, indicating that she would not allow John to manipulate her finances indefinitely. However, tensions mounted between them in mid-March when Micah asked John for $2,000 for a trip. John refused her request, suspecting that she would not use the money for its intended purpose. He had ongoing control over their financial decisions. At the same time as this financial dispute, John used his power of attorney to have Micah hospitalized. While she was in the hospital, John took her purse, car keys, and retrieved her car from a parking lot. He claimed he did this because he was worried about what Micah might do upon her release. On the morning of April 27th, surveillance video showed Micah leaving her apartment in Myrtle Beach at 11:38 a.m. She then drove to Dick's pawn shop, where security cameras recorded her entering at 12:12 p.m. and purchasing a Sig Sauer handgun on her own. Micah's phone search history indicated that she had looked up directions to Lumber River State Park, a secluded area in North Carolina. Just before 3 p.m. that day, she made a frantic call to 911. During the call, Micah asked the dispatcher to locate her phone, stating that she was in a national park and was afraid for her life. Her last words to the operator revealed her tragic intentions. She was about to take her own life. This call has sparked intense debate and speculation. Some online conspiracy theorists claim they heard a man's voice in the background, implying that Micah might have been pressured or coerced into making the call. Others argued that the entire call was potentially fabricated, possibly created using AI technology as part of a complex plan involving John. Just over an hour and a half after Micah made her 911 call, Johnny Jacobs, a North Carolina fisherman, discovered a woman's scattered belongings. Jacobs' discovery helped lead law enforcement to Micah's body, which was found in a swampy, wooded area just off the Lumber River. Jacobs reported that afternoon, he heard someone crying in the woods, followed by gunshots. While searching for the source of the sounds, he found Micah's belongings but not her body. He later told media outlets that he saw 3 people in a boat near the scene at the time of the shooting. Jacobs said he asked the 3 boaters, "Did you hear any gunshots?" and they all responded affirmatively. However, the boaters denied hearing any crying. Jacobs eventually traced the source of the sounds to an opening in the river. 20 yards into the opening, he found Micah's fanny pack about 2 feet from the water's edge, along with her cell phone and glasses. According to Jacobs, the fanny pack contained Micah's driver's license, bank cards, keys, wallet, credit cards, and a small Bible. Micah had died from a single gunshot wound to the head. Her Honda Accord was located in the park's parking lot, where authorities found a Sig Sauer gun case, a box of ammunition, and a receipt for a firearm she had bought earlier that day. The North Carolina medical examiner ruled that her death was a result of taking her own life by gunshot. However, Micah's family strongly disagreed with this finding, noting the many bruises, scratches, and defensive wounds on her body. They believe that Micah may have been forced or pressured into taking her life rather than doing so willingly. John insists he had no role in Micah's death, claiming he was not present at the time she died. He states he was at a sporting event in Charleston, South Carolina, which is about 3 hours from where Micah's body was discovered. Several eyewitnesses have confirmed that he was at the event. His vehicle also was seen traveling on Highway 17 in Horry County at 2:22 p.m. on April 27th. The investigation into Micah's death faced challenges due to many inconsistencies and unanswered questions. For example, the presence of multiple shell casings at the scene raised suspicions that Micah could have been the victim of foul play instead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Additionally, Micah's family and friends believe her actions and behavior in the days before her death did not reflect someone contemplating end one's own life. She had a hair appointment scheduled for the following week and was planning to go to church with her family the Sunday. The investigation into Micah's death involved both the Robeson County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, who worked together to gather evidence and understand the circumstances of her death. However, public demand for justice grew stronger, as Micah's family and supporters did not believe the official claim that she committed end one's own life. A key focus of the investigation was the suspicion of John's possible involvement in her death. Allegations of abuse, manipulation, and financial misconduct in their marriage contributed to the belief that there was more to the story. As the investigation progressed, John's behavior and comments raised further doubts about his role in the tragedy. Reports described him as increasingly erratic, with actions and statements that seemed aimed at confusing, manipulating others. Just a day after Micah's body was found in the Lumber River, John made an alarming announcement to the Solid Rock Church congregation. Instead of addressing them with the seriousness the situation warranted, his tone was casual and disconcerting. He began by stating that there wouldn't be an altar call that day and asked everyone to stand for an announcement. John then instructed the congregation to leave the church quietly and not to talk about the announcement while still inside. In a strange turn of events, he urged them to keep attending church and fulfilling their responsibilities, mentioning that he would be taking a break for several days or weeks. He then shocked everyone by revealing that his wife had died, claiming it was self-inflicted and had happened in North Carolina. John's behavior during this announcement was troubling. He seemed to be fueled by adrenaline, requested the congregation to pray for him and his children. He also mentioned that Micah had been struggling mentally and needed medication. His comments were particularly alarming because Micah's body had only been discovered less than 24 hours earlier. The coroner had not yet determined the cause of death. Meanwhile, the Robeson County Police were still investigating the case as a suspicious death, yet John had already labeled it a suicide, attributing it to Micah's mental health issues, despite the significant evidence of abuse and manipulation that had existed in their marriage. John denied any wrongdoing, asserting that the allegations of abuse were untrue and that he never harmed Micah. However, Micah's family and friends saw through his claims and refused to believe him. After Micah's death, John's actions raised further alarm. He insisted on immediate cremation and would not allow her family to see her body unless they complied with his demands. Adding to the growing suspicion, John hired a lawyer and sent letters demanding an end to the accusations against him. These letters contained subtle threats, implying that he wanted to silence anyone who questioned his role in Micah's death. As more details about John's behavior came to light, the public's call for justice intensified. Micah's family, friends, the surrounding community demanded answers and urged authorities to take action against those responsible for her death. As the investigation into Micah's death progressed, the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office became involved, bringing their resources and expertise to the case. However, it was unclear which specific areas the federal authorities were investigating. Micah's family expressed significant concerns about the autopsy, particularly because there was no information regarding gunshot residue. They also questioned why the authorities had not conducted these tests. Additionally, the family was worried about the toxicology report, raising the issue of whether Micah was mentally sound at the time of her death or if she was under the influence of substances. There was no documentation to clarify this. The family's concerns grew when Micah's body was cremated shortly after her death, a decision made by John, which prevented the possibility of a second independent autopsy. This action only increased suspicions that John might be hiding something. As the investigation continued, various theories arose regarding John's possible role in Micah's death. Some suggested that he may have used his boat to transport Micah's body to the remote location where it was discovered. Security footage from the pawn shop where Micah bought the gun also faced scrutiny, with some believing that the timestamps were altered to support a specific narrative. Additionally, the fact that John had been reported to the police for transferring church funds into his personal account raised further suspicions about his motives and integrity. One of the most troubling findings from the investigation was the discovery of Micah's detailed diaries, which she had written to document the abuse she experienced from John. John had contacted Micah's family, trying to obtain these documents, which increased suspicions that they contained evidence against him. Micah's family stated that these diaries now belonged to Micah's sister, Sierra Francis, who was appointed as the special administrator of Micah's estate. The diaries are considered crucial evidence in the ongoing investigation, as they are expected to clarify the true nature of John and Micah's relationship and the circumstances leading to her tragic death. Micah's family and friends strongly believe that John's abusive behavior, manipulation contributed to her decision to take her own life. They highlighted the numerous police reports she filed, which detailed her fears for her safety and the harassment she suffered at John's hands. Additionally, allegations of multiple affairs and financial misconduct further reinforced the perception that John was a man driven by his own desires and willing to go to great lengths to maintain control over others. The tragic death of Micah Miller sent shockwaves through the community, led to various reactions and consequences. Following this, Solid Rock Church, where John was a pastor, became a focal point of the controversy. Church leaders reported receiving numerous harassing phone calls and messages from people seeking answers and demanding accountability. The situation was equally troubling for those directly involved in the investigation. The coroner who examined Micah's body received threats. Micah's family, particularly her sister Sierra, firmly rejected the official explanation of her death. They believed that Micah's death was planned and staged by John, and they were resolved to find the truth, no matter the challenges. Their unwavering dedication to seeking justice for Micah demonstrated their love and commitment, alongside their strong belief that the authorities had not thoroughly investigated the circumstances of her death. Meanwhile, Jacobs has become one of the most controversial figures in the Micah Miller case. On March 14, 2025, at the intersection of Iona Church Road and Raynham Road, a rural intersection 2 miles from his home, Jacobs, a key witness in the case, died in a collision between two vehicles. Death of key witness fuels belief in conspiracy theories. As more information about the case became available, the public's demand for action against John intensified. Micah's supporters, both in the community and on social media, called for authorities to hold John responsible for his alleged involvement in her death. Micah's family's relentless pursuit of justice and the continuous calls for accountability all highlight the deep, lasting effects of this tragedy on everyone involved. The Shafia family fled war and instability, hoping to build a new life in Canada. They were originally from Afghanistan, a country where traditions dictate fate, family honor outweighs personal freedom. On the surface, they appeared to be an ordinary immigrant family, a father who had achieved financial success, 2 wives, and 7 children. However, behind this image of prosperity lay a harsh reality. Control, fear, and strict discipline became inseparable parts of their lives until one day, the family found itself at the center of one of the most shocking and tragic crimes in the country's history. Mohammed Shafia was born into a poor Afghan family. His father passed away when he was just 2 years old, leaving his mother to care for the household alone. From a young age, he understood that survival required resilience. Education was a luxury beyond his reach, so he started working early. At first, he helped his mother with household chores and then moved on to repairing appliances. Eventually, he realized that there were other ways to make money by buying and reselling goods for a profit. Muhammad's business quickly expanded. He dealt in electronics, furniture, and automobiles, constantly finding new ways to grow his wealth. Lacking formal education, he relied on his instincts and sharp business sense to seize every opportunity. As his financial situation improved, he felt ready to start a family. Rona came from a respected and wealthy background where her family valued traditions and ensured their daughters received an education. Although she was raised in a loving environment, her future was largely predetermined. Like many young women in her social circle, she was expected to marry whoever her parents chose for her. When her parents announced that she would marry Mohammed Shafia, she felt she had no choice but to accept their decision as her duty. The wedding took place at one of Kabul's finest hotels, featuring hundreds of guests. To outsiders, it appeared as a prestigious union between 2 noble families, yet no one considered Rona's true feelings. After the wedding, her life changed significantly. She was now expected to obey her husband, manage the household, and meet all his expectations. Years went by without any children, which caused Rona's status within the family to become unstable. In Afghan society, a woman's value is often associated with her ability to bear children. Muhammad's frustration grew, and rumors about Rona's inability to conceive began to circulate among relatives. Over time, his irritation turned into cold indifference, creating a widening gap between them. After 7 years of marriage without children, Muhammad decided to take a second wife. The second wedding took place in 1988, and many of the wedding photos show Shafia standing next to his 2 wives. The 3 lived together in one household. Tuba Yahya was younger and more obedient than Rona. Her primary value was her ability to bear children. Once she married Muhammad, she quickly gave birth to their first son, followed by another child. As time went on, Tuba's influence in the household increased, while Rona faded into the background. Muhammad enforced strict rules that everyone had to follow without question. Disobedience was met with humiliation or physical punishment. He controlled all financial matters and made decisions for the entire family, demanding total respect. The women in his home were confined to the boundaries he set. Tuba not only accepted these rules but also actively upheld them. She fully embraced her role as the main wife, completely overshadowing Rona. Tuba managed the children, the family finances, and even dictated Rona's circumstances. Over time, her treatment of Rona grew more severe. She isolated Rona, limiting her interaction with the children and restricting her personal freedoms. Hamed Shafia, the oldest son, was raised to enforce control over his sisters. He was taught to believe it was his responsibility to ensure they followed the family's rules and to report any disobedience. Zainab, Sahar, and Geethi, the sisters, lived under constant scrutiny. Any attempt to resist their father or Hamed led to punishment. They were not allowed to make friends, freely leave the house, or choose their own clothing. Muhammad viewed them not as individuals with their own dreams but as extensions of the family, expected to uphold his concept of honor. When the family relocated to Canada, many believed this would offer the children a better life. However, the family dynamics remained unchanged. If anything, the control within the household became even stricter. Muhammad recognized that his children were now in a society where women had rights, so he tightened his authority. The daughters started to notice that life beyond their home was very different from what they had always experienced. They observed their classmates engaging freely, choosing their outfits, and making decisions about their futures. Meanwhile, life at home stayed the same. Haynes took on a stricter role. He watched over his sisters to prevent them from adopting Western habits, monitored their phones, scrutinized their behavior at school, and reported everything back to their parents. Rona had hoped that moving to a new country would improve her situation, but her reality remained the same. She didn't speak the language, had no legal status, and was unemployed. Without a passport or financial independence, she was completely under her family's control. Canada did not provide the Shafia family with freedom. Instead, it became a new place where their old rules still governed their lives. Zainab, the eldest daughter of Muhammad Shafia, was the first in her family to openly rebel against their strict control. She secretly started dating Omar Wahid, a young man of Pakistani descent who was older and would never be approved by her father. Their relationship began with passing notes, progressed to email exchanges, and eventually led to secret meetings. Zainab understood the risks involved. She was constantly watched by Hamed at home and felt unsafe even at school. However, her love for Omar drove her to take these risks. When her father went on a business trip, she saw a chance to invite Omar over, thinking they wouldn't be caught. Hamed soon noticed a pair of unfamiliar shoes in the hallway, quickly realizing someone was in the house. He immediately reported it to their parents. Although Omar managed to escape, Zainab faced severe repercussions. She was physically punished and confined to her room for several months, barred from going outside. During her isolation, Sahar attempted to carve out her independence in a different manner. Instead of openly rebelling, she subtly distanced herself from her family's traditional expectations. At school, she took off her headscarf, wore makeup, and dressed in ways her family prohibited. She also grew close to Ricardo Sanchez, a young man from Honduras who was very different from the type of husband her parents would want for her. Sahar yearned for freedom and carefully planned her escape. She and Ricardo talked about moving to another country where her family couldn't find her. Her plan was to make it look like she had gone to Honduras, while in reality, she intended to cross into the United States. However, her plans took an unexpected turn one evening. While dining at a cafe with Ricardo, she spotted her brother watching her from another table. He didn't approach or say anything, but his presence made it clear she was in serious danger. Upon returning home, she braced for the worst, realizing her father already knew everything. There were no discussions, only punishment. After facing physical aggression, she was prohibited from attending school. Sahar came to understand that escaping would be much harder than she had thought, as it might put her life at risk. In the midst of this chaos, Geethi, the youngest sister, instead of trying to run away or seeking a secret relationship, she acted out at school. Her aggressive behavior, frequent absences, and open defiance of teachers became her form of resistance. She wanted others to recognize that something was seriously wrong at home. She was called to the principal's office, and this led to a meeting with social services. She told school staff and a youth welfare worker that she wanted to be removed from her family home. However, when her parents were invited to discuss the situation, they argued that Geethi's behavior stemmed from negative Western influences. They assured the social workers that they would take care of the issue themselves. The daughter's efforts to defy the strict family rules only worsened their situation. Their father and brother felt they had lost control over them, leading to the need for punishment. The conflict between the sisters and their family had escalated beyond repair. When Zainab, Sahar, and Geethi attempted to escape their family's control, they understood the risks, but they were shocked to find that the system meant to protect them was ineffective against their father's and brother's authority. Zainab was the first to seek help. After months of being confined at home, she understood that her only chance for survival was to leave for good. She escaped and found shelter in a facility for women in crisis. For the first time, she felt safe. However, her absence was quickly noticed. Hamed, her brother, contacted the police, claiming she had been kidnapped and accusing her friend Ammar, hoping to get him arrested. When the police found Zainab, she explained the truth. She had left to escape her family. The police did not force her to return home, but they also failed to provide her with proper protection. After witnessing what happened to her sister, Sahar sought her own way out. Although she was too scared to go directly to the police, she contacted Child Protective Services. She described the harsh restrictions, constant threats, and her fear for her life. The caseworkers listened, but ultimately decided that intervention wasn't necessary since she was nearing 18. They offered her temporary shelter, but that meant she would have to return home once her stay ended. Sahar realized that going back would lead to punishment far worse than what she had already faced. Frightened, she declined their offer. At that moment, she understood that the system could not protect her. Rona was the only one who fully grasped the serious danger the sisters faced, but she felt powerless to intervene. She lived in constant fear herself. She realized that Muhammad and Tuba no longer viewed their daughters as obedient family members, but rather as threats to the family's honor. Rona understood that trying to step in would be pointless. Within the Shafia household, it was evident that the daughters had stopped adhering to the rules set for them. They had rejected the traditional lifestyle. Their actions were not only seen as rebellious but also as a significant threat to the family's reputation. Muhammad could not let rumors about his rebellious daughters circulate among their acquaintances. In Afghan culture, such stories spread rapidly, putting the family's respect at risk. What frustrated him the most was that their defiance was happening in Canada, a place where he had less control over his daughters' lives than he did in Afghanistan. The greatest concern for the family, however, was Zainab. She hadn't just disobeyed, she had run away. This was unacceptable to them. She was living independently, making her own decisions, and no longer following her father's authority. To them, this was the ultimate act of betrayal. Tuba realized that she couldn't force Zainab to return, so she found a way to have her come back willingly. She called Zainab, convincing her that their father had changed his mind. Tuba told Zainab that he had given his blessing for her to marry Ammar, allowing them to be together officially. On May 18th, they held a religious wedding ceremony at an Islamic center. The next day, Zainab had her hair done and decorated her hands with henna. Her uncle took her to a restaurant, and on the way, he tried one last time to persuade her to think twice about the marriage, but Zainab remained resolute. However, her sense of freedom was short-lived. None of Ammar's family members attended the ceremony, as they disapproved of the marriage. Tuba was devastated, overwhelmed with embarrassment, and she collapsed from humiliation. People poured water on her to help her regain consciousness. Seeing her mother in distress, Zainab ran into her arms and said, "If you're opposed to this marriage, I'll leave him." Zainab asked for a divorce, and Ammar agreed, saying, "He can't bring shame to his family." The cleric declared them divorced right then and there in the restaurant. They had only been married for 24 hours. After the annulment, Zainab's relationship with Ammar deteriorated sharply. Pressured by her family, she had to cut off all communication with him. Her life became increasingly restricted. Her family monitored her movements and controlled her interactions. Although Ammar attempted to reach out, her relatives made it impossible for them to stay in contact. Eventually, their relationship ended entirely, adding more stress and emotional pain to Zainab's life. She realized she would never experience true freedom and lost all hope for independence. Following this situation, the tension between Zainab and her family intensified, leading to tragic consequences. This marked a turning point from which there was no return. After considering the situation for some time, their father realized that his daughters would not change their behavior or abide by the family's rules. Muhammad felt that he could not wait any longer. He believed that betrayal was unforgivable, and that women who damaged the family's honor needed to be held accountable. He thought he had been too forgiving in the past, and if they did not take action quickly, their family's reputation would be at risk. Therefore, he decided that his daughters would no longer be allowed to live. The only task remaining was to figure out how to execute this plan. Muhammad wanted to keep a low profile because he understood that a crime like this needed careful planning to appear accidental. Thus, the planning commenced. They began preparations weeks ahead of time. Muhammad, Toba, and Hamd outlined the steps to carry out their plan. One important aspect was acquiring a second vehicle, a Nissan Sentra. Officially, it was bought for convenience, but in truth, it was essential for their scheme. It was reported that the Shafia family purchased a used Nissan Sentra for $5,000 Canadian dollars the day before the family left Montreal for Niagara Falls. This would create the illusion of a family trying to reconnect after previous conflicts. The vacation would suggest that everything was fine and that they were making efforts to improve their relationships. Zainab, Sahar, Geethi, and Rona felt they had no choice but to participate, even though they had reservations. Disputing their father's decision seemed futile. From the start of the trip, they sensed something was off, but none of them could foresee that this journey would be their last. For several days, everything unfolded as planned. The family visited attractions, took photographs, and chatted with strangers, all carefully arranged to ensure that no one would suspect any underlying tension among them. In the early hours of June 30th, 2009, two cars, a Nissan Sentra and a Lexus RX, left the Kingston East Motel and headed toward the Kingston Mills Locks. The Nissan Sentra carried Zainab, Sahar, Geethi, and Rona. It is unclear who was driving at that moment, but it was likely Zainab, as she was the oldest and had a driver's license. Following them at a short distance was Muhammad, Toba, Hamd, and the three youngest children, in the Lexus RX. They maintained a safe distance to avoid raising any suspicions. When the Nissan Sentra parked near the locks, Muhammad got out of his car and approached the Nissan. Zainab either got out of the driver's seat voluntarily or was forced to leave. Tuba then took over the driver's seat of the Nissan, remaining inside with the girls to prevent them from feeling suspicious. With their mother beside them, the girls did not sense any immediate danger. Muhammad and Hamd returned to the Lexus and drove to a nearby motel, where they intended to create the impression that the family was merely stopping for the night before resuming their trip. At the motel, they woke the manager to rent 2 rooms, but their answers about the number of guests seemed inconsistent, which raised suspicions. After dropping off the 3 youngest family members at the motel, Muhammad and Hamd got back into the Lexus and returned to the locks. As soon as Tuba spotted their headlights in the darkness, she quickly exited the Nissan and ran towards them. This was the sign that it was time to act. At that moment, the women in car unaware they were in a dangerous situation. The events that followed can only be partially reconstructed from the investigation. It is unclear whether the victims were harmed inside or outside the car. However, forensic evidence provided important details. 3 of the victims, Rona, Geethi, and Zainab, suffered head injuries, likely inflicted to render them unconscious before they were submerged. In contrast, Sahar seemed to have fought back. There were no signs of head trauma on her body, indicating she may have remained conscious longer than the others. One by one, the victims were either drowned in the water or placed inside the car after losing consciousness. Muhammad, Toba, and Hamd started to set up the scene to make it look like a tragic accident. Their plan was to push the vehicle into the water to make it seem like it had rolled in by accident. One of them started the engine, shifted the car into neutral, and got out, hoping the Nissan would roll into the canal by itself. However, things didn't go as planned. The car got stuck on the edge of the concrete ledge. The front wheels had gone over the edge, but instead of falling into the water, the vehicle stayed in place. This was a significant problem. If anyone had shown up at that moment, they would have been caught. One of them reached through the open driver's window and turned off the ignition. They realized that the Nissan wouldn't go into the water without some help. The only way to execute their plan was to use the Lexus to push the Nissan into the canal. They jumped into the Lexus, accelerated, and slammed into the back of the Nissan. The impact was powerful. The left headlight of the Lexus shattered, scattering glass at the scene. With that final push, the Nissan Sentra fell into the water, taking the 4 women with it. Thinking they had completed their crime, they started to cover their tracks. They tried to pick up the broken pieces of the Lexus's headlight but couldn't collect them all. Then, they quickly left the site and returned to the motel to create the impression that they had spent the night there and had no knowledge of the disappearance. On the morning of June 30th, 2009, a worker at the Kingston Canal noticed something odd in the water. He saw the roof of a submerged car. He quickly called the authorities. Emergency responders and divers arrived to investigate. When they removed the vehicle from the water, they found the bodies of 4 women inside. None had tried to escape, there were no broken windows, and no signs of anyone attempting to open the doors. The victims were soon identified as 3 sisters and their stepmother, Rona. Zainab was in the front passenger seat, her head leaning forward, her black cardigan soaked and worn backward after hours underwater. In the back seat was her younger sister Sahar, while Geethy's lifeless body was found above the driver's seat with one arm resting on the headrest and the window next to her fully open. Rona was curled up in the middle of the back seat. None of them were wearing seat belts. The initial inspection of the car raised immediate concerns. The seat belts were unused, which was odd. During an emergency, people usually grab onto something for safety, yet there were no signs of a struggle. Meanwhile, 3 individuals walked into the Kingston police station: Mohammed Shafia, his wife Tuba, and their son Hamed. They reported that 4 women were missing, claiming that the women had taken the car keys during the night and left without permission. They suggested that the most likely reason for their disappearance was an attempted escape that went wrong. Initially, their story seemed plausible. The family mentioned that Zainab and Sahar had a history of defiance and conflicts with their parents. They reasoned that if the women tried to run away, they might have panicked, lost control of the car, and accidentally driven into the water. However, the first pieces of evidence soon raised doubts about this narrative. First, the car was found in a Kingston Canal, which is not a road or highway and impossible to access by accident without knowledge of the area. Second, the condition of the bodies was concerning. If the women had been alive when the car entered the water, they would have tried to escape, yet there were no signs of struggle, no scratches on the windows or attempts to open the doors. This prompted investigators to reevaluate the family's account, and the theory of an accidental crash began to unravel. Detectives began examining statements from the motel staff where the Shafia family had stayed. They discovered that no one saw the women enter the building and surveillance cameras did not record them leaving. This raised suspicions, indicating that someone was definitely lying. While the police proceeded with their investigation thoughtfully and without jumping to conclusions, it became evident early on that this situation was not merely a tragic accident. It appeared to be a carefully orchestrated crime disguised as one. During questioning, Mohammed, Toba, and Haim struggled with details. At first, they claimed the women had left during the night, but when asked for the exact time, none of them could provide a clear answer. Their statements about when they supposedly left kept changing. Hamed insisted that he had been asleep and hadn't heard anything, while Toba claimed there had been noise in the house that night. Later, she added that she had woken up and seen the women leaving, only to contradict herself by saying she didn't remember. Muhammad initially stated that he had been in a different motel room at the time, but security footage showed otherwise. Police conducted a thorough examination of the car found in the water. At the scene, they discovered fragments of broken headlights. However, these fragments did not belong to the submerged vehicle. This meant that another car had been present and could have played a role in the incident. Forensic experts took a closer look at the front of the family's Lexus SUV. The damage patterns on the vehicle matched the broken fragments found at the scene. Further analysis revealed that the Lexus had dents and impact marks consistent with a collision with another car. These findings confirmed a new theory. The victims had not simply been left in the vehicle, they had been deliberately pushed into the water. Investigators knew they needed stronger evidence, so they decided to place a listening device in the Shafia family's vehicle, hoping the suspects would incriminate themselves. A few days later, the police got exactly what they were looking for. The recordings captured conversations in which Muhammad openly expressed satisfaction with what had happened. He stated that his daughters had brought shame to the family and that honor had been restored. Tuba supported his words, saying they had done what was necessary. Hamed, meanwhile, repeatedly insisted that their actions had been justified. These recordings became key pieces of evidence. They proved that the crime had been premeditated and that the family had deliberately taken the lives of 4 women. The evidence left no room for doubt. The police were now ready to make their move. Mohammed Shafia, his wife Tuba, and their son Hamed were arrested on July 23, 2009. That day, they had no idea that law enforcement had already gathered enough proof to charge them. The family was preparing to fly to Dubai, but they were taken into custody just before departure. Mohammed never believed it coming until the last moment. He believed that the deaths of his daughters and Rona had been successfully staged as an accident, but the investigation had stayed one step ahead. When they were read their charges, first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder, they tried to remain composed, but their expressions told a different story. The trial began in January 2012 and lasted 3 months, drawing enormous public attention. Prosecutors presented undeniable evidence that the crime had been meticulously planned. The most damning evidence was the recorded conversations in the family's vehicle. In them, Mohammed proudly stated that his daughters had gotten what they deserved, while Tuba and Hamed fully supported this sentiment. These recordings shattered any remaining doubts about their guilt. In addition to the recordings, physical evidence was presented. Investigators demonstrated that the family's Lexus had damage consistent with a collision involving the Nissan Sentra. Experts confirmed that the Lexus had been used to push the victim's car into the water. Witnesses were called to testify. Social workers, teachers, and friends of the sisters revealed that they had spoken about the harsh treatment they faced from their father and brother. Many knew they lived in fear, but no one could have imagined it would end in such a horrific way. During the trial, Mohammed showed no remorse. He insisted that the court had misinterpreted the situation and continued to claim that his daughters had brought shame to the family. Tuba, who initially portrayed herself as a grieving mother, later changed her strategy and began denying any involvement. Hamed attempted to present himself as a victim of his father's influence, but the recorded conversations completely dismantled his defense. After 15 hours of discussion, the jury found each defendant guilty of 4 counts of first-degree murder. Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed received life sentences in prison, with no chance of parole for 25 years. They appealed the decision, hoping for a reversal, but the court confirmed their conviction. Their actions were deemed an act of honor-based violence, a deliberate and calculated crime committed in the name of control and tradition. The family, once focused on preserving its honor, lost everything. Their names became associated with cruelty. The Shafia case is now one of the most shocking examples of such crimes in Canadian history. After the arrests of Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed, the remaining Shafia children faced a challenging situation. As they were still minors, they needed guardianship. Canadian authorities intervened, placing them under state protection and assigning social services to ensure their well-being. To safeguard them from public scrutiny and potential retaliation from extended family, their identities and locations were kept confidential. Some relatives in Afghanistan tried to intervene, demanding the children be returned to their biological family, but Canadian law protected them from such demands. The younger Shafia children were given a chance to grow up away from the harmful environment of their past. They changed their names and started new lives. However, they would always carry the tragedy of their family's crimes as a lasting reminder. Their current whereabouts are unknown, but one certainty remains: they were given the opportunity for a better life, unlike their late sisters and Rona. In a seemingly quiet house, fear permeated the air. A family was trapped in a room, holding their breath and hoping that the locked door would protect them. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The lock broke, someone collapsed, and footsteps echoed in the hallway. This was not just a random burglary, it was a premeditated act. When the police arrived in the morning, they discovered a perplexing crime scene. A family of 4 and their 3 dogs were found shot dead in their home. It appeared to be a robbery, yet nothing had been taken. All clues pointed toward one individual, but the real question remained: who was truly in control? As detectives looked for answers, they realized the situation involved far more than just love, jealousy, or revenge. Someone had orchestrated everything. When the truth finally emerged, it was more shocking than anyone could have anticipated. Nathaniel Huey Jr. was born around 1993 in an environment where crime and violence were common. As a child, he displayed a reckless, rebellious attitude. He had little interest in school, often fighting with classmates and neglecting his studies. His first run-in with the law occurred during his teenage years when he was caught participating in a robbery. Due to his age, he faced minimal consequences. Nathaniel soon discovered that a life of crime offered not only excitement but also financial rewards. His criminal activities escalated, and by 2016, he was imprisoned for assault. A year later, he was arrested again for driving under the influence. Nathaniel had a particular fascination with firearms. He built a collection of guns. Although the courts prohibited him from owning firearms, he disregarded this ban, turned to the black market to acquire weapons illegally. Despite his criminal history, Nathaniel attempted to pose as a legitimate businessman by starting a private security company, even though it was not properly licensed. Legally, he was not allowed to carry a weapon, yet he boasted about his supposed authority on social media, posting pictures of himself in tactical gear and heavily armed. On the other side of the story is Ermelinda Palomo, born on 1973. By the time she met Nathaniel, she was a fiercely independent woman, a mother of 5, and already a grandmother. Although she had a stable upbringing, her personal life was marked by challenges. She had married young, but the marriage ended, leaving her to raise her children on her own. Determined to support them, she held multiple jobs while managing her responsibilities as both a mother and grandmother. She was strict with her family, which earned her respect but sometimes led to resentment. When she met Nathaniel, those around her found it hard to understand their connection. He was 20 years younger, had a tumultuous past, and represented the chaos she had always tried to avoid. Some say they met through mutual friends, but regardless of the circumstances, their relationship moved quickly. Initially, Ermelinda brushed Nathaniel off, but his confidence, persistence, and reckless charm drew her in. For Nathaniel, Ermelinda represented stability and a sense of security he had never experienced. For her, it was a new adventure, an opportunity to feel in control over someone with a free lifestyle. Their relationship was unconventional, with an attraction rooted in their differences. Soon, they moved in together, sharing a crowded home with Ermelinda's children and grandchildren, but their living situation was anything but harmonious. Nathaniel's obsession with weapons remained strong over the years. Despite legal restrictions, he continued to buy and show off firearms, making secret deals and finding loopholes to justify his actions. For him, guns were not just a collection, they were a part of who he was. He always carried a weapon, even inside the house, frequently took apart and cleaned his firearms on the kitchen table. At first, Ermelinda paid little attention to this behavior. She was more focused on the money he made than the legality of his actions. However, as time passed, she began to realize that Nathaniel's interests went beyond financial gain. He was unpredictable and could become angry over minor issues, such as a misplaced word or an unfriendly glance. His temper could shift from intense rage to unnerving calm in an instant. Cristiana Espinoza, one of Ermelinda's daughters, was the first to express concern. Unlike others who ignored the warning signs, she recognized Nathaniel for who he really was, a dangerous man. She noticed how he talked about violence, carried himself with arrogance, and never tolerated being contradicted. But what scared her the most was how quickly he could lose control. By 2021, Nathaniel and Ermelinda had been living together for 6 years. On the surface, their relationship appeared stable, but its foundation had deteriorated long ago. Nathaniel had always been unfaithful, and his affairs had become routine. He used social media to meet new women, engaged in secretive conversations, and carefully deleted his messages. Often, he would leave late at night, providing vague excuses about work or meetings. Ermelinda would wake up in the middle of the night to find him gone. He would return by dawn without any explanation. Nathaniel never feared being caught. He thought Ermelinda either wouldn't discover his infidelities or wouldn't confront him if she did. He mistakenly believed he had all the control, not recognizing Ermelinda's true strength. At first, Ermelinda chose to overlook the warning signs, but soon the evidence became too clear to ignore. His late nights, secretive messages, and newfound obsession with his appearance all indicated something troubling. Her fears were confirmed when she saw a suspicious message pop up on his phone, leaving no room for doubt. Rather than confronting him right away, Ermelinda decided to gather evidence. If Nathaniel thought he was safe from consequences, he was about to find out otherwise. She began monitoring him closely, observing his movements, noting his habits, and even checking his messages when he wasn't paying attention. Before long, she could tell when he was lying, when he was trying to cover his tracks, and when he was sneaking off for yet another secret meeting. With each new revelation, her anger grew stronger. She realized she had two options: to leave him behind and erase him from her life, or to make him regret every decision that led to this moment. The more she considered it, the clearer her resolve became. She refused to be just another woman he discarded. If she wanted to make him feel pain, she had to be strategic. Instead of erupting into an argument, she decided on a different approach. She would make him feel cornered. She planned to turn his own life against him. Ermelinda's plan began with deception. She created fake social media accounts, selecting photos and inventing identities to construct believable personas. She studied online scams to learn how to manipulate and deceive effectively. This included understanding threats, the structure of underground networks, psychological tactics. Her most powerful tool was information. She figured out how to track locations, access hidden data, and manipulate the digital landscape in ways Nathaniel would not anticipate. Then, she initiated her scheme. Her first contact with Nathaniel came through a woman who seemed genuinely interested in him. As expected, he fell for it and responded eagerly, unaware that he was entering Ermelinda's trap. Initially, their conversations appeared harmless, consisting of light flirtation. However, she began to drop hints about his life that she shouldn't have known, leading him to believe someone was monitoring him. The tipping point came when she sent him a message with his real-time location. This left Nathaniel unsettled. Ermelinda could see the change in his demeanor as he started looking over his shoulder and checking his surroundings. But her tactics were far from over. The next phase of deception brought in new individuals. Nathaniel began receiving messages from various people. Some were threatening, while others falsely claimed to offer him protection. They contacted him through different platforms and phone numbers, without any clear pattern. Some messages demanded money, while others warned him to avoid certain locations. A few suggested that he was already involved in something much larger than himself. This confusion was intentional. His behavior changed almost overnight. He became restless and anxious, avoided answering unknown calls, constantly checked his surroundings, and even asked Ermelinda to drive him around to ensure he wasn't being followed. He changed his passwords and deleted messages, trying to rid himself of the unseen threat. However, the more he attempted to escape, the more entangled he became in Ermelinda's scheme. She observed with satisfaction as paranoia consumed him. Unbeknownst to him, the real danger was lurking right under his roof. In May 2023, a new woman entered Nathaniel's life, Zoraida Bartolome, one of his co-workers. Zoraida was already entangled in her own complicated situation. She was married with 2 children but was unhappy at home. She had cheated in the past and didn't feel guilty about it, believing that her own happiness was more important than being loyal. For Nathaniel, Zoraida represented an exciting escape from his troubled relationship with Ermelinda. Their connection began with stolen glances and quiet conversations, quickly escalating into something they both found hard to abandon. Ermelinda had been observing Nathaniel closely and noticed a shift in his behavior. At first, she assumed Zoraida was just another fleeting romance, but then she discovered messages that revealed deeper feelings. Nathaniel was telling Zoraida that he loved her and wanted a future together. She reciprocated those feelings, and they fantasized about leaving everything behind to start anew. As Ermelinda read their exchanges, she felt a mix of pain and humiliation. Despite her efforts to protect their relationship, Nathaniel was pursuing another woman. Now, she felt compelled to take drastic action against him. She escalated the psychological manipulation, introducing even more frightening figures into Nathaniel's life. He was no longer just being observed, he felt as if he was being hunted. Nathaniel had endured too much to feel fear anymore. He had survived the worst, or so he thought. Now, all that mattered to him was Zoraida. Leaving her was not an option. For the first time, he wasn't merely hiding an affair, he was fighting for it. Ermelinda noticed this change in him. If she couldn't break Nathaniel directly, she would aim to destroy Zoraida instead. Her first tactic was to undermine Zoraida's stability. Using her network of fake accounts, she contacted Zoraida's husband, Alberto Rolón. Initially, she planted vague doubts through anonymous messages that suggested betrayal. She even included photos of Zoraida and Nathaniel together, ensuring they were clear enough to raise suspicion. However, Alberto was not easily swayed. He dismissed the warnings, unwilling to accept that his wife could deceive him so openly. That's when Ermelinda intensified her approach. The subsequent messages were not just about infidelity, they included threats. Unsigned letters arrived at their home with clear implications. If Alberto did not take action, his family would be in danger. Alberto began to observe Zoraida more intently. The tension in their home was exactly as Ermelinda had intended. However, Nathaniel was still unwilling to let go. Even as paranoia invaded his life, he held on to Zoraida as if she were his last hope. Ermelinda manipulated his perceptions, convincing him that Zoraida was providing information to the people spying on him. She crafted a story so believable that even Nathaniel began to doubt his own reality. Using fake accounts, she sent messages from imaginary informants, all suggesting the same idea. Zoraida wasn't just a woman Nathaniel had fallen for, she was working against him and was the source of the ongoing threats. Nathaniel's paranoia took over him completely. He confronted Ermelinda about his suspicions, and she played along convincingly. Initially, she seemed unsure, but then she reluctantly confessed that she had also received warnings about Zoraida. Nathaniel realized he could no longer dismiss these concerns. He had to take action to ensure his survival. Next, Ermelinda put him to the ultimate test of loyalty. She made him believe that his supposed enemies were closely monitoring him and required evidence that he hadn't betrayed them. The only way he could prove his loyalty was by making a crucial decision himself: kill Zoraida. By the time Nathaniel reached his decision, he felt no hesitation. There was no fear or regret, just a cold, determined focus on what needed to be done. He started planning immediately, treating the situation like a mission. Nathaniel studied Zoraida's routines, tracked her schedule, and identified when she was most vulnerable. He noted when Alberto was home, when the children were asleep, and when it would be easiest to enter the house. He mapped out potential escape routes, looking for surveillance cameras and memorizing the neighborhood layout. Simultaneously, he prepared his supplies. He already had a stockpile of weapons but gathered additional tools, including clothing to help him blend into the night, gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints, tape, and a flashlight. Together with Ermelinda, he chose items carefully, ensuring no one would suspect anything. Although Ermelinda remained in the background and was not directly involved, she always provided guidance to keep him on track. By the time everything was ready, Nathaniel had stopped considering the consequences. The night came. Ermelinda drove towards Zoraida's house with an unsettling calmness, acting as if it were just another evening. She even asked Nathaniel why he needed to go there, though she already knew the reason. He didn't answer. He no longer cared about her opinion, only the task ahead mattered. When they arrived at the house, Ermelinda remained in the car while Nathaniel got out. As he expected, the front door was locked. He quietly moved around to the side of the house, found a window, and broke the glass. The sound startled Alberto awake. He sat up, listened intently, and then cautiously approached the noise. By that time, Nathaniel was already inside. As soon as Alberto rounded the corner, Nathaniel fired his gun, but his shot went wide. Realizing this was more than just a break-in, Alberto turned and ran toward the hallway, desperate to reach his family's room before the intruder. However, Nathaniel was quicker. Gunshots rang out through the house. Alberto fell to the ground before he could reach the door. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then the next gunshot broke the stillness, sending Zoraida into a panic. Without thinking, she rushed to the bedroom, pulling her children along, and slammed the door shut, locking it behind her. She knew Nathaniel was inside and was unsure how many others he was with, but her priority was to keep her family safe. Moments later, Nathaniel slammed his shoulder against the door, trying to force it open, but it held strong. Frustrated, he stepped back, aimed his gun, and shot at the lock. The bullet pierced through the wood. Zoraida gasped as the impact hit her. She stiffened and then collapsed. The door swung open, the children huddled together, their eyes filled with fear. The neighbors only heard a few brief, muffled gunshots. It all happened within minutes. Nathaniel looked around at the scene, took a deep breath to calm himself, and then began to methodically rearrange things. He flipped over furniture, opened drawers, and scattered valuable items on the floor to make it appear as though a robbery had taken place. Once he finished, he stepped over the bodies and exited into the night. Ermelinda was waiting for him in the car. She didn't need to ask how it went, her expression said it all. They drove away silently, leaving the chaos behind. The sounds had awakened the neighborhood, and after a few minutes, someone finally summoned the courage to call 911. Soon after, sirens filled the street. Officers arrived to find shattered glass, a broken door, and clear signs of a break-in. Inside, the bodies revealed a much darker story than just a failed robbery. Nathaniel had made serious mistakes, careless ones. Nothing of value had been stolen. The disarray of his possessions seemed like a feeble attempt to mislead. It was evident that this incident wasn't simply about theft, it was premeditated and targeted. By morning, detectives were connecting the crime to Nathaniel Huey, the only person with a motive. At Zoraida's workplace, everyone knew about their affair. It hadn't been a secret. As detectives continued to investigate, things looked increasingly bad for Nathaniel. His history was filled with crimes, assaults, suspicious dealings, and a collection of weapons. As the police gathered evidence, Ermelinda maintained her facade. She kept messaging Nathaniel, using the false identity she had created. She assured him that everything was under control, claiming the mafia was protecting him and that as long as he followed their instructions, he'd be safe. He trusted her, but the investigation was progressing more quickly than Ermelinda anticipated. They scrutinized Nathaniel's recent activities, analyzing every call, email, and text message. One thing stood out. In recent months, he had received a flood of anonymous threats, warnings of danger, and claims that he was being hunted. However, all those messages had originated from newly created accounts. If this were truly a mafia operation, why was the evidence focusing solely on Nathaniel? The more the detectives uncovered, the clearer it became that the threats were staged, as if someone had been fabricating a false narrative specifically for him. This was the turning point in the investigation. Nathaniel was in a downward spiral. He sensed that the police were closing in on him and started noticing unmarked cars tailing him, along with strangers watching him too closely. He convinced himself that the mafia was still after him, waiting for him to make a mistake. In his desperation, he reached out to the only person he believed he could trust, his mother. He begged her for help, claiming he was being falsely accused of something terrible and needed to go into hiding. However, she refused to help him. With nowhere else to turn, Nathaniel managed to stay hidden for a few days, but eventually, security cameras captured him in a grocery store. A manhunt ensued, with patrol cars flooding the area, but by the time the officers arrived, Nathaniel and Ermelinda had already made it onto the highway. The chase began. Police followed with sirens blaring for miles, but Nathaniel had no plans to stop. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, accelerating and weaving through traffic in a frantic attempt to flee. Ermelinda had carefully planned every detail leading up to this moment, and now she was watching her plan unfold perfectly. Ahead of them, traffic became congested. Nathaniel attempted to navigate around a truck, but he lost his grip, causing the tire to screech against the road. The car spun out of control, crashing into the guardrail and flipping multiple times before coming to a sudden stop. Officers surrounded the wreck, weapons drawn. Nathaniel slumped in the driver's seat, a gun in his hand, while Ermelinda sat motionless beside him. In those final moments, he had turned the gun on her and then himself. Investigators sifted through the wreckage, trying to understand what had transpired inside the car. Did he realize what was happening? The investigation didn't stop there. Detectives focused on Ermelinda's devices. Hidden within her files were hundreds of messages, chat logs, and notes detailing her manipulation of Nathaniel, dozens of fake accounts that she had carefully created and controlled. She had constructed this elaborate scheme. She understood how to break a person's will and instill fear so deeply that they would do anything to escape it. And it had worked. Nathaniel had never been in danger. There was no mafia. The true enemy had been sitting right beside him all along. In the end, the case was closed, but one question lingered. Did Nathaniel understand the situation before he took action? Ermelinda's calculated plan, fueled by wounded pride and a desire for revenge, transformed Nathaniel from an unfaithful partner into a paranoid pawn who unwittingly executed her deadly scheme. The Romeoville murders, disguised as a robbery, revealed the devastating consequences of unchecked emotions and hidden motives. As the investigation uncovered Ermelinda's intricate web of lies, it left one lingering question unanswered. Did Nathaniel ever glimpse the truth behind his actions, or did he remain trapped in her illusions until the end? On a seemingly ordinary evening in Bolingbrook, Illinois, an unimaginable event occurred. A woman was discovered dead in her bathtub. Her hair was wet, and there was a severe gash at the back of her head. Initially, it appeared to be a tragic accident, perhaps a slip and fall, but as investigators delved deeper, inconsistencies began to emerge. The most shocking revelation: the individual who may hold the key to this mystery was someone dedicated to protecting the community. What really transpired that night, and how did this case evolve into a startling tale of deception, manipulation, and betrayal? Kathleen Savio was born on June 13, 1963, in Glendale Heights, Illinois. She was the youngest of 4 siblings, was raised by her parents, Henry Jerry Savio and Mary Savio. When Kathleen was just 2 years old, her parents divorced. Later, her mother remarried, and the family moved to a different city in Illinois. Despite financial difficulties during her childhood, Kathleen was determined to create a better future for herself. She focused on her education, eventually became an accountant. Friends and acquaintances described Kathleen as warm, friendly, and charismatic, with a unique talent for connecting with others. At 20 years old, she went on a life-changing blind date with Drew Peterson. He seemed charming and was initially a great match for her. Drew worked as a police officer in the Metropolitan Area Narcotics Squad in Illinois, a job that brought him respect and authority. Drew was born on January 5, 1954, in Bolingbrook, a suburb of Chicago, and was raised by his strict parents. Drew was an older brother to 2 siblings. In high school, he stood out as an athlete and was known for his competitive nature. During his teenage years, he started his first serious relationship with Carol Brown. After graduating, Drew enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1974 and married Carol that same year. He was discharged in 1976 and the following year joined the police force in his hometown. Within a year, he moved to an undercover role in the Metropolitan Area Narcotics Squad, where he gained recognition. By the age of 25, he was named Police Officer of the Year. However, his personal life was troubled. Despite having 2 children, his marriage to Carol ended in 1980 when she found out he was unfaithful. Carol received custody of their kids. Known for his arrogance, Drew often boasted to friends about how easily he attracted women. In 1981, he met Victoria "Vicky" Connolly, and they married in 1982. Their marriage lasted almost 10 years until Victoria decided to divorce him in 1992, citing ongoing domestic abuse as the main reason. This claim was later supported by her daughter, Lisa Ward, who lived with them from ages 8 to 18. She reported physical and psychological abuse from Drew. Until later, a troubling rumor from their marriage involved an incident after they purchased a bar together. One night, after leaving the bar, Victoria was in a car accident that required surgery. Some sources suggested that Drew might have tampered with her brakes, but no solid evidence came to light. During his marriage to Victoria, Drew began an affair with Kathleen Savio, who was unaware of his marriage. To Kathleen, Drew appeared to be the perfect partner. He showered her with gifts and affection, took her on trips, promised her a stable future. Moved by his attention, she quickly fell in love with him. When Drew eventually told her he was going through a divorce, he portrayed his wife as a banned substance addict and claimed he could no longer handle the situation. Their romance accelerated rapidly, leading to their engagement just 6 months after their first date. On May 3, 1992, shortly after Drew finalized his divorce, they got married. Over the next 2 years, Kathleen gave birth to their 2 children, but their relationship began to change. While she focused on raising their family, Drew sought excitement outside the home. What began as a loving relationship turned unhealthy. Drew's charming exterior vanished, revealing a controlling and abusive nature. At first, his mistreatment was verbal. He insulted Kathleen's appearance, calling her unattractive and making hurtful comments about her weight. As time passed, his behavior became increasingly harmful, trapping Kathleen in a marriage that was far from the fairy tale she had imagined. Drew's aggression intensified. One day, Kathleen, feeling frustrated and tired from his continual absence and lack of support with their children, confronted him. What began as a heated argument quickly escalated into violence. Drew grabbed her arm and pushed her into a table, causing her to sustain a head injury and multiple bruises. The injuries were serious enough for her to go to the emergency room. Although the hospital recorded the incident, Drew publicly denied any wrongdoing. In a televised interview, he claimed that, as a police officer, he needed to act differently than an ordinary citizen to protect his job. Kathleen decided to stay in her marriage despite the challenges. Meanwhile, Drew turned his attention to a new relationship with a much younger woman named Stacy and Callis, who was nearly 30 years his junior. He was even bringing Stacy to the home that he shared with Kathleen and their children. On at least one occasion, he spent the night with her in the basement while his family slept upstairs. Stacy, born on January 20, 1984, in Downers Grove, Illinois, graduated high school early and began working as a receptionist at a local hotel, where she and Drew first met. For a time, Kathleen was unaware of the affair, but that changed in October 2001 when she received an anonymous letter that revealed Drew's involvement with 19-year-old Stacy. Although Kathleen's marriage had been struggling, this news devastated her. She confronted Drew, who denied the affair. Distraught, Kathleen called her sister, crying as she shared that not only had Drew cheated on her, but he had also physically assaulted her during an argument by throwing her against the refrigerator. By mid-2002, Drew had moved out of their home and into a new house just a few blocks away, which many viewed as a deliberate act to provoke Kathleen. The divorce was quite tense as Kathleen fought over custody, child support, and her share of Drew's pension. However, Drew was unwilling to compromise. Kathleen was a strong and devoted mother who refused to back down easily. Their disputes escalated, leading to the police being called to her home at least 18 times, each report documenting domestic arguments. One particularly alarming incident occurred on July 5, 2002. According to the police report, Drew broke glass in the house and then forced Kathleen to sit on the staircase for hours while he stood over her, brandishing a knife and threatening her life. Kathleen felt increasingly unsafe, especially since Drew was a police officer in the same department that handled her complaints. As a result, her reports were often dismissed as typical domestic issues, and no serious action was taken against him. Fearing for her safety, Kathleen sought legal protection. On November 14, 2002, she wrote a letter to the state's assistant prosecutor describing Drew's worsening violence, urgently requested an emergency protection order before it was too late. She warned that Drew knew how to exploit the system and that she feared for her children's safety as well as her own. Despite the urgency of her message, her requests were ignored. Kathleen felt helpless, alone with her children, and trapped in a perilous situation. Drew officially married Stacy on October 18, 2003, shortly after finalizing his divorce. At 49 years old, he married a 19-year-old. Soon after, Stacy gave birth to their first child. Initially, she seemed happy in her role as a stepmother, even though Drew's eldest child was not much younger than she was. Their life looked ideal. They traveled often, hosted extravagant parties, and portrayed themselves as a loving couple despite their significant age difference. However, the initial bliss did not last. Drew's controlling behavior re-emerged, and he became obsessive towards Stacy, monitoring her phone, tracking her movements, and making unfounded accusations. Then, on the night of Monday, March 1st, 2004, a worried neighbor knocked on Kathleen's door several times without getting a response. Concerned, the neighbor decided to check inside and made a shocking discovery. Savio's nude body was found in the bathtub in the master bedroom of the Pheasant Chase Drive mansion. Naturally, Drew became the primary suspect, but he had a solid alibi. He was home with Stacy. He also stated that, as agreed, he had spent the previous weekend with his children and returned them to Kathleen on Sunday. Forensic investigators found no signs of forced entry or struggle in the home. Although Kathleen's autopsy showed bruises as well as a large, unexplained gash on her scalp, there were no defensive injuries. Authorities quickly classified her death as an accidental drowning without conducting a more thorough investigation. A significant detail was overlooked: the bathtub was completely dry when her body was discovered, raising further suspicions. The lead detective in the case was a close friend of Drew's, and his so-called interrogation of Drew resembled more of a casual chat between friends than an official inquiry. Stacy, supporting her husband, confirmed his alibi by claiming they had spent the entire weekend at home with their children. Kathleen's family was heartbroken by her unexpected death. Just days later, they held a touching memorial, honoring her as a devoted mother and a kind person. Shortly after this, Drew was awarded full custody of the two children he had with Kathleen. Stacy officially adopted them, creating the impression of a happy blended family. However, the facade of a perfect marriage soon crumbled. As time went on, Drew's controlling behavior became increasingly evident. By 2007, Stacy was fed up with his oppressive ways and seriously contemplated divorce. Then, on October 28th of that year, she disappeared without any explanation. Her sudden vanishing shocked her family, as Stacy had never shown any signs that she would willingly leave without informing anyone. Stacy's family began a desperate search for her and refused to give up until she was found. In contrast, Drew displayed little concern throughout the search process. During interviews, he made dismissive and sarcastic comments, implying that Stacy was merely enjoying attention and likely out dancing or with another man. Stacy's family suspected Drew might be involved, especially since she had recently told him she wanted a divorce, something he was unwilling to accept. As their suspicions grew, Drew tried to change the narrative by claiming that Stacy had changed a lot since her sister's death in 2006. He stated that she had been struggling emotionally and receiving treatment for depression. However, rather than clearing his name, these claims only heightened the investigators' concerns. Authorities began to question whether Kathleen's death was really accidental or if something more sinister was at play. Just weeks after Stacy went missing, both the Illinois State Police and the FBI reopened the investigation into Kathleen's death. In November 2007, Kathleen's body was exhumed for a second autopsy, which revealed findings that contradicted the original report. Forensic experts discovered clear signs of a struggle, indicating that she had fought for her life. As a result, Drew becomes the prime suspect in both the death of his third wife and the disappearance of his fourth wife. Instead of staying out of the spotlight, he actively sought media attention, appearing on talk shows and making arrogant, sarcastic comments as if he relished the notoriety. In January 2008, the case took a surprising turn when Drew's brother, Thomas Morphy, came forward with important information. He claimed that he helped Drew remove a large blue container from their house around the time Stacy disappeared. Several neighbors backed up his account, stating they had seen Drew with the container. Additionally, Thomas disclosed that he had assisted Drew in making a phone call from Stacy's phone, which made it look like she was at the airport shortly after her vehicle was found abandoned there. As the search for Stacy continued, the investigation into Kathleen's death advanced. On February 21, 2008, her death was officially reclassified from an accident to a homicide. About a year later, Drew was arrested as the main suspect. His legal team argued that they had a strong defense due to the absence of physical evidence, such as fingerprints, DNA, or eyewitness accounts linking him directly to the crime. As the trial progressed, accusations arose against the police department, with many claiming that Drew, having been a sergeant there, received preferential treatment and that the initial investigation was mishandled. This raised serious concerns about the integrity of law enforcement, suggesting issues of corruption and cover-ups. Exposing institutional bias alone did not establish Drew's guilt in Kathleen's murder. The prosecution needed a significant breakthrough. That turning point came when the lead prosecutor executed a strategic legal move that transformed the case. On May 31, 2012, Drew Peterson's trial began. The first witness was Kathleen's sister, Susan M. Savio. Her testimony deeply affected everyone in the courtroom as she recounted that Kathleen had confided in her about Drew threatening to kill her and make it look like an accident to avoid suspicion. Next, Neil Scory, a pastor and marriage counselor who had worked with Stacy, took the stand. He testified that Stacy had privately expressed her concerns that Drew was responsible for Kathleen's death. He recalled that Stacy once woke up in the middle of the night to find Drew missing around the time Kathleen was believed to have died. When Drew returned, he allegedly asked Stacy to lie to the police and provide him with an alibi. Further unsettling details emerged in court, including the fact that Drew had been present during Stacy's police interview, suggesting that he had pressured her to protect him. Additionally, the attorney who represented Stacy during her divorce revealed that Stacy had reached out to him just days before her disappearance, seeking legal advice about leaving Drew, and made it clear she believed he had killed Kathleen. Prosecutors claimed that Drew killed Kathleen out of fear that their divorce would leave him broke. For 3 weeks, jurors heard from 44 witnesses who shared disturbing accounts of Kathleen's case. One friend mentioned that Kathleen was so scared of Drew that she kept a knife under her bed for protection. After considering all the evidence, which was mostly circumstantial and based on witness statements, the jury, made up of 7 men and 5 women, deliberated for about 14 hours. Before the jury's decision was announced, Drew shouted that he was innocent. This caused Kathleen's brother to retaliate, accusing Drew of Kathleen's murder. Security had to step in to remove him from the courtroom. Ultimately, on September 6, 2012, Drew Peterson convicted of murdering Savio. On February 21, 2013, sentencing him to 38 years in prison with no chance of parole. Though he appeared calm during the trial, Drew's attitude changed in the following days. He directed his anger at the prosecutor who helped convict him. The prosecutor, however, remained unshaken and suggested that there might be further legal actions regarding Stacy's disappearance. Tensions escalated within Drew's legal team as his lead attorney filed an appeal, claiming that the original defense team had mishandled the trial. They argued that Drew was pressured into starting a media campaign before the trial, which ultimately harmed his defense. They also criticized the choice to call Stacy's divorce attorney as a witness, a decision that proved disastrous. Despite Drew's numerous attempts to overturn the verdict, the ruling remained intact. Kathleen achieved justice, but the fate of Stacy continued to be a perplexing mystery, with many believing that Drew Peterson held the key to the answers. While serving his sentence, Drew faced a new and shocking allegation. He was recorded in prison discussing a plan to arrange a murder for hire against the prosecutor who had led his case. He offered money to another inmate in exchange for carrying out the attack. In May 2016, he was found guilty of solicitation of murder and solicitation of murder for hire. He was subsequently sentenced to an additional 40 years in prison. Over time, Drew has maintained his innocence and persistently sought to appeal his conviction, arguing that the testimonies used during his trial violated his constitutional rights. In 2024, a significant legal development occurred when Drew's public defender requested a psychological evaluation to pursue a new trial. The judge instructed the county to conduct and finance the evaluation for Drew, who is now 70 years old. After a mandatory 30-day assessment period, the results showed that he was mentally competent to stand trial. At the same time, Drew's former attorney faced legal issues of his own, as he was charged with contempt of court. This situation arose when he allegedly breached a gag order by discussing the case in a nationally televised interview. During this interview, He claimed to have information that could clarify the circumstances surrounding Stacy's case. Although the lawyer denied the allegations, the judge reaffirmed the gag order, prohibiting him from publicly addressing the case. In the same year, Drew's eldest son, Stephen Paul Peterson, who became a police officer like his father, spoke out. He referred to Drew as his hero, highlighting that his father had always supported him and his brother. However, he confessed that dealing with the circumstances of Drew's conviction was extremely painful, making it hard for him to reconcile the loving father he had known for 36 years with the man accused of such terrible crimes. As for Drew's numerous appeals, none had been successful by that time. Stacy remained missing, and her family continued to hope that her body would eventually be found. They firmly believed that Drew was responsible for her disappearance and should be held accountable. This case generated significant public debate throughout the United States because of its many concerning elements. At its center was a police officer, an individual committed to protecting the public, who instead posed a threat to those around him. The chilling saga of Kathleen Savio's murder and Stacy Peterson's disappearance revealed a harrowing tale of abuse, manipulation, and betrayal orchestrated by Drew Peterson, a police officer entrusted with public safety. While Kathleen's justice was secured through a hard-fought conviction, Stacy's fate remains an unresolved mystery, leaving her family in anguished hope for answers. This case, marked by institutional failures and Peterson's brazen defiance, underscores the devastating consequences of unchecked power and the enduring pursuit of truth that continues to honor the memories of Kathleen and Stacy. This story unfolds in Canada and caught public attention due to its unusual developments. Nicole Porciello, also known as Nicole Hasselman, was a 34-year-old whose kindness and patience shone through her work in student support services at Templeton Secondary School in Vancouver. She was more than just a helper, she was a true mentor to students navigating the challenges of adolescence. At Templeton, Nicole specialized in supporting students with learning disabilities, crafting individualized plans that boosted their confidence and academic success. Her ability to listen without judgment made her a trusted figure, often staying late to help with homework or offer advice on personal struggles. The school was not just a workplace for Nicole, it felt like a second family, fostering genuine connections and support. Her colleagues viewed her as an inspiration, always approachable and willing to help, whether it was covering a shift or organizing school events. She was cherished not only for her professional skills but also for the warmth she brought to her interactions, often bringing homemade treats to staff meetings to brighten their day. Beyond Templeton, Nicole was deeply rooted in her East Vancouver community, volunteering at local food drives and coaching her son's soccer team on weekends. Her love for gardening transformed her small backyard into a vibrant oasis, where she taught her son about nurturing life and patience. She enjoyed quiet evenings reading novels or watching classic films, often sharing her insights with friends over coffee. These small moments defined her, a woman who found joy in connection and growth, always striving to make those around her feel valued. Outside of work, Nicole was a dedicated mother to her 10-year-old son, Ethan, whose sensitive and kind nature mirrored her own. Nicole successfully balanced her career with motherhood, pouring her heart and effort into both. She aimed to be a positive role model for Ethan, showing him the importance of kindness and how to make the world a better place. Their evenings were filled with rituals, cooking simple meals together, playing board games, or reading bedtime stories. She taught Ethan to stand up for others, drawing from her own experiences helping students navigate bullying. Her friends marveled at her ability to juggle demanding workdays with unwavering attention to Ethan's needs, from attending his hockey games to helping with school projects. Nicole's home was a sanctuary of love. On November 16, 2018, a tragic event changed the lives of Nicole's family and friends forever. Burnaby police reported a crash involving a 2017 charcoal gray Kia Sorento SUV at around 10 p.m. on Barnett Highway, a busy stretch illuminated by streetlights. Emergency services quickly arrived at the scene. The car was severely damaged from hitting a lamppost, its front crumpled and windshield shattered. A man was trapped inside the vehicle, and time was critical, every second counted. Rescuers quickly cordoned off the area. They worked closely with police and medical teams, understanding that any delay could result in tragedy. A nearby driver, stopped at a traffic light, later told police he heard a deafening crash and saw the SUV swerve violently before impact, sparking immediate concern. Firefighters used hydraulic tools, known as the jaws of life, to pry open the mangled driver's side door, their movements precise under pressure. The man in the car remained seated as paramedics surrounded him, preparing to provide medical assistance as soon as rescuers freed him from the wreckage. After several intense minutes, the rescue commander signaled that it was safe to pull the victim out. The man was carefully removed from the damaged car and handed over to the medics, who noted his dazed expression and minor cuts. The emergency services worked efficiently, with each team member fulfilling a crucial role. Medics quickly began administering first aid, checking the man's condition thoroughly, pulse steady, breathing normal. Once they confirmed his condition was stable, they transferred him onto a stretcher and took him to the ambulance, where they started preparing for transport to Royal Columbian Hospital. The victim's name was Jan Popel, a 41-year-old real estate agent known in Vancouver's competitive housing market. At the hospital, doctors immediately conducted a complete examination and diagnostic tests, including CT scans, to identify any hidden injuries. They documented a few bruises on his arms and a mild concussion, but thankfully, no serious injuries were found. Jan's condition was stable, and his life was not in danger. Nurses monitored his vitals closely, noting his calm demeanor despite the crash's severity. After receiving the necessary medical care, he was kept under observation for 24 hours to ensure his full recovery. Police officers stationed nearby began questioning him as soon as he was cleared, sensing inconsistencies in his initial account of a mechanical failure causing the crash. Jan Popel had built a successful career selling properties in Vancouver's booming real estate scene, known for his charm and persistence in closing deals. Born in Burnaby, he grew up in a middle-class family and showed early ambition, earning a business degree before entering real estate. Colleagues described him as driven but private, often deflecting personal questions with humor. His professional life thrived, but his personal struggles simmered beneath the surface, particularly in his relationship with Nicole. They met in 2011 at a community fundraiser, where Jan's easygoing confidence caught Nicole's attention. Their early days were filled with shared dreams, weekend hikes in the North Shore Mountains, late-night talks about starting a family, and plans to buy a home together. Jan's attentiveness, like surprising Nicole with flowers after a long workday, made her feel cherished. However, his insecurities emerged within a year, triggered by Nicole's growing independence and social circle at Templeton. Jan's romantic relationship with Nicole started off very well, filled with romance, deep affection, and mutual understanding. They envisioned a future together, made plans, and exchanged thoughts. However, over time, Jan began to show traits that concerned Nicole. What began as a caring desire to protect her gradually morphed into obsessive behavior. He claimed to be shielding her from negative outside influences, which led him to isolate her from friends and family. By 2013, Jan's need for control intensified, particularly after Nicole received a promotion at Templeton, boosting her confidence. He began questioning her late work hours, accusing her of prioritizing students over him. His actions escalated to checking her cell phone and social media accounts, demanding passwords to prove her loyalty. His jealousy was extreme, and he struggled to hide his aggression, often raising his voice during arguments over trivial matters like a colleague's text. At a 2015 family gathering, he shoved Nicole during a heated dispute over her talking to a male friend, leaving her shaken but hesitant to leave him. Nicole's sister, Lisa, later recalled warning her about Jan's temper, but Nicole believed his apologies and promises to change. Nicole and Jan's relationship lasted 7 years, marked by growing pain and fear. Specific incidents painted a troubling picture. In 2016, Jan threw Nicole's phone against a wall after seeing a friendly message from a coworker, shattering the screen. In 2017, he followed her to a school event, confronting her in the parking lot and accusing her of infidelity, an outburst witnessed by a colleague. Despite this, Nicole clung to Jan's sweet promises that things would improve, often citing his tearful apologies and vows to seek counseling. He vowed to find the strength to become the loving and trustworthy partner he once was, but these promises prevented Nicole from ending the relationship, even though she felt deep down that Jan's behavior might never change. Friends urged her to leave, but Nicole's compassion and hope kept her tethered, fearing Jan's reaction to a final breakup. They had broken up multiple times, but Jan always pleaded for another chance, and Nicole would relent, believing Ethan deserved a stable family. Their most recent breakup, which she believed would be permanent, happened on November 7, 2018, after Nicole confided in a friend about connecting with another man, seeking a healthier future. Jan was unwilling to accept the breakup. He didn't want to lose Nicole. Overwhelmed by jealousy, he parked his car in front of her house and shared compromising photos of her on social media, a humiliating act that left Nicole devastated. After Jan was removed from the car, the police started their investigation, led by the Integrated Homicide Investigation Team, a specialized unit for complex cases in British Columbia. They interviewed eyewitnesses, including a jogger who saw the SUV speeding erratically before the crash, and examined the accident scene in detail, collecting debris and tire marks to reconstruct the sequence of events. Their questions were designed to uncover the real causes of the crash, suspecting it was no accident. Meanwhile, firefighters finished their tasks and began to pack up their equipment before returning to the station. However, one officer, sweeping the perimeter with a flashlight, made a startling discovery. About 30 feet away from the car, in a muddy ditch obscured by bushes, lay a woman who was unconscious but still breathing. It was Nicole. Her clothes were torn, and blood soaked her jacket, alarming rescuers who immediately called for a second ambulance. Paramedics worked frantically to stabilize her, noting weak vitals and severe trauma. She was rushed to Royal Columbian Hospital, where the medical team performed emergency surgery to address massive internal bleeding. At the hospital, Nicole's condition was critical from the moment she arrived. Doctors identified multiple stab wounds, some penetrating vital organs, and worked tirelessly to save her. Her family, notified by police, gathered in the waiting room, clinging to hope as updates grew bleaker. Carmine, her brother, paced anxiously, while her father, Joe, sat in stunned silence, grappling with the suddenness of the crisis. The medical team's efforts, including blood transfusions and surgical interventions, were ultimately unable to save her life, and Nicole was pronounced dead at 3:17 a.m. on November 17, 2018. Her death sent shockwaves through the hospital staff, many of whom knew her from community events, and left her family in a state of profound disbelief. A few days later, police released a statement. Nicole died from injuries sustained in an SUV crash in Burnaby last week, but authorities discovered evidence suggesting foul play. The Integrated Homicide Investigation Team took charge, coordinating with forensic experts to analyze the scene. An autopsy was performed on Nicole's body at a forensic laboratory shortly after her death. An experienced medical examiner, familiar with such cases, carefully examined and documented the numerous injuries on her body. He found a total of 47 stab wounds, some deep and inflicted with significant force, penetrating her chest and abdomen, while others appeared more superficial, suggesting she had struggled to defend herself. The examination revealed that the wounds were made by two different knives, one a serrated kitchen knife, the other a smaller paring knife, indicating a prolonged and frenzied attack. Blood spatter analysis suggested the stabbing occurred inside the vehicle before the crash. The examiner understood that his findings would be crucial in helping law enforcement identify the perpetrator and bring them to justice, providing a clear link to Jan Popel's presence in the SUV. After the autopsy, forensic teams worked tirelessly, analyzing fingerprints, DNA, and the knives recovered from the vehicle. The official report compiled all expert findings, including toxicology results showing no substances in Nicole's system, ruling out intoxication as a factor. This report was not just a document, it became a crucial element in the murder investigation, providing investigators with essential information to move forward. It hit detectives cross-referenced phone records, revealing Jan's threatening texts to Nicole days before the murder, and secured surveillance footage from a nearby gas station showing the SUV's erratic path. Interviews with Nicole's friends confirmed Jan's abusive history, including a coworker who witnessed his 2017 outburst, bolstering the case. In the wake of Nicole's death, her family, friends, and colleagues were overwhelmed with deep sorrow that hit them unexpectedly and intensely. It was incredibly difficult for her family to accept that they would never again hug their beloved mother, daughter, and sister, hear her voice, or create new memories together. Joe Porciello, Nicole's father, withdrew into grief, haunted by memories of her infectious smile. Lisa, her sister, struggled to explain the loss to Ethan, who asked daily when his mother would return. Nicole's friends, who had shared her most heartfelt dreams and experiences, felt they had lost a true companion. They remembered how hard she had worked to rebuild her life, start anew, and pursue her happiness, particularly after years of enduring Jan's control. At Templeton, teachers and students created a memorial garden in Nicole's honor, planting her favorite sunflowers as a tribute to her nurturing spirit. The school's principal issued a statement praising Nicole's dedication, noting how she transformed lives with her empathy. The holidays were particularly difficult for Nicole's family. Her brother, Carmine Porciello, felt he would never fully accept that his little sister was gone. During family dinners, it's impossible not to notice her empty seat, he said, indicating where she would have sat, her absence a palpable void. Ethan, now living with his grandparents, withdrew from hockey, struggling to process his mother's absence. Community members rallied around the family, organizing vigils and fundraisers to support Ethan's future, a testament to Nicole's widespread influence. On November 29, 2018, Jan Popel was arrested and charged with second-degree murder in connection with Nicole Porciello's death. A hit confirmed the incident was isolated, involving known parties, posing no threat to public safety. Detectives worked hard to gather and secure all evidence, including Jan's blood-stained jacket and the video he recorded, which became a cornerstone of the prosecution's case. Reconstructing the timeline of events was vital to the investigation. A hit's analysis of surveillance footage, phone records, and text messages clarified Nicole's whereabouts and Jan's actions. A chilling text from Jan on November 15 read, "You'll regret leaving me," contradicting his claim of an amicable split. This organization of details revealed inconsistencies in Jan's statements, such as his assertion that the crash was accidental, and allowed investigators to assess his premeditated intent. As previously noted, Nicole and Jan's relationship spanned several years, marked by a pattern of breakups and reconciliations. 9 days before her death, Nicole told Jan their relationship was over, confiding in a friend about her hope for a new start with another man, which amplified Jan's jealousy immensely. On the evening of November 16th, Jan picked up Nicole in a rental car while Ethan was at hockey practice. They got into an argument, during which Jan pulled out 2 kitchen knives and stabbed Nicole repeatedly in the passenger seat. Instead of calling for help, Jan took off his bloody jacket, used his phone to record a video, and tried to capture the moment in a misguided attempt to document her suffering. In the video, Nicole could be heard gasping, "He loves she," but Jan showed no remorse, saying, "She brought this on herself." He claimed he stabbed her because he couldn't accept her moving on. After the attack, Jan drove home, leaving Nicole bleeding in the car while he went inside to send emails, including one resigning from his job. For 2 hours, as Nicole clung to life, Jan paid bills and shopped online for a TV and dishwasher, actions later described by prosecutors as callously indifferent. When he returned to the rental car, finding Nicole still alive, he allegedly decided to stage a crash to mask the murder. When Jan accelerated rapidly and crashed into a streetlight, Nicole, who wasn't wearing a seatbelt, was ejected from the vehicle, landing in the ditch where she was found. The deliberate high-speed impact, confirmed by skid marks, supported a hit's theory of premeditation. As a result of the gathered evidence, Jan faced charges of second-degree murder. The legal process began with a preliminary hearing in 2019, but Jan's guilty plea on December 15, 2020, expedited proceedings, avoiding a full trial. Sentencing hearings, held in March and April 2021, were a difficult time for Nicole's family and friends, who filled the Vancouver courtroom seeking closure. During the sentencing, a video recorded by Jan after stabbing Nicole was shown to the court. The judge, Justice Kathleen Kerr, cautioned that it contained graphic content and urged anyone who might feel uncomfortable to exit. The 1-minute video depicted Nicole, severely injured and struggling to breathe, while Jan accused her of disrespecting him. "You just took from me and disrespected me for months and years," he said, his voice cold and unyielding. Nicole's father, Joe, visibly upset, left the courtroom, unable to bear the footage. As the video played, Jan sat with his head down in the prisoner's dock. Carmine yelled, "Look at the video. Raise your head," prompting Justice Kerr to call a 15-minute break to ease tensions. After the video, 4 victim impact statements were shared. Joe described Nicole as a beautiful soul and the foundation of their family, saying, "He has destroyed our family. We cannot forgive him for what he has done." Carmine expressed that the crime left him feeling like a zombie, filled with anger and rage. Ethan, through a written statement read by a counselor, shared that his mother was his best friend and that he felt a part of his heart was lost. Nicole's friend, Sarah, spoke of her infectious positivity, urging the court to honor her memory with justice. Justice Kerr characterized Jan's actions as heartless, cruel, and self-centered, but noted his guilty plea as a sign of limited remorse. Joe disagreed, telling reporters Jan seemed unfazed, like he was on a lunch break. Jan Popel pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, which carries an automatic life sentence. The Crown sought 15 years before parole eligibility, citing the crime's brutality and Jan's abusive history, while his attorney argued for 10 years, emphasizing his plea. Neither option comforted Nicole's family, particularly her cousin, Gina Iuliano, who believed first-degree murder charges, with a minimum 25 years, were warranted given the premeditation. In the week before sentencing, Nicole's friends and family launched a social media campaign, Justice for Nicole, to highlight her death's impact and demand stricter domestic violence laws. Posts shared her story, photos from school events, and calls for systemic change, gaining thousands of supporters. In a statement to the court, Jan expressed regret, claiming he never meant for this to happen. On April 13, 2021, Justice Kerr sentenced him to life in prison with parole eligibility after 15 years, balancing the crime's severity with his plea. Nicole's family felt the sentence was too lenient, telling reporters outside the courthouse that Canada's justice system failed victims of domestic violence. Gina vowed to advocate for tougher laws, joining local groups to raise awareness. Nicole Porciello's vibrant life, marked by her unwavering kindness and dedication as a mother and mentor, was brutally ended on November 16, 2018, by Jan Popel's jealousy-fueled violence. While Popel's life sentence with 15 years until parole brought some justice, Nicole's family deems it insufficient, their pain deepened by her absence at family dinners. Her legacy endures through the love she instilled in her son and the students she guided at Templeton Secondary School, where her warmth remains a guiding light. The family's social media campaign and outspoken grief have sparked calls for stronger protections against domestic violence, ensuring Nicole's memory fuels a fight for justice. Though her loss leaves an unfillable void, Nicole's spirit inspires a commitment to a safer, kinder world. In October 1975, the murder of 15-year-old Martha Elizabeth Moxley shocked the town of Greenwich, Connecticut. Her body was found brutally beaten with a golf club, which was traced back to the home of a well-known family with political ties. This tragic event caused years of anguish for the Moxley family as they sought justice for their daughter's death. Let's go back in time. The Moxley family moved to Greenwich, Connecticut, hoping to find a safe environment for their children, John and Martha. Their parents allowed them to explore the town freely, trusting in their safety. Martha was a remarkable teenager known for her beauty and intelligence. She had a vibrant personality and a close bond with her brother. Throughout her childhood, Martha showed impressive intellect. Her love for reading and writing reflected her passion for knowledge. Martha was well liked by her peers because of her outstanding qualities. Her lively and friendly nature helped her make many friends. She often found herself at the center of social gatherings. After the Moxley family moved to their new home in Greenwich, Martha continued to excel in school. Her commitment to her studies showed through her excellent grades and achievements. She had a natural gift for critical thinking and problem solving, distinguishing her from her classmates. Martha's aspirations went beyond academics. She wanted to impact the world through her writing. Her love for storytelling and her talent for expressing ideas clearly made her a strong candidate for a journalism career. October 30th was recognized as Mischief Night in Greenwich. During this tradition, children and teens engaged in playful mischief, often causing minor disturbances in their neighborhoods. The night typically involved activities like vandalism, property damage, and pranks. Eager to join in the fun, Martha Moxley spent the evening playing toilet papering over houses with her friends. It was a joyful night filled with laughter and innocent entertainment among the teenagers. Among the partygoers was 17-year-old Thomas Skakel, the nephew of Ethel Kennedy, who is the widow of former U.S. Senator Robert F. Kennedy. The Kennedy family was one of the most powerful and well-known political families in the United States from the 1960s to the early 1990s. Their name became closely associated with American politics, impacting all areas of society. President John F. Kennedy was viewed as a symbol of youthful energy and change, captivating the nation with his charisma. His administration made important advances in space exploration, civil rights, and foreign policy. After John's assassination, Robert F. Kennedy took on the role of leader for the family's political ambitions, known for his commitment to social justice and strong support for the civil rights movement. Robert's assassination added to the sorrow of the already mourning Kennedy family. However, their involvement in various scandals and controversies has damaged their reputation and overshadowed their political legacy. Sources indicate that Martha Moxley and Thomas Skakel were flirting and even kissing on the night she disappeared. The last sighting of Martha was around 9:30 p.m. when she was with Thomas near the pool in his backyard. After that, no one knew where she was until a shocking discovery was made the next morning, which stunned the entire community. On October 31st, the day after Mischief Night, Martha Moxley's body was discovered under a tree in her yard. Her clothing and underwear were pulled down to her ankles, but the medical examiner found no signs of abuse assault. Nearby, pieces of a 6-iron golf club were located, which became a key piece of evidence in understanding the circumstances surrounding Martha's death. The chief medical examiner of Connecticut performed an autopsy on Martha. His findings revealed disturbing details. Martha had multiple scalp lacerations, skull fractures, and injuries to her brain. The absence of signs of a struggle led the medical examiner to determine that Martha had been violently assaulted. The medical examiner determined that the weapon that caused her injuries and death was a 6-iron golf club, which matched evidence collected at the scene. The severity of her injuries and the strong evidence linking the golf club to the murder confirmed that her death was neither an accident nor an end to her own life. They classified Martha's death as a homicide. Witnesses reported seeing Martha with Thomas Skakel on the night she died, raising suspicions and directing detectives' focus towards the Skakel family. An investigation later found that the golf club used to kill Martha originated from the Skakel home, which further increased doubts about the involvement of the two Skakel brothers. Although the investigation made initial progress, it soon stalled due to interference from the Skakel family. They interfered with the investigation right from the beginning. One significant way they obstructed progress was by blocking the police from accessing their son's school medical records. These records could have shed light on Thomas Skakel's behavior and any health issues he might have had at the time of the crime. By denying investigators this information, the Skakel family hindered the exploration of potential motives. Thomas's father took further actions to impede the investigation. He discouraged witnesses from stepping forward or sharing what they knew about the crime, making it challenging for investigators to gather first-hand testimonies. This interference also significantly hampered the progress of the investigation. When news of Martha's murder emerged, Thomas and Michael Skakel, grandsons of Robert F. Kennedy, became targets of intense media scrutiny. Reporters and the public were eager to uncover any potential involvement or connections to Martha's death. As members of the Kennedy family, the brothers faced overwhelming speculation. Throughout the investigation, Thomas and Michael maintained their innocence, asserting that they had no involvement in Martha's murder. They consistently denied being at the party where she was killed and claimed ignorance about the circumstances of her death. Their repeated denials attracted even more media attention and public interest in the case. However, despite the extensive coverage, there was no solid evidence linking the brothers to Martha's murder. The murder of Martha Moxley attracted worldwide attention because of the involvement of the Kennedy family. Initially, attention turned to Kenneth Littleton, who was hired as a tutor by the Skakel family just hours before Martha's murder. Littleton was a live-in tutor for the Skakel brothers, and since he was present near the crime scene, he was suspected of being an accomplice. His interactions with the brothers were examined, and some believed he might have influenced them to commit the crime. As time passed, the testimonies from Thomas and Michael Skakel about that night began to change. Witnesses reported that Michael had confessed to killing Martha with a golf club. Additionally, a former classmate of Michael claimed he received preferential treatment and boasted about escaping punishment for the murder because of his ties to the Kennedy family. Many books have been written about the Moxley murder in an effort to uncover the truth about her death. One notable book is A Season in Purgatory by acclaimed author Dominic Dunn, which focuses on the Moxley murder case. Dunn conducted thorough research to provide a detailed account of the events leading up to Martha's death. Another significant book, Murder in Greenwich by Mark Furman, a former police detective known, presents his perspective on the investigation and various theories surrounding the case. These books examine different theories proposed by investigators and advocates for justice for Martha. Despite significant media and public interest, the case remained unsolved, which caused frustration for both investigators and the public. The tragic death of Martha Moxley shocked the community and led to a lengthy investigation that lasted nearly 2 decades. In 1998, a jury was assembled to examine the circumstances of her murder. After a thorough inquiry lasting almost 2 years, there was enough evidence to charge Michael Skakel with the crime. In January 2000, police issued an arrest warrant for Michael, who then turned himself in. He was soon released on bail after posting a $500,000 bond. On March 14, 2000, Michael was arraigned in juvenile court. Although he was 15 years old when Martha was murdered, the judge decided to try him as an adult. Michael Skakel's trial began on May 7, 2002, in Norwalk, Connecticut. Prosecutors built a strong case by presenting evidence linking him to the crime and highlighting inconsistencies in his alibi. The defense maintained that Michael was innocent, arguing he was at a cousin's house when the murder occurred. The murder trial of Martha Moxley received extensive media coverage, drawing attention from both national outlets and the local community. Many people were invested in the case, hoping for justice for the victim. During the trial, the prosecution introduced a book proposal that suggested his involvement in the crime. In this proposal, Michael admitted to engaging in inappropriate behavior while in a tree on the night of the murder. Although he acknowledged being at the crime scene, he did not confess to directly harming Martha. Ultimately, on June 7, 2002, Michael Skakel was convicted of Moxley's murder and sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He was assigned to Garner Correctional Facility in Newtown, Connecticut. Reactions to the verdict were mixed, with some individuals feeling satisfied and others raising concerns. Michael Skakel appealed his conviction, presenting several arguments. One of his main points was that the trial should have occurred in juvenile court instead of superior court, as he was only 15 years old at the time of the crime. He contended that his age should have prevented him from being charged as an adult. Furthermore, Skakel claimed that the prosecution committed misconduct by not disclosing crucial evidence that could have exonerated him, which he argued violated his due process rights and compromised the fairness of his trial. Nevertheless, in January 2006, the Connecticut Supreme Court dismissed his claims and upheld his conviction. In 2007, Michael Skakel hired a new attorney and requested a retrial in Connecticut court, proposing a new theory regarding Martha Moxley's murder. His defense team presented evidence implying that Gitano Tony Bryant, cousin of Los Angeles Lakers player Kobe Bryant and former classmate of Michael at Brunswick Private School in Greenwich. In an August 2003 videotaped interview with Vito Colucci, a private investigator hired by Michael, Bryant said that on the night of Moxley's murder, one of his friends had tried to molest her. Bryant said he had not come forward because his mother had warned him that, as a black man, he would be framed for the unsolved murder. A 2-week hearing in April 2007 allowed this oral evidence to be presented, along with other matters. In September 2007, Michael's attorneys filed a motion, based in part on Bryant's complaints, for a new trial. Official prosecutors responded that Bryant may have made up the story to sell a drama about the case. During this period, Michael's defense team appointed several full-time investigators to examine case details, hoping to uncover new evidence that would prove his innocence. Unfortunately, their efforts were hindered when a Supreme Court judge rejected Michael's request for a new trial, stating that Bryant's testimony lacked credibility and that there was no evidence of misconduct by the prosecutors during Michael's initial trial. Michael's attorneys once again appealed this ruling to the Connecticut Supreme Court. In 2009, a panel of 5 judges listened to the appeal, but a year later, on April 12, 2010, they ruled 4-1 against Michael. Despite these challenges, Michael and his legal team remained determined to secure his freedom. In January 2012, they requested a sentence reduction, arguing that he had been an exemplary prisoner and warranted leniency. However, this request was denied, and Michael's sentence continued to stand. In 2013, Michael Skakel appealed his conviction, claiming that his trial attorney, Michael Sherman, had not provided effective representation. During the hearing, Michael Skakel accused Sherman of lacking interest in his defense and being more focused on collecting fees to resolve his financial issues. This raised serious doubts about the fairness of his trial and the potential for a wrongful conviction. As a result, Michael was granted a new trial after it was determined that Sherman had not adequately defended him during his 2002 trial. On November 21, 2013, Michael Skakel was released on $1.2 million bail with other conditions. He must be monitored with a GPS device, have no contact with the Moxley family, must be checked in periodically by phone, and will not be allowed to leave the state of Connecticut unless permission is granted, although he later moved to Westchester County, New York. In December 2016, the Connecticut Supreme Court reinstated Michael's murder conviction in a 4-3 majority decision, writing that his conviction was the result of overwhelming evidence presented by prosecutors and that his legal representation was adequate. In January 2018, prosecutors asked the Connecticut Supreme Court to revoke Michael's bail and return him to prison to continue serving his sentence. However, on May 4th, the Connecticut Supreme Court vacated Skakel's conviction and ordered a new trial. The court ruled that Sherman had provided ineffective assistance when he failed to contact an alibi witness named by Michael and that Michael had therefore been deprived of a fair trial. State prosecutors in Stamford have the right to seek a new trial for Michael. This ruling surprised many in the legal community and rekindled questions about the true circumstances of the crime. Despite the possibility of a new trial, in October 2020, the chief state attorney informed the Supreme Court that they would not retry Michael Skakel for Martha's murder. This decision came after a thorough review of the evidence. This decision marked the end of a lengthy legal battle that spanned decades and left many unanswered questions about the murder of Martha Moxley. In 2023, Michael Skakel filed lawsuits against the police investigator in Greenwich. The lawsuits alleged malicious prosecution and violations of constitutional rights. According to Michael's attorney, the fact that Michael spent over 11 years in prison for a crime he did not commit meant he could never be compensated for that lost time. Michael's lawsuits claimed that the lead investigator did not perform their duties properly, acted unethically, and intimidated witnesses during interviews, alleged that the investigator threatened witnesses to make them give false statements. These accusations raised significant concerns about the integrity of the investigation and the validity of Michael Skakel's conviction. Furthermore, the lawsuits argue that the investigator sought to profit from Michael's case, indicating that they were working on a book and film about Michael's supposed involvement in Martha's murder while continuing the investigation. Martha's brother, John, was shocked by the news of Michael's freedom and struggles to grasp the reasoning behind the court's decision. He is convinced that Michael Skakel is guilty and insists that just because Michael is free, it doesn't mean he is innocent. Instead, it reflects the judge's decisions and legal technicalities. In John's view, Michael Skakel killed his sister, a belief he holds firmly. Even though Michael is no longer in prison, John believes he will always be mentally imprisoned, tormented by his actions for the rest of his life. The Oxygen created a powerful documentary exploring the details of Martha Moxley's murder. The Moxley family chose to be part of the documentary to honor Martha and promote the truth about her case. Over the years, many theories have emerged regarding Martha Moxley's death. One of the key suspects is Michael Skakel. Several motives have been suggested for his alleged involvement, including jealousy and anger. Martha had a close friendship with Michael's brother, Thomas Skakel, which might have fueled Michael's resentment towards her. It has also been speculated that Michael may have seen a meeting between Martha and Thomas that triggered feelings of insecurity. Another suspect is Thomas Skakel himself. One theory proposes that he may have killed Martha out of jealousy or rage, especially since she reportedly rejected his advances. Additionally, their family tutor, Kenneth Littleton, has been considered a possible suspect. Others believe that her murderer was simply someone who happened to be passing by. Proponents of these theories argue that Michael Skakel was an easy target and that the true murderer has not yet been caught. On October 19, 2021, a cool autumn day in Wood Street, Kettering, a peaceful market town in Northamptonshire. Wood Street, with its simple homes and ghost houses, was alive with the usual sounds of everyday life: neighbors chatting, cars passing by, children returning home from school. But just after noon, that tranquility was shattered. Marta Kmieleka, a 31-year-old woman whose life was cut short, leaving her community in turmoil and her family forever altered. Northamptonshire police received a call expressing concern for a person's welfare at a residence on Wood Street. A family member had not heard from their loved one for several days and sensed that something was wrong. Officers arrived expecting to conduct a routine welfare check. They forced their way into a rented room and discovered a scene that initiated one of the town's most disturbing crime investigations. Marta was dead. The small, cluttered room was filled with secrets that would take months to uncover. What happened here? The police cordoned off the street, and neighbors watched in shock as forensic teams arrived. Residents from nearby told reporters they had never witnessed anything like this in Kettering. A neighbor expressed his disbelief. Wood Street was meant to be a safe place where nothing significant ever occurred. To reconstruct the timeline of Marta's last hours, investigators analyzed surveillance footage, which became a key piece of evidence. Detectives focused on a crucial time, the night of October 15th, just 4 days before Marta's body was discovered. So, who was she? Marta was a lively, kind, and independent woman who greatly impacted those around her. Marta grew up in Bydgoszcz, a vibrant city in northern Poland known for its charming riverside and close-knit communities. Her family considered her full of life, always smiling, and eager to help. Marta had a special ability to make people feel valued, whether she was assisting a neighbor with groceries or enjoying long conversations with friends over coffee. Her brother and sister-in-law, who later spoke at her inquest, described her as the glue of their family, someone who was always ready to help without needing to be asked. In Poland, Marta had a strong relationship with her parents, especially her father. Friends referred to her as a daddy's girl, not because she was spoiled, but because of the close and unwavering bond they had. She would call her father just to share her day. He listened with pride as he watched her grow into a confident woman. Marta also loved her brother's children and took her aunt duty seriously. She would spoil them with small gifts, play with them, or simply listen to their stories. Her family said she had a natural warmth that made everyone feel valued. At around 25 years old, Marta met Paweł Kmieleki, who was a few years her senior. Paweł was charming, confident, and had a passion for cars, particularly BMWs, which he loved to showcase. Paweł was drawn to her lively personality. Their friends noted that they seemed like an ideal couple. Marta's outgoing nature balanced Paweł's more reserved demeanor. They bonded over common interests like music, weekend trips, and dreams of a life outside of Poland. For Marta, who was always eager to explore and ambitious, Paweł appeared to be a partner who shared her aspirations for new adventures. Their relationship progressed quickly. After dating for a couple of years, they were ready to move forward. On July 29, 2016, Marta and Paweł married in a small, joyful ceremony in Bydgoszcz. The day was filled with family, laughter, and Polish traditions. Marta's family, especially her father, was delighted to see her so happy. The couple settled into their married life by renting an apartment in Bydgoszcz. For a while, it seemed like the life Marta had dreamed of, stable, loving, and aimed at a bright future. Marta and Paweł had ambitious goals. They sought more than what Bydgoszcz could provide. They wanted opportunities for personal growth, better earnings, and a chance to immerse themselves in a new culture. In 2017, they decided to take a significant step. They moved to England. They chose Kettering, a small town in Northamptonshire, partly because Marta's brother and his family already lived there. This move was a big leap for them. They packed their belongings, said farewells to their families, and arrived in the UK with optimism. Kettering, with its peaceful streets and supportive Polish community, felt like the perfect place for a fresh start. They rented a home together, explored their new surroundings, began building a new life. They enjoyed their time in Kettering by going for walks and visiting local cafes and bars. Initially, the move seemed to deepen their relationship. Marta embraced her new life in Kettering, finding a job and making friends, while Paweł also adapted to his work. They often hosted dinners for Marta's brother and his children, with Marta happily playing the role of an aunt by bringing games and treats. Social media posts from that period captured their joy, showcasing them smiling with each other and sharing captions about their new adventures. Beneath the seemingly perfect moments, problems were emerging. Paweł, who had always been somewhat possessive, began to show a controlling behavior that Marta hadn't fully recognized back in Poland. He started questioning her whereabouts, the people she spent time with, and why she was making new friends. Marta, who valued her independence, struggled with being monitored. She wanted to live freely, not just exist under Paweł's watch. As time passed, Paweł's jealousy intensified. He was no longer just protective, he had become obsessive. While Marta was flourishing and expanding her social network within Kettering's Polish community, Paweł couldn't cope. He bombarded her with texts to find out her plans and would often show up unexpectedly where she was with friends. Those around her noticed that she didn't seem like herself anymore. Her usual vibrancy had faded. While Marta shrugged it off, saying Paweł was just stressed or adjusting to life in England, her close friends could see the underlying tension. Though Marta always wore a smile, her family later revealed that she had spoken to them about Paweł's behavior, hinting at arguments that left her feeling trapped. The tension between Paweł and Marta escalated from emotional to physical abuse. Court records later showed 3 incidents of Paweł's aggression toward Marta, one in August 2020, another during Easter 2021, and a third in September 2021, just weeks before the tragedy. These incidents were not isolated, they were part of a recurring pattern. Though always a strong-willed person, Marta began to fear the man she once loved. She confided in friends that she no longer recognized Paweł. She felt suffocated by his jealousy. Despite her fears, she stayed with him, perhaps hoping for change or feeling burdened by their shared past. Paweł's controlling behavior extended beyond their home as he harassed Marta's friends and tried to monitor her whereabouts, even stalking her by appearing at her workplace or waiting outside places she visited. By mid-2020, their marriage was falling apart. Marta moved out and found her own place in Kettering, determined to rebuild her life. She began to share her journey of personal growth on social media. Just 5 days before her life ended, she posted a photo with a caption in Polish: "One of the worst mistakes a person can make is wasting years of life waiting for another person to change or develop." This bold statement signified her desire to move on. She started dating again, forming a new relationship with a colleague and planning a future without Paweł. Paweł was not willing to let Marta go. He continued to text, call, and try to involve himself in her life, even as she tried to distance herself from him. Marta repeatedly pleaded with Paweł through messages, asking him to stop contacting her. During their investigation, the police found clear evidence of Paweł's obsessive behavior. His messages ranged from desperate pleas to threats, showing his refusal to accept that Marta wanted to end things. Her family, especially her brother and sister-in-law, became aware of her increasing discomfort. When she visited them, still remaining a caring aunt to their children, there was a noticeable sadness in her eyes. She was trying to break free, but Powell's presence felt overwhelming. Marta wasn't just ending a marriage, she was escaping from a constraint. The process of breaking up wasn't instantaneous, but involved careful, intentional actions. She began by creating distance, reducing contact, and staying away from places where Powell might be. Marta shared her plans to divorce Powell, whose name was on their official marriage registered in Poland, with her brother and sister-in-law who lived nearby. She had started gathering the necessary paperwork, which involved coordinating with lawyers back in Bydgoszcz. Additionally, Marta found support from her friends in Kettering's Polish community. They surrounded her with invitations to dinners, gym sessions, and social outings, helping her reclaim the joy that Powell had suppressed. Powell was unable to let go. His jealousy, which had already caused him pain, developed into an obsession. He refused to accept that his relationship with Marta was over and continued to reach out to her despite her efforts to distance herself. Detective Superintendent later observed that Powell's actions became increasingly desperate. He bombarded Marta with calls and texts, sometimes pleading for another chance and at other times accusing her of betrayal. When she blocked his number, he resorted to using different phones or contacting her friends to gather information about her whereabouts. He would frequently appear at her favorite cafes or hang around her workplace, hoping to encounter her unexpectedly. Marta's friends noticed that she was becoming more anxious. She often looked over her shoulder when she was out. His behavior escalated to stalking. He would follow her from a distance, watching her every move, and once trailed her from her workplace to a friend's house, only leaving after being confronted by her friend. Marta confided in her brother that she felt trapped, as if Powell was always nearby. By October 2021, Marta was doing well despite the influence of Powell. She was excitedly planning a Christmas trip to Poland to visit her father, looking forward to her mother's visit to Kettering, and enjoying a new relationship. On Friday, October 15th, she spent the evening with friends, laughing and texting as they enjoyed drinks together at a local bar. She left around 10:40 p.m., looking sharp and confident as always. However, that night, something unexpected happened. On Monday, October 18th, Marta did not show up for work, which was out of character for her. Her colleagues, who were accustomed to her punctuality, became concerned. Her brother also grew anxious when she didn't answer his calls. The situation escalated when Marta's family received a text from her phone that sounded unusual. It was overly formal and lacked her typical warmth, suggesting it was written by someone else. Her sister-in-law, feeling that something was seriously wrong, suspected that Powell might be involved due to his history of controlling behavior. On Tuesday, October 19th, Marta's sister-in-law visited Powell's rented room on Wood Street. When nobody answered the door, her anxiety grew. She called emergency service to express her concerns about Marta's safety and mentioned Powell's previous aggressive behavior. The Northamptonshire police acted quickly, sending officers to perform a welfare check at the location. What they discovered was shocking. The officers forced their way into Powell's room, breaking down the door. Inside, they found Marta's lifeless body wrapped in a blood-stained duvet. She had suffered 32 sharp force injuries, including cuts to her neck, face, shoulders, and chest, with defensive wounds on her right hand, suggesting that she had fought back. Next to her was Powell, bleeding heavily from up to 9 self-inflicted wounds on his throat. The police immediately secured the area and called for paramedics. Marta was pronounced dead at the scene, her hopes for a new life shattered. Powell, still alive, was taken to the hospital. On October 21st, after confirming that his injuries were not life-threatening, Powell Kmielewski was arrested while in his hospital bed. The detective mentioned that Powell was uncooperative during the investigation. He also noted Powell's initial denial of any previous aggression towards Marta. When detectives interviewed Powell, he remained silent and did not provide any explanation for the events that took place in his room. They questioned him about Marta's final days, her unexplained absence from work, and a suspicious text message, but he revealed nothing, adding to the mystery. Questions arose. Why did Marta visit his room that night? Had Powell lured her there? What led to such a tragic outcome? Investigators established a timeline, revealing that Marta had not been seen since October 15th, and her body had likely been in Powell's room for nearly 4 days. During this time, Powell continued with his daily routine as if nothing had happened. A text sent from Marta's phone emerged as a significant clue, indicating that Powell may have attempted to conceal his involvement. Marta's family, particularly her brother and sister-in-law, were devastated. They had warned her to avoid Powell, but none could have anticipated the depths of his desperation. The investigation into Marta's death relied heavily on tangible evidence, with the security camera footage from Wood Street and surrounding areas being the most telling. Northamptonshire police thoroughly searched CCTV and Ring doorbell recordings, which provided a disturbing glimpse into Marta's final moments. On Friday, October 15, 2021, Marta spent the evening at her friend's house on Woodland Court, enjoying herself and having a good time. She was texting, laughing, and sharing flirtatious messages with a colleague she was dating. At the same time, she received persistent messages from Powell, who was urging her to come over to his place and even asked her to bring pizza. The previous day, she had told him off in a message and requested that he leave her alone. Despite this, Powell continued to text her and reached out to a mutual friend to find out if Marta was here. Upon confirming her location, he decided to act. At 10:42 p.m., Marta left her friend's house, walking alone along Wood Street towards Rockingham Road. Security footage showed her walking confidently, dressed for a night out and carrying a small bag. However, just a few minutes later, around 10:45 p.m., cameras revealed Powell leaving his rented room and heading towards Bath Road, intentionally moving to intersect her path. Powell was recorded leaving his home on Wood Street to find Marta, as noted by Northamptonshire police based on footage from near Wilson Terrace. The video showed a struggle between them. Marta appeared to be walking normally at first, but then seemed to resist when Powell grabbed her arm. She stumbled and briefly fell, coughing and unsteady on her feet. Audio from a Ring doorbell captured her labored coughs along with Powell's cold command, "Come on, not far now. Can you hear me?" He was seen forcefully guiding her, at one point lifting her in a bear hug as she struggled to walk. By 10:56 p.m., the low-quality footage showed them entering his house, and that was the last time anyone but Powell saw Marta alive. Inside that room, the situation became increasingly unclear, but Powell's interactions with Marta's phone revealed important information. At 11:01 p.m., just 5 minutes after they arrived, Powell took a photo of Marta lying on the floor. It's uncertain if she was already injured at that time. Approximately 90 minutes later, around 12:30 a.m. on October 16th, he captured images of messages between Marta and her new boyfriend on her phone that confirmed her new relationship. Powell's fixation on Marta's new life, especially her relationship with her new boyfriend, drove his actions. He didn't just spy on her, he went further by using Marta's phone to send messages in an effort to hide his involvement. He texted her friends and family, imitating her writing style to create the illusion that she was still alive. One particular message sent to her family was noticeably formal, unlike Marta's usual warm and casual tone, which raised suspicions. These messages were part of Powell's strategy to delay any suspicion and buy himself time while he remained in the room with Marta's body for nearly 4 days. Marta was last seen alive at 10:56 p.m. on October 15th, when she entered Powell's room. Detectives suspect she died shortly after, likely before midnight, based on a photo Powell took at 11:01 p.m. and the extent of her 32 stab wounds. The injuries to her neck were determined to be the cause of death in the autopsy. The following day, he used Marta's phone to send messages to her male contacts, pretending to be her and attempting to entice them into intimate encounters. On October 17th, just 2 days after Marta's death, surveillance cameras captured him casually walking to a nearby shop to buy 6 cans of beer and a soft drink before returning to his room. He showed no signs of grief, seamlessly blending into the daily life of Kettering while Marta's body lay covered in a blood-stained duvet. This footage was incriminating, revealing a man capable not only of murder but also of continuing his life as if nothing had happened. Powell was arrested on October 21st after his condition stabilized. He faced murder charges, and the evidence against him, CCTV footage, phone records, and forensic analysis, was substantial. Prosecutors presented his motive as jealousy and an inability to accept Marta's new life. He had expressed to friends that he couldn't bear the thought of anyone else being intimate with her, a feeling that ultimately led to his final act. By March 3, 2022, when Powell Kmielewski appeared in Northampton Crown Court and confessed to murdering Marta, the case had already captured the attention of the Kettering community and beyond. His guilty plea eliminated the need for a lengthy trial, which spared Marta's family from the pain of recounting every detail in court. The focus then shifted to a sentencing hearing on September 6, 2023, aimed at determining Powell's punishment and allowing Marta's loved ones to express their grief. Marta's brother and sister-in-law sat in the gallery, visibly heartbroken as they awaited the verdict on the punishment Powell would face for taking her life. The prosecution, represented by Northamptonshire Police and the Crown Prosecution Service, presented a strong argument for a tough sentence. They claimed that Powell's actions were not just a momentary impulse, but rather the result of an ongoing pattern of control and obsession. They highlighted the 7 defensive wounds on Marta's right hand as evidence that she fought for her life. The prosecution also referenced Powell's history of domestic abuse, mentioning incidents from August 2020, Easter 2021, and September 2021 to illustrate his increasing aggression. In 2020, he confronted Marta at her workplace on Rockingham Road about her connections with other men, forcibly took her phone to search for evidence of infidelity, then punched her multiple times, resulting in bruises on her back and face, along with a cut lip. Although the police were contacted and Marta initially gave a statement, she later retracted it. Powell offered an apology to his wife through a community resolution process. Marta left him in September that year, but the harassment persisted with continued phone calls and messages. In Easter 2021, he became aggressive during a family party, pushing her. 3 months before her death, he found Marta at the pub, grabbed her arm, and threatened her. The next month, he was reported for harassment. Marta lived in constant fear, telling friends that she was afraid Powell might kill her. Despite her efforts to escape, like moving out, planning to divorce him in Poland, and pleading with him to leave her alone, he continued to stalk and manipulate her, even sending deceptive texts from her phone to avoid raising suspicion. The prosecution highlighted Powell's lack of remorse, noting that he remained with Marta's body for almost 4 days. Powell initially denied his history of abuse while attempting to manipulate the court proceedings. They urged for a life sentence with a lengthy minimum term, arguing that Powell's actions deserved no mercy. On the other hand, Powell's defense team had limited options due to his guilty plea and the strong evidence against him. With the help of an interpreter, they acknowledged the seriousness of his crime but requested a shorter minimum term. They claimed that Powell's actions were impulsive, driven by emotional distress from his divorce and Marta's new relationship. The defense argued that he was deeply affected by the breakup, citing his self-inflicted wounds as signs of remorse or mental anguish. They contended that, although the attack was horrific, it was not premeditated and that Powell's guilty plea had spared the family from a trial. However, these arguments were weak compared to the prosecution's evidence of Powell's calculated stalking and the brutality of the attack. On September 6, 2023, Judge Herbert announced the verdict. Powell Kmielewski was sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum term of 18 years and 4 months. The judge directly addressed Powell, stating, "It was a prolonged and violent attack driven entirely by anger and jealousy." He stressed Marta's fear, noting, "The evidence clearly shows that Marta did not feel safe with you and feared you might kill her." The judge cautioned that Powell might never be released, as his eligibility for parole would be based on the parole board's evaluation of his risk to the public. This means that at 40 years old, Powell would be at least 58 before he could apply for parole, reflecting the serious nature of his crime. Marta's family felt the deep impact of the case. Her brother and sister-in-law, who were present at the sentencing, shared a moving statement through Northamptonshire Police, expressing that no sentence could alleviate their suffering. However, they found a small sense of closure in knowing that Powell was held accountable for his actions. Marta Kmielewski's life, marked by warmth, resilience, and a pursuit of freedom, was tragically cut short by Powell Kmialecki's jealousy and violence, leaving her family and the Kettering community in profound grief. The sentencing of Powell to life imprisonment with a minimum of 18 years and 4 months brought a measure of justice, though it could never fill the void left by Marta's absence. Her story serves as a stark reminder of the devastating consequences of domestic abuse and the strength of those who fight for their independence, ensuring her memory endures as a call for awareness and change. Many people do not recognize that the person in front of them is actually dangerous rather than loving. Unfortunately, not everyone has the opportunity to correct their mistakes. History tends to repeat itself, including its darkest moments. In today's story, we will discuss a significant betrayal that led to one of the most brutal and senseless crimes in Alaska's history, driven by greed and foolishness. This tragic event took place in Anchorage, Alaska. Interestingly, although the overall crime rate in the U.S. has been declining, Anchorage is an exception, with violent crime rates being 60% higher than the national average. Statistics show that even women in this area commit violent crimes more frequently, usually targeting their loved ones. Cynthia Hoffman spent her entire life in Anchorage. Family and friends described her as a bright and kind girl working hard to achieve her American dream. She faced challenges due to a developmental delay, which made her school experience difficult. Nevertheless, Cynthia never gave up, consistently aimed for greater achievements. She graduated from high school, completed driving school, and secured a job at a diner. She cherished her friendships, particularly with her best friend Denali Bremer. The two had been friends since elementary school and had plans to go to college together. Although she aspired to attend college, those dreams were ultimately unfulfilled. Cynthia's parents were divorced, but she had good relationships with both her father, Timothy Hoffman, and her mother, who both supported her endeavors. On June 2, 2019, 19-year-old Cynthia missed a scheduled meeting with her father. Timothy, a construction worker, often brought Cynthia along on part-time jobs, where she helped him with minor tasks. In return, he paid her, teaching her the importance of hard work and saving money from a young age. Cynthia had assisted her father frequently for over a year, and they saw each other daily. On that particular day, she was expected to meet him after school. Her father had promised to pay her for past work when he was short on cash, so she was excited to go because it meant she would get paid double. She also mentioned that she needed money for a party that weekend. Cynthia texted her father to let him know she was at the park for a meeting and promised to return in about an hour. Timothy waited for her, but she never came back. He tried calling her phone and sending her messages, but she didn't respond. He thought it was possible she was just out with friends and lost track of time, so he hesitated to call the police. However, none of his messages were read, and his calls went unanswered throughout the day. Concerned about his daughter and her unexplained absence, he decided to contact the authorities. When Timothy arrived at the police station, he reported Cynthia as missing. The police took the case seriously and quickly began their investigation. They organized search teams, brought in volunteers. Timothy joined the search right away, driving around the city and asking people if they had seen his daughter. He showed them her photo, but despite his efforts all day, he couldn't find any useful information. From the beginning, he had a nagging feeling that something was wrong. Cynthia's behavior was unusual. She had never been gone for this long before, and she didn't have any mental health issues or a tendency to run away. She was naive, needed guidance. There had been no family conflicts or signs that she wanted to leave. In the days that followed, Timothy began to lose hope for a positive outcome. He started to fear that someone had lured his daughter to the park with harmful intentions, despite the ongoing search. The police initially thought Timothy might have more information, but he had a verified alibi during this time. Timothy stayed in touch with Cynthia's friends, particularly her best friend Denali, who had been in regular contact with Cynthia and was one of the last to see her. Denali expressed that she had no knowledge of Cynthia's whereabouts and hoped for her safe return. She requested updates if Timothy discovered any new information. Meanwhile, some school friends reported that they last saw Cynthia and Denali leaving together in a car, heading off in an unknown direction. This raised suspicions, as lying seemed unnecessary unless someone had something to conceal. When investigators looked into Cynthia's social media, they found that a person named Tyler had invited her for a ride, which she had accepted. This invitation coincided with the timing of her disappearance. With no new leads, detectives began tracking Cynthia's contacts leading up to her missing status. Who is Tyler? What was Cynthia doing, and where was she headed? Her classmates confirmed that she had planned to meet her father to help him with work and collect her payment. After the police spoke with Denali, she changed her story about Timothy. She admitted that after classes, she and Cynthia were walking to their cars when she dropped Cynthia off at the nearest city park. Following that, Cynthia sent her father a message updating him on her whereabouts and promised to see him later. However, after those messages, Cynthia's phone went silent. The search efforts then shifted from the city streets to the dense underbrush of the park. On June 4, 2019, just 2 days after her missing, Cynthia Hoffman was discovered dead. The 19-year-old's body was found on the banks of the Eklutna River, a popular tourist spot. Her hands were tied behind her back, and her mouth was taped shut. The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head, inflicted from behind. Sadly, the concerns of her loving father were realized. Around the same time, Denali's mother went to the police station to report that Denali and her friend might know where Cynthia had gone and could be connected to the case. According to Denali's mother, both Denali and her 16-year-old friend, Caden McIntosh, claimed to know what happened to Cynthia. They were both interrogated, with the police particularly focused on why Denali was using a different name. When they met Caden, he caught the officer's attention. The boy was visibly shaking and gave confused, evasive answers, leading them to believe he should be questioned first. Caden was extremely nervous and soon admitted to murdering Cynthia Hoffman. He claimed that his 18-year-old girlfriend, Denali, had planned the murder but could not explain why. Denali was uncooperative from the start, avoiding communication with investigators, refuting Caden's account, and presenting an alternate narrative. She stated that she, Caden, and Cynthia went to Thunderbird Falls after school for a photo shoot. They intended to create a unique scene that involved using tape and ropes to stage a kidnapping, with Cynthia's mouth taped and her hands bound. Denali admitted that she carried a gun for self-defense, and all participants in the plan were aware of this. She recounted that at one point, Caden took the gun, aimed it at Cynthia, and attacked her in the back of the head without any clear reason. Denali said she was shocked and confused afterward, unsure of how to respond. The group simply disposed of the body in the water and left, as Caden commanded her to do so in a threatening manner, which intimidated her into compliance. She felt it wasn't worth informing the police to avoid causing a panic, worried that she might become another victim. Additionally, she couldn't provide any information about a motive for the murder. There were no known conflicts among them, and no one had witnessed such cruelty before. As a result of the statements, Caden McIntosh was charged with murdering Cynthia Hoffman. Criminologists examined the crime scene, and forensic experts conducted an autopsy. This led to the collection of enough evidence to reconstruct the events of June 2nd. However, the stories told by the young people at the police station contained many inconsistencies, particularly regarding the motive, which remained unclear. The mystery was clarified when law enforcement accessed Denali's mobile phone. They discovered that she was not just a witness to the murder, but also involved in it. The situation became clearer after examining her messages. After Cynthia's death, Denali posted on social media, "Oh, look what we just did," directed at someone named Tyler. This message was shockingly cynical and cruel, revealing not a grieving best friend but rather a brutal killer who took pride in her actions. The police obtained a Snapchat video that served as crucial evidence of Denali's guilt. This prompted them to question her again, as there was enough evidence to charge both Caden and Denali in connection with the murder. Caden claimed he had been manipulated and that Denali had suggested the attack. She continued to deny any wrongdoing until she was asked about Tyler, who was saved in her phone as a babe. The police found that shortly before the tragedy, Denali met a man from Kansas on an app where he claimed to be a millionaire. They started off communicating and flirting, but eventually, he sent her a disturbing message. Tyler gradually got Denali to open up about her preferences, including her intimate desires. He revealed that he was willing to pay $9 million for photos and videos depicting abuse violence. Denali became intrigued, and over time, her friend on social media convinced her to kill. Cynthia was an easy target because she was Denali's best friend, very naive, and completely trusted her. This made it easy for Denali to lure her into a trap. Investigators identified the car used by the young killers during the murder. It belonged to a relative of Denali. They interviewed Denali's 19-year cousin, Caleb Leland, who was aware of the $9 million offer and supported Denali, thinking the money would solve their financial issues. Denali had asked to borrow his car to take the victim and her accomplice to the murder scene. In return, she promised him $500,000. After agreeing to help facilitate the murder of an innocent person, Caleb was fully aware of her intentions. He confirmed that Cynthia's murder was not a result of a desire for a photo shoot or an accident. It was a planned act of revenge for money. Denali had discussed her plans with her brothers, detailing where she intended to take her best friend and outlining the murder plan in great detail. Although Caleb didn't fully believe Denali was serious at first, he grasped the seriousness of the situation only after hearing about Cynthia's death. However, his disbelief was just a cover. He was trying to downplay his role in the tragedy to lessen his potential punishment. Between May and June 2019, police focused their investigation on 3 suspects: Denali Bremer, Caden McIntosh, and Caleb Leland. They were believed to have plotted a murder together. As detectives gathered more evidence, it became increasingly clear that these teenagers were guilty. Notably, all 3 were friends of the victim, yet they betrayed her without remorse. Tragically, they valued $9 million more than the life of their friend. Investigators also found that 2 other teenagers were aware of the crime. However, they were minors at the time of the attack and were not considered accomplices. They had simply overheard Denali confessing to the crime. Their failure to report this information was disappointing, as they could have helped prevent the tragedy by alerting the police. To protect the minors and their families, their names were kept confidential and did not come up in court. The planning for the massacre began 4 months before the murder. On June 2, 2019, the juvenile offenders launched their attack. Denali invited Cynthia to join her and Caden on a hike to a remote area near Thunderbird Falls deep in the park. The accomplices had meticulously prepared their plan, even practicing with an unloaded gun. Denali pretended to be a future victim and used her brother's car, which he had lent her for $500,000. Once they reached the riverbank, Caden and Cynthia temporarily left Denali behind and advanced ahead. Suddenly, Caden drew a gun and pointed it at Cynthia's head. Denali caught up, restrained Cynthia by tying her hands and taping her mouth shut. Cynthia quickly realized this was not a prank, but it was too late for her to escape or shout for help. Terrified, she was forced to kneel. Denali's brother filmed the entire incident. Caden then shot Cynthia in the back of the head with a 9mm pistol, killing her instantly. Denali and Caden disposed of her body in the river and tried to erase any evidence linking them to the crime. They burned some of Cynthia's belongings, including her purse and mobile phone. Afterward, Denali sent a message to Cynthia's father, Timothy, from Cynthia's phone, fabricating a story about a scheduled meeting with a new boyfriend. Detectives later found evidence that Denali attempted to delete data from her mobile phone. However, despite her efforts, many conversations with Tyler remained, in which she detailed the murder plan and shared photos and videos related to the crime. Even after the murder was committed, she unsuccessfully tried to erase the incriminating evidence. In reality, she stayed in contact with Tyler throughout the murder, providing him with detailed updates. Although Tyler lived hundreds of kilometers away, he was just as responsible for the crime as the individuals who carried it out. Law enforcement focused on identifying him to ensure he faced justice. It is important to note that Tyler sought not only murder but also abuse violence. However, forensic experts found no evidence of such acts on the victim's body. This raised alarming implications, suggesting that if incentives had been provided, Denali and her accomplices might have continued to commit similar crimes. Fortunately, they were identified and arrested immediately after the first murder, and they did not receive any compensation from Tyler. Specialists were called in to investigate and traced the phone number of the perpetrator. It was revealed that Tyler was not in Kansas, but in Indiana. The actual mastermind behind the brutal crime was Darren Schillmiller, who grew up in New Salisbury. He had been exchanging photos with Denali for a while, but he had not sent her any pictures of himself. At first, Tyler had pretended to be a wealthy millionaire who won the lottery, but in reality, the instigator of the crime was a 21-year-old who was far from being a millionaire. Friends and family described him as a reclusive and strange person who had faced bullying during school. Darren had endured a difficult upbringing with an alcoholic father and had minimal social interaction in school. His unusual clothing style often led to conflicts, and after graduation, he was frequently seen engaging in suspicious activities, like chasing cats that later vanished without a trace. However, there had been no previous reports of cruelty from him. After completing his studies, he found it difficult to determine his path in life and was unable to secure a full-time job. This situation took Denali by surprise, as she genuinely thought she would receive $9 million for her crime. Once Denali discovered Tyler's real identity, she chose to cooperate with the prosecution. She revealed that she had been in an online relationship with Tyler for several months, during which he used pictures of an unrelated person from the internet to deceive her. This manipulation led her to be misled by the future killer. Denali expressed her desire to resolve her problems, and those of her family, through money, having dealt with her friend. However, this was not the only troubling request from the millionaire's friend. According to her, he urged her to commit abuse violence against 2 children, intending to use a 14-year-old and an 8-year-old boy for this purpose. They were meant to suffer and die in pain, enduring torture, abuse. Fortunately, this horrific plan never came to fruition. When the police arrived at Darren's door, he was taken aback and promptly confessed to everything. He admitted to having been in contact with Denali for several months, realized that she was easily influenced and manipulated. Consequently, this quiet, deceitful man convinced himself that he could take someone's life through another person. Denali acknowledged that she remained influenced by Tyler, even after he refused to finance the initial massacre. They continued to have faith in him, waited for payment, and naively hoped for a better life ahead. Meanwhile, Tyler manipulated them, holding on to their trust while blackmailing them with incriminating evidence of the murder. He then demanded more killings and continued his threats. Fortunately, law enforcement apprehended the entire gang before further harm could be done. The prosecutor's office charged all those involved in the massacre with conspiracy and premeditated murder. The 2 youngest participants, whose identities were never revealed, were also accused of being complicit because they hid the murderers' identities. They never even informed her parents, despite having the chance to potentially save her. The crime that occurred in Alaska gained significant media attention, sparking public outrage. Journalists were eager for a sensational story, which created challenges for the victim's family. The relatives of the young offenders also faced severe repercussions, including numerous threats and genuine fears for their safety. Cynthia's family mourned her loss, lamenting that her trusting nature and vulnerability, stemming from her developmental delays, ultimately led to her suffering. With the same level of intelligence as a 12-year-old, she believes she is surrounded by trustworthy individuals. Many people who knew Darren spoke to the media and the police about him. Several of his classmates described him as a strange teenager who was withdrawn and struggled to fit in. It was not surprising that he grew into a cruel internet troll with violent intentions. Detectives discovered a significant amount of incriminating material on his computer, including numerous files of child abuse, which led to additional charges against him. He also showed a disturbing desire for cruelty and torture. Evidence revealed that Denali was not the first victim of this liar. He used various social networks and messaging apps to create fake accounts, deceiving teenagers and even children. Initially, his actions were limited to obtaining obscene images, but feeling untouchable, he escalated his behavior. Over several years, he lured dozens of girls and women into his traps. Some of the victims, from whom he extorted obscene photos, testified in court. Once he received the first image, he began to blackmail them for more. Fortunately, many prior victims managed to escape Darren's grasp, partly due to police threats. Unfortunately, this was not the case for Denali, whom Darren acknowledged was the most naive of his victims. Denali and his accomplices were involved in one of the most serious crimes in Alaskan history, the brutal murder of Cynthia Hoffman. This tragic event highlighted themes of betrayal, greed, and folly. Cynthia fell victim to an online manipulator, failing to verify his identity, and ultimately led 4 others into the murder. The case remained confidential, but the lives of everyone involved were forever altered. In February 2023, Denali Bremer, 23, pleaded guilty to first-degree murder after charges of conspiracy to commit murder, solicitation to commit murder, tampering with evidence, and second-degree murder were dismissed. Nearly a year later, her sentencing will take place over 3 days in January and February 2024. The 99-year sentence is the maximum the court is allowed to impose, according to a press release from the Alaska Department of Justice. Caleb Leland, who provided the car for the crime, pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in November 2023 and was sentenced to 30 years in prison in August 2024. On May 17, 2024, Caden McIntosh, 21, pleaded guilty to the murder of Cynthia. Anchorage Superior Court Judge Andrew Peterson accepted Caden's guilty plea to 1 count of second-degree murder. All other counts were dismissed as part of the agreement. The court will decide Caden's sentence at a sentencing hearing. The agreement between the parties allows the court to sentence Caden to a prison term of 30 to 85 years. Sentencing is scheduled to begin on November 14, 2024, before Judge Peterson, and is expected to last 2 days. Caden is currently in the custody of the Alaska Department of Corrections and is no longer eligible for release under the terms of his release. Darren Showmiller, who solicited the murder, was 25 when his trial began. He chose not to defend himself, allowing his lawyer to read a statement to the jury. Darren admitted to making a grave mistake that led to the death of an innocent girl, expressing remorse and asking for forgiveness from her family. However, these words did not sway the jury, and he was sentenced to 99 years in prison for his actions that destroyed multiple lives. Every year on the anniversary of Cynthia's death, her father organizes a motorcycle ride to celebrate. Timothy Hoffman, 58, was among those attending the event on June 2, 2024, when friends and family gathered to remember Cynthia. However, he lost control of his motorcycle and died in the accident. On the evening of September 10, 2012, a small village in France was quiet, but something life-changing was about to unfold inside one home. Jacqueline Savage had lived in fear for nearly 50 years, trapped in a cycle of violence that seemed impossible to escape. That night, everything reached a breaking point. Her husband, Norbert Moreau, was sitting on the terrace, drinking whiskey as he had all day. Moments before, the house had been filled with his shouting, threats, and the sound of another strike. Jacqueline had experienced this too many times before, but this time was different. Instead of waiting for the chaos to end, she walked to the cabinet, retrieved a hunting rifle, and loaded it. She stepped onto the terrace, took a deep breath, and did something she never thought she would. A gunshot echoed. How everything led up to this moment and what would unfold next was just beginning. Jacqueline Savage was born on December 27, 1947, in Montargis, France. Little is known about her early life, except that her mother was a victim of domestic violence. She grew up in a large family with 5 brothers and 2 sisters. At just 16, Jacqueline met Norbert, a charming young man who was only a month older than her. His charm made him popular with women, but he chose Jacqueline. Their youthful romance quickly turned into a passionate love affair. Jacqueline's relationship changed dramatically when she became pregnant at 17. On June 5, 1965, she decided to marry Norbert, despite her mother's strong objections and her siblings' unanimous disapproval, who thought she was making a big mistake. Jacqueline was in love and, like many young women, dreamed of having a home and family. Their first daughter was born in 1966, followed by a second daughter while Norbert was away from home completing his military service. During this time, Jacqueline trained as a seamstress. 4 years later, they built their dream home in a beautiful village 80 kilometers south of Paris. The house, Made of wood and stone, had a large garden and terrace, making it an ideal place to start a new chapter in their lives. It was here that they welcomed their third and fourth children. As the years went by, Norbert's work life declined significantly. In 1981, he was let go due to professional misconduct. Struggling financially, he and Jacqueline started their own independent transport business. Jacqueline took care of the administration and deliveries. By 1989, their two children joined the family business, which had grown to include wine sales. Over the years, Jacqueline managed to secure her retirement benefits but continued to work. As their children became adults, they went their separate ways, except for only son, who remained single. By the time Jacqueline turned 65, she had 11 grandchildren. She still lived with Norbert in their home and was actively involved in a local hunting association. Though they seemed like a loving, close family on the outside, there was a troubling and tragic reality beneath the surface, one that would soon take the world by surprise. On the evening of September 10, 2012, around 7:30 p.m., Jacqueline took a hunting rifle from the cabinet. She went to the basement to fetch the cartridges and then went out onto the terrace where Norbert was sitting with a glass of whiskey. Without any hesitation, she attacked him 3 times in the back. Afterward, Jacqueline called emergency services calmly. By the time they arrived, Norbert was dead. The incident occurred the day after Jacqueline's son took his own life. Jacqueline claimed that Mr. Moreau had physically and abused his wife, daughter, and son. She stated that she acted out of fear for her own life and her children's safety. That morning, Norbert had made new threats, vowing to carry them out. Jacqueline claimed that the attacking was the end of 47 years of constant domestic abuse, which had not only ruined her life but had also left lasting wounds on their children. During her initial court appearance, Jacqueline described how she first recognized Norbert's true character, characterized by violent outbursts. The first time he hit her was after a dinner party at a friend's house, where she had received compliments about her appearance. Out of nowhere, he struck her hard across the face, leaving her shocked and speechless. As time went on, the physical violence, abuse, and verbal attacks became part of her everyday life. Their children were all affected, with her son bearing the brunt of his father's psychological cruelty. Norbert would belittle, humiliate, and break him down mentally. The daughters suffered even more. 2 of them were subjected to their father's abuse. Whenever Norbert lost his temper, he would lash out indiscriminately. The girls learned to stay silent, endure the pain, and hope it would end quickly. The violence started with slaps and gradually intensified to cruel insults, severe beatings, and acts of humiliation. At one point, he struck Jacqueline with a motorcycle helmet, leaving her with a permanent scar on her forehead. For nearly 50 years, Jacqueline lived in suffering. In her testimony, Jacqueline initially excused Norbert's behavior, attributing it to his tough childhood. She hoped they would eventually become a normal, loving family. But as time went on, the violence became commonplace, and fear of retaliation kept her silent. Their daughter, Fabienne, tried to break this silence. As a teenager, she ran away and reported to the police that her father had abused her. However, instead of taking action, the police officer merely warned Norbert. Fearing the repercussions, Fabienne felt compelled to withdraw her statement, leaving her father unpunished. This enraged him even more. Jacqueline, meanwhile, was terrified of what would happen to her and her children if she left, especially since she had no financial independence. All their bank accounts were in Norbert's name. She felt trapped and reflected, what would she have done with 4 children? She stayed to protect them. Jacqueline felt trapped in her situation. Norbert controlled not only their home but also isolated her from her family. Her parents and siblings had distanced themselves, refusing to intervene, and she had lost all her friends. The only people she interacted with were those in Norbert's tightly knit circle. There was a dark time when she considered ending her life. Most days, she just endured the abuse, waiting for it to stop. However, the night she killed Norbert was different. She noticed something unsettling in his eyes and a menacing tone in his voice that deeply scared her. In that moment, she could vividly imagine her children lying lifeless in front of her, same her son had been. On that day, he stormed into the bedroom, slammed the door, and threatened her, saying, "This time, he'll finish she off." Then he forcefully grabbed her, dragging her through the kitchen, into the hallway. He physically assaulted her and yelled that he would kill her children, whom he called the brats, and that he would also kill her. In that moment, something inside her broke. Earlier that day, they had argued about business. Norbert had started drinking around 11 a.m. and became increasingly irritable as the day went on. At one point, Jacqueline had locked herself in the bedroom to rest, taking some sedatives. By 7:30 p.m., he burst into the room, slapped her hard across the face, and insulted her, calling her lazy and demanding that she prepare dinner. After that, he poured himself another drink. He sat outside on the terrace, vowing to eliminate them all. Jacqueline remembered standing there, tasting the blood from her lip after his latest attack. She closed her eyes and pulled the trigger. The preliminary investigation revealed an injury on her lip, but no other significant signs of violence on her body. No sedatives were found in her system. Her trial occurred nearly 2 years later, on October 23, 2014, and gained national attention, sparking discussions about domestic violence and self-defense laws in France. In court, Jacqueline pleaded not guilty, and her defense claimed she acted to protect herself. She detailed years of brutal beatings, humiliation, and abuse from her husband. The judge persistently questioned her about why she never reported the abuse to the authorities. Jacqueline explained that she remained silent to survive. She understood that revealing the truth would lead to unbearable consequences. She shared her feelings of fear, shame, and the constant control Norbert had over her life. She recalled how she had often waited for his angry outbursts to subside, for her injuries to heal, and for the day she could finally escape. Finally, her son's death became unbearable for her. Journalists at the trial noted that she seemed distant and withdrawn, often going silent when the court questioned her. Jacqueline stated that they feared Norbert, and despite some complaints from his victims, nothing ever changed. Her 3 daughters also testified in court. The youngest, who experienced both physical and emotional abuse since she was 16, described her father as a monster. They all confirmed that Norbert had a volatile relationship with their brother, often resulting in physical fights. Their testimonies were crucial in revealing the ongoing cycle of abuse in their family and the desperation that led their mother to take action. Neighbors who testified described Norbert as a violent and intimidating individual. One woman candidly expressed her relief at his death, stating that Jacqueline had done them all a favor. A longtime friend of the couple characterized Norbert as impulsive and aggressive, frequently erupting in anger. After a challenging 5-day trial, Jacqueline's lawyers, who specialize in domestic abuse cases, argued for a broad interpretation of self-defense. They sought her complete exoneration, highlighting that she had suffered psychological and physical abuse for long time. They argued that she was well aware of Norbert's capacity to follow through on his threats. In contrast, the prosecution maintained that this was not a genuine case of self-defense, pointing out that Norbert had been shot in the back and that several minutes had elapsed since his last attack. They sought a 14-year prison sentence. On October 28, 2014, Jacqueline was convicted and sentenced to 10 years in prison. The judges criticized her for not showing remorse, arguing that she portrayed herself as a victim instead of expressing regret. They referenced French law, which states that self-defense must be an immediate and proportional response to an unjust attack. The verdict led to widespread outrage throughout France, with thousands protesting in support of Jacqueline. Demonstrators condemned the court for not understanding the realities of domestic violence and coercive control. Following the trial, Jacqueline unintentionally became a symbol in the fight against gender-based violence. Her case sparked a national discussion about the prolonged suffering of victims in abusive relationships. A support committee was quickly established, gaining backing from the mayor of Paris, environmental activists, and left-wing politicians. Some women held a dramatic protest outside the prison where Jacqueline was incarcerated, they wearing flower crowns while they began symbolically digging a tunnel, as if trying to free her. Jacqueline's lawyers worked hard to secure her early release. The strong public support greatly encouraged her. Despite suffering from bronchitis and chronic back pain, she was touched to see the first protest in her honor. In August 2015, a local court in Melun denied her request for parole, claiming she had not expressed enough remorse. However, due to continued public pressure, a second hearing was held on December 3, 2015. Her daughters campaigned vigorously for her freedom, emphasizing that she had endured a lifetime of mistreatment and did not deserve to spend her final years in prison. Nonetheless, the Paris Court of Appeals upheld the original sentence. Their only remaining option was to seek a reduction of her sentence. Public outrage over Jacqueline's conviction was so strong that it caught the president's attention. On December 22, 2016, Jacqueline's daughters arranged a meeting with the then president to ask for his help in securing a pardon for their mother. Just 2 days later, he granted a partial pardon using a rarely invoked constitutional power. He urged the courts to impose the minimum sentence possible, which resulted in a reduction of her prison term by 2 years and 4 months. A petition launched on Change to ask the French president to pardon Ms. Savage gathered 435,971 signatures. On February 26, 2017, a French television program called September à Huit received an extremely high viewership of 5 million people due to a segment describing Jacqueline Savage. In addition, politicians spoke out in support of Ms. Savage, forming a support committee, including Anne Hidalgo and Jean-Luc Mélenchon. After the presidential pardon was announced, a major debate broke out among lawyers and criminal law experts about whether the rule of law was respected. Their view was that the media had overturned 2 consecutive court decisions by influencing the public, who then pushed for the presidential pardon. Jacqueline's newfound freedom lasted exactly 4 years. She passed away in her home on July 23, 2020, at the age of 72, after being diagnosed with a terminal illness. To this day, she remains a significant figure in France's history, remembered as both a victim of extreme domestic abuse and a catalyst for change in the country's legal system. The street was calm and peaceful late at night. Suddenly, the calm was broken by a noise. What happened next was shockingly violent and seemed carefully planned. The most troubling part was that she had warned others about the possibility of this event, but no one intervened. Alessandra Mattuzzi was born and raised in Italy and spent most of her life in the fashion industry. At 56, she worked as a sales representative for a boutique specializing in women's clothing. Those who knew her well described her as reliable, thoughtful, and elegant. She approached every task with precision and grace, whether assisting a customer or caring for a loved one. Alessandra was particularly known for her deep compassion. Her sense of duty went beyond her job. She had been her father's main caregiver during his final illness, providing unwavering support until his death. This experience left her emotionally exhausted. Afterward, she became withdrawn, avoiding social interactions and hesitating to form new relationships. Alessandra's daily life centered around her mother, who lived in a care home and needed constant care. She followed a regular routine that included frequent visits to her mother and daily phone calls with her younger sister, Stefania, with whom she had a strong bond. Although Alessandra was reserved, she maintained an online presence that showcased her life. Her social media accounts featured images of family gatherings, stylish work outfits, and quiet moments with her pet. She preferred calm environments and meaningful relationships over large social events. Everything changed in the summer of 2021 when she encountered a young man named Giovanni Padovani on social media. Giovanni, aged 27, was originally from Sicily. He lived an active lifestyle as a professional football player and part-time model. His social media was lively and well followed, showcasing training sessions, travel adventures, and insights into photo shoots. His online persona was polished and charismatic, earning him admiration from many, particularly women. His friendly, approachable demeanor suggested he was both confident and down-to-earth. Despite their age difference, Alessandra and Giovanni connected easily from the start. Giovanni was respectful and kind, showing no signs of arrogance. As time went on, their messages became more frequent, transitioning from simple greetings to deeper conversations about their lives and feelings. Their digital exchanges developed into genuine emotional connections, and they began communicating almost daily. they sharing photos, life updates, and words of support. Eventually, Giovanni planned a visit to Alessandra in Bologna, where she lived. During his visit, he took the time to understand her world without being intrusive. One gesture that stood out was his offer to visit Alessandra's mother at the care home. This thoughtful act left a lasting impression, showing that he cared not only about Alessandra but also about the life she had built and the people she cherished. In the months that followed, Giovanni kept visiting Bologna. He and Alessandra spent peaceful moments together, walking around the city, cooking, and doing errands. He joined her in her daily activities and seemed to appreciate the slower pace of her life. He appeared to genuinely care for her, capturing their moments together in photos he occasionally shared online. In private messages, he expressed his support and affection for her. To onlookers, their relationship might have seemed surprising yet meaningful, as two very different lives came together. Shortly after the new year, the sense of security began to fade. Giovanni's behavior changed. He started calling more frequently, sometimes multiple times a day, and his questions became highly specific. What had once seemed like affectionate curiosity turned into suspicion. He wanted to know who she was talking to, what she was doing, and why. Their conversations morphed into interrogations filled with doubt. Then, he began accusing her of hiding things. There was no basis for his claims. His obsession extended beyond Alessandra. He started calling Stefania directly, trying to persuade her to adopt his distorted perspective. While he initially sought her support, his behavior grew increasingly erratic. His tone shifted from persuasive to aggressive. Stefania remembered how he used to yell during phone calls, his voice loud and full of accusations. Eventually, she cut all contact with him. In contrast, Alessandra chose to stay connected, believing that the difficult times would eventually pass. She tried to avoid arguments and calm the situation down in hopes of restoring balance. However, the man who had once seemed emotionally understanding became more controlling. His jealousy took hold, and even minor social media interactions, likes, photos, comments, sparked new conflicts. He demanded explanations for every little thing. As his obsession grew, so did his need for control. He began calling her at all hours of the night, and his messages shifted from sweet to overwhelming, and often filled with frustration or regret. Alessandra's sense of peace was shattered. His unpredictable moods drained her, and his expectations were unrealistic. Yet, he continued to intrude into her life in increasingly invasive ways. In early 2022, the situation worsened for Alessandra. After one of her visits, she discovered she was locked out of her email and social media accounts. When she tried to recover them, she found that the new passwords contained clues and references linked to Giovanni, making her suspect he had accessed her computer. The more she investigated, the more alarming things became. Her WhatsApp account was connected to a foreign device, and spyware was later found on her phone. This spyware allowed Giovanni not only to monitor her but also to read her messages, check her call logs, track her location in real time. His surveillance was intentional and methodical. Alessandra's suspicions were confirmed when Giovanni started mentioning private conversations she had never disclosed to him. He was aware of who she had communicated with and when. He challenged her with distorted interpretations of her online interactions, convinced she was being unfaithful despite having no evidence. His delusions intensified, and he demanded constant proof of her location, short videos every 10 minutes showing where she was and who she was with. When Alessandra refused to comply, he erupted in anger, threatening to end their relationship, accuse her of betrayal, or overwhelm her with messages until she complied. His demeanor became cold, controlling. Alessandra felt she was no longer an equal partner in the relationship. Instead, she felt watched, judged, and trapped. Giovanni's actions took a terrifying turn when he gained access to Alessandra's home surveillance system. He even sent a screenshot of her inside her apartment to her, revealing he had been watching her in what she thought was a safe space. By mid-2022, Giovanni's behavior became overtly predatory. He not only monitored her online but also started to follow her in person. He loitered around her apartment building in Bologna, appearing at strange hours without any notice. Neighbors began to take notice. One saw him attempting to enter the building, while another spotted him on the roof. He was no longer attempting to conceal his intentions. Her life became dominated by anxiety. Giovanni had become unpredictable and dangerous. The damage began to escalate. Someone tampered with her car, cutting its wiring and disabling the lights. In her apartment, the power was cut when someone removed the fuses. These incidents were more than just vandalism. They were deliberate attempts to force her to confront him. She heard shouting, loud bangs against her walls, and items being smashed in her home. At one point, he even climbed back onto the roof, trying to break in again. What had once seemed like affection had turned into obsession. All personal boundaries had been shattered. Alessandra, who once led a calm, structured life filled with routine, was now living in a constant state of fear. Alessandra was no longer in a relationship. She felt as though she was being hunted. She started carrying pepper spray. This small change marked a significant emotional shift for someone who once felt confident and graceful. Fear began to permeate her daily life. She confided in friends and family that returning home made her anxious. Sometimes, she sought comfort at her sister Stefania's house, but this relief was always temporary, and her dog had to stay in the apartment. Leaving her dog behind was not an option for Alessandra. This emotional connection forced her to return to a dangerous environment repeatedly. Between July and August, the situation grew more volatile. Alessandra shared her experiences of intimidation and increasing aggression with Stefania. Despite her fear, she was still searching for ways to calm the situation. She avoided direct confrontations, perhaps hoping that silence or a calm demeanor would lessen the obsession. However, Giovanni reacted to her distance by becoming even more aggressive, perceiving her withdrawal as a challenge that needed to be addressed. On July 29, 2022, Alessandra took an important step to protect herself by filing a police report. She documented Giovanni's obsessive behavior, his repeated invasions of her privacy, and his increasingly erratic presence near her home. To support her claims, she provided screenshots of messages, photos of him near her residence, and detailed accounts of the stalking that had troubled her for months. Despite this evidence, the police did not take urgent measures. Days went by, and her fear continued. On August 3rd, she returned to the police with more evidence, including additional sightings and further incidents of interference. Although she reiterated her concerns, the case was still considered in its early stages. Investigators acknowledged her claims, but no protective actions were recommended. There was no restraining order, no formal warning issued, and no police presence near her building. By August 8th, she went back to the police again because the harassment had not ceased. Giovanni still showed up near her home and tried to enter the building. She kept meticulous records of each incident, including car damage, power disruptions, and break-in attempts. His messages had also become more aggressive. Yet, the official response to her situation remained unchanged. A fourth visit took place on August 13th. By that time, Alessandra was both exhausted and terrified. She felt she was being watched, followed, and monitored online. Giovanni's control over her life invaded her personal communications and daily activities. She clearly expressed her fear for her life and provided the police with direct quotes from his messages, which contained threats and psychological manipulation. One of her statements was particularly chilling: "I don't want to die." It was not just a plea, it was a stark warning. However, this was insufficient to prompt urgent action from the authorities. They cited procedural limitations, saying that they needed more witness statements. The investigators minimized the threat because there had been no physical attack, treating the case as simple harassment rather than a potential for violence. They failed to recognize the serious situation unfolding before them. Her family would later contest this failure, asserting that the warnings had been clear, consistent, and serious. The progression of events was evident. What started as an obsession with digital activities escalated into physical intimidation. Giovanni's behavior shifted from being reactive to becoming calculated, repetitive, and dangerous. The most significant evidence emerged on August 20th, 2022, just 3 days before the incident. Giovanni made a checklist on his phone, which investigators later discovered in his notes app. The list was precise, detailing items such as duct tape, a hammer, and restraints. Below the list was a written plan outlining steps to simulate a conversation, find a way to enter, and gather the necessary tools. The thoroughness of this plan eliminated any doubt about his intentions. This was not an act of impulsive anger, it was deliberate planning. On August 21st, Giovanni left Sicily, where he had been involved in football-related activities, and traveled to Senigallia under the pretense of personal business. He continued his journey, arrived in Bologna on August 22nd. Digital records later confirmed Giovanni's movements in unsettling detail. He entered Bologna quietly, without notifying anyone, including Alessandra. After arriving, he concealed a hammer in a bush near Alessandra's apartment building, placing it strategically in a hidden corner of the residential complex. He had thoroughly scouted the area beforehand, meticulously planning each step. That same day, he climbed to the rooftop of the building and watched Alessandra's movements from above. He had been watching her for months, but this time, he was ready to act. Weeks earlier, Giovanni had made a note on his phone, dated July 2nd, stating, "He will end her because she ended him emotionally." In the note, he portrayed himself as a victim, claiming he had been manipulated and abandoned, pushing him to his breaking point. He was fully aware of the consequences of his actions, writing, "He know he will end up in prison. This note will explain to the police what she did to him." His intentions were clear. He had made this decision long before he traveled north. On the evening of August 23rd, Alessandra arrived home, unaware that Giovanni was waiting nearby. It was just after 9 p.m., and she was on the phone with her sister, Stefania, in a normal conversation built. As Alessandra approached the entrance of the building, Giovanni emerged from his hiding place. The attack happened in seconds. Stefania, still on the phone, noticed a sudden change. Alessandra's voice shifted, followed by the unmistakable sounds of a violent struggle. In that brief moment, everything fell apart. Witnesses later reported seeing Giovanni attack her. He grabbed a hammer and struck her with such force that the hammerhead broke off the handle. However, he didn't stop there. Giovanni continued to hit her with his fists and then picked up a heavy wrought iron bench from just outside the entrance, using it to beat her repeatedly. He displayed extreme violence, delivering multiple devastating blows. Forensic reports later indicated that she had suffered over 20 traumatic injuries. Alessandra had visible injuries on her skull, chest, arms, and legs, showing evidence of a brutal assault. Her body was found with signs of blunt force trauma, severe fractures, and indications that she had been dragged on the ground. Despite the loud noises and chaos, Giovanni made no attempt to flee. When the police arrived, he was calmly sitting by the front door of the building, waiting. Officers noted his eerie composure. There was no struggle or remorse, only a chilling acceptance of his actions. Alessandra was taken to the hospital, but unfortunately, it was too late. Her injuries were severe, and she died shortly after arriving. The evidence was indisputable. His actions were deliberate, and he made no attempt to hide what he had done. The precision in his timing and the weapon's location revealed clear premeditation. Witnesses described him as quick and confident, as if he had rehearsed the act numerous times in his mind. Stefania's phone call, along with both physical and digital evidence, was essential for piecing together the timeline of events. The entire attack lasted just a few minutes, but it followed months of carefully planned psychological abuse. After his arrest, Giovanni was moved to a psychiatric facility. Initially, he chose to remain silent, but later made statements blaming Alessandra for what happened, claiming she caused him emotional pain and had broken him. Investigators, however, recognized this as an attempt to mislead. The crime was clearly planned, documented, and carried out with disturbing precision. Although his defense team requested a psychiatric evaluation, court-appointed experts determined that he was fully aware of his actions. He showed obsessive and controlling behavior but did not qualify for an insanity defense. His mental state was intact, and he acted with intent. During sentencing, Giovanni spoke briefly, describing his experience as a nightmare. He told the court that if they considered him sane, he deserved the maximum penalty. He attempted to portray himself as a broken man, but the court was unaffected by his claims. His attempt to blame his victim fell apart under the weight of the evidence. On February 12, 2024, Giovanni Padovani was found guilty of stalking and the premeditated murder of Alessandra Mattuzzi. He was sentenced to life in prison. The court highlighted several aggravating factors: the cruelty of the attack, his lack of remorse, and the extensive psychological abuse that occurred before the crime. The consequences extended beyond the courtroom. Following Alessandra's death, a surge of online hostility targeted her on social media. Mean comments overwhelmed news articles, with strangers criticizing her looks, clothing, and age, as well as the age difference between her and Giovanni. Some even implied that she had provoked his actions. One of the most alarming remarks came from Donatello Alberti, was then director of Croce Bianca of Ferrara, who suggested that her appearance justified Giovanni's jealousy. The backlash was swift, resulting in Alberti's immediate removal from his position. Alessandra's family responded by filing complaints against 5 individuals for their online harassment. In an unusual move, the Bologna prosecutor's office initiated an investigation into this cyber harassment. This case set a significant legal precedent in Italy, marking one of the first times digital defamation against a deceased victim was prosecuted on such a scale. In the view of both the court and the public, Giovanni's actions were not only murder but also the final result of a prolonged campaign of control, psychological, digital, and physical, a heartbreaking example of a system that failed to intervene in time. Experts later recognized his behavior as classic Othello syndrome, a psychological condition characterized by delusional jealousy. Unlike normal jealousy, this disorder involves persistent, irrational thoughts and doubts about a partner's fidelity, along with an inability to accept reality. In severe cases, it can lead to violence, as was the tragic outcome for Alessandra, who lost her life due to this condition. Alessandra Mattuzzi's life, defined by compassion and grace, was cruelly ended on August 23, 2022, by Giovanni Padovani's calculated violence, despite her desperate pleas for protection. While his life sentence on February 12, 2024, delivered justice, it could not erase the pain of her family, particularly her sister Stefania, nor the sting of a system that failed to act on her warnings. Alessandra's legacy as a devoted daughter, sister, and professional endures, her warmth forever etched in the hearts of those she loved. Her family's fight against post-murder cyber harassment, culminating in a groundbreaking Italian legal precedent, has sparked vital conversations about digital abuse and victim blaming. Though her loss remains a stark reminder of unchecked stalking and domestic violence, Alessandra's memory fuels a call for stronger protections to ensure no one else suffers her fate. Just after sunrise, a morning exerciser happened to witness a horrifying scene. A young woman was lying lifeless near the edge of a quiet neighborhood in Chapel Hill. There were no clues about what had happened, no sounds, no witnesses, just an eerie silence. Who was she? How did she end up there? And why did her life end so abruptly? As the police started to investigate, they uncovered a tragic story that would impact 2 cities profoundly. Eve Carson was born on November 19, 1985, in Athens, Georgia. She was raised in a loving home by her parents, Teresa and Bob Carson. She grew up with her brother Andrew in Athens, where her exceptional qualities began to emerge. From an early age, Eve distinguished herself academically and socially. At Clark Central High School, her remarkable intelligence and charm led her to become the valedictorian and the student body president, winning 55% of the student vote. These early achievements hint at the bright future she is on her way to creating. Eve's warmth, intellect, and leadership grew even stronger when she began her studies at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill in 2004. Despite receiving offers from prestigious universities like Princeton and Yale, along with scholarships, Eve opted to attend a public university. She believed in the importance of education and obtained a significant scholarship while pursuing a double major in political science and biology. Her goal was to build a career in the medical field. Outside of her studies, Eve engaged deeply in service and leadership. She led multiple student organizations, completed a challenging 4-year leadership program, and participated in outreach initiatives like Girls on the Run. Additionally, she spent time tutoring children in local schools and worked in underprivileged communities abroad through the Moorhead Cane Summer Enrichment Program. Her volunteer experiences took her to Ecuador, Egypt, and Ghana, where she served in various roles, including medical assistant and community educator. Eve was not just a student leader, she was a beloved figure in her community. Friends admired her, faculty respected her. Her lively spirit made a positive impact wherever she went. However, in March 2008, everything changed. Eve was last seen at home around 1:30 a.m. after deciding to stay in and study while her housemates went out. Sometime between that moment and early morning, she faced an unimaginable tragedy. By 5 a.m., she was missing. Later that morning, authorities found her car at the intersection of North Street and Hillsborough Street in Chapel Hill, following the tip. Tragically, her body was found just a mile from her home. She had been shot and left. Investigators were initially confused by the case. The motive was unclear, and the incident seemed random. With no immediate suspects, law enforcement began examining phone and bank records for clues. A key piece of evidence in the investigation emerged when Eve's abandoned SUV was discovered. Authorities believe Eve Carson was shot multiple times around 5:30 a.m. on a Wednesday morning, with one bullet striking her close range in the right temple. To advance the investigation, Chapel Hill police announced a $25,000 reward for any information that could lead to her killer's arrest. Forensic specialists found that the last activity on Eve's computer occurred at 3:37 a.m., which helped narrow down the time frame in which she might have been abducted. Just 21 minutes later, at 3:55 a.m., her debit card was used at an ATM in University Mall, Chapel Hill. The ATM recorded several transactions, including one that successfully withdrew the maximum daily limit of $700, while 5 additional attempts failed. Fortunately, the ATM surveillance system captured grainy images of the person using the card. The footage showed a young male wearing a black hoodie and cap, and in one frame, there seemed to be a second figure in the back seat of the car, possibly Eve, although the image was too unclear to confirm. At 4:44 a.m., another attempt was made to withdraw money, but no cameras captured the event. Less than 30 minutes later, Eve was shot and killed. However, her debit card was used again that day at 12:39 p.m., with 2 transactions made at a mini-mart on Moorhead Avenue in Durham. Over the next 2 days, several more suspicious transactions occurred, leading to a crucial piece of evidence. On March 7th, at 12:54 a.m., another surveillance camera captured another man attempting to use Eve's card. This individual was clearly not the same as the person filmed at the University Mall ATM, making him a second key suspect. The failed transaction and the clear video footage became pivotal moments in the investigation. As police worked to identify the individuals involved, the communities of Chapel Hill and Athens came together in grief. Eve Carson was buried on March 9, 2008, and her funeral was attended by hundreds of people. At the University of North Carolina, thousands paid their respects with a moment of silence. Initially, the investigation progressed slowly, despite having several images of the suspects. However, on March 12, just 1 week after Eve's murder, authorities received a promising tip. They identified a man who resembled a suspect from the surveillance video as 21-year-old Demario James Atwater. Atwater had a troubled past, with 2 prior felony convictions, making him familiar with the criminal justice system. He had violated parole and committed additional offenses while under supervision, and he was due to appear in court just 2 days before Eve's murder. His criminal record included charges for assault, robbery, trespassing, and banned substance possession with intent to distribute. He had also been caught with a firearm while on probation, but due to an administrative mistake, his court hearing was postponed past the date of Eve's death. Additionally, Atwater's home on Rosedale Avenue in Durham was located close to the crime scene. The investigation picked up momentum when detectives linked Atwater to Lawrence Alvin Lovett Jr., 17, a young man who closely resembled the person seen on the University Mall ATM footage. Both were school dropouts from Durham and had attended the same school, making their connection concerning. Atwater and Lovett became the main suspects in a case that shocked two communities and left a significant void for those who knew and respected Eve Carson. On the morning of March 12, 2008, authorities took action. After gathering substantial evidence and appealing to the public for information, police arrested 21-year-old DeMario in Durham, charging him with the first-degree murder of Eve Carson. The case was developing quickly. Chapel Hill's mayor acknowledged the progress made but reminded the public of the profound grief that enveloped the town. A cherished student was lost, and the community was still struggling to cope with her absence. Lovett was eventually found and charged alongside Atwater. Although he was a minor, Lovett had a prior criminal record that included probation for theft and breaking and entering. Both he and Atwater was clear video evidence connecting them to ATM transactions made with Eve's card. The investigation reached a crucial stage in late March when a grand jury indicted both men on multiple serious charges, including first-degree murder, first-degree kidnapping, armed robbery, possession of a firearm by a felon, felony larceny, and possession of stolen property. Lovett faced additional legal issues as he was also charged in connection with the earlier murder of 29-year-old Abhijit Mahato, a Duke University graduate student from India. Mahato had been kidnapped from his home on January 18, 2008, just weeks before Eve's death. He was forced to withdraw cash from an ATM and was later shot while returning home. There were many similarities between this case and Eve's, but the evidence linking Lovett to Mahato's murder was not strong enough, leading to his acquittal. Abhijit Mahato's murder remains unsolved to this day. The legal proceedings in Eve Carson's case have started in earnest. Prosecutors decided to try Atwater and Lovett separately. Atwater, being an adult, faced the possibility of the death penalty, while Lovett, due to his age at the time of the crime, could not receive that sentence. The prosecution began to piece together a disturbing account of events that took place in the early hours of March 5, 2008, a crime driven by greed and chance. Around 1:30 a.m., Eve remained at home to study while her roommates went out. Atwater and Lovett then saw Carson walking toward her car. They stormed into Carson's car with Lovett in the driver's seat and Atwater in the back seat. They forced she into the back seat, where Atwater held her hostage at gunpoint. Investigators concluded that the two were looking for an easy target. Both had been released on bond, were low on money, and had no prior connection to Eve. She was just a stranger they happened to encounter. This marked the start of a tragic series of events that would lead to a brutal and senseless murder. Digital records show that Eve Carson's computer was last active at 3:37 a.m. on March 5, 2008. Shortly after, her life took a tragic turn when she was kidnapped by Atwater and Lovett. They put her in the back seat of her own SUV and drove to several ATMs to withdraw cash. Surveillance cameras captured them at an ATM. Their second attempt at 4:44 a.m. at mall failed because they had already reached Eve's daily withdrawal limit. Lovett told a friend that throughout the ordeal, Carson tried to reason with her captors, telling them that they did not have to do what they were doing. She also begged for her life, telling them that they could take whatever they wanted and that they did not have to kill her. However, Lovett and Atwater decided to kill Carson because she had seen their faces. They took her to a wooded area about a mile from UNC to commit the murder. Carson had been shot 5 times. She was first attacked in the right shoulder, right upper arm, right buttock, right cheek with a .25 caliber pistol. Blood found in Carson's lungs during an autopsy showed that she was still alive and breathing after being attacked with the pistol. The 5th and fatal shot she received was from a sawed-off 12-gauge shotgun. It went through her right hand, suggesting she was trying to shield herself, into her right temple and brain. According to a forensic psychologist and crime analyst, the way Carson was shot showed a complete lack of respect for others. After his arrest, DeMario James Atwater confessed to his involvement in the crime. He confirmed that he was captured on the ATM footage and identified Lovett as his accomplice. To avoid going to trial, Atwater pleaded guilty to all federal charges and directly apologized to Eve's parents during sentencing. On September 23, 2010, he was sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years, thus escaping the death penalty. In contrast, Lovett decided to fight the charges against him. He pleaded not guilty to various state offenses, including first-degree murder, kidnapping, armed robbery, larceny, and possession of stolen property. His trial began in December 2011. After 2 weeks, the jury found him guilty on all counts, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Complications arose soon after. In 2013, the North Carolina Court of Appeals overturned Lovett's sentence, referencing a U.S. Supreme Court decision that deemed mandatory life sentences for juveniles unconstitutional. Lovett was 17 years old at the time of Eve's murder, which prompted a new sentencing hearing. During this hearing, Lovett spoke to the court, expressing remorse for his actions and acknowledging the pain he had caused. He argued that he was not the monster he was portrayed to be. However, the court upheld its previous decision, sentencing him once more to life in prison without the possibility of parole, a decision many felt was justified due to the severity of the crime. Since being incarcerated, Lovett has received several disciplinary infractions, indicating limited progress in his rehabilitation. Despite being a minor at the time of the murder, he has continued to display violent and disruptive behavior while in prison. There were further ripples tied to this case. Months after Diario's arrest, his stepbrother Shelton was fatally shot while leaving a party. Unlike Diario, Shelton was not involved in criminal activity, and his death devastated their family, particularly their mother, who, in less than a year, lost both sons in different tragedies. Eve's murder also cast a harsh light on failings within the criminal justice system. At the time of her death, both Lovett and Atwater were on probation and had repeatedly violated the terms of their release. Probation officers failed to respond effectively, even after discovering that Atwater had breached conditions multiple times. In February 2008, an arrest warrant was finally issued for Atwater, and he was taken into custody, but he posted a $10,000 bond and was released just days before Eve's murder. His court date had been scheduled for March 3rd, but was delayed due to administrative errors. 2 days later, Eve was dead. Authorities believe that the desire to recover his lost bond money was a key motivation for Atwater's involvement in the robbery. It is deeply frustrating that a series of bureaucratic failures allowed 2 dangerous individuals to remain free. The consequences were irreversible. Eve Carson was more than a victim. She was an exceptional young woman whose light touched countless lives. Intelligent, joyful, and driven, she dedicated herself to public service, education, and global outreach. Her legacy of compassion and leadership lives on. In her honor, the University of North Carolina established the Eve Carson Scholarship. The award, designed by students and approved posthumously, reflects Eve's own vision for helping others achieve their potential. It is granted annually to 2 juniors who demonstrate the same commitment to service, leadership, and academic excellence. Eve was considering graduate studies in science policy. Her future was bright, but that story was stolen. For all her achievements, it is the character of Eve Carson that continues to resonate. In her final moments, she chose to respond to hatred with compassion, asking her killers to pray. Even in fear, she embodied grace. Though her life was ended for less than $1,500, her impact was and remains immeasurable. Thanks for tuning in to Unreal True Crime. If you're intrigued by mysteries from around the world, check out our new channel, Latin Crimes, where we dive into the gripping true crime stories of Latin America. Don't miss out. Subscribe now for more thrilling investigations. The murder of Eve Carson in March 2008 was more than a singular act of violence. It was a seismic event that shattered the tranquility of Chapel Hill and Athens, exposing the fragility of life and the consequences of systemic shortcomings. Eve, a young woman of boundless potential, embodied the best of humanity: intelligence, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to making the world better. Her senseless death, driven by greed and indifference, left communities grappling with grief and questions that linger to this day. Yet, from this tragedy emerged a powerful testament to her character and influence. The investigation and prosecution of her killers, Demario James Atwater and Lawrence Alvin Lovett Jr., brought a measure of justice, but it also laid bare the failures of a criminal justice system that allowed 2 individuals with troubled histories to remain free. The bureaucratic oversights that enabled their actions underscore the need for vigilance, reform, and accountability. Eve's death became a catalyst for change, prompting North Carolina to overhaul its probation system and sparking broader conversations about safety and prevention. Her loss was a clarion call to address the cracks in the systems meant to protect us, ensuring that such tragedies are not repeated. Eve Carson's legacy is a challenge to us all, to live purposefully, to serve selflessly, and to confront injustice with resolve. Her life, though tragically brief, was a masterpiece of impact, and her memory continues to shape a better future. Anna Knežević, a U.S. citizen, had moved to Madrid after 13 years of marriage to take some time for herself and start anew. While in Madrid, she was involved in finalizing her divorce, making future plans, and keeping in touch with her family and friends. On February 2nd, Anna made her last known phone call. The very next day, messages began arriving from her phone, raising immediate concerns. One of her close friends quickly noticed that the texts did not sound like Anna. Anna was born in 1983 in Colombia to a family that valued traditional Balkan customs. Her upbringing emphasized the importance of family, discipline, and education. Growing up, she was known for her neatness, organizational abilities, and independence, traits that remained with her throughout her life. Later, Anna moved to the United States, became a U.S. citizen. Living in here opened up new career and personal growth opportunities for her. She became fluent in English, honed her professional skills, gradually became a part of her local community. Anna always prioritized education, self-improvement. She choosing to live a quiet and unassuming life away from the public eye. In the early 2000s, Anna met David Knežević in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Their relationship progressed quickly. They then moved in together and got married. As their personal relationship grew, they became business partners as well, founding a company focused on tech support and IT solutions. David took care of the technical aspects of the business, while Anna managed organization and long-term strategy. Eventually, they began investing in real estate, acquiring properties throughout Florida. From the outside, their life together seemed stable. They had a thriving business, a home, and a comfortable lifestyle, giving the impression of a couple on the path to financial independence. However, underlying issues were developing. Friends and acquaintances were largely unaware of the growing problems in their marriage. Over time, serious conflicts arose, including financial disagreements and deeper personal issues. By 2023, Anna and David's marriage had deteriorated to a breaking point. Those close to them reported they were in the midst of a separation, with asset division becoming the main focus. This included both their tech business and several real estate properties. Although they had not yet finalized the divorce, both were already preparing for it. Negotiations had started, disagreements emerged, and tensions were rising. With the conflict escalating, Anna chose to temporarily leave the U.S. In December 2023, she moved to Madrid, renting an apartment in the upscale Salamanca neighborhood. She explained that this move was essential for distancing herself from the stress, gaining clarity, and closing a chapter in her life. She repeatedly stated that she wasn't seeking a new relationship or distractions. Her goal was simply to regain her balance. After settling in Spain, Anna made her new place feel like home, began therapy, maintained close contact with friends, and started planning short trips across Europe. Her time in Madrid wasn't an escape, it was a way to step back from the overwhelming conflict she faced in Florida. However, just a few weeks into this new life, an unexpected event brought her independent journey to a sudden and troubling end. After moving to Madrid, Anna maintained a close friendship with her longtime friend, Sana Remo, who was living in Florida. They talked every day, despite the time difference. Their friendship had a strong foundation, and they often traveled together. Anna trusted Sana completely, often sharing her thoughts, feelings, and daily experiences with her. Their text messages showed that Anna was open about her adjustment to life in Spain. In mid-January 2024, the two friends traveled to Austria together. After their trip, they made plans to meet again in Madrid, with Sana set to arrive on February 8th. Before that, Anna had arranged a short trip to Barcelona with another friend on February 5th. They had already booked their tickets for the trip, which was not just a vacation but also included attending a conference. Anna had discussed their plans and was excited about the upcoming journey. On the evening of February 2nd, Anna had a phone call with Sana around 8:30 p.m. local time. They spoke for over an hour. Anna mentioned that she planned to stay in that night and had no plans to go out. She appeared calm and talked about her day, sharing details about errands and household chores. Their conversation ended around 10 p.m., which is the last confirmed time anyone had contact with Anna. The next morning, February 3rd, Sana received a text from Anna's number. It said, "I met an amazing man. He has a summer house about 2 hours from Madrid. We're heading there. The signal might be weak. I'll call you when I return." Soon after, another message arrived. "After my therapy session yesterday, I took a walk. He approached me on the street, and we instantly connected. I've never felt like this before." Sana felt something was off about the messages. She knew Anna well. She was cautious and would never leave town with a stranger without informing someone. Sana responded immediately, but there were no further replies. Her calls also went unanswered. At first, she tried to convince herself that Anna might indeed be in a place with poor reception. However, her concern quickly escalated into alarm. That same day, another friend of Anna's received similar messages. The text felt strange. The wording was flat and lacked Anna's usual style. What struck her as odd was the dialect, which sounded very different from Anna's typical speech. They mentioned that the text seemed like it had been translated from another language using an automatic translator. The theory was logical. The message sounded awkward and overly formal, which made him uncomfortable. Both Sana and Anna's friend quickly figured out that Anna hadn't written those messages herself. They compared them to their previous conversations and immediately noticed the difference. Anna's actual texts were vibrant and filled with her distinctive expressions, none of which were present in these messages. Furthermore, the content of the messages didn't match her recent actions at all. The next day, Sana did everything she could to contact Anna. She reached out to their mutual friends, tried tracking her location using apps, and even called local hospitals. However, nothing worked. Although Anna's phone was on, she did not answer. After, Sana quickly contacted the Madrid police. She explained that Anna's sudden silence was very unusual and that the messages had a tone that Anna wouldn't normally use. However, the authorities did not act right away. They viewed Anna as an adult who had the right to make her own choices, including leaving town without notifying anyone. Officially, her disappearance was not deemed suspicious. Police stated they could not start an investigation without evidence that Anna was missing against her will. They believed the unusual texts and her lack of communication were insufficient. The only definitive point they recognized was February 5th, the day Anna was supposed to travel to Barcelona. Authorities indicated that if she did not arrive at the station or reach out by that date, her absence would be considered a formal missing persons case. As a result, no significant actions were taken for 3 days after Anna stopped responding. The police did not check her phone records, search her apartment, or look into her recent activities. After Anna went missing, her friends tried hard to find her. They called and texted her repeatedly and even contacted people in Madrid, but nothing worked. On February 5th, Anna was supposed to be at the train station but didn't show up, and none of her phones were answering. It was only then that authorities officially declared her a missing person. That same day, a request was made to the court for permission to search her apartment and access her phone records. However, the request was denied by a judge due to a lack of evidence suggesting any crime had occurred. There were no signs of forced entry, loud noises, or aggressive behavior. Therefore, there was no legal basis for allowing a search or accessing her private information. Days later, when law enforcement entered Anna's apartment, they found that the door was locked from the outside. Inside, everything looked untouched. Her belongings were in order, there were no signs of a struggle, and nothing valuable was missing. However, the fact that her home was undisturbed raised serious concerns about her disappearance. It indicated that she might have either left voluntarily and never returned or that someone took her out without breaking in. Anna's brother, Felipe Anal, kept in close contact with Spanish authorities but pointed out that coordinating internationally was difficult. He shared with reporters that the investigators in Madrid had limited English proficiency and that U.S. officials had not yet provided significant assistance. He expressed worry about the lack of communication among Spanish police, the FBI, and the U.S. consulate. Despite the disappearance of a U.S. citizen under mysterious circumstances abroad, the initial days following Anna's vanishing were poorly managed. This was a critical time when they could have gathered fresh evidence, interviewed neighbors, and reviewed phone activity or camera footage. Instead, valuable time was wasted, assuming Anna left on her own. This assumption delayed a prompt response and may have impacted the investigation's course. On the 4 days later after Anna Nezovic disappeared, staff at her apartment complex provided police with crucial information that changed the investigation. This information was about the night of February 2nd, which was the last time Anna had been in contact. A building administrator reported that several surveillance cameras at the entrance and along the building's facade had been disabled around 9:30 p.m., just 30 minutes before Anna stopped responding to her friend. When security personnel reviewed the recordings, they noticed that the camera lenses had been intentionally covered. The footage showed a person in dark clothing and a motorcycle helmet approaching the outdoor cameras. He spraying paint directly onto the lenses to obscure them. Afterward, he waited for someone to exit the building, which allowed him to slip inside. Once inside, he targeted the camera in the elevator area, spraying paint over its lens as well. This act appeared to be deliberate. The individual seemed to know where the surveillance devices were and how to disable them quickly, discreetly. The building staff confirmed that the security systems had been tampered with. They provided copies of the footage to Spanish investigators, which was the first visual evidence indicating possible outside interference. However, identifying the person in the video was impossible due to his helmet and dark clothing. The individual's face was completely covered, and their body type did not offer enough clues for clear identification. Nevertheless, forensic experts noted a few important details. The person's eyes, part of their forehead, and brow line were briefly visible. Investigators believe that this person planned the act meticulously. He brought spray paint and wore equipment intended to prevent leaving any traces behind. His appearance in the footage matched the timeline of Anna's disappearance, raising further suspicions. The targeting of the building's surveillance system and the disabling of specific cameras indicated that the individual was familiar with the layout of the premises, suggesting this was not a random act. It was planned and concerning. Further investigation showed that the exterior camera was spray painted in about 30 seconds, and the interior camera was disabled even more quickly. Every action taken was intentional and confident, with no sign of hesitation or looking around. This led investigators to conclude that the individual knew how long the actions would take and executed them with precision. A staff member confirmed that this man appeared on camera just as residents were leaving. He seized the opportunity to enter the building, indicating that he did not have authorized access. Without a key card or entry code, he was not recognized as a resident. He took a direct route from the entrance to the camera near the elevator, with no stops. The video footage quickly caught the attention of both law enforcement and Anna's friends. Sana, who had reached Madrid by that time, shared the video with journalists, which sparked public interest in the case. Media outlets began to speculate that the man in the helmet might be linked to Anna's disappearance, but his identity and motives remained unknown. After an image from the surveillance footage was made public, the FBI started its own analysis. They noted that even low-resolution footage could be analyzed to compare visual elements with their databases. They concentrated on key facial features that were still visible despite the helmet, such as the shape of the eyes, the space between the eyebrows, the brow ridges, and the upper facial structure. These aspects can often be recognized even when partially hidden. Public curiosity about the footage intensified when it was revealed that the paint used to disable the cameras was from a specific brand, which later appeared in other parts of the investigation. Investigators did not release this detail right away, but they found that the spray can involve match the type and packaging shown in a store surveillance footage. This footage captured a man who looked similar to someone seen at Anna's building buying the same spray can. After Anna stopped answering calls and messages, her friend Sana reached out to her husband, David Nezovich, on February 4th. During their conversation, Sana learned that David was in Florida. She proposed that they travel to Madrid together to help search for Anna, and David agreed, even discussing a specific flight from Miami for the next day. However, when the time arrived, he did not show up and later claimed to be in Serbia. This unexpected turn left Anna's friends confused. David was aware that his wife had gone missing under mysterious circumstances in a foreign country. He had the ability to fly to Spain, yet he chose to go to Serbia instead. This decision was puzzling. Instead of participating in the search, he went to a third country where his relatives live. Questions naturally arose. Why didn't he go to the location where his wife disappeared? Why didn't he join the search effort? Sana grew increasingly concerned about David's behavior. While he did not openly dismiss her, his reactions felt distant and confusing. His actions seemed illogical. Although the first few days were critical, he did not attempt to go to Madrid. He believed there was nothing he could do in Spain because he did not speak Spanish, had no place to stay, and was unfamiliar with the city. His lawyer supported this view, explaining to reporters that going to a country without any local connections would not be useful. He also mentioned that David was worried about Anna's disappearance but felt that being there in person would not make a difference. After Anna went missing, David hired a lawyer in Florida. The lawyer reported that David had been in contact with the FBI and had shared all necessary information, including credit card statements and his efforts to find legal assistance in Spain. However, none of these actions involved him participating in the search directly. Despite providing some information, David stayed distant and avoided making any public comments. After Florida police confirmed that David reported a theft in January, several questions emerged. He alleged that $5,000 in cash and personal items were stolen from his unlocked car. In the morning, he found the passenger door slightly open. Security cameras near his home did not capture the theft, and the police could not identify any suspects. Although there was no initial connection to Anna's case, the report became suspicious in light of subsequent events. David's trip to Serbia created further controversy. He asserted that he left the U.S. before Anna's disappearance and remained abroad during that time. However, Saw mentioned a phone call with him on February 4th, in which he stated he was in Florida, suggesting he might have flown to Serbia after that conversation. There was no official confirmation from border control authorities at that time. David's attorney provided his passport as evidence that he had left earlier, but these inconsistencies raised doubts and increased suspicion regarding his involvement. The situation became more complicated due to a property dispute that had intensified months before Anna disappeared. With shared assets about to be divided, suspicion was understandable. This divorce was not just ordinary, it involved significant financial stakes and joint possessions. Anna's friends noted that their relationship had turned hostile. In contrast, David and his lawyer claimed the divorce was amicable, arguing that they had simply grown apart. At that time, David had not been charged with any crime and was located outside the U.S. However, his absence during the search for Anna and inconsistencies in his statements raised concerns among investigators. While David insisted he had no involvement in Anna's disappearance, a growing list of circumstantial evidence caught the attention of both police and the FBI. In May 2024, U.S. authorities arrested David at Miami International Airport, just after he arrived on an international flight. He was taken into custody by the Diplomatic Security Service and the FBI without any issues. This was the first official action that connected him to Anna's disappearance. He faced charges related to the abduction of a U.S. citizen outside the country, based on a series of indirect but related pieces of evidence uncovered during a multinational investigation. One of the key pieces of evidence was surveillance footage collected by investigators in Spain and Serbia. At a store close to Anna's apartment in Madrid, cameras captured a man who looked like David buying a can of spray paint and duct tape. Forensic analysis showed that the spray paint was the same brand used to disable the security cameras in Anna's building, as the label and color were identical. Investigators viewed this as evidence of premeditation. Additionally, authorities tracked a rental car used by David in Serbia. GPS data indicated that the car entered Spain, traveled through Madrid, and then moved into northern Italy before returning to Serbia. The precise tracking of this route led investigators to believe that Anna's body may have been transported in that vehicle. A stop in a wooded area of northern Italy raised particular interest, prompting coordinated searches by both Italian and Spanish law enforcement. As of that time, no remains had been discovered, but the theory that Anna's body was transported remained a central focus of the investigation. A key piece of evidence came from surveillance footage in Anna's apartment building. Investigators released a video showing a man, matching David's physical description, exiting the elevator with a large suitcase on the same night Anna disappeared. Though his face was obscured, the timing and situation aligned with other findings in the investigation. Authorities suspected that the suitcase might have been used to remove Anna's body from the apartment. David's rental car, which he had picked up in Serbia, was eventually returned to the rental agency. An inspection revealed that the car's mileage had increased by over 4,800 miles. Additionally, it had been modified with tinted windows, which were not part of the original rental terms. These changes raised suspicions. Investigators also found that the car was operating with false license plates during a time it was believed to have been used for cross-border travel. Spanish police recorded a sighting of a similar vehicle near the location where Anna disappeared, but they could not identify the driver because of the tinted windows and fake plates. The FBI linked several crucial pieces of evidence: the purchase of materials, disruptions to surveillance systems, the travel route, elevator footage showing a suitcase, and modifications to a car. Their report indicated that all the evidence suggested a planned criminal act and an effort to conceal it. The official statement referred to the case as the abduction of a U.S. citizen abroad, involving a U.S. national. Although no body was found, authorities believed the evidence was strong enough to justify an arrest. David was taken to a federal detention center in South Florida. His lawyers claimed he had cooperated with authorities, willingly shared information, and did not plan to escape. However, prosecutors contended that the substantial circumstantial evidence and the case's context created a significant risk that he might flee. David's arrest was a pivotal moment in the investigation. Until then, he had evaded authorities and avoided speaking publicly. Now, he was the focus of a federal case. The next step was to decide if he would remain in custody until the trial. After his arrest in Miami, David's first court appearance centered on his request for bail. The judge denied the request, citing a high risk of flight, and noted that the actions surrounding Anna's disappearance seemed well planned and executed. The judge highlighted the planning and sophistication as reasons for keeping David in detention. David's legal team appealed the decision, arguing that he posed no danger and did not intend to flee. They proposed a substantial bail amount, an ankle monitor, a travel ban, and home confinement. The defense emphasized David's long-term residence in the U.S., his clean record, and his willingness to cooperate with authorities. However, the court stood. The defense's main argument was that David could not have been in Spain when Anna disappeared. His lawyer presented passport stamps and travel records to show he arrived in Serbia well before February 2nd, claiming that David physically could not have been in Madrid at the time of the incident. The lawyer also noted that David did not speak Spanish, had no ties or residence in Spain, which would have made it difficult for him to plan such an act. Prosecutors were firmly opposed to the defense's claims. They pointed out that David's travels across Europe closely matched the timeline of Anna's disappearance. The evidence included the rental car's route, purchases of specific items, and other activities that suggested he had premeditated the act. Although there was no direct evidence, the prosecution insisted that the strong circumstantial evidence pointed to his involvement. To bolster their case, they presented the court with message transcripts, surveillance footage, phone records, and an analysis of David's behavior. It was argued that some of David's actions could not be mere coincidences. The judge acknowledged that the prosecution had built a substantial body of circumstantial evidence that created a convincing narrative. Although Anna's body had not been found, the evidence indicated that her disappearance involved aggressive intent and likely implicated David specifically. The judge addressed the defense's claim that the evidence was inadequate by clarifying that the requirement for bail is not beyond a reasonable doubt, but preponderance of the evidence. This means the court does not need absolute proof of guilt, only a significant likelihood of risk, like the chance of fleeing or obstructing the investigation. Therefore, the court chose to keep David in custody. His legal team announced they would appeal the bail denial and have filed a formal complaint with the district court, which can review the decisions of lower courts. As the main trial was approaching, David stayed in federal custody. The trial was expected to be lengthy, including expert testimony and international collaboration, and was likely to receive significant media coverage. Investigators began focusing on a woman, identified by the FBI, who might have helped create the suspicious text messages that seemed to come from Ana on February 3rd. This woman, fluent in Spanish, had previously interacted with David via a dating app. The texts sent from Ana's phone were in Spanish and did not match her usual writing style. As mentioned earlier, her close friends quickly noticed that the phrasing resembled a machine translation, a viewpoint later confirmed by linguistic forensic analysis. The defense maintained that there was no direct evidence linking David to the crime. His attorneys highlighted that no one had seen him at Ana's apartment, and there was no evidence of contact between them on the day she went missing. They also questioned the reliability of surveillance footage that showed a man with a suitcase, arguing that it could depict someone else, as the resemblance was not conclusive. Additionally, they emphasized that there had been no official confirmation of Ana's death through forensic evidence. On April 28, 2025, it was reported that David Nezovich, who had been charged with the abduction and presumed death of his wife, Ana, was found dead in his cell at a federal detention center in Miami. His attorney stated that he took his own life, and no suicide note was discovered. At the time of his death, he had been held without bail while awaiting trial. Ana's family expressed deep sadness and frustration over the situation. Since the trial did not take place, Ana's whereabouts remain unknown. Her loved ones believe that David took the answers about what really happened on the night she disappeared with him. Just after 11 p.m., everything changed. In a small New York City apartment, a loud crashing sound interrupted the quiet. What followed was chaotic and frightening, with neighbors hearing shouting, banging, and objects falling. Then, abruptly, there was silence. Inside the apartment, a young woman found herself in a nightmare she had long dreaded. An ex-lover had returned, and this time he was determined to cause trouble. In 2015, Elena Hardy, nursing student at Hunter College, moved to New York City. Her charming personality made her popular. She quickly made friends in the city. As she focused on her studies and enjoyed the lively atmosphere around her, her promising journey took a troubling turn when she met Fernando Munera. What started as an exciting romance soon turned dangerous. While friends and neighbors often saw them happily walking their dog or riding his motorcycle together, beneath their smiles lay a relationship marked by instability. As time went on, Fernando's behavior became more unpredictable and aggressive. By early 2021, less than a year into their relationship, things escalated to violence. In a terrifying incident, he restrained Elena in her apartment, damaged her possessions, and took her phone to stop her from calling for help. This led to his arrest, where he faced charges of harassment, unlawful imprisonment, and criminal mischief. A restraining order was issued, preventing him from contacting Elena, but he ignored it. Afterward, he began a pattern of constant harassment, bombarding her with calls, dozens in just one weekend. He criticized her appearance and attempted to control how she dressed, even when she was away from home. His obsession grew stronger, and he became increasingly possessive, unable to accept her independence. Neighbors became concerned, noticing his erratic behavior as he muttered to himself and angrily paced in front of the building. On May 19, 2021, tensions escalated dramatically. That evening, Fernando was seen outside, filled with anger, his fists clenched and pacing anxiously. Earlier that day, he had argued with Elena, who refused to let him enter her apartment. He disappeared for several hours, leading many to believe that the situation had calmed down. However, Fernando was actually planning something horrific. Later that night, around 8:45 p.m., chaos erupted. Fernando quickly returned to the building with a knife and a handgun, climbed the fire escape to Hardy's fourth-floor apartment, and broke in through an open window. Inside, Elena barely had time to react. Startled by the sudden crash, she found herself face to face with her ex before she could think or scream. There was nowhere to escape. Within moments, the small apartment turned into a scene of violence. Fernando, consumed by rage, acted on his obsession. He stabbed Elena 7 times, causing cuts and bites, targeting her upper body with calculated brutality. The apartment was filled with the sounds of struggle, Elena's desperate cries, and the chaos that ensued. The room was in disarray, with overturned furniture, blood splattered on the walls and pooling on the floor. She shouted for help, but no one came. Neighbors heard everything, the thuds, the screams, the crashes, but fear kept them paralyzed. Behind closed doors, they listened to the violence unfold just feet away, unaware of the full extent of the horror. Fernando didn't stop his assault. He brandished an air pistol, not as a deadly weapon but as a means to instill fear, showing Elena that even in her last moments, he was in control. His aim was not just to inflict pain but to completely dominate her. She had tried to escape him and take back her life. Elena fought off her attacker, stabbing him in the chest and neck. Fernando followed Elena out of the apartment as she collapsed on the floor. He was covered in blood and had a knife in his hand. Neighbors heard her screams and called the police. She died minutes later in an ambulance on the way to the hospital. Fernando was taken to Harlem Hospital in critical condition and later charged with murder, burglary, and criminal mischief. Investigators looked into his history, uncovered alarming patterns of control, violent outbursts, previous incidents of harassment and assault. Court records showed that Fernando had consistently exhibited volatile behavior. Elena's death was not his first act of violence, it was the latest in a series of warning signs. The restraining orders she obtained, which should have provided her some safety, ultimately failed her. Elena's family was devastated. Her mother struggled to accept that her daughter, a vibrant, funny, and kind-hearted individual who had tried desperately to escape her circumstances, was gone. The weight of grief was compounded by the realization that Elena had taken all the right steps. She sought help, established boundaries, and pursued legal action. Yet, none of these efforts were sufficient. As the news of the murder spread, people in New York took to the streets. Women marched to honor Elena, and vigils were organized in her memory. Her story sparked widespread outrage, resonating with countless women who have faced abuse. Elena's death became a poignant symbol, highlighting the failures of the system to protect those who need it the most. Hardy's family has set up a GoFundMe page to help pay for her funeral and transportation back to Arizona, and has already raised more than $10,000. After health has stabilized, at the precinct, Fernando Munera remained silent. He stared straight ahead, refusing to cooperate or provide any explanation or remorse. The detectives had no confession to rely on, just a troubling puzzle filled with obsessive behavior, digital clues, and broken lives. As the investigation progressed, a disturbing picture emerged. Fernando did not view Elena as a partner, he saw her as an object to own. When she tried to establish her independence, when she stood up for herself, he perceived it as a betrayal. In the months before the trial, the evidence against Fernando accumulated. Witnesses reported his strange behavior leading up to the murder. He was seen pacing, mumbling, and watching Elena's apartment. Surveillance cameras captured his movements in detail, showing his journey from the streets to the fire escape to Elena's fourth-floor apartment and crawled through an open window. Forensic evidence, including fingerprints, DNA, and injuries on Elena's body, provided further confirmation. There were no other suspects or uncertainties. The trial focused not on who committed the crime but on whether justice would be served. The courtroom was crowded on the first day of Fernando's trial, with every seat occupied. The atmosphere was heavy with emotions. Elena's family sat at the front, fixed on Fernando, who was responsible for their loss. The prosecution began by outlining a disturbing timeline, illustrating how Fernando had descended into possessive rage. They portrayed him as calculated and deliberate, emphasizing that this was not a spur-of-the-moment act but a planned attack. They presented footage of Fernando lingering outside Elena's building, his body tense and his expression filled with anger. They described how he had initially left but returned armed with both a knife and an air pistol, two weapons, signifying two conscious choices. There was no uncertainty, only a progression toward violence. Then came the photographs from the crime scene left everyone in the room speechless, walls stained with blood, furniture in disarray, and a life taken too soon. A forensic pathologist told the jury about the stab wounds on Elena's upper body. These wounds were not random or chaotic, they were deliberate and targeted. A neighbor recounted the sounds heard on the night of the murder, the crashing noise, faint screams, and then complete silence. Another neighbor mentioned seeing Fernando outside earlier that evening, pacing anxiously with clenched fists, talking to himself with a look in his eyes that suggested something dangerous was brewing. Elena's friends shared her final thoughts from the last days of her life. She had been terrified. She confided in them about the threatening phone calls, the pressure to change her appearance, and her constant fear. One friend read a message Elena had sent. Elena said that she was scared of what Fernando might do, but she didn't know how to make him stop. This statement hit hard, and the room went quiet. The defense presented a different narrative. They acknowledged the attack and the victim's death, but portrayed Fernando as a man who had lost control due to an overwhelming relationship. They argued that he had reacted impulsively after being locked out, claiming it was not a premeditated act but rather an emotional breakdown. They referenced his history of mental health issues, suggesting that his behavior stemmed from an undiagnosed condition. A psychologist testified about themes of trauma, instability, and mental decline. In contrast, the prosecution remained firm and clear. They asserted that Fernando did not simply lose control, he planned the attack. He paced back and forth, returned armed, broke in, and used two weapons to stab an unarmed woman 7 times before fleeing. This wasn't an emotional spiral, it was deliberate and calculated violence. His obsession was unrestrained, leading to a tragic outcome fueled by hatred, not a lapse in judgment. Fernando had made his choice long before that night, and Elena Hardy lost her life because of it. As the trial went on, the courtroom became a tense battleground where two contrasting images of Fernando Munera clashed. The defense depicted him as a broken man, filled with remorse and overwhelmed by circumstances. In stark contrast, the prosecution painted a much darker picture. In her final moments, Elena Hardy experienced terror, helplessness, and pain at the hands of a man who viewed her independence as defiance and wanted to control or destroy her. Elena's family attended every day of the trial. Her mother held a framed photo of her daughter, a symbol of a life once filled with joy and hope. Tears streamed down her face whenever the prosecution recounted the brutal details of the crime. Yet amidst the sorrow, there was determination. Elena's mother was resolute in her promise that Fernando would face justice for his actions. In their closing arguments, the prosecution emphasized their message clearly. They urged the jury to view Fernando not as a victim, but as a calculated aggressor. This was not a tragic error, it was a display of brutal violence. Elena was not his partner, she became his target the moment she tried to take back control of her life. The defense made one final attempt to restore Fernando's reputation. They highlighted his remorse, his troubled history, letters from friends who depicted him as kind and caring. However, these sentiments could not erase the stark reality, the evidence, including the images, witness testimonies, stab wounds, and months of increasing harassment, remained undeniable. The jury deliberated for hours. When the verdict of guilty for second-degree murder was read, the atmosphere changed dramatically. A mix of relief, sorrow, and a sense of finality filled the room. Elena's family embraced each other tightly. While this did not bring closure, since nothing could bring her back, it was a meaningful step towards justice. A month later, the courtroom convened again for the sentencing. Elena's mother stood to deliver her victim impact statement. Her hands trembled, her voice conveyed the deep sorrow of a life irrevocably changed. She talked about the void Elena left behind and the silence that now filled her home, contrasting with the joy of her daughter's laughter. The prosecution reiterated their case, this time emphasizing the consequences. They requested the maximum sentence, highlighting the deliberate nature of the crime, how Fernando had disregarded the restraining order, how the cycle of violence had escalated, and how society must seriously recognize the tragic loss of a young woman's life. The defense offered their remaining arguments, attempting to appeal to the jury's compassion. Then Fernando stood up. He was pale and visibly shaken as he faced Elena's family. He mumbled an apology, soft, strained, and nearly inaudible. "I'm sorry," he said. He never meant for this to happen. However, the courtroom remained silent. For those who had endured the pain of losing Elena, his words could not mend what had been broken. The hurt was too profound, and the apology came far too late. The judge announced the sentence with a serious demeanor. Fernando Munera sentenced to 40 years in prison. Elena's family embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. It was neither a victory nor a moment of healing, but it represented justice, a small comfort amid their profound loss. Elena's story was just starting to inspire change. Her murder ignited a larger movement for action. Her family, determined that her death would not be the end of her narrative, became advocates against domestic violence. They collaborated with local organizations, initiated awareness campaigns, and organized events to educate others about recognizing the signs of abuse and the risks of overlooking warning signs. The restraining order that Elena had obtained, which was disregarded and broken, became a powerful reminder of how the system had failed her. Activists embraced her story, calling on lawmakers to strengthen protections for victims and ensure that violations have real consequences. Elena's friends frequently reminisced about the woman she was. They cherished her laughter, her determination, and her aspiration to become a physician's assistant. She was kind, ambitious, and vibrant. They ensured that when her name was mentioned, people remembered not just how she died, but who she truly was. Ultimately, Elena Hardy's story transcended being just a headline. It evolved into a movement, a reminder, a warning, and a call to action for those still living in fear. A 911 call reported a woman lying at the bottom of a staircase outside an apartment complex. Initially, it appeared to be a terrible accident. Perhaps she had tripped and fallen. Her keys and wallet were around her. Nothing seemed to be stolen, including her money. However, something felt off about the situation. When first responders arrived, they quickly determined that this was more than a simple fall. As detectives investigated further, they discovered evidence that transformed this case from an accident into a murder investigation. What truly happened to Danita Smith, and who wanted her dead? Danita Smith was born on November 20th, 1981, in New Bern, North Carolina. She was cherished by her parents, Calvin Lee Smith and Sharon Elaine Cook, along with her 3 siblings. Danita was naturally vibrant and full of life, making her presence impossible to overlook. Friends and family often remarked that she had the unique ability to brighten any room, thanks to her warmth, kindness, and infectious smile. Her happiness shone through in every photo, reflecting her joyful spirit. In school, Danita was a dedicated and hardworking student, earning the praise of her teachers. Her commitment led her to graduate high school with honors. She then attended North Carolina Central University, starting her studies in English. During her college years, Danita discovered a passion for photojournalism. She became captivated by the power of visual storytelling and how a single photograph could evoke strong emotions. With her usual determination, she pursued this new interest and quickly gained a reputation for her outstanding photography skills. In her personal life, Danita was happy with her fiancé, Jameer Stroud, a young police officer from Greensboro, North Carolina. They met in college and had a strong relationship for 6 years before getting engaged. For Danita, their engagement signified an exciting new chapter filled with hopes for marriage, career achievements, and building a future together. However, they faced a challenge: distance. After graduating in 2004, Jameer moved to Greensboro for his job, while Danita stayed in Durham. Although they were only about an hour apart, this physical separation limited their ability to see each other every day, making their relationship depend largely on weekend visits. Unfortunately, the distance may have also created an emotional gap. Unbeknownst to Danita, Jamir had started an affair with a colleague, Shannon Crawley, a 911 dispatcher and single mother of two. On the morning of January 4, 2007, just after 10 a.m., a distressed call came in to 911 from a man in Durham, North Carolina. He reported a shocking scene outside an apartment complex, a woman lying motionless at the bottom of the stairs, surrounded by blood. When first responders arrived, it was already too late. The woman was unresponsive. Moments later, authorities confirmed that the victim was Danita Smith. Detective Sean Pate from the Durham Police Department led the investigation and arrived at the scene to evaluate the situation. Initially, it looked like Danita had suffered a tragic fall. Her personal items, keys, wallet, were scattered around her, suggesting she might have lost her balance. There were no surveillance cameras to provide clarity, but as authorities examined Danita's body more closely, it became evident that she hadn't simply fallen, she had been murdered. A gunshot wound to the head was discovered, and her body's position had initially hidden the wound, leading others to mistakenly believe she had just fallen down the stairs. As officers reviewed her belongings, they found something odd. Her wallet still had a large amount of cash in it. If a robbery had occurred, it was unlikely the thief would have left the money behind. So what was the motive for the murder? After this shocking revelation, law enforcement quickly began searching the area for witnesses. The apartment complex, which mainly housed students, was usually busy, but fewer residents were there due to the holiday season. Nevertheless, officers found a few people who had noticed something unusual. The most significant statement came from the maintenance director of the complex. He reported seeing a woman leave the scene around the time of the incident. She was described as a tall black woman, driving a burgundy Ford Explorer. This important detail raised immediate concerns. Could this woman be linked to Danita's murder? The maintenance director had not only seen the woman but had also spoken to her. After hearing a gunshot, he noticed that she looked visibly shaken. When he asked if she had heard the shot, she confirmed that she had and appeared very upset. He proposed that they meet at another location to report the incident to the police together, but instead, she left the scene. As news of Danita's death spread, her loved ones hurried to the scene, including her fiancé, Jamir. Upon arrival, he sought out Detective Sean Pate, eager to speak with him. As is common in homicide investigations, authorities carefully examined the victim's significant other. When asked about his whereabouts that morning, Jamir said he had been home sleeping after working late the previous night, but he could not provide anyone to confirm his alibi. Although his defense wasn't very strong, the police were still gathering information, so they took note of his statement and allowed him to leave. After spending some time with Danita's family, Jamir returned home. The following day, investigators contacted him again with more questions. One important question was whether Jamir knew anyone who drove a burgundy Ford Explorer. His answer altered the course of the investigation. Without any hesitation, he named Shannon Crawley. This new information shifted the focus away from Jamir himself, who had initially been a suspect. When asked further, Jamir revealed that he had an affair with Shannon, which he described as a mistake. He mentioned that their romantic relationship ended nearly a year prior, largely because Shannon became pregnant in 2005. They decided to have an abortion, which marked the end of their romance. Although he claimed their relationship was over, Shannon continued to be a part of his life. Although they were no longer lovers, they still communicated regularly. Jamir described their connection as a strong friendship, but nothing beyond that. It became clear that Shannon might not have viewed their breakup in the same way. Even after they ended their relationship, Shannon remained involved in Jamir's life. She began attending his church, which he initially thought was just a coincidence. Then she bought a home nearby, which he also dismissed, thinking she simply liked the area. However, as investigators examined the timeline, it became evident that Shannon's feelings for Jamir had not diminished. Jamir stated that Danita and Shannon had never met, but during his conversations with investigators, he revealed an unsettling thought. He now believed Shannon had been stalking him for a while, although he hadn't recognized it before. Specific events started to make sense. He reiterated that he was the one who ended their relationship. Additionally, he remembered the last time he saw Shannon was on Christmas Eve of 2006, just weeks before Danita's murder. That night, he proudly entered the church with his fiancée Danita. Shannon was there and reacted with shock. She had no idea Jameer was engaged, or even that he was in a relationship. Until that moment, she might have thought they were about to reconnect, but she was confronted with the reality that Jameer was soon to marry someone else. Investigators had sufficient reasons to question Shannon directly. They went to her workplace to inquire about her activities on the morning of the murder. Shannon said she had been at home taking care of her sick child. She openly acknowledged her past relationship with Jameer and did not try to hide it. However, her account differed significantly from Jameer's statements to the police. Shannon claimed their relationship ended because she did not want children, while Jay said it ended after she became pregnant and had an abortion. When asked if she knew Danita, Shannon said she had never met her, believing Danita was Jameer's ex-girlfriend. This answer raised suspicions, suggesting that Jameer had kept his two relationships completely separate, making Shannon believe she was the only woman in his life. A key question arose: did Shannon own a firearm? She replied no, but investigators soon found out she was not telling the truth. A co-worker of hers, Ronald Simpson, came forward with information that Shannon had bought a revolver from him in October 2006. This was significant because the gun matched the caliber used in Danita's murder. Not only did Shannon lie about owning a firearm, but she had also purchased it just months before Danita was killed. Detectives reviewed the phone records of both Shannon and Jameer. Jameer's records showed that his phone was at home during the time of the murder, supporting his alibi. While this did not completely exonerate him, since someone else could have used his phone, it was a positive indication for him. In contrast, Shannon's phone records revealed a different situation. Even though she claimed to have been at home all morning, cell tower data placed her in Durham, about 60 miles from her stated location, around the time of the murder, which brought her closer to the crime scene. When confronted about this evidence, Shannon maintained that she hadn't been in Durham that day, but the facts were not in her favor. The police then seized Shannon's burgundy Ford Explorer for forensic testing, specifically looking for gunshot residue. The analysis showed clear evidence of gunshot residue on the steering wheel, indicating that Shannon likely fired a weapon before or after driving the vehicle. This strongly suggested her involvement in the shooting incident. One last crucial detail was the testimony of the maintenance worker who talked to the woman running away from the scene. While there was no official record of a police lineup, the worker consistently described the suspect as a tall black woman, driving a burgundy Ford Explorer. This description matched Shannon Crawley perfectly. On January 9, 2007, Shannon was arrested and charged with the murder of Danita Smith. Despite the serious charges, she was released soon after on a $100,000 bond, likely because she had no prior criminal record. Additionally, her role as a 911 dispatcher and the sole caretaker of her two young children likely influenced the court's decision to grant her bail. However, instead of waiting for her trial, Shannon and her attorney took an unexpected step in May 2007. They voluntarily went to the Durham Police Department to offer a new account of events, significantly changing the story. Shannon claimed that her ex-boyfriend, Jameer, had been stalking her after their breakup. She stated that he frequently called her, showed up at her workplace without warning, made her feel unsafe. According to Shannon, a worried coworker even offered her a gun for protection, knowing that Jameer, being a police officer, owned a firearm. She acknowledged that she took the gun but later regretted it and disposed of it shortly after. Shannon made a shocking revelation to the police. She stated that on the morning Danita was murdered, Jameer forced her at gunpoint into her own car. She alleged that he made her drive to an unfamiliar apartment complex, which was Danita's home. After taking her phone and keys, he exited the vehicle. She described sitting in the car for a long time, confused about what was happening, until she suddenly heard shouting. Although she couldn't understand the words, she recognized Jameer's voice arguing with a woman. Then, she heard a gunshot. According to Shannon, Jameer ran back to the car in a panic and demanded that she drive away. He got into the back seat, crouching on the floor and urging her to leave quickly. At that moment, she claimed to have seen a maintenance worker. She briefly stopped, hoping he would see that she was in trouble, but ultimately drove off because Jameer was pressing his gun against her back. However, there were immediate issues with her account. She needed to explain the gunshot residue found on the steering wheel of her car. She told the police that during their escape, Jameer had grabbed the wheel while moving from the front seat to the back, leaving the residue behind. Shannon was out on bond for nearly 2 years before her trial finally started on February 8, 2010. During the trial, the prosecution argued that Shannon had developed an obsession with Jameer and saw Danita as an obstacle to her future with him. They claimed that jealousy and a desperate need to eliminate the competition motivated her actions. In contrast, the defense argued that Shannon was being framed and that Jameer was the real culprit. However, Shannon did not provide any specific reasons for believing that Jameer would have committed the crime. Instead, she described him as violent and controlling, presenting him as a dangerous, unpredictable man. Despite the defense's efforts, the jury would hear about Shannon's past false allegations against Jameer, including the abuse accusation that had been thoroughly disproven. Her legal team fought aggressively to keep this information out of the trial, but they lost. The court allowed the jury to consider the fact that she had made false claims in the past, which was a devastating blow to her credibility. Jameer took the stand as the prosecution's star witness. He spoke about his relationship with Shannon, their breakup, and the troubling behavior she displayed afterward. He was articulate and presented himself as composed and credible. However, when it was the defense's turn to cross-examine, they highlighted one critical flaw. Jameer had spent years deceiving both Shannon and Danita. Then, the prosecution introduced a crucial piece of forensic evidence, the bullet fragment recovered from Danita's body. While the murder weapon itself had never been found, forensic experts confirmed that the bullet matched the type of gun Shannon had purchased just months before the crime. Shannon also took the stand. She repeated the same story she had told the police, insisting that Danita had forced her to accompany him to Danita's apartment, that she had no idea what was happening, and that she was merely an unwilling participant. She delivered her testimony with confidence, never wavering under questioning for a moment. It seemed like she was holding her own. Then the prosecution revealed what would be her undoing: tape recordings. Shannon had secretly recorded conversations with Jameer after Danita's murder, supposedly in an effort to get him to confess. These tapes had been provided to her defense team, but they had chosen not to use them. That alone was suspicious. The prosecution, however, had no reservations about playing the recordings in court. In the recordings, Shannon could be heard questioning Jameer about what had happened. At one point, he asked who she had been talking to. She denied speaking to anyone, but he continued to press her. Then he issued what seemed to be a chilling threat, warning that if she kept talking, he would find her. The voice on the recording sounded unusually high-pitched, nothing like Jameer's natural speaking voice. The prosecution seized the opportunity, pointing out the discrepancy. Even Danita's friends and family, who knew Jameer well, testified that the voice on the tape didn't sound like him at all. The implication was clear: Shannon had staged the recordings. The prosecution suggested that she had hired someone to impersonate Jameer in an attempt to fabricate evidence and shift the blame onto him. By this point, Shannon's credibility had been completely dismantled. In the end, the jury found Shannon Crawley guilty of Danita Smith's murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As for Jameer, he eventually left law enforcement and pursued a career in financial advising. He moved on with his life, getting married and starting a family. Yet, in the end, no outcome could undo the tragic loss of Danita Smith. By all accounts, she was a remarkable woman with a bright future. She had so much left to accomplish, so many dreams that would never come to fruition. But her memory remains alive, not only through the justice that was served, but in the hearts of her family and friends who continue to honor her life. The tragic murder of Danita Smith exposed a tangled web of jealousy, deception, and betrayal, culminating in Shannon Crawley's life sentence for a crime driven by unrequited obsession. While justice was served, it could not restore the vibrant life of a talented photojournalist whose dreams were cut short. Danita's legacy endures through the love of her family and friends, who cherish her warmth and spirit, and in the enduring lesson that truth, however obscured, will ultimately prevail. Lori K. Soares Hacking was born on December 31, 1976, and was adopted by Thelma and Geraldo Soares. They formerly lived in Fullerton, California. Geraldo is a Spanish and Portuguese teacher at Sunny Hills High School and a native of Piracicaba, Brazil. He met Thelma while they were both serving as missionaries for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Rio de Janeiro. Lori's parents divorced in 1987. Thelma and Lori moved to Orem, Utah the following year. In Orem, she attended Orem High School, where she was known for her organizational skills, determination, and vibrant personality. During high school, Lori met Mark Douglas Hacking. Their relationship quickly grew. They became a well-known couple, attending all the homecoming dances and proms together, appearing just like any other young couple in love. Mark, who was helpful and reliable, often spent time at Lori's house, assisting with errands, home repairs. This earned him a special place in Lori's family's hearts. Lori's brother jokingly felt jealous, as Mark received more attention from their mother and Lori than he did. However, Lori's family genuinely appreciated Mark's kindness and support. Lori and Mark's youthful romance blossomed into a strong relationship, leading to their marriage on August 7, 1999. By 2004, Lori was working as an assistant manager at a financial institution, while Mark, who had just graduated from the University of Utah, was preparing to start medical school at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Mark's decision to pursue medicine was expected, as he came from a well-educated family with several doctors, including his father and brothers, while another brother worked in government. In the summer of 2004, Lori and Mark planned to move to North Carolina. Lori, who was pregnant, was excited about the relocation, as was her mother, Thelma, who was eager to become a grandmother. Thelma hoped for a granddaughter with big curls like Lori's. On July 19, 2004, Lori, who was 27 years old and 5 months pregnant, suddenly disappeared. At around 5:15 a.m., she went for her usual jog at Memory Grove Park and City Creek Canyon before heading to work in Salt Lake City. When she did not return that afternoon, her boss contacted Mark. Concerned for her safety, Mark quickly called the police to report her missing. Mark arrived at Memory Grove Park at 10:07 a.m., aware that it was the last place Lori was supposed to be. He found her car in the parking lot, but the park was unusually quiet, making his heart race with fear. Patrol officers greeted him outside the park and updated detectives on Lori's disappearance. They feared the worst, thinking she might have fallen into the canyon, gotten injured, and become trapped in the thick woods. Given the situation, the patrol officers believed it was essential to involve homicide detectives. The steep canyon walls heightened their concern, as they worried that the pregnant woman might have been hurt and needed urgent help. Lori Hacking's mysterious disappearance shocked the community, leading to a flood of support from friends and family. Her husband, Mark Hacking, was visibly distraught as he appealed for help in locating his missing wife. His public requests for assistance caught the attention of various media outlets, and he eagerly spoke to any reporter asking about Lori, expressing his deep worry and asking for help in the search. Officers from the Salt Lake City Police Department are actively investigating the case and have organized a large-scale search at Memory Grove Park. They are seeking the help of at least 3,000 volunteers to assist in searching for Lori or any evidence that she may have been present in the area. Many homes are located along the path leading to Memory Grove Park, where Lori was reportedly last seen. The officers are thoroughly canvassing the area, looking for anyone who might have witnessed something unusual. Lori is easily recognizable with her distinctive bushy dark curls, and the officers believe residents would likely remember her. Their hopes were momentarily lifted when a woman claimed to have seen Lori near Memory Grove that morning, but she later retracted her statement. As the search for Lori continued, the Salt Lake City Police Department established a command post near the entrance of the park. Mark's brothers and Lori's mother arrived at the scene. One of Mark's brothers suggested checking a homeless encampment in the canyon, voicing concerns about the potential involvement of those living there in Lori's disappearance. The detectives understood the importance of exploring all avenues and decided to investigate the encampment. There are no suspicious signs here. They realized that uncovering the truth would be challenging and that every detail needed thorough examination. Detectives arrived at Mark and Lori Hacking's home. They were already aware that in many missing persons cases, the partner is often the primary suspect. They also considered the possibility that Lori might have had a romantic relationship with someone else, which could have played a role in her disappearance. The detectives asked Mark for permission to enter their apartment and to obtain a recent photograph of Lori for their missing person flyer. Mark agreed, allowing them to enter the apartment. After entering the residence, the detectives asked Mark for permission to do a quick search, which he agreed to. During the search, one detective found a red handbag that belonged to Lori. Inside the handbag was Lori's wallet, complete with her identification and credit cards. The detectives were puzzled as to why Lori would go to Memory Grove Park for exercise, leaving her car near the entrance but not taking her purse with her. Additionally, the detective spotted a large bouquet of flowers on the kitchen counter, which led her to believe that Mark had bought them for Lori as an apology. This detail raised her suspicion about potential issues in their marriage, as she recalled that husbands often give large bouquets to express remorse. While investigating the bathroom, the detective noted that it was exceptionally clean and had a strong smell of bleach, suggesting someone had recently scrubbed it with disinfectant. This finding intrigued the detective, as it indicated an effort to hide something. In the bedroom, she observed a set of sheets on the bed that looked brand new, with visible creases and no signs of having been washed. When she checked Lori's jewelry box, she noticed that Lori's wedding band was missing, which struck her as odd. The detective wondered why a happily married woman would not be wearing her wedding ring. Mark met YTH, a detective at the police department, for an interview. The detective asked him questions about his marriage, and Mark claimed that everything was fine. Given the growing evidence and suspicions against him, this statement seemed questionable. Mark mentioned that he and Lori were packing to move to North Carolina, where he would soon start medical school. This information caught the detective's attention, and she became curious about his intended specialty. When she asked, Mark surprised her by saying he would specialize in oncology. As the interview progressed, the detective closely observed Mark's behavior. He seemed to be crying, but they never saw any tears, which made them suspicious and led them to believe that he might be pretending. They felt deep inside that something terrible had happened to Lori, suspected Mark was involved, but they still hoped Lori was alive and could be saved. The detectives asked Mark for permission to search his red truck. While they searched the vehicle, Mark was present. On the seat, the detective found a receipt from a mattress company dated the same day Lori went missing. This raised questions. Why would Mark buy a new mattress on the day his pregnant wife disappeared? Determined to find more evidence, they returned to Mark's apartment and asked for his signature on a consent form that would allow a more thorough search. Mark agreed, giving the detectives permission to enter his home. Once inside, the detective confronted him with a receipt they had found. They also noticed a new mattress on Mark and Lori's bed. This finding prompted further questioning. The detective asked Mark about the mismatched mattress and box spring, suggesting it had been bought recently. Mark's reaction indicated that this struck a nerve. While continuing their search, the detectives made another discovery that heightened their suspicions. They found several knives on the nightstand next to Mark's bed. One knife was hidden in a sheath, and when they examined it, they noticed red stains on the blade, which they suspected were human blood. When questioned about it, Mark claimed he used the knife for hunting. When the detective found the knife, they stopped the consensual search of the house and called in a crime scene investigation team. They started working on getting a search warrant because they believed something serious had happened in Lori's home. While checking the area, detectives noticed a trash can in the parking lot, leading them to suspect that Mark had killed his wife and dumped her body in the trash. Around the same time, the night watch officer informed the police investigating Lori's disappearance that Mark had been seen running around naked at a local motel. This incident increased suspicions about Mark's involvement and added to the evidence suggesting he played a role in Lori's disappearance. When an officer arrived at the motel, he found Mark behaving oddly and completely naked. However, the officer observed that Mark had the presence of mind to put on his shoes before running around the parking lot, which made the officer suspect that Mark was pretending to act strangely. A person in an abnormal state would not even realize they were walking barefoot. That afternoon, a detective visited Mark at the hospital and was surprised to see that he showed no signs of emotional distress. Instead, he appeared relaxed and content, enjoying pizza and watching television. The detective began the interview by asking the same questions as before. Mark maintained that Lori had never returned home from her morning jog. During the interview, Douglas Hacking, Mark's father, was present and urged him to be truthful if he had done something wrong. However, Mark looked back at his father with a determined expression, insisting that he had not done anything. Douglas was confident in his son's honesty and believed him. While the investigation into Lori's disappearance was ongoing, detectives received information from officials at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. They informed the detectives that Mark Hacking, who was supposed to start an oncology program there, was not enrolled and that they had no record of him. They presented this information to Thelma, Lori's mother, hoping to clarify Mark's true intentions. Initially, Thelma refused to accept the detectives' claims, perceiving them as mere speculation. However, her disbelief wavered when the detectives revealed that Mark had never graduated from the University of Utah. This shocking revelation made Thelma reconsider past events, and she recalled signs that something was off. At Mark's supposed graduation ceremony, she remembered hearing him sick in the bathroom, which prevented him from attending the event. They believed that Mark's deception had finally caught up with him, which might have contributed to Lori's disappearance. On July 20th, 2004, one day after Lori went missing, a store clerk from a nearby shop reported an important detail to the detectives. The clerk recalled that on the evening of July 18th at 9:45 p.m., Lori and Mark entered the store and bought a soda. The detectives reviewed the store's CCTV footage from that time and confirmed the clerk's story. The video showed Lori wearing green scrub-style pants and a tan shirt, along with Mark as they entered the store. This was believed to be the last confirmed sighting of Lori alive. The search for Lori lasted 3 days and involved hundreds of volunteers. Her mother, Thelma, made a heartfelt appeal to the public, urging anyone who might have Lori to release her, emphasizing the extreme heat in a canyon, which often exceeded 100 degrees in July. Despite the challenging conditions, the search efforts remained strong. Meanwhile, Mark was in the hospital recovering from a mental health crisis. His brothers, Scott and Lance Hacking, growing suspicious of his potential involvement in Lori's disappearance, confronted him again. On July 24, 2004, Mark eventually confessed to killing Lori. He explained that she had found out he was not actually a graduate of the University of Utah, where he claimed to be attending medical school in North Carolina. This revelation devastated Lori, making her feel betrayed. Before she could file for divorce, Mark took drastic action by shooting her and disposing of her body in a dumpster. After Mark admitted to his brothers, the search for Lori in the canyon shifted to the landfill. Nearly 30 officers were sent to the 10-acre landfill to search for her body. In the 2 days following the disposal, they had to sift through a massive amount of waste. First-degree murder charges were filed against Mark Hacking on August 9, 2004. The search for Lori was extensive and physically challenging, especially with the high temperatures. Many agencies and professionals worked together in this effort. They used cadaver dogs and equipment like earth movers to help find any evidence. These tools were essential in narrowing down the search area and uncovering important leads. On October 1, 2004, at 8:20 a.m., human remains were discovered in the landfill. This was a major breakthrough in the case, bringing hope for answers regarding Lori's disappearance. The remains were carefully examined and identified using dental records, confirming that they belonged to Lori Hacking. This information provided a clear conclusion to the search, offering some closure for her family. On April 15, 2005, Lori's husband, Mark Hacking, pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was sentenced on June 6, 2005, to 6 years to life in prison. The Utah State Board of Pardons later stated that he would not be eligible for parole until 2035. That means Hacking will face a minimum of 30 years in prison. Board Chairman Mike Sibbett emphasized that the hearing does not guarantee a release date. He stated that there were several aggravating factors in Hacking's case that merited a stay. He emphasized that hacking obstructed justice by disposing of Lori's body and falsely claiming she was missing. In honor of Lori, her family chose to remove Mark Hacking's last name from her headstone. This decision aimed to celebrate Lori's memory and assert her independence in light of Mark's actions, emphasizing her individuality and the strength she showed throughout her life. A year after Mark Hacking was convicted of murdering his wife, Lori Hacking, it was revealed that he had been involved in illegal activities while in the Central Utah Correctional Facility in Gunnison, Utah. He was found to be selling personal items, such as autographed memorabilia and other prison-related items, on a website called Murder Auction. Initially, Mark denied the allegations, but later, after an investigation, he agreed to stop his online sales. This revelation caused public outrage and raised new concerns about the integrity of the prison system. On November 23, 2013, in Santa Cruz Harbor, California, Forrest Hayes, a prominent figure in the tech industry, was found dead. His body was located on his luxury yacht, the Escape, which he owned. He was discovered unconscious in one of the cabins, and attempts to revive him were unsuccessful. Local law enforcement responded after the yacht's captain called for help. The circumstances surrounding Forrest's death were puzzling. He was lying on his back with no signs of struggle. An injection mark was visible on his arm, but no syringe or medical supplies were found nearby, raising questions about whether his death was accidental or intentional. The cabin appeared disordered. There were 2 wine glasses on a small table, one with lipstick marks, indicating he had company. All the windows were covered with curtains, and the lighting was dim, contributing to an atmosphere of privacy. The scene looked strangely staged, yet there were no clear signs of violence. The yacht's captain told the police that Forrest often used the boat for private outings. He noted that Forrest liked spending time alone on the yacht, but he also had guests from time to time. The coroner's initial assessment indicated that an overdose could be the cause of death. However, at the start of the investigation, it was unclear if this overdose was by accident or on purpose. The lack of a syringe near the body raised further questions. To find answers, investigators began looking into Forrest's life, including his contacts, business dealings, personal relationships, and the events leading up to his death. The main question in the investigation was, who was with Forrest in the last hours of his life? The presence of a wine glass with lipstick suggested that a woman might have been involved. However, neither the captain nor the harbor staff saw anyone exit after Forrest boarded the yacht. The investigation began by examining Forrest's phone, which was found near his body. An initial review of his apps and messages did not show anything suspicious, but detectives chose to look deeper into his personal life. As they explored Forrest's connections and habits, it became clear that his seemingly perfect life could be hiding unexpected secrets. Uncovering these secrets became a key goal for law enforcement as they sought to understand what happened aboard the Escape that tragic evening. Forrest Hayes was born on May 10, 1962, in Dearborn, Michigan. From a young age, he showed exceptional learning abilities. His curiosity, problem-solving skills, and natural charisma made him a leader among his peers. Teachers and classmates often praised his dynamic personality and commitment to excellence, which set the stage for his future success. After graduating from high school, Forrest attended a prestigious university where he studied engineering and computer science. He quickly mastered the latest technologies and began developing his own projects, which caught the attention of major tech companies. His career took off in the early 1980s, during the early growth of the information technology industry. A key moment in Forrest's career occurred when he joined Apple in 2005. At that time, Apple was rapidly expanding and working on innovative products like the iPhone and iPad. Forrest took a position in a crucial department focused on developing new technologies. His contributions to Apple's projects were so impactful that he quickly gained the respect of both his colleagues and the leadership team. Forrest was not just a skilled professional, he was also an innovator with a unique ability to find unconventional solutions to challenging problems, making him an invaluable team member. Colleagues remembered Forrest's unwavering determination to implement innovative ideas that improved the functionality and accessibility of Apple's products. During his time at Apple, He worked on technologies that later became industry standards. However, he didn't rest on his successes and soon accepted a position at Google, joining the company in 2007. At Google, he became part of Google X, a division focused on developing advanced technologies. His role involved overseeing projects related to autonomous vehicles, smart devices, and other innovative advancements. Notably, he contributed to the creation of self-driving vehicle systems, a significant breakthrough in autonomous transportation. Colleagues described Forrest Hayes as an inspiring leader who motivated his team to reach ambitious goals. He was strict but fair, promoting a positive work environment. Forrest embraced challenging tasks, which earned him the respect and admiration of his colleagues. His ability to blend strategic thinking with attention to detail enabled him to successfully lead large-scale projects that shaped the future of technology. Forrest's professional success was closely connected to his family life. In 1996, he married Denise Hayes. Together they built a strong relationship based on understanding and support. They had 5 children: Lauren, Danielle, Lily, Roscoe, and Zosia. Forrest was not only a successful businessman but also a dedicated father. Even with a busy work schedule, he always prioritized his family. Those who knew him said he loved spending time with his children, planning family trips, and creating traditions that brought them closer. Their family life seemed joyful. They living in a $4 million home in one of California's finest neighborhoods, which offered a peaceful and comfortable environment. Forrest's biggest joy came from outings on his yacht, the Escape. To him, the yacht represented family togetherness. He regularly took his family on short trips, enjoying quality time and relaxation away from the busy city life. Friends and colleagues admired how he balanced his career success with his family commitments. He exemplified the ability to manage both professional achievements and personal responsibilities. Although Forrest appeared outwardly harmonious, he sometimes shared with close friends that he felt empty inside. He had accomplished everything he had ever dreamed of, yet it didn't fully satisfy him. This sense of restlessness may have pushed him to pursue new experiences and interests, ultimately resulting in tragic outcomes. A key part of Forrest's secret life was his use of the app Seeking Arrangement. This platform connects wealthy individuals with younger partners for informal relationships that often involve financial support. Forrest actively used the app, and an investigation into his account showed that he had been messaging many women, setting up meetings, and negotiating the terms of their interactions. His relationships were not just casual. Forrest was known for generously supporting his partners by covering their expenses, giving them expensive gifts, and meeting in private settings. One such location was his yacht, which originally served as a family vessel for short trips but later became a personal getaway for him and the women he met through the app. The yacht offered the privacy, allowing him to avoid unwanted attention. The captain of the yacht, employed by Forrest, later informed the police that it was frequently used for these meetings. He recalled that Forrest sometimes took women on short trips or spent several hours alone with them on board. The captain noted that these encounters happened often but were covered by a confidentiality agreement. Alcohol was typically involved, and in some cases, illegal substances were also present. Messages found on Forrest's phone showed he discussed acquiring these substances, and occasionally, his partners would bring them at his request. This information shocked his colleagues and family, who were completely unaware of his secret life. Investigators paid special attention to a woman Forrest had met through Seeking Arrangement. A week before his death, he arranged to meet her on his yacht, where they spent the evening drinking wine and using substances that made Forrest feel unwell. In messages after their meeting, Forrest acknowledged he wasn't feeling well but expressed no desire to stop these activities. Forrest lived 2 distinct lives. In one, he was a dedicated husband, father, and respected professional. In the other, he sought excitement and a break from his daily routine. His colleagues and friends were unaware of this hidden side of him, and his family believed his yacht trips were simply a way for him to manage stress. These private meetings, which Forrest viewed as a release from his demanding job, ultimately had tragic consequences. The yacht, once a symbol of his achievement and independence, became the place where his 2 lives intersected, leading to his untimely death. This situation forced both investigators and Forrest's loved ones to reevaluate their perception of a man they had believed was perfect. Alex Tichelman was born on April 8, 1987, in Canada. Her biological parents are unknown because she was adopted by Leslie Ann and Bart Tichelman at a young age. They provided her with a stable and loving home, along with financial security. Leslie Ann worked in retail, while Bart held an executive position at a major company, which gave the family a respected social status. Alex grew up in a joyful environment. She thrived in school, particularly in literature, and aspired to become a writer. Her teachers appreciate her creativity and imagination. Besides her academic success, she enjoyed sports and actively participated in school competitions. Her parents were proud of her accomplishments, invested in her education, and supported her dreams. During her adolescence, Alex started experiencing a range of problems. At 14, she randomly tried cannabis, which led her to gradually engage in more risky behaviors. Initially, she experimented with lighter substances, but by 16, she had begun using harder drugs. This shift had a significant impact on her life. She began to skip school, quit sports, and distance herself from her parents. Leslie Ann and Bart worked hard to support their daughter. They consulted psychologists and took her to counseling, but things only got worse. In a last-ditch effort to help her, they sent Alex to a private rehabilitation school in Maine that had a strict approach for dealing with troubled teens. They hoped that being away from her usual surroundings would help her get back on track. Unfortunately, her time at the school did not yield the desired results. Alex struggled to adjust and soon returned home, where she reverted to her old habits. By the age of 18, Alex had left school. She explored different career paths, including journalism, but quickly lost interest. Her progress was repeatedly hindered by her battles with substance abuse. This addiction made it difficult for her to build a personal or professional life. In 2010, Alex moved to San Francisco, hoping to start fresh in the entertainment industry. She created a YouTube channel to share makeup tutorials and her daily life, but the project did not succeed, leading to more disappointment. In search of a way to distinguish herself, she ventured into modeling. However, she found that the conventional modeling standards did not fit her, so she decided to focus on fetish photography. She took part in BDSM-style photo shoots that emphasized shock and provocation. While this choice helped her connect with an audience, it did not provide her with financial stability. Alex continued to struggle with her addictions, living from one job to another and facing ongoing challenges. In 2011, Alex started using the Seeking Arrangement platform to connect with wealthy partners who could offer her financial support and a more luxurious lifestyle. Through this platform, she met Forrest Hayes. Their relationship began with typical discussions about the terms of their meetings. Forrest was looking for a companion for private gatherings on his yacht, Escape. He offered financial assistance and generous gifts in return. For Alex, this was a chance to gain the stability she needed. Initially, their meetings were casual and included wine and light conversation. However, things changed when investigators found out that Forrest sometimes asked Alex to bring illegal substances to their meetings, promising her extra money for doing so. Alex saw this as a way to earn more, and as a result, their meetings became more frequent, primarily taking place on the yacht Escape. One important person in Alex Tichelman's life was Dean Riopelli, the owner of popular nightclubs in Atlanta. Their relationship began in 2011, quickly drew attention because of their significant age difference. Dean was 51, while Alex was just 24. Despite this gap, they were both fully engaged in a lively and intense lifestyle. Dean was not only a successful entrepreneur but also a dedicated rock musician. His clubs played a key role in Atlanta's music scene. His band frequently performed there. Known for his charm, energy, and love for a free-spirited lifestyle, Dean became a major influence in Alex's life, who was seeking both stability and affirmation. Their relationship was filled with the wild excitement typical of rock and roll, including party. However, beneath this glamorous exterior, there were significant conflicts. Dean's friends and colleagues observed that Alex often triggered arguments. Her impulsive behavior, worsened by alcohol and substance use, made their relationship unstable. In September 2013, just weeks before the unfortunate incident involving Forrest Hayes, Alex reported Dean to the police, claiming he was aggressive. However, when the officers arrived, they discovered a different story. Witnesses stated that Alex was acting erratically that night. She had drunk too much alcohol, created a disturbance at a club, and even attacked Dean, including biting his finger and leaving marks. Consequently, Alex was charged with filing a false report and assault. This situation illustrated the ongoing tension in their relationship, which, despite hints of affection, was deteriorating due to persistent conflicts. A few weeks later, on September 24, 2013, Dean was found unconscious in his home. Alex called emergency services, stating that he had collapsed after a long night of partying. She said she had briefly gone to the bathroom. When she returned, she found him on the floor. Paramedics arrived and declared him dead at the scene. An autopsy indicated that the cause of death was a heart attack related to an overdose of illegal substances. However, this finding raised doubts among Dean's friends and family, who insisted that he strongly opposed banned substance use and avoided even basic painkillers. Their belief made the official death ruling seem inconsistent. Despite their concerns, the case was closed due to lack of evidence of foul play. Dean's death, initially deemed accidental, came back into the spotlight in 2014 when Alex was arrested in connection with the case of Forrest Hayes. During the investigation, police found similarities between the two cases. The substances linked to Forrest's death were the same as those found in Dean's system. This discovery led to the reopening of Dean's case. Additionally, Alex's mysterious social media posts heightened suspicions. Dean's family supported the reopening of the case, arguing that the original investigation was too superficial. They believed Alex's involvement with illegal substances indicated that she might have played a role in Dean's death, but no solid evidence was ever found to connect her directly to the incident. Despite the renewed investigation, Dean's case remains officially closed, and Alex's suspected involvement has never been proven. This uncertainty continues to leave unanswered questions. Investigators were able to piece together the events from the night Forrest was found dead using evidence, witness statements, and video footage from cameras on the yacht. On November 22, 2013, Forrest arrived at the yacht named Escape in the afternoon, as was his usual routine, and boarded by himself. Soon after, Alex joined him on the yacht. According to the captain, Forrest had asked the crew to leave for the evening because he wanted privacy and a relaxing night. The functioning cameras on the yacht captured footage of Forrest and Alex in the main cabin, where they were talking, laughing, and drinking wine. Alex brought a bag, which was later found to contain banned substance and syringes. As the night went on, their conversation became more informal, and Alex took out a syringe filled with a substance. She injected herself first and then offered it to Forrest, who accepted. The camera recorded the moment she injected him. Shortly after being injected, Forrest's health quickly worsened. He lost consciousness and collapsed on the couch. At first, Alex did not realize the seriousness of the situation. She kept drinking her wine and looking around the cabin. Eventually, she tried to wake Forrest by shaking him, but he did not respond. Frightened when she realized he was not waking up, Alex began to panic. She hurriedly packed her belongings, including the syringes and leftover drugs, in an effort to eliminate potential evidence. She also wiped the wine glass she had used to remove her lipstick marks, although she missed some of them. The video showed her quickly drawing the cabin curtains, checking the area to ensure no clear evidence of her was left. Afterward, Alex left the yacht without informing anyone of what had occurred, leaving Forrest unconscious on the couch. For several hours, no one checked on him. It was only later, when Forrest's worried wife reached out to the captain, that he returned to the yacht and found Forrest's lifeless body. The investigation found that Alex attempted to go into hiding after the incident. She turned off her phone and left the marina to avoid being found. However, video footage from the yacht, lipstick marks on a wine glass, fingerprints, and text messages exchanged between Forrest and Alex on his phone helped investigators reconstruct what happened. Alex's behavior on the yacht suggested she played a significant role in the tragedy. A critical question still lingered: Was the injection intentional, or was it a reckless choice? Once Alex was identified as a main suspect in Forrest Hayes' death, law enforcement initiated a manhunt to find her. After the incident, Alex disappeared, which further fueled suspicions about her involvement. With her phone off and her previously active social media account silent, tracking her became increasingly difficult. Investigators developed a strategy to track down Alex using her profile on Seeking Arrangement. This app became crucial for locating her. They created a fake profile of a wealthy man looking for new companions. Despite trying to stay low-key, Alex couldn't resist the promise of financial benefit and agreed to a meeting. After several days of communication, she set up a rendezvous at a quiet location in California. When Alex arrived, she was arrested by law enforcement. The operation went smoothly. She did not resist arrest, though her demeanor was described as calm and indifferent. During the arrest, she claimed not to understand the charges against her, but she was soon formally charged with second-degree manslaughter, evidence tampering, and illegal distribution of controlled substances. The trial began in early 2014 and quickly attracted media attention because of Alex's appearance and controversial background. She became known as the beauty-turned-criminal. Her photos, past interviews, and courtroom behavior were frequently discussed. Alex maintained a calm and confident demeanor, often dressing stylishly, which elicited mixed reactions from the public. The prosecution argued that Alex was fully aware of the risks involved in her actions. They presented video evidence from the yacht showing her giving an injection to Forrest and then leaving without helping him. They claimed this showed her indifference and attempts to avoid responsibility. In contrast, Alex's defense team argued that she acted at Forrest's request, did not intend to cause harm. They maintained that his death was a tragic accident and that she left in a panic. They also pointed out that Forrest had requested the substances and consented to the injection. Public opinion was sharply divided. Some viewed Alex as a heartless criminal responsible for the death of a successful and respected man, while others saw her as a victim of circumstance, questioning the ethics of Forrest's actions, including his use of a dating app and engagement in risky behavior. In May 2015, Alex reached a plea deal with the prosecution. She admitted to involuntary manslaughter and possession of illegal substances in exchange for a shorter sentence and the chance to avoid a jury trial. Alex was sentenced to 6 years in prison, with credit for the time she had already spent incarcerated. This decision led to a renewed debate. Some people thought the sentence was too light given the situation, while others believed it was appropriate because there was no solid proof of intent to harm. After completing her sentence, Alex was deported to Canada, her birthplace, in 2017. Despite this, her name continued to appear in discussions and articles about high-profile crimes. To the public, Forrest became a representation of double lives, risky choices, and the significant consequences of reckless decisions that resulted in a tragedy affecting many people. After her release, Alex tried to rebuild her life. For a while, she stayed away from the public, avoiding media interviews and social media. A year later, she did her first major interview with a Canadian journalist through video call. In the interview, Alex appeared calm and composed, but many perceived her as emotionally detached. Her account of the events reignited controversy, sparked new discussions about her actions and their aftermath. She stated that she never meant to harm Forrest Hayes and was shocked by his death. Alex claimed that she had given him the injection at his request, insisted that she was unaware of any existing health problems he might have had. She believed that Forrest was aware of his limits, was in control of his actions. Additionally, she denied trying to hide evidence, explaining that her actions were the result of panic and poor judgment in the moment. Her statements contradicted the evidence in the case. Footage from the yacht showed Alex not only cleaning up evidence of her presence but also leaving without trying to get help. This raised further doubts about her honesty, drew sharp criticism from Forrest's family, who accused her of trying to deflect blame. Her comments about Dean Riopelli were equally controversial. In the interview, Alex described their relationship as troubled yet real, claiming she was devastated by his death. However, she avoided questions about the cause of Dean's overdose and the details of their last meeting. Her lack of response only increased suspicions among Dean's family, who had earlier called for the case to be reopened, stating that Alex's statements generated more questions than answers. The investigation into Dean Riopelli's death remains unresolved. In 2018, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office stated that the case was under review, but there have been no updates since then. Reports suggest that investigators did not find any new evidence to confirm or deny Alex's involvement, leaving Dean's family uncertain. Currently, Alex Tichelman lives in Canada and maintains a mostly private life. Her social media accounts are inactive, and journalists have had little success reaching her for comments. Some view Alex as a victim of unfortunate circumstances, while others regard her as cold and calculating, believing her actions contributed to two tragedies. The deaths of Forrest Hayes and Dean Riopelli raise many questions. Were they really accidental? What was Alex Tichelman's involvement in these tragic situations? On March 1, 2019, it was a chilly Friday evening in Harold Hill. Amy's Park, a popular local spot, was filled with the usual crowd of teenagers unwinding after a busy week. 17-year-old Jody Chesney, an energetic student, was at the center of it all. She sat with her boyfriend, Eddie Coyle, and a group of 5 friends on a picnic bench, enjoying their time together as laughter mixed with the sounds from a portable speaker. As the clock approached 9:25 p.m., the atmosphere in Amy's Park changed. Earlier, around 9 p.m., Jody's group had noticed 2 people hanging around, but they didn't think much of it since strangers often visit parks. The 2 left quietly and disappeared into the night. However, about 30 minutes later, they returned, but this time, they weren't just passing by. The 2 figures approached Jody's group deliberately, moving swiftly through the darkness. Without any warning or conversation, one of them suddenly attacked. Screams echoed through the air as Eddie caught her when she collapsed, leaving her friends in shock. Unfortunately, despite the paramedics' efforts, they couldn't save her. Metropolitan Police have sealed off the park and launched a murder investigation. Harold Hill was not known for such incidents. While London did face issues with knife crime, Amy's Park was considered a safe haven for children. Neighbors placed flowers and written tributes at the park's entrance. Purple ribbons, Jody's favorite color, were tied to fences. The police pledged to find answers, but time was of the essence. Each hour without a lead made the investigation more difficult. First, let's explore Jody's life. After her parents separated when Jody was 6, her father, Peter, became a devoted single parent to Jody and her older sister, Lucy. Their home was filled with love, despite the challenges they faced. Peter described Jody as an affectionate child who sought connection but was also quite shy. However, she gradually flourished, largely due to the support of a primary school teacher who helped her gain confidence. In 2012, when Jody was 10, Peter married Joanne, who willingly embraced her role as stepmother. Jody and Joanne developed a close bond that Jody treasured. Joanne noted that Jody longing for the maternal connection she missed, and together they worked to nurture that relationship. Jody's home was filled with laughter, thanks to her playful sense of humor. Joanne often referred to her as a wind-up toy because of her boundless energy that brightened their days. Jody's teenage years were largely shaped by her dedication to the Girl Scouts. She poured herself into the program, burning badges, hiking up mountains, and canoeing with her troop. In addition to her scouting achievements, she was a self-taught pianist who effortlessly played the piano. She was also just 3 weeks away from completing her Gold Duke of Edinburgh Award. At Havering's Sixth Form College, where she studied photography, psychology, and sociology, her principal praised her as an excellent, hard-working, and focused student. Jody aspired to work with animals or children and was determined to make a positive impact in the world. Her friends remembered her for her ability to make them laugh. Her sense of humor blossomed when she overcame her childhood shyness. Jody's relationship with her sister Lucy was incredibly strong. Even with 2 years between them, they shared everything: secrets, laughter, and aspirations. Lucy saw Jody as her other half, someone who always prioritized others' needs. Their home in Dagenham was a welcoming place for Jody's friends, who were drawn to her warmth. She had no enemies and had a special talent for making everyone feel included. Even her dog was part of her life. Jody enjoyed taking him for walks, which provided a sense of stability amid her busy schedule. On March 1st, 2019, Jody's day began like any other. It was a Friday, and she woke up in her Dagenham home with her dad Peter, stepmom Joanne, and sister Lucy. Jody was excited not only for the weekend but also for her dad's upcoming birthday. She had been discussing gift ideas with Joanne, eager to find the perfect present to make Peter smile. At 8 a.m., she shared a heartfelt message on Instagram, "Happy birthday, Dad," accompanied by a heart emoji. This post would later deeply affect those who viewed it, gathering many comments following her death. Jody spent her morning at Havering's Sixth Form College, where she was in her second year of A-levels. After her classes ended around 3 p.m., she left college with her backpack over one shoulder, looking forward to the weekend ahead. Back in Dagenham, Jody had one last thing to do before her evening plans. She took Dog, the family's Yorkshire Terrier, for a walk, a routine that she cherished. By 4:30 p.m., she was back home, catching up with Joanne and Peter, who were preparing to celebrate Peter's birthday. Jody mentioned that she would be spending time with friends later, which was a typical Friday night for her. Jody grabbed her jacket, said her goodbyes, and left around 5:30 p.m., promising to return later. She made her way to Romford railway station, a quick bus ride away, to meet her boyfriend, Eddie, and a group of friends. By 6:30 p.m., the group of 6 teens, including Eddie, had gathered and were animatedly discussing their plans for the evening. Their gathering was recorded by surveillance cameras. Romford was their usual hangout, a popular spot for East London teens, filled with shops and fast food restaurants. That night, however, they decided to go to Amy's Park in Harold Hill, about a mile from Havering College, another favorite spot for them. The park featured a playground in the center and benches where teens would gather after dark. By 7:30 p.m., they were settled on a picnic bench, playing music from a portable speaker, just the kind of relaxed night Jody enjoyed. They had a great time together. At around 9 p.m., Jody's group spotted 2 figures in the park. They didn't seem unusual since Amy's Park is a public area where people come and go. The 2 stayed for a short time but left without engaging with anyone, disappearing into the night. Jody and her friends paid them no mind, enjoying their music and conversation. However, at 9:20 p.m., the same 2 figures returned, this time moving with a noticeable intent. According to police reports from the Metropolitan Police, they approached Jody's group directly, cutting through the darkness. One figure was dressed in dark clothing, and his face was hidden. The other figure was less clear, appearing as a shadow beside him. Without warning, the first attacker stabbed Jody in the back with such force that the knife broke, causing a severe 7-inch wound that collapsed her lung. Chaos erupted in the park. Eddie's scream shattered the night, and her friends stood frozen in shock. Eddie caught her as she fell, holding her on the ground and desperately calling for help. The 2 attackers quickly disappeared into the darkness. In a panic, Eddie called emergency services, urgency in his voice as he pleaded for an ambulance. Nearby residents were alerted by the screams. A woman began CPR, not realizing that the broken knife was still lodged in Jody's back. A man in a van stopped to assist, applying his coat to the wound, while another friend to help stop the bleeding. Paramedics arrived within minutes, but Jody's injuries were severe. Despite their efforts, she was declared dead at 10:26 p.m., just over an hour after the attack. Amy's Park was turned into a crime scene, marked off by police tape as forensic teams searched for evidence. Jody's friends, still in shock, told the police there was no argument or warning, just a sudden, unprovoked attack. The Metropolitan Police's homicide and major crime team took control of the investigation, with Acting Detective Chief Superintendent promising to find those responsible. As the investigation progressed, detectives focused on Jody's last hours, using witness accounts and phone records to confirm her movements. A key moment in the case came when a local man contacted the police. He reported seeing 2 men run out of the park on the night of Jody's attack and get into a black Vauxhall Corsa before driving away quickly. The witness also mentioned that there was at least one other person in the car, the driver. CCTV footage played a crucial role in the investigation. The streets of Harold Hill, equipped with various cameras, provided a collection of unclear images. By March 2nd, police had reviewed footage from St. Neots Road and nearby Retford Road, showing two males leaving Amy's Park around 9:25 p.m. One wore a dark jacket with a noticeable pattern, while the other wore a hoodie that covered his face. On March 3rd, the police arrested 20-year-old Manuel Petrovich. The black Vauxhall seen at the crime scene was registered to him. Petrovich denied being involved in Jody's murder, claiming that his car had been stolen during a robbery at knife point. However, he later acknowledged that he owned the Vauxhall and had a mobile phone he used for selling cannabis. He refused to identify anyone he was with that night because he was concerned for his own safety and his family's safety, stating that people had already come to his house looking for him. During further questioning, he described the events of the night Jody died but referred to the attackers as Man A and Man B out of fear. Petrovich explained that on March 1st, he was with a friend who received a call from Man A asking for a ride. They picked up Man A and another person, Man B, and drove to Harold Hill for Man A to collect some cannabis and money. According to him, Man A and Man B got out of the car at Harold Hill, leaving Petrovich and his friend inside. He said the two men were away for about 5 minutes and seemed calm when they returned, noting that there was nothing unusual about their behavior. He stated, "Nothing about them made me suspicious. I did not see either of them carrying anything. My friend and I were told that Man A was collecting money and banned substance." After dropping off the two men, Petrovich claimed that a black male threatened him with a knife and took his car keys. He said that the next day, he heard about a girl who was stabbed in Harold Hill and hoped it wasn't related to his earlier encounter with Man A and Man B. Detectives identified a second suspect, a 19-year-old known to frequent the Harold Hill drug scene, based on witness descriptions of a black male in his late teens. To keep him from knowing he was a suspect, police kept his name confidential, referring to him as Suspect A in initial reports. The investigation continued to grow. A woman in her 40s who lives across the street from Amy's Park reported seeing suspicious individuals coming and going for weeks, especially at night. She also noted a young teenager who resembled Suspect B, suggesting he was running errands for older men. These accounts indicate a possible connection to banned substance activity, as there is a known issue with cannabis in Harold Hill, often involving teens as runners. Detectives believe Jody's group may have been mistaken for rival banned substance dealers. Although Jody has a clean record and no known ties to banned substance, this complicates the investigation. By March 10th, 9 days after Jody's death, the police were making significant progress. Acting on a tip, officers from the Metropolitan Police's Homicide and Major Crime Command focused on a house on Rogers Road in Dagenham, connected to Aaron Isaacs' uncle. They believed Svensson, referred to as Man A, and Isaacs, known as Man B, were hiding there after the attack. At 7 p.m., armed officers surrounded the location, with body cameras recording. In a dramatic turn of events, 19-year-old Svensson Ongnakwai tried to escape by climbing over a rear flat roof but fell through a conservatory, shattering glass everywhere. A policeman approached and handcuffed him. Svensson's phone had texts linking him to Petrovich and discussing business in Amy's Park. When officers searched his home, they found a jacket that matched one seen in CCTV footage, with traces of Jody's blood on it. Meanwhile, 17-year-old Aaron Isaacs attempted to escape through a window but was caught in the back garden, where he had discarded a rucksack containing a large knife, 2 toothbrushes, and hair mousse, an unusual combination that raised suspicion. The police didn't stop there. They also arrested a 16-year-old boy, a friend of Manuel Petrovich, whose name was withheld for legal reasons, on suspicion of involvement in the crime. The police were casting a wide net, recognizing that Harold Hill's banned substance scene involved numerous runners and dealers. By May, all 4 individuals were facing charges. Svensson and Aaron were charged with murder, while Petrovich and the 16-year-old were charged with murder and manslaughter. Svensson was born on March 29, 2000, grew up in Harold Hill, near Amy's Park. He was raised by his mother and has 4 sisters. His childhood was troubled, primarily due to his father. In 2017, Svensson was kicked out of his home for disrespectful behavior and subsequently lived in a social services hostel in Romford. He described himself as a boxer hoping to become a professional. However, Svensson has criminal convictions for possessing and supplying cannabis and other banned substances. Transporting banned substance between London and rural areas, a risky environment where violence was common. In 2018, he violated a 6-week suspended sentence related to handling stolen jewelry. During the interrogation, Svensson remained calm. He acknowledged being in Amy's Park but insisted he was only there to pick up cannabis. He denied stabbing Jody and instead accused Aaron of being responsible for the attack. Aaron, born on January 27, 2002, faced many challenges from a young age. He lived in a flat with his mother and brother. His childhood as troubled. His mother dealt with mental health issues, and he had been in contact with children's services since he was 4 years old. Aaron's criminal record included offenses such as carrying a screwdriver, causing bodily harm, possessing cannabis, and stealing a vehicle. When he was detained, he was uncooperative, even throwing a rucksack that contained a knife during his arrest. During questioning, he claimed he was simply hanging out with Svensson and insisted he had no knowledge of the knife. He told the detectives that he didn't touch Jody's, blaming Svensson for the attack and saying he ran away out of fear. Manuel Petrovich, the suspected driver, is a 20-year-old local from Romford with connections to banned substance circles. Although not much is known about his background, he was considered a trusted associate of Svensson and frequently lent his car for various operations. In a leaked prison conversation that prosecutors received, Petrovich acknowledged that Svensson had been planning activities in Amy's Park and mentioned that they had set him up a couple of months prior. He stated that he remained in the car and did not learn about the attack's outcome until later. Petrovic denied the murder charges, asserting that he was unaware Jody was the target and had no intention to cause harm. He explained that Jody's group was mistakenly identified as the intended targets, as they were in the same area. They went to confront their rivals but ended up attacking the wrong people, he told a friend, not realizing he was being recorded. Anticipating arrest, Svensson took extreme measures to hide his actions. He burned his clothes after the attack, except for his jacket. Aaron also disposed of his clothes, and both men fled to Dagenham in an attempt to escape the police. During their interrogations, they played a blame game, each pointing fingers at the other. Svensson claimed he was only a lookout, while Aaron argued he wasn't involved in the plan. However, the evidence against them grew: the blood-stained jacket, phone records indicating they had conspired together, and CCTV footage showing them at the crime scene. As the formal charges were laid out, the community in Harold Hill struggled to understand the senseless motives behind the crime. Jody, a Girl Scout who had no ties to banned substance, became an unwitting victim in a conflict she was unaware of. While the arrests brought some relief, they did not provide closure. Jody's family, especially her father Peter, wanted justice. Peter established the Jody Chesney Foundation, a charity aimed at diverting young people from knife crime. The foundation's website described Jody as a kind person who accepted everyone. Purple ribbons emerged as symbols of her memory, with vigils and scouting events celebrating her compassion. Jody's legacy reached beyond Harold Hill, igniting national discussions about knife crime. The foundation supported youth programs, and Peter advocated for stricter laws, although he told that no law will bring her back. The trial began on September 17, 2019, at the Old Bailey, one of London's most historic courts. 4 defendants stood accused: Svensson Onakwi, 19, Aaron Isaacs, 17, Manuel Petrovich, 20, and a 16-year-old boy, unnamed for legal reasons. The courtroom was heavy with emotion. Jody's family, including her dad, Peter, stepmom, Joanne, and sister, Lucy, attended nearly every day, wearing purple ribbons in her memory. The prosecutor asserting that all 4 defendants played a role in a brutal act of unprovoked violence linked to a turf war. He explained to the jurors that Jody was completely innocent and had been mistakenly identified as a rival by the assailants who normally visited Amy's Park. He emphasized damaging evidence, including CCTV footage showing Petrovich's black Vauxhall Corsa near the park, a blood-stained jacket belonging to Svensson, and phone records that connected the group to a premeditated attack. He also referenced a conversation in prison where Petrovich admitted that Svensson intended to target rivals but ended up attacking the wrong people. The prosecutor claimed that Svensson was the person who stabbed Jody, with Aaron enthusiastically supporting him, while Petrovich and the 16-year-old boy assisted in the attack. This was not a spontaneous act, the prosecutor told, highlighting that the group intended to inflict serious harm, making them all responsible for murder under joint enterprise law. The defense teams actively sought to clear their clients of wrongdoing. Charles Sherrard, who represented Svensson, acknowledged that his client was present in the park but denied that he was the one who stabbed Jody. Sherrard pointed to Aaron as the real attacker and argued that Svensson's clothing, a white hoodie and gray tracksuit, did not match the description of a figure dressed in black provided by witnesses. Sarah Forshaw, who defended Petrovich, claimed her client was only a driver and unaware of any violent plans. If Petrovich had known what was going to happen, he would have turned off his phone like Svensson did, she asserted to the jurors. Natasha Wong, representing Aaron, contended that he was merely a runner without any intent to commit violence, denying that he carried a knife or was aware of Svensson's plans. Louise Sweet, who defended the 16-year-old, emphasized his lack of a violent history and urged jurors to view him as a bystander rather than an active participant. Each defense relied on the absence of direct evidence, such as DNA on the knife, in hopes of creating reasonable doubt. After 45 hours of testimony, which included Eddie Coyle's description of the attack and forensic evidence of an 18 centimeters deep wound, the jury deliberated for just over 5 hours. On November 7, 2019, they reached their decision. Svensson Ongakwai and Aaron Isaacs were found guilty of murder, while Manuel Petrovich and the 16-year-old were acquitted of all charges. Sentencing took place on November 18, where Judge Wendy Joseph condemned the pathetic location dispute that resulted in Jody's death. Svensson Ongakwai, identified as the one who stabbed Jody, received a life sentence with a minimum of 26 years, while Aaron Isaacs, his accomplice, received life with a minimum of 18 years. The courtroom was emotional as impact statements were read. While the verdict offered bittersweet relief to Jody's family, Peter, speaking outside the court, stated he was over the moon about the convictions but heartbroken over his loss. Jody's sister Lucy wrote in her statement, she was only 20 years old, and already she dreaded her life. Joanne believed that Petrovich, as the driver, should have faced consequences, but the family chose to focus on preserving Jody's memory. The Jody Chesney Foundation is actively working to make a difference. They hosted a fundraiser in 2024 that raised £10,000 for workshops aimed at preventing knife crime, as reported on their website. Jody Chesney's life, vibrant and full of promise, was tragically cut short on March 1, 2019, in a senseless act of violence that shook Harold Hill. The convictions of Svensson Ongakwai and Aaron Isaacs brought a measure of justice, but no verdict could heal the void left in the hearts of her family and community. Through the Jody Chesney Foundation, her father Peter channels grief into action, raising funds to combat knife crime. Purple ribbons, Jody's favorite color, continue to symbolize her compassion and the collective resolve to honor her memory. Her legacy endures, inspiring a national call to end the scourge of knife crime and ensure no other family endures such loss. Though Jody is gone, her light shines on in every step taken to make communities safer. Mike Reischel married his first wife, Dee Dee Hoffman, in 1979 while they were students at the University of Florida in Gainesville. Mike seemed to have it all. From an early age, Mike showed outstanding qualities. He was a dedicated Boy Scout, nearing the rank of Eagle Scout, and an altar boy, reflecting strong moral values. At the University of Florida, he joined a fraternity, developing athletic skills and excelling in academics. He later earned a Master of Business Administration from the University of Miami, paving the way for professional success. Dee Dee, his wife, noted that Mike was a supportive husband who never physically abused her. However, their relationship had reached a breaking point. They had 2 daughters, Caroline and Kate, whom Mike loved deeply. Despite his accomplishments, he spent long hours traveling for work, causing his daughters to become accustomed to his absence during their early years. After 25 years of marriage, Dee Dee informed Mike that she wanted a divorce. She then moved out of their home to provide their daughters, Caroline and Kate, a familiar place to return to during their college breaks. At 49, Mike found himself single for the first time in many years and wanted to find love again. In the mid-2000s, as internet dating became popular, he created a profile on Match and soon connected with Susan O'Brien Rayashel, a 38-year-old Hispanic nurse. As their relationship developed, Mike and Susan enjoyed great dates and trips together. Shortly after they met, Susan moved into Mike's home, taking over the space that had been Dee Dee's. When Caroline first met Susan, she was worried about her father's new girlfriend. Caroline was surprised by how much Susan drank at their first meeting. Despite having several martinis, Susan was able to walk and talk normally. This behavior was unusual for Caroline, raising concerns in her mind. In 2007, despite Caroline's concerns, Mike and Susan got married. This marked a significant change in their lives, as Susan stopped working and Mike stopped traveling for his job. Instead, he bought a local business called Ocala Dental Care, which became central to their daily lives. To outsiders, Mike and Susan seemed like the perfect couple. They lived in an affluent neighborhood in Alachua County, Florida, known as Hiley Plantation, and often joked about their seemingly ideal life together. However, underneath this facade, they were facing serious challenges in their marriage. In the summer of 2007, Mike proposed a prenuptial agreement to Susan, which surprised their friends and family. They had always been seen as a strong and united couple. What led Mike to suggest a prenup? The turning point was an incident at one of his daughter's parties. Susan, who had a fiery personality, used foul language in front of Mike's daughter, leading to an intense argument. This incident prompted Mike to think about protecting his assets in case their marriage ended in divorce. Mike and Susan seemed financially secure, but there were hidden problems. Susan revealed to Mike that she had $35,000 in credit card debt, which worried him greatly. One significant issue in their relationship was Susan's negative feelings toward Mike's daughters. Caroline mentioned that the only time she could talk to her father was when he was alone in his car. Susan's dislike for his daughters created a barrier, preventing Caroline from having meaningful discussions with her father. Even though Mike and Susan encountered challenges, their relationship appeared to improve, at least outwardly. In 2016, when Caroline announced her engagement, Susan became very involved and wanted to play a major role in planning the wedding. She insisted on hosting a bridal shower for Caroline, even though this is usually a responsibility of the bride's mother or sister. While organizing the shower, Susan intentionally left out Caroline's mother's friends from the guest list but made sure to invite her own family and friends. Although it was somewhat unusual for Susan to be so heavily involved, Caroline ultimately found the shower enjoyable, appreciating the effort Susan put in to make it fun and memorable. When Caroline was choosing her wedding dress, Susan went with her to the bridal boutique. They looked at various dresses together until Caroline found one she loved. Susan even used her credit card to pay for the $1,000 gown. In November 2017, Caroline married at Oheka Castle in Long Island, with 160 guests in attendance. The wedding was opulent and had the grandeur fit for royalty. Before Mike walked his daughter Caroline down the aisle, she noticed a strange mark on his face. When Caroline asked him about it, Mike dismissed her concerns, wanting to avoid upsetting her on such an important day. 3 weeks after the wedding, Mike revealed to Caroline that the mark had become a long white scar, which was the result of physical abuse by his wife, Susan. He shared that Susan had been arrested for domestic battery after she became violent while drunk. Susan, on the other hand, described the incident differently. She claimed that after Caroline's wedding, Mike told her that the event had gone $150,000 over budget, which made her very angry. This led to a heated argument between them. During the confrontation, Susan threw her phone at Mike and pushed him in an attempt to calm things down. Ironically, it was Susan who called 911 to report the situation. She said she intended to leave for their beach condo to help defuse things, but she took too long to depart. Consequently, when she hadn't left the house, the police arrested her. The court later mandated that Susan stay away from Mike, and she sought help for alcoholism, counseling, and anger management. After some time, Mike chose not to file charges against Susan, leading to the case being dropped. Susan moved out of their home and into a condo in Ponte Vedra. While this gave her a break from the couple's ongoing conflicts, it was temporary. On February